Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 178, Chapter 178, As expected, Tsunade is a bug. Chapter 178, As expected, Tsunade is a bug. After watching for a while, Kenichi finally understood why the dealer was sweating. It was not because Tsunade was loud, or because the gamblers were rowdy. It was because the dealer had never seen anything this unreasonable in his life. Kenichi kept his 3 tomoe Sharingan active the entire time. The dealer was genuinely skilled. When he intended to roll a 6, his technique was clean, the force was steady, and the motion was exact. By all logic, the result should have been a 6. But the moment Tsunade placed her bet on big, something became wrong. The dealer's muscle control was consistent. The movement was correct. Yet the die did not land on 6. The dealer was not trying to be kind, either. He was doing what any experienced casino would do once they realized Tsunade was a walking money sink. Everyone at the table had already noticed that Tsunade was a fat sheep. If she bet on 6, most people would avoid 6 and spread their money elsewhere. So if the dealer let Tsunade win, the casino would lose less than if some other gambler won. That was the logic. And yet, once Tsunade got involved, the dealer's control started failing. No matter how he shook the cup, he could not roll the number Tsunade wanted. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. "Dealer," he called out, voice calm but sharp, "is there something wrong with you?" He had already watched the dealer's method closely with his Sharingan. Kenichi was confident he could reproduce it perfectly now. Rolling any number he wanted would not be difficult. The Sharingan could turn Kakashi into the copy ninja. Using it to master dice rolling was almost insulting to its reputation. A bald, burly man beside the table immediately scowled and leaned closer, his gaze hostile. "If you've got a problem," the man said, "then roll it yourself." Kenichi was not surprised. Did they think a casino was charity? Every gambling den had muscle like this. Kenichi even knew that Root and Umbu protected certain casinos. Umbu handled the ones inside Konoha, Root handled the ones outside. Protection always had a price, like paying for safety. But not every casino could afford ninjas, and in a small place like the Land of Waves, where shinobi might not even exist, a few big men with the look of major village thugs were more than enough to intimidate ordinary people. "Sure," Kenichi said. He stepped forward casually. If he rolled, he could make it land on whatever he wanted. Seeing him move, the bald man's expression darkened further. At the table, Tsunade glanced at Kenichi with mild curiosity. Of course she knew who he was. She had noticed him the moment he walked in. She simply did not understand why he was approaching. Is he trying to help me? The thought made Tsunade feel a brief spark of excitement. Then she lost interest again. She liked gambling for the thrill of uncertainty, not for an outcome decided in advance. If Kenichi was going to rig it, then the fun would be gone. Still, the weight of her debts tugged at her mood, leaving her conflicted. Kenichi stopped at the table, smiled pleasantly, and spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Don't worry. The game I'm running will be fair. I'll roll randomly." Then he gave Tsunade a steady, serious look. Tsunade understood instantly. This kid is interesting. Her interest returned at once. Shizune, however, looked like her soul had been sucked out. Their trip to the Land of Water had been to avoid creditors from other casinos. They had finally managed to save some money through medical work, and now Tsunade was about to throw it away again. Shizune looked at Kenichi almost like she was praying, hoping he would show Tsunade some favoritism and let her win a few times, just enough to cover travel expenses. Kenichi noticed Shizune's gaze, but this time, he had no intention of cheating. He wanted to see Tsunade's probability under true odds. The casino owner clearly did not like this development. The bald man led a few others forward aggressively. Kenichi only glanced at them. They froze. In the next moment, they were no longer relevant to the room. They might as well have been furniture. Tsunade snorted, folding her arms. 3 tomoe. Then she clicked her tongue, as if she had just remembered something irritating. "Orochimaru's disciple, and you've already reached 3 tomoe. No wonder you defected." Kenichi began rolling. He did not use any special technique. He rolled like a normal person. And very quickly, he discovered something that made his scalp tighten. No matter how many times he rolled, Tsunade could not win. Tsunade was not gambling blindly either. Her instincts were sharp. She kept betting on 6. Kenichi rolled again and again. Over 100 times. Not once did the die land on 6. A normal die had a 1 in 6 chance. Even if luck was bad, over 100 rolls without a single 6 was absurd. Kenichi did not believe in superstition. Tsunade did not believe in superstition. Shizen looked like she was about to cry. Only the other gamblers were delighted. Not one of them had bet on 6. They were laughing like they had discovered the secret to happiness. Kenichi's patience finally snapped. Fine. If probability was going to be ridiculous, then he would force it. He started controlling the roll, deliberately cycling through results, making the numbers 1 through 6 appear at random. And yet, every time he tried to roll a 6, something went wrong. His motion was correct. His control was precise. But the result was never 6. He tried again. Again. Over 50 times. His face went blank. He was numb. Tsunade kept betting on 6. The die simply refused to land on 6. At one point, Kenichi did not even rely on technique anymore. He directly used chakra to forcibly move the die into a 6. He opened the cup. Not 6. Kenichi stared. I'm numb. I'm completely numb. He did it again, fixing the die with chakra, locking it down, making absolutely sure the top face was 6. This time, it really was 6. But Tsunade suddenly lost interest. She noticed Kenichi was cheating. So she stopped playing, stood up, and stormed away. Kenichi quickly followed. Behind them, the casino owner was released from the invisible pressure that had pinned him down. He froze for a second, then erupted into fury, screaming for his thugs. He had lost a lot of money in that short span. Kenichi did not even look back. The gamblers were still celebrating. The owner was still raging. It did not matter. From what Kenichi had observed, everyone in this Land of Waves casino was an ordinary person. The owner had a shinobi under him, but that shinobi could not be strong, probably a genin at best. That was more than enough to keep these gamblers in line. And Kenichi had no intention of saving them. If they had any sense, they would not gamble. This kind of game was never about gambling to win. Once you started, you would go bankrupt sooner or later. Tsunade ne-chan. Kenichi found her sulking in a quieter spot and approached with a grin. Tsunade snorted when she saw him, but she still patted the cushion beside her, telling him to sit. Kenichi sat. Tsunade stared at him. Amamiya. Do I look like the kind of person who needs to win by cheating? Kenichi knew she was not. If she were, casinos would have blacklisted her long ago. With her strength, she could wipe out a casino's money in a single night. Ordinary shinobi could not stop her. Of course not, Kenichi said quickly, waving his hands. I just had an idea I wanted to test. He needed Tsunade's cooperation, and now he was more confident than ever that his theory had a high chance of being true. Because Tsunade was unreasonable. He had pushed things to an absurd level. Even then, she could not win. That was no longer probability. Kenichi could not ignore it anymore. It felt like it was drifting into something that belonged in metaphysics. A person who won the lottery every once in a while, fine. People would call it luck. A person who won everything in Las Vegas every day. That person would not be alive by the end of the week. What is it? Tsunade asked, interest returning immediately. Tsunade ne-chan, Kenichi said, rubbing his hands as if he could not contain himself, can we make a bet? The moment he said bet, Tsunade's eyes lit up. What do you want to bet on? She asked, leaning forward. Tsunade ne-chan, do you know about explosives? Kenichi asked with a smile. The real difficulty was keeping Tsunade from realizing his true intention. But Kenichi honestly doubted she would figure it out. If Tsunade had understood this causal problem, she would have exploited it long ago. She would not be chased across countries for debt. As Kenichi expected, Tsunade hesitated at first. Then he added one condition. If Kenichi lost, he would help her pay off her debts. Tsunade agreed instantly. Not only did she agree, she demanded he do it on the spot. Kenichi felt amused and exasperated at the same time, but he had prepared for this. He pulled out the thermobaric explosives he had brought beforehand and began the experiment immediately. As he worked, lightning-like patterns flickered at the corner of his eye. Tsunade froze for a moment when she saw it. Kenichi did not notice. He was fully focused on the experiment. He carefully condensed fire-release chakra and guided it into the thermobaric explosive. He moved slowly and precisely, ready for the slightest instability. But strangely enough, the moment the chakra merged in, it did not trigger an explosion. Instead, the energy settled. The fusion held. The fusion was successful. Tsunade stared, then let out an irritated sigh. Ugh. I lost again, she muttered. How annoying. Kenichi took a deep breath, then smiled politely, as if his mind was not currently in chaos. Tsunade covered her face with both hands and rubbed it hard, still complaining under her breath. Kenichi's thoughts, however, were exploding louder than Sasori's puppets. It succeeded. Just like that. Was this causal law really so ridiculous? If he kept betting with Tsunade, could he do the impossible? Could he master Six Paths Sage Mode by accident? Could instant success actually exist? Kenichi lowered his gaze to the explosive, frowning as he examined it. This thing, no, he corrected himself, its properties changed slightly. He tried to recall his previous attempts. What did I do differently before? Then, as if remembering the world still had limits, Kenichi steadied his breathing. Don't get carried away. Tsunade might lose constantly, but she was not the literal law of causality. Not yet, anyway. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Bloodline is also a kind of power. Chapter 179, Bloodline is also a kind of power. Kenichi stared at the explosive in his hand, his mind drifting. He had sensed something off the moment he took it out, but while he was busy with the experiment, he did not pay it much attention. Now that the adrenaline had faded, he was sure of it. Something really was wrong. When he first guided chakra into it, he could feel the particles inside were more compact than before. The sensation was hard to describe, but the closest comparison was pressing a finger into foam. And just now, it felt like that foam had been compressed again and again. Dense. Tight. Almost packed. That meant only one thing. The properties of this explosive had changed. Kenichi exhaled slowly. Part of the success was definitely tied to the bet with Tsunade, but part of it was also tied to this strange change inside the material itself. You actually succeeded, Tsunade said, leaning closer. Her eyes fixed on the faint lines at the corner of Kenichi's eye. But did you master Sage Mode? She had seen her great-grandfather, Hashirama, in Sage Mode before. The patterns were different, but the feeling it gave off was similar. Huh. Kenichi looked at her in surprise. You don't know. Didn't we fight before? Back then, when his teacher tried to help her treat her hemophobia, Kenichi had stopped her. Tsunade replied without hesitation. I forgot. Kenichi's lips twitched. She really did not care about details that did not interest her. Sage Mode could boost his strength, sure, but Kenichi never considered it some kind of unbeatable trump card. With the existence of Six Paths level power and fully evolved Akatsuki in the future, he did not believe Sage Mode alone could make anyone invincible. Anyway, Tsunade said, looking him over with confusion, what brings you here? Kenichi kept it simple. He said he had come out to carry out a mission and ran into her by accident. Tsunade clearly did not believe him, but since he was not talking, she was not going to force him. She waved it off like it was nothing. You brat, she said, clicking her tongue. Back when I was drinking with your teacher and that pervert Jiraiya, we all agreed that among the disciples we trained, the fourth Hokage had the most talent. She sighed and shook her head. But I never expected you'd end up the strongest among all of them. The fourth Hokage really was incredible, Kenichi said with a small smile. Mastering a technique like Flying Thunder God was proof enough. Minato's talent was unquestionable. Jiraiya probably never took another disciple after that because everyone else felt ordinary in comparison. Tsunade's gaze dimmed slightly. And he's still dead. Kenichi did not know what to say. Reviving the fourth Hokage with Edo Tensei and fighting him was nonsense. And even if someone tried, Minato's soul was still sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach, so it was not like you could just pull him out and call it a day. Kenichi could see it clearly now. Tsunade might have forced her way past hemophobia, but the old wounds in her heart were still there. He knew the words that could encourage her. He also knew it would not matter. He was not Naruto. He had no interest in becoming Hokage. He had bigger goals, and a longer road. Kenichi put the explosive away, deciding he would examine it properly once he returned. Was it because it had been pressed? Was it because he stored it in a sealing scroll? No matter what the reason was, he had a working example now, and that was enough. The next step was to work backward and find out why it succeeded. Since he had achieved his goal, Kenichi planned to leave. Tsunade looked a little down, even while maintaining the appearance of a young girl and an eye-catching figure. No matter how she dressed it up, she was still older than she looked. Kenichi had no interest in getting dragged into that kind of mess. He paid the bill and slipped away quickly. Hey, Tsunade snapped, glaring at his retreating back. Shizen. Do you think that brat really came all this way just to gamble on that thing with me? If there were not so many people eating nearby, Tsunade swore she would have sent him flying with a single heavenly kick of pain. Why did he not talk properly to his elders? It made her feel like she had been used, and that irritation kept bubbling up. Shizen thought for a moment, then nodded. It seems like it. Tsunade clenched her fists. For some reason, whenever Kenichi was around, she got the urge to punch him. It felt the same as when she saw Jiraiya. I'll teach him a lesson next time, Tsunade muttered. How much money do we have left? Kenichi had already left the restaurant. He checked the thermobaric explosive block again as he walked and found it was still stable. No swelling, no heat, no sign of reaction. Nothing suggested it was about to detonate. That should have been good news. Yet it only made him think harder. He did not know why it was behaving like this, but overall, it was still a positive outcome. If he were not worried about it exploding and shredding his clothes, he would have wanted to test it immediately to see what else was special about it. Konoha, Kenichi murmured, staring toward the horizon. He had already entered the land of fire. Originally, he planned to return to the base and continue his research, but then he remembered his agreement with Shisui. The deadline was close. He needed to ask Shisui how many people he had managed to bring over. Only then could Kenichi prepare the right tools. If there were too many, 1 or 2 hot air balloons would never be enough. That would become a disaster. In that case, an airship would be the better option. Airships, Zeppelins, had shown up even in games like Red Alert. The name Zeppelin was famous enough that even people who did not understand the technology had heard it before. An airship could carry far more people than a balloon. Of course, it had weaknesses too, slower speed and vulnerability to being attacked or shot down. But this was the ninja world. Kenichi could use wind release to propel an airship over long distances. Mobility would not be an issue. The real problem was secrecy. If an airship was spotted, his ability to fly would be exposed. And if he was bringing a large number of Uchiha out, keeping it completely hidden would be even harder. Still, Kenichi did not panic. As long as technological iteration was fast enough, exposure was not fatal. Besides, it was almost impossible to keep technology secret forever, especially when he intended to use it openly later. Hot air balloons would be exposed sooner or later anyway. Compared to that, airships were not a bigger problem. In fact, if he had to use an airship, that meant he was extracting a significant number of Uchiha. In that situation, the benefits outweighed the risks. The Uchiha were talented. Most of them could become shinobi. That was valuable manpower. More importantly, their existence would help his experiments in the future. With enough Uchiha genetic data, he could eventually isolate the unique genetic information of the clan. From that, he might deduce the key components behind the Sharingan. And maybe, just maybe, he could even trace a piece of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. Yin-Yang release. Kenichi murmured, frowning. He remembered clearly that simply having Yin-Yang chakra was not enough. If it were that simple, even a genius like Madara would not have taken so long to grasp it. That made Kenichi suspect something else. Yin-Yang release and Six Paths mode likely required a certain degree of Akatsuki bloodline. Just like Naruto in the future, who only gained Six Paths Sage mode after meeting a stack of conditions. Reincarnation. Fate. Guidance. All of it treated as essential. That was why the later parts of the story drew criticism. Naruto's success looked ordained. His bloodline and reincarnated status made him a savior by default. Kenichi shrugged. Honestly, the pirates next door aren't much better. Before I transmigrated, Luffy had practically turned into the guy with the Nika fruit. Kenichi believed Naruto and Luffy still worked hard. Effort mattered. But if a savior could win just by lying down and letting bloodline carry everything, the story would feel ridiculous. It would be like fighting Kagaya at the end, and then a random nobody with no presence suddenly appears, reveals they have Akatsuki bloodline reversion, and that is why Kagaya loses. Kenichi did not even want to imagine the backlash. By the time he reached Konoha, he saw something that left him speechless. Konoha's defensive barrier had become unbelievably solid. So thick that even Kenichi felt forcing his way in would be difficult. He had planned to slip in, find Shisui, and ask how many people were ready so he could choose the right flying method to extract them. But looking at the village now, he felt a headache coming on. Getting in was easy. Getting out would require luck. Should I just build a thermobaric missile? Kenichi muttered, half joking, half serious. If Konoha finds me, I can pull out that big treasure and make them behave. In the end, he decided to figure out why security was this tight first. Because whatever happened, Konoha did not tighten its defenses to this level for no reason. Check out my newly released fanfic today. Title, Harry Potter, Lord of the Starry Sky. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 180, Diplomatic Level. Chapter 180, Diplomatic Level. The information was not hard to get. Kenichi quickly learned why Konoha's security had suddenly tightened to this degree. So the envoy from Kimogaku is coming. Kenichi rubbed his chin. The news caught him off guard. Even though he was not deeply familiar with every detail of the original plot, he remembered this section clearly. Because it involved the Hyuga clan, the internal conflict between the main house and branch house, and the introduction of the caged bird seal. It was also where Hyuga Niji truly stepped into the story. Niji, the only one who died, Kenichi muttered with a yawn. Niji never really held hatred toward Hinata herself, but his father's death crushed his restraint and twisted everything. And among the shinobi of Naruto's generation, Niji was the only notable supporting character who actually died. The rest survived. Still, Kenichi felt Hisashi's death was tied directly to the third Hokage's choices. After all, Kumogakure had been arrogant enough to attempt kidnapping the Hyuga clan's main family heiress inside Konoha. Put plainly, it was like breaking into someone's home and trying to snatch their daughter away. What would a normal person do? Explode in rage, call for backup, and beat the criminal until they could not crawl. Yet the envoy from Kumogakure still shouted, caused a scene, and acted like Konoha owed them an apology. If it were anyone else, letting those hidden cloud shinobi leave Konoha in one piece would already count as mercy. But faced with that arrogance, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, weighed the risk of restarting the war with Kumogakure and the number of shinobi Konoha would lose. In the end, he compromised. He even demanded the Hyuga clan hand over a so-called murderer. And the result was that Hisashi, the younger twin, died in place of his older brother. From a political standpoint, it avoided the risk of war, Kenichi said quietly, shaking his head. But it also damaged the unity of the village's clans. It was a questionable move. Yes, it reduced the immediate danger, but it also reeked of weakness. The will of fire became a joke, at least to the people who had to pay the price. Whether Hiruzen's decision was right or wrong had been argued endlessly later, and Kenichi had no interest in joining that debate. What interested him was something else. Still, the plot's already been warped in a lot of places, Kenichi thought, eyes narrowing. Will Kumogakure's envoys even dare to reach for Hinata this time? Now that he understood why Konoha was tense, he stopped worrying. He used the disguise technique, turned himself into an ordinary villager, and slipped into the village. Coming back into Konoha almost felt like returning home. Almost. The moment he entered, he saw several squads of shinobi sprinting past. Kenichi stepped aside quickly. They were not coming for him. If they were, their movement would be sharper and more targeted. These teams were clearly racing toward the village gates. The military police force. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha police actually showed up. So they were part of the escort and welcome detail for the Kumogakure delegation. Kenichi blended into the crowd and watched with curiosity. Soon, ANBU began appearing one after another. After them came the village's leadership, including the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, along with elders like Mitokado Hamura and Yudetane Koharu. Among them was a man in traditional Uchiha clan attire, someone Kenichi had never met, yet his position in the formation made the identity obvious. Fugaku Uchiha. Kenichi watched with open interest. This was not an everyday sight. What a big welcome, Kenichi murmured. If this is just an envoy from Kumogakure, why would the third Hokage bring this many people? And then the answer clicked. Diplomacy was not something you handled casually. The status of the visiting party determined the status of the welcoming party. It was a matter of treatment, of rank, of message. If Kumogakure sent a normal envoy, Konoha might send a powerful elder to greet them. That alone would be respectful. If Kumogakure visited a small village like Yugakure in the land of rivers, then the Kage of that village might come out personally, simply because the difference in power was too wide. But for Kumogakure and Konoha, that was not how it worked. The third Hokage could not and should not personally greet a normal envoy from Kumogakure. Not when the two sides were only in a truce, not in a relationship of victory and defeat. Which meant. So it's the Fourth Raikage, eh? Kenichi's expression tightened. A Kage rarely entered another hidden village willingly, especially not when history between the two villages was blood-soaked. Even the 5 Kage summit needed neutral ground. But besides a Kage, Kenichi could not think of anyone important enough to force the third Hokage to appear like this. The next moment proved him right. The delegation arrived. And at the front, even from a distance, Kenichi could tell the leader was the Fourth Raikage. Kenichi's lips twitched. This was absurd. The Fourth Raikage actually came to Konoha. Kenichi did not keep watching. He scanned the area, melted into the crowd, and left with the other civilians. On one hand, ANBU and Root were maintaining order, and Kenichi was not interested in getting noticed during a security sweep. On the other hand, the Fourth Raikage was a monster. Sometimes the instincts of people like that made no sense at all. Kenichi had no desire to test whether he could feel something wrong through a crowd. So Kenichi went to eat ramen. This is shocking, he muttered as he walked down the street, but it makes things easier for me. Normally, shinobi patrols were everywhere. Now most of them were concentrated along the main road, because that was where the Fourth Raikage would enter. Anbu and Root were focused there too, watching for threats. Because at a moment like this, even a simple fire release technique that killed nobody could still ignite a war between Konoha and Kimogaku. Leaving that area was the smart move. If Kenichi stayed, he would eventually run into a thorough inspection. It would be detailed, meticulous, and annoying. And of course, when one side was heavily guarded, the inner village naturally relaxed a little. What surprises me is that the Uchiha police were assigned to security at all, Kenichi said quietly. He found Ichiraku ramen, ordered a bowl of tonkatsu, and sat down, thinking. He understood why Konoha would sometimes give the Uchiha visible responsibilities. It was a tool, both leash and decoration. But he did not expect Konoha to use them for welcoming Kimogaku's delegation. Fugaku must be pleased, Kenichi thought. He might even mistake it as a friendly signal, a sign that the village trusted the Uchiha. Kenichi's eyes turned cold. Konoha had not suffered a disaster severe enough to humble itself. Why would it suddenly become friendly? If most of Konoha's shinobi died, the intact Uchiha would not be rewarded. They would be exterminated even faster. So the most likely reason was obvious. Konoha wanted to display unity. They did not want the Fourth Raikage noticing the cracks inside the village, and they definitely did not want him noticing the Uchiha and thinking about recruitment. If Kimogaku poached the Uchiha, Konoha would lose both pride and resources. While Kenichi ate, a few civilians nearby chatted loudly. It's the Fourth Raikage this time, one man said nervously. Are we going to war again? No way, another replied, waving a hand confidently. I heard he's here to discuss cooperation. The second man glanced around, then leaned in and lowered his voice like he was sharing forbidden secrets. I heard from my neighbor's daughter's brother's wife's sister's husband that they might be here to deal with some kind of demon. Kenichi nearly sprayed his ramen across the table. These rumors were unbearable. And even if it were true, did they think Konoha and Kimogaku would unite to target some random villager? Ridiculous. If someone believed that, they might as well believe Obito suddenly figured out Madara's scheme and decided to kill Black Zetsu out of moral clarity. Kenichi finished quickly and left. If he stayed any longer, the two men were going to move from gossiping about the Raikage to arguing about which girl at the fire maple shop had the lowest price and the best service. He did not need that in his life. But where do I find Shisui now? Kenichi frowned. With the village on high alert, Shisui was probably assigned to guard duty. If he wore a mask, searching would be annoying. Then Kenichi spotted him. Shisui was buying 3-color dango with Itachi and a small brat. He was not wearing any special uniform at all. So Shisui had not been assigned a mission. Kenichi's gaze lingered a second too long. Shisui noticed. When Kenichi activated his 3-tomoe Sharingan, Shisui's expression shifted. Kenichi opened his mouth and silently formed the words. The usual place. Then Kenichi turned and left immediately. He was curious what the Fourth Raikage was doing in Konoha, but he did not care enough to dig into it. What mattered was what he had told Shisui, and how much free labor Shisui had managed to gather. And right now was the best time to leave the village. At the gate, the shinobi on duty stopped him. Why are you leaving the village at a time like this? Kenichi, still disguised as an ordinary farmer, answered calmly, I forgot my hoe in the field. The guard did not look surprised. He probably heard the same excuse a dozen times a week. The farmlands were large, and people often rushed home for dinner and left tools behind. Which field? The one I'm responsible for, Kenichi replied without hesitation. The section marked with the T-shaped number 3. He had lived in Konoha for years. Even back when he believed he might never become a shinobi, he learned how ordinary people survived in the village. He knew the farmland allocation system. The guard stepped aside. Go quickly, come back quickly. It'll be closing time soon, and nobody will open the gate for you no matter how long you shout. Kenichi flashed a fawning smile and hurried out, at least at the speed an ordinary farmer could manage. The moment he was out of sight, he dropped the disguise and burst forward, heading straight for the Valley of the End. He crouched on a tree trunk and waited. The waterfall's roar faded into the background as time passed. Shisui arrived. Kenichi jumped down, landing in front of him. On a day this important, you're not on a mission. Danzo ordered me to monitor the clan, Shisui replied simply. Kenichi almost laughed. That was Danzo's style through and through. He gave orders like chains, one link at a time, testing obedience. If Shisui hesitated or resisted, Danzo would tighten the leash and observe him more closely. Kenichi did not bother commenting. He got straight to what mattered. How many people are willing to leave with you? Shisui sighed, helpless. So far, I've only gathered 172 within the clan who are willing to leave Konoha and the Uchiha. He could not openly announce it. He had to probe first, test whether someone even had the thought of leaving, then cautiously bring it up. That kind of work was slow. Kenichi nodded. That's enough. 172 was a good number. More than enough to start. Check out my newly released fanfic today. Title, Harry Potter, Lord of the Starry Sky. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 181, Mini Nine-Tailed Fox Figurine. Chapter 181, Mini Nine-Tailed Fox Figurine. You are not a shinobi from our Uchiha clan, are you? Shisui suddenly asked. Kenichi raised an eyebrow, but he did not answer right away. Shisui, noticing something was off, was completely normal. Shisui was not an idiot. And since Kenichi had never shown him his true face, suspicion was inevitable. Why do you think that? Kenichi asked instead. He wanted to know what Shisui was thinking. Shisui's attitude mattered. If Shisui led those Uchiha away and then decided to scatter elsewhere, tracking down more than 100 people would become a headache. Because I checked the clan genealogy, Shisui said without hesitation. It records the fate of every missing Uchiha shinobi. None of the missing ones match you. Kenichi nodded slowly. He had overlooked something obvious. The Uchiha clan had a genealogy, and the most outrageous part was that it even recorded whether each member was dead or missing. Then let me ask you something, Kenichi said with a faint smile. How is Uchiha Madara listed in that genealogy? Shisui paused. His expression turned strange. He looked at Kenichi as if he wanted to peel him apart with his eyes and see what was underneath. Dead, Shisui answered. Kenichi understood. And Shisui's answer was technically correct. Nagato already had the Rinnegan, and Madara was indeed dead, his soul resting in the Pure Land. Besides, Madara was too dangerous. Even if someone wanted to use Edo Tensei, resurrecting Madara would be asking for trouble. Kenichi had never even considered it. Shisui's gaze sharpened. You are not about to tell me you are Uchiha Madara, right? If I were that foolish, I would not have lived this long, Kenichi said immediately, shaking his head. Madara was absurdly strong. What kind of joke was that? If Shisui grew suspicious and demanded proof, like opening a Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be a disaster. Kenichi waved a hand, cutting the conversation short. Stop digging into my identity. All you need to know is this. I have no ill intent toward the Uchiha, and I genuinely want to find a way out for them. If you do not believe me, you are free to walk away and end this cooperation. Shisui's eyes did not soften. He was clearly holding back more questions, but Kenichi did not have the patience to spend the whole day playing identity games. This was not about curiosity. This involved a clan, and more than 170 people. Shisui could not afford to be careless. If you are unwilling to reveal who you are, Shisui said, voice steady, then our cooperation ends here. He was serious. If it were only his own life, he could gamble. But now so many people trusted him, and he had to take responsibility for them. On top of that, Fugaku had entrusted Itachi and Sasuke to him. That decision still puzzled Shisui. In his eyes, the clan head had better options. Why place such a heavy bet on a plan this uncertain? Rather than pinning everything on the outside, it would make more sense to rely on Fugaku himself. Shisui did not fully understand it, but the task had been placed in his hands, and he intended to carry it to the end. Kenichi paused. Then he lifted a hand and dispelled the face disguise, peeling it away with the disguise technique and revealing his true appearance. Shisui was not bluffing. Without an explanation, their cooperation would collapse. And since Shisui had already suspected Kenichi's identity was abnormal yet still came this far, it proved Shisui truly wanted an escape route for the clan. Kenichi. Shisui recognized him instantly, and his eyes widened in shock. Amamiya Kenichi. This also explained a lot. During their last meeting, Kenichi had been able to speak clearly about Root and Konoha's stance toward the Uchiha. Information like that could easily have come from Orochimaru. Still, one thing bothered Shisui. Why could those three tomoe Sharingan activate and deactivate at will? Shisui's eyes turned dangerous. You are not planning to take us out as test subjects, are you? He remembered clearly. Last time, this man had taken several Uchiha away. With the infamous reputations of both Kenichi and Orochimaru, it was hard not to doubt what would happen next. Kenichi did not dodge it. He answered frankly. The previous ones were for experiments. You are not. Shisui's feelings twisted into something complicated. For a moment, he did not even know what to say. Kenichi was, honest, in a way that was almost uncomfortable. Kenichi continued calmly. After the clan leaves, all they need to do is take missions and earn money. They will not be assigned to an operating table. Right now, he had no intention of dragging the Uchiha onto a surgical bench. If he wanted to, he could have kept hiding his identity, or simply abducted people from Konoha directly. He could even push Danzo toward accelerating the plan for the night of extermination, because Kenichi understood Danzo's thinking well. With the current situation, it would not be surprising if Danzo acted sooner rather than later. Shisui frowned. Are you sure? Kenichi found it amusing. You are not naive enough to think a single promise makes the world safe, are you? No wonder Danzo played you like a flute. I have given you another option. Whether you take it or not is your choice. Kenichi almost laughed. In the adult world, what was a guarantee worth? Words like I promise, I swear, trust me only worked on people who cared about integrity, and even then, only when fear and greed were not involved. If Shisui could be comforted by a simple assurance, that peace of mind would be far too cheap. Shisui let out a long sigh. He had felt a flicker of relief earlier, and it almost made him relax. But Kenichi's bluntness snapped him back to reality. And strangely, that bluntness also made Shisui feel more secure. Kenichi was not trying to hypnotize him with comforting words. Their cooperation continued like this. Kenichi noticed Shisui looked desolate, almost lonely, as if he were carrying a weight he could not share. Kenichi did not ask. He had enough problems of his own. 172 people were far too many for a normal hot air balloon. It would be much simpler to build an airship. A large one could carry all 172 away in a single trip. Shisui is still a kid, Kenichi thought, exhaling slowly as he rubbed his face. It is normal for him to be a little naive. At least today's confrontation had cleared the air. It reduced the chance of future misunderstandings turning into disasters. Better to solve problems early than let them rot. I calculated it. There is less than a week left until the agreed time, Kenichi murmured. If I go back to the land of rice fields now, it will be tight. But not going back was not an option. To pick up the Uchiha that Shisui gathered, Kenichi needed preparation. Even if Shisui seemed willing, a last-minute change of heart would be a nightmare. And Kenichi also needed to modify the airship. So he found a hot air balloon, took off from a secluded spot, and used wind release to push himself back toward the land of rice fields at high speed. As he approached the laboratory area, he saw smoke rising in the distance. Kenichi's lips twitched. This is interesting. Was Sasori exploding again? When Kenichi landed, he found parts scattered everywhere, and the surrounding terrain had been blasted into a hill, as if someone had tried to sculpt a mountain using pure spite. Sasori, Kenichi said, unable to hold back, have you considered changing your research direction? In just a few days, the flat land had been turned into a mound several meters high. Sasori wiped dust off his face and grabbed Kenichi excitedly, dragging him forward. I feel like I am almost there. Kenichi looked around. It did look more successful than before. The parts that used to be scattered everywhere were now gathered inside the valley. Sasori's persistence in carving out a crater through repeated explosions was, in its own deranged way, admirable. Look, Sasori said, carefully pulling out something small from his body. This is what I made. Kenichi leaned in, curious. Sasori was holding a tiny object, something like an ultra-miniature nine-tailed fox figurine. Kenichi stared. So his breakthrough was making a nine-tailed fox figure. Then Kenichi heard a faint, strange clicking sound. He looked down and saw the miniature fox start to move. It took a few stiff steps on the ground, its 9 tails twitching awkwardly as if each one had its own opinion. Kenichi was genuinely impressed. It had hands, feet, and 9 tails, yet it still managed to walk like it had been cursed with a tremor. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 182, Preparing a Big Treasure for Obito. Chapter 182, Preparing a Big Treasure for Obito. You did not use puppet strings. Kenichi stared at the tiny 9-tailed fox figure in Sasori's hand. There were no chakra threads attached to it at all, yet the little thing was still moving on its own. Yes. Sasori lifted it carefully. I discovered this during research. It seems the 9 tails chakra can give metal a faint sense of sentience. For now, it can only crawl. It cannot do anything else. Up close, it looked like an ordinary piece of metalwork. Pale green, strangely textured, and completely out of place. And yet it moved, taking stiff little steps, crawling in a way that made Kenichi feel like it was trying to escape its own body. Why not make a bigger one and put more 9 tails chakra into it? Kenichi asked. He remembered Sasori had bought a lot of 9 tails chakra from him. Because I do not know how this metal was made. Sasori sighed, then explained the whole process. During one of his explosions, he accidentally found an unusually hard metal with a peculiar color fused onto some of his parts. He scraped it off and carved it into a miniature 9-tailed fox. Normally, that would have been the end of the story. But when he used Nine-Tails chakra, he did not realize a small amount seeped into the sculpture itself. Then the thing started moving. The problem was, Sasori could not reproduce the metal. He tried blowing things up again and again, but he could not find that pale green material a second time. This is probably some kind of alloy, Kenichi said, thinking aloud. 2 or more metals reacted and fused under the explosion, or fused with something else, and that is what caused this effect. That was as far as his certainty went. There were countless possible alloys, and he could not even confirm whether the color came from a foreign substance mixing in during the blast. Sasori's eyes held a rare hint of anticipation. Kenichi, what do you think? Kenichi shook his head. I have heard of methods that can analyze metal composition. If you know what it is made of, you can try to recreate it. Then he paused, expression turning flat. But the ninja world does not have the instruments for that. Even if I know the idea, we cannot do it here. Our technology is behind. Then you have no solution? Sasori asked, clearly unwilling to accept it. Not right now. Kenichi glanced at the little fox again. Let me look through some materials. My teacher's library has plenty of books. Maybe there is something useful. Sasori did not press further. He had already vented most of his frustration through explosions anyway. Then, as if remembering something, Sasori asked, Kenichi, has the leader contacted you? Kenichi blinked, then shook his head. No. I have not received any telepathic message from Pain lately. Sasori frowned, sinking into thought. Then be careful, Sasori said quietly. I do not know why, but a newcomer in the organization seems to care about you. Oh. Kenichi chuckled. A newcomer who cares about me. What is this, fan mail? He wears a swirl mask, Sasori said. His code name is 3. He seems very interested in you. When the leader pulled me in earlier, it looked like 3 had some connection to him. Kenichi's smile did not change, but his mind moved faster. There were not many masked figures in the Akatsuki. The most famous one was Toby. All right, I got it, Kenichi said lightly, waving a hand. Probably just a newcomer trying to show off in front of a senior. He laughed once, loud and casual, then left. Back inside Orochimaru's base, the humor drained from Kenichi's face. Toby being interested in him meant one thing. Obito was interested in him. Kenichi stood in the bright laboratory, but his thoughts were already far away. Obito was a boss-level threat. Kamui was ridiculously practical, and Obito could even enter Kagaya's dimension later. Someone like that taking interest was never a compliment. What is he after? Kenichi muttered. He did not have much direct connection to Obito. Even if Kenichi had shown strength, it should not have been enough to make Obito focus on him. The Eye of the Moon plan had not been disrupted by Kenichi either. By logic, Obito should not care. So the most likely reason was Kakashi. Did he notice something wrong with Kakashi's eye? Kenichi's gaze sharpened. Only Kakashi's Sharingan would be worth Obito's attention. Kenichi reached to his waist, touching the sealed container where he kept the Mangekyo Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi. It looks like this needs to stay hidden, he murmured. He had not taken it out for study lately, and he had no intention of transplanting it. Kamui was powerful, but it already had an owner. Kenichi had no interest in using it until he got Obito's other eye. Then another thought struck him, sudden and sharp. Right. I almost forgot what I planned before. He had wanted to throw a thermobaric explosive into the Kamui dimension, a special gift for whoever lived there. Before, he had been too busy, and too broke to waste expensive materials. Now, he finally had the chance. The only issue is this thermobaric explosive. Kenichi looked down at the block in his hand, swallowed, and walked out of the lab. At that moment, the door opened from the other side. Orochimaru stepped in. He had sensed movement in the laboratory and assumed someone had entered. He did not expect his disciple to be leaving again, and definitely not with that in his hands. Orochimaru's face darkened the moment he saw it. Only after Kenichi disappeared down the corridor did he let out a slow breath. This disciple is excellent in every way, Orochimaru muttered, except he insists on doing experiments that could blow up the base at any moment. He sighed, rubbing his temple. It is just like my old laboratories. Kenichi, of course, had no idea he had been promoted on Orochimaru's internal list of hazards. He was already inside his bomb disposal lab, setting up the next test. Infusing Sage Art Fire Release Chakra is not a problem, Kenichi said, jotting down notes, but what about lightning release? He hesitated, conflicted, but after recording the particle density and rough distribution inside the thermobaric explosive, he tried again, feeding lightning release chakra into it. As expected, it detonated. The blast slammed Kenichi into the wall. The shockwave pressed against him so hard it felt like the room tried to throw him into the air and keep him there. This power. Kenichi sucked in a breath, eyes bright with excitement. It increased a lot. The explosion was clearly stronger than before. Part of it might have been because the blast room was sealed. Thermobaric explosives were terrifying in enclosed spaces. Still, he had not expected it to jump this much. The explosive itself was not huge, only about 3 times larger than what he usually used. He had brought 3 sets of experimental charges with him, and this one was not meant to be anything insane. So this method only allows one type of sage chakra. Kenichi rubbed his lower back. The blast had been violent, but he had layered defensive ninjutsu before starting, so he was not injured. He stared at the wrecked section of the lab and fell into thought. The change in particle density is what lets fire release chakra merge into it, he murmured. Lightning release triggers detonation. But is it because only fire works, or because it can only accept one chakra nature, and the wrong one explodes? He narrowed his eyes. What if I compress the explosive after infusing chakra? Kenichi's heartbeat sped up. If I compress it until the spacing between particles matches the earlier successful state, then maybe. He was ready to continue. Then a problem he had ignored finally surfaced. If he threw thermobaric explosives into the Kamui dimension, would that expose him? After all, only he could deliver that kind of special attack on command. Kenichi's mouth curled slightly. Disguises are easy, he said. I can make a puppet, draw a picture of Rin, stick it on, and toss it in. Obito would absolutely notice a puppet with no era Rin's face. He would get curious. He would go over to look. And then the big treasure beside it would explode. Kenichi imagined the moment and nodded in satisfaction. That scene should be beautiful. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Sasori, do you want the doll to be realistic or not? Chapter 183, Sasori, do you want the doll to be realistic or not? Kenichi remembered a story he had read once. A general was walking at night when he spotted a fallen tree blocking the road ahead. Curious, he went over and found words carved into the bark, but in the darkness he could not make them out. So he raised his torch, leaned in, and finally saw the writing clearly. Then, in the next instant, he was gone. Hopefully this trick works on Obito too, Kenichi muttered, rubbing his hands together. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he became. That old guy only cares about Rin. He does not care about anything else. Obito's obsession had never been subtle. From start to finish, his dream had been a world where Rin no era still existed, even if it meant poisoning his own teacher and dragging the entire world into a nightmare. Calling Rin his absolute goddess would not be an exaggeration. Under that premise, even if Obito noticed an unfamiliar puppet inside his Kamui space, his first reaction would not be to flee. He would freeze. He would stare. He would hesitate, even if only for a heartbeat. And that was all Kenichi needed. If Obito paused for even a moment, the thermobaric bomb beside the puppet would detonate and deliver a truly unforgettable surprise. Still. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. If Obito is cautious, I should raise the success rate. A voice. If the puppet could scream in Rin's voice, something like, Obito, save me, then Obito's instincts would drag him straight into the trap. With that thought, Kenichi immediately went to find Sasori. When it came to puppets, Sasori was the professional. Realistic ones too, the kind that could make your skin crawl if you looked at them for too long. Kenichi arrived in a hurry and found Sasori assembling something that looked like a robot, parts spread everywhere like a dismantled nightmare. Sasori glanced up, then listened to Kenichi's request. His expression turned strange. You want a puppet that looks almost exactly like a real person? Yes. Kenichi nodded without hesitation. A woman. I do not have a photo, but I can draw her. Her age is about. Sasori wiped sweat from his brow and waved a hand. That is fine. But do you want me to add some extra functions for you? This is not for combat, right? Kenichi blinked. Extra functions. What functions? It is not for combat. He genuinely did not understand. This puppet did not need to fight. It only needed to make a sound. Ideally, it needed a recording function and an automatic playback function. That was it. Sasori's face remained serious as he continued, as if discussing weapon specifications. Then how do you want the tightness? Sasori asked. Do you want it to feel more realistic, or less realistic? Kenichi stared at him, a single question mark forming in his mind so slowly it almost hurt. Tightness. Before Kenichi could respond, Sasori continued with the same calm tone. And if you want it softer, I can use the best materials. The texture can match a real one. Kenichi went blank. Good heavens. He never would have guessed that Sasori, with that stern face and those serious eyes, had this kind of hidden skill. No, Kenichi said quickly, half laughing, half choking on his own breath. I just want a normal puppet. Add a recording function and an autoplay function. That is enough. If Sasori kept going, Kenichi felt like he would be framed for crimes he had not committed. Sasori paused, then coughed lightly, finally realizing he had misread the situation. Ah. Easy. Just give me a rough sketch. Kenichi immediately drew one. For the body, he only sketched the general outline. Rin was still a girl, so there was not much to exaggerate. Still, Kenichi's mind flashed to certain memories from his past life, and he quietly swallowed the rest of the thought. In a big forest, there were all kinds of birds. People came in all shapes. That was normal. As for Rin's face, Kenichi remembered it clearly. Those people who posted daily videos about Obito and Rin's so-called love story had practically burned it into his brain. If anything, he remembered Rin's face more clearly than Tsunade's. Of course, what stood out most about Tsunade was not her face. It was her absurd chest. Kenichi handed the sketch over. Can you do it? Sasori studied it for a moment, then lifted one finger. One day, he said confidently. I will give you one that is almost indistinguishable from a real person unless someone looks closely. He sounded completely certain, and to him, it was not even a challenge. Without combat functions, this was basically leisure work. Great. Kenichi patted Sasori's shoulder, genuinely relieved. Thank you, Sasori. Now all he needed to do was finish the thermobaric bomb, then toss both the doll and the explosive into the Kamui space. As for whether the Kamui space would be damaged, Kenichi was not worried. That dimension could swallow even the all-killing ash bones without showing any damage. If a thermobaric bomb destroyed it, then the Kamui space had simply been too weak. Obito, Kenichi sneered, looking down at the materials in his hands. I was not even planning to deal with you yet. He had reasons for that. Black Zetsu did not die, so the Eye of the Moon plan would continue. Even if Obito fell, another puppet could rise to take his place. Water, fire, it did not matter. And Madara, the real monster behind everything, was still resting in the Pure Land. If Black Zetsu noticed something wrong and forced a resurrection with Rin rebirth, the situation would become far more troublesome. Kenichi had not intended to strike first. But if Obito was already taking interest in him, then Kenichi had no reason to wait politely. He had prepared pressurized explosives many times before, so the setup went smoothly. The only problem was compression itself. After a few tests, he discovered something simple. Wet it, then press it. It was crude, but effective. Kenichi stared at the small thermobaric explosive in his hand and carefully infused it with Sage Mode Fire Attribute Chakra. Nothing happened. No instability. No detonation. No reaction. It worked, Kenichi said quietly, expression complicated. I did not think combining chakra and explosives could be this simple. He had spent too long treating the idea like an impossible wall. In the end, it was his own thinking that had been restrictive. But now comes the main event. He tried compressing it again using the same method. Almost immediately, he sensed the particles inside becoming more active, more unstable. Kenichi paused, then a thought struck him. Water release. He gathered water attribute chakra into his palm. As it seeped in, the explosive settled, returning to stability. Kenichi remained cautious. He layered several defensive ninjutsu on himself before continuing. Compression succeeded. He had just created a thermobaric explosive containing both water and fire properties. Lightning release. Kenichi tested it. A flash of white swallowed his vision. Flames erupted, and the blast slammed him into the wall again, like the room wanted to turn him into a permanent decoration. Hiss. Kenichi rubbed his lower back when the smoke cleared. This explosion was weaker than the previous one. At least the pain was not as intense. So adding water release lets me compress it a second time, he muttered, but it weakens the overall power. Compression with water was feasible, but the water attribute chakra inside was now a problem that refused to disappear. Kenichi frowned, then thought of another possibility. What if I use fire release chakra to heat it and evaporate the water while compressing? He tried it. And got welded to the wall for a second time. The fusion of water and fire chakra caused detonation, and the heat at close range instantly scalded his arm. Blisters rose in an ugly line. On the bright side, Kenichi said through clenched teeth, staring at his arm, the power at the epicenter really did increase. He popped the blister with practiced efficiency, sprinkled medicinal powder over it, and the injury improved almost instantly. Still, this was not the effect he wanted. Kenichi tried studying other attribute combinations, but none worked. This compressed explosive only accepted fire attribute chakra. Everything else either destabilized it or failed entirely. He did not fully understand why, but he had gained something valuable. A fire release technique in the shape of a stored, long-lasting thermobaric bomb. Kenichi rubbed his face. Fire release, thermobaric bullet. He immediately rejected it. If he kept naming things like this, he would end up as hopeless as the Fourth Hokage. Kenichi shook his head and offered a far more dramatic alternative. Fire release, God Destroyer. His goal was to kill Obito with it. If it actually succeeded, the name would be unforgettable. By the time he finished refining that special thermobaric bomb, the next day had arrived. Kenichi left his lab and went to find Sasori. The moment Sasori saw him, he pulled a puppet from behind his back and presented it without ceremony. Kenichi froze. Wow, he breathed. The doll was lifelike. Not lifelike in the usual puppet sense, but lifelike in the way it could fool your eyes at a distance. Only by staring closely could you spot faint marks on the body. Even the limb joints were hidden beneath clothing, making it hard to notice anything strange. This is insane, Kenichi said, genuinely impressed. Sasori's expression remained calm, as if he had just finished carving a wooden spoon. Kenichi's mind, however, immediately ran in a very different direction. If Sasori had been in Kenichi's previous world, he would have been a tycoon. Imagine a life-size Mai Sakurajima or Yuno Gasai stepping out of fiction, standing in front of someone, looking like a living person. How much would the truly dedicated spend? And beyond that, how much would wealthy people pay to recreate a dead lover, a lost family member, someone they could not let go of? Kenichi had seen stories before. A rich woman had her dog preserved as a specimen so it could stay with her forever. Another paid for genetic testing after a dog's death, and somehow that dog ended up richer than countless people. It was absurd, but it was real. Sasori's skill was tailor-made for those kinds of desires. Set a threshold, 30 million per custom doll, and the wealthy would line up. Add luxury services and custom options, and no one with money would blink. Sasori tilted his head, then casually said, if you had the means, it would be better to find the skin of a decent living person. Kenichi's lips twitched. Kenichi had been thinking about business. Sasori had been thinking about flaying people. No need. Absolutely no need, Kenichi said quickly. Where is the recording function? Sasori pointed at the puppet's neck. Kenichi pressed the spot, and a faint beeping sound answered him. Sasori briefly explained the recording function, how to trigger playback, and the key details to pay attention to. Kenichi understood immediately. All he needed was a girl whose voice was similar to Rin's. Have her scream, Obito, save me, in a heartbreaking voice, record it, then set it to autoplay. As for what happened after the scream, Kenichi did not believe Obito and Black Zetsu could trace the girl through a single recording, but he still felt safer if there were no loose ends left behind. So he would silence her permanently. Kenichi accepted that with the same cold practicality he used for experiments. Obito, Kenichi said softly, smiling as he looked at the puppet. I have gone to ridiculous lengths for you. Then his smile sharpened. So could you please just die already? Next, he would build a biometric trigger device, something that could automatically activate the thermobaric bomb's fuse at the right moment. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Can the fusion of Sharingan particles unlock the 3 tomoe Magatama? Chapter 184, Can the fusion of Sharingan particles unlock the 3 tomoe Magatama? The biometric trigger was something Kenichi had put real thought into. At first, he considered making it a simple temperature recognition device, then quickly scrapped the idea. He could not be sure what Obito might toss into the Kamui space. A captured ninjutsu. A warm object. Something freshly pulled from outside. If the bomb went off for the wrong reason, it would be a ridiculous waste. So after weighing it for a while, Kenichi added stricter conditions. The detonation would only trigger when the temperature reached a normal human body level, and ideally, there would also be physical vibration. Both conditions had to be met before the fuse would activate. Would it kill Obito? Kenichi did not know, but he thought the odds were high. After all, when did Obito usually retreat into the Kamui space? Only when something sudden and dangerous forced him to. If he entered the Kamui space, saw a Rin nowhere a doll, and hesitated for even 1 second, that was more than enough time for Kenichi to hand him a painful surprise. As for building a body temperature recognition device, that part was not difficult. His teacher already had something similar in the lab. Kenichi only needed to modify it slightly. Once it was finished, Kenichi attached the trigger to the god-slaying thermobaric bomb. Then he disguised the bomb as a tree stump and added burn marks, making it look like the stump had been scorched by fire release. Next. Kenichi murmured. He headed down into the dungeon. Supplies were stored there, along with 2 Uchiha prisoners. Kenichi's eyes settled on the female ninja. The moment she noticed his gaze, she trembled and lowered her head. Come here, Kenichi said, smiling gently. I have something I need you to do. Her identity was convenient. After she recorded the line, she could be moved straight onto the operating table as an experiment subject. The only question was how much genetic information the shadow clones had managed to isolate so far. It would be perfect if they had already found something tied to the Sharingan. If they had not, it did not matter. This woman had other uses either way. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose, irritation flickering through his thoughts. His teacher's technique still needed improvement. Rewriting the genetic programming of every cell in the body had a mortality rate that was simply too high. It was far too risky. He could never use something like that on himself, which meant he still needed a solution. Hopefully, after finishing the elective course, he could obtain relevant knowledge, books, anything that would help him lower that fatal failure rate. Kenichi lifted his teacup to take a sip, then gestured to the woman beside him. Start. Say the line the way I taught you. The woman inhaled stiffly. Obito, save me. Kenichi almost sprayed tea directly into her face. It was not that her voice lacked emotion. It was worse. It was completely wrong. That was not a cry for help. That was a flat, awkward line reading. If someone claimed they heard the tone in a brothel, Kenichi would believe it faster than if they claimed it came from a battlefield. You idiot, Kenichi snapped, glaring at her. I told you it was a call for help. This is what you call a call for help. Are you running a fever? He already knew what she was trying. A honey trap did not only exist in his previous life. She was in his hands now, and if she wanted to live longer, or live more comfortably, she could only gamble with what she had. And yes, compared to Sasori's doll, a living Uchiha woman was naturally more convincing. Kenichi's expression turned cold. Let me make this clear. If you do not do it right, you will be the next one to die. The threat landed. She finally behaved. Even so, it took her a full 3 minutes of repeated attempts before she reached the tone Kenichi wanted, trembling, desperate, and sharp enough to slice into the heart. Once the recording was complete, Kenichi patted her shoulder, satisfied. Her face immediately brightened into a flattering smile, and she even tried to add a few suggestive gestures, as if eager to show her value beyond obedience. Kenichi smiled back. Then a red glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, her gaze went empty. Kenichi dragged her straight into the laboratory, sat down in a chair, and dispelled the shadow clones he had left behind with his teacher. A flood of memories surged into his head. After a short, familiar moment of dizziness, Kenichi steadied himself and sorted through the information. A large number of genetic samples had been isolated, but it still needed testing to determine which ones were truly tied to the Sharingan. In total, 36 groups of genetic data shared the same distinctive characteristics. All of them were unique to the Uchiha. If the Sharingan gene existed as a specific component, it should be buried somewhere in those 36 sets. A thought suddenly surfaced. Wait, Kenichi muttered. If I implant another subject's Sharingan particle into this woman's amygdala, could she advance? He had examined his own brain before. The Sharingan particle in his amygdala was quite large. Shisui's had not been directly observed yet, but when they met, Kenichi had obtained Shisui's blood. He had not handed it over. He planned to test it in his own lab. If he involved his teacher, he would need an explanation. Even though Shisui and Obito were both Uchiha, their genetic data differed greatly. His teacher would absolutely notice. So it was better to do it here, in his own space. Before that, Kenichi casually dug the Sharingan particle out of the woman's amygdala. As for the woman herself, Kenichi reduced her to ashes with fire release. Letting her die painlessly inside the illusion was his small act of mercy. Someone like her could not be allowed to live. If she were rescued later, things would become annoying in all the wrong ways. System: after the Sharingan particle in the amygdala of experiment subject 1 was sutured together with the Sharingan particle in the amygdala of experiment subject 2, the subject displayed extremely unstable emotions. Kenichi glanced at the man strapped to the operating table. The man's expression was bizarre, swinging between laughter and tears, as if his mind could not decide what he was feeling. There was no pattern, only chaos. Kenichi tried channeling yang-release chakra into the subject's amygdala to help stabilize and repair it. Instead, the subject's emotional spikes hit a peak even faster. Kenichi looked at the filthy operating table and his lips twitched. Fine. He would tolerate it for now. The fusion of 2 Sharingan particles had clearly triggered additional problems. The second subject's emotions became far more extreme, more prone to violent swings. Kenichi decided to replicate the previous stimulation experiment. He gathered a large amount of chakra and used it to stimulate the Sharingan particle inside the subject's brain. Almost instantly, the subject lost control of his bladder and began trembling uncontrollably, his entire body shaking as if the fear response had been ripped open and left exposed. The amygdala began to change color. An overclocking phenomenon. Kenichi immediately switched methods, stimulating the hippocampus and hypothalamus with release chakra. The change was immediate and horrifying. The subject's brain began to swell. Kenichi instinctively stepped back. A heartbeat later, the brain exploded. Kenichi exhaled slowly, staring at the mess coating the laboratory. It seems that 2 Sharingan particles can speed up emotional perception, he said, voice flat, but it also makes the brain unable to handle that level of emotional fluctuation. He sighed. More cleaning. More disinfection. Kenichi stepped carefully, boots sinking into things he did not want to identify, and approached the remains. The brain had exploded, but strangely, the amygdala itself had not. It had simply been overcooked, emitting the unmistakable smell of roasted tissue. Kenichi curled his lip. Naruto on the tip of your tongue. He cut open the amygdala and examined it. The Sharingan particles inside had fused. But the fused result was still smaller than the Sharingan particle in his own brain. A bolder thought followed naturally. What if I keep adding Sharingan particles? Kenichi's eyes narrowed. If I push the size and force repeated fusion under stimulation, could it break through and evolve into a 3-tomoe Sharingan? There was still an obvious gap in the fusion of 2 particles. But what if he added a third? Could that third piece lock into place, complete the structure, and open a path toward evolution in this unstable state? Kenichi looked away, already calculating the cost. That would require a large number of test subjects. He frowned. The people Shisui is bringing cannot be used. But other Uchiha should be fine. If that was the plan, then he needed a steady supply. How did he obtain a large number of Uchiha consumables from Konoha without personally walking into the village and dragging them out? Kenichi called a cleaning attendant, then went to shower. He had dodged in time, but some fluid had still splashed onto him. Once he was clean, he went to find his teacher. After thinking it through, the simplest solution formed naturally. Let Konoha do it themselves. Root was the perfect tool. He only needed to toss out bait and let Danzo bite. He could even push Danzo to launch the Night of Extermination earlier. Would that not send a massive batch of experimental materials straight to his door? And it would also sow deeper distrust between Shisui and the village, making Shisui more determined to leave. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the bait, Kenichi had already chosen it. He touched his eyes. He had mastered the ability to freely switch the Sharingan on and off. He did not believe Konoha would ignore that. The Sharingan is powerful, Kenichi said softly, smiling. So why does nobody transplant it? There were 2 main reasons. One was pressure from the village and the clan. The other was practical. Non-Uchiha could not shut the Sharingan down. It would drain chakra constantly, turning the eye into a permanent leak. Was the Sharingan strong? Of course it was. Kakashi had built a legend on it and earned the name Copy Ninja. But Kakashi's stamina had always been a weakness. In that sense, the Sharingan looked almost useless in the wrong hands. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Orochimaru, my teacher is really getting worse as he gets older. Chapter 185, Orochimaru, my teacher is really getting worse as he gets older. Of course, there was also real fear of the Uchiha. Even in decline, the Uchiha were still a terrifying clan. Who, without serious strength, would dare covet their eyes? And it was not just the Uchiha. Every other bloodline clan was watching too. If Konoha could treat the Uchiha like this today, who was to say the Hyuga would not be next tomorrow? What about the Ino Shikacho families? That was exactly why, even if Danzo wanted to carry out the Night of Extermination, he needed Itachi to take the blame. Otherwise, it would tear at the village's unity. And the 3rd Hokage would never sit back and allow it. Kenichi hummed a tune as he headed to his teacher's laboratory. The moment he stepped inside, though, he froze slightly. Orochimaru had returned to his original form. Kenichi felt a faint, instinctive discomfort. His teacher had been walking around looking like a blonde little girl before, and now he looked like this again. The whiplash was hard to ignore. Kenichi, Orochimaru said, eyes narrowing. His tone turned serious. You came at the right time. I have something to show you. Kenichi was curious, but he did not interrupt. He simply walked over. Look at this. Orochimaru handed him a document. Kenichi took it and scanned the pages. It was a cooperation letter sent from Konoha. It was long. Very long. And judging by the handwriting and tone, it had been written by Hiruzen himself. The opening was filled with concern for Orochimaru and for Kenichi. Then it rolled smoothly into the will of fire, once again praising its righteousness and necessity, as if the paper itself might burst into flames from the sincerity. Then Hiruzen casually mentioned recent events in the village, commented on Orochimaru's old home, even described some scenery. Kenichi did not understand the point at first, but the mocking curve at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth made the meaning obvious. Then Kenichi's eyes landed on a section that mentioned him. Your apprentice Kenichi's house is still well preserved by the village. People come every day to clean it and take care of the plants on his windowsill, just like before, Kenichi read aloud. Now he understood exactly why his teacher was smiling like that. This was Hiruzen's handwriting. First he praised Orochimaru and Kenichi, then he carefully avoided bringing up their past mistakes, and instead started reminiscing. It was terrifying. Kenichi knew a rule of life. If someone you barely talk to suddenly reaches out after years of silence and starts chatting about the good old days, there is a very high chance they want to borrow money. Or they are about to get married. He had lived this. An old classmate, someone he spoke to maybe once or twice a year after graduation, suddenly started messaging him non-stop about university life. Kenichi played along for a bit, until the classmate sighed dramatically about how hard things had been lately. Then came the real request. A loan. 50,000. Kenichi had nearly laughed himself sick. They had not truly spoken in 7 or 8 years, and now the man was acting like Kenichi had a private gold mine in his backyard. So when Kenichi read Hiruzen's letter, he immediately knew what was coming. The third Hokage was subtly reminding them that the village still cared for their former homes. It sounded small and harmless, but the real message was clear. Konoha was warm. Konoha was forgiving. Konoha was a home they could return to at any time. Then came the main point. Hiruzen mentioned that he had met Kenichi last time, and that Kenichi had even taken Anko away, causing some negative impact in the village. But Hiruzen was willing to forgive. He was willing to forget. He even offered research funding. Only at the very end did he finally reveal what he truly wanted. I have great trust in Orochimaru's research abilities and I am very interested in your research on bloodline limits. If you can produce results, it will improve your chances of becoming the 5th Hokage in the future. I wish my disciple good health. Kenichi nearly gagged. He truly was not used to Hiruzen's style. It was beyond awkward. It was almost painful to read. And that final line, I wish my disciple good health, made Kenichi want to laugh out loud. Teacher's kindness. Student's filial piety. A perfect little story for the history books. Teacher, Kenichi said with a crooked grin, activating his 3 tomoe Sharingan, the third Hokage has taken a liking to me, huh? Orochimaru glanced at him, snorted, and sipped his tea. What else would he want? Orochimaru said, amusement flickering in his eyes, along with something sharper. Disappointment. It is called a bloodline limit. The Sharingan is one too. Orochimaru's gaze grew colder. My teacher really is getting worse as he gets older. The man who once dared to stand against the second Hokage had become a competent politician. Worse, he had started playing games with his own students and disciples. If Hiruzen had simply been direct and said he wanted Kenichi's ability to activate and deactivate the Sharingan, then offered a deal, Orochimaru might have respected him more. Instead, he used soft reminiscing, grand promises, and gentle hints. It left a bad taste. Still, my eyes were honestly a coincidence, Kenichi said, scratching his head. It happened while I was working. I skipped a lot of steps, so I can't even claim it was clean research. No need to rush, Orochimaru replied, waving a hand. Experiments take time. That is normal. He sounded calm, but there was clear delight underneath it. Kenichi having this opportunity was a good thing. And Orochimaru did not truly value the Sharingan itself. With the reanimation jutsu in hand, if he ever wanted to do something extreme, he could even become an Uchiha in the most literal way. Teacher, Kenichi asked carefully, do you still have any Sharingan here? Yes, Orochimaru answered. But they are all single tomoe. Kenichi said nothing, only asked for a pair of those single tomoe eyes. He had an idea. In his view, organ transplantation in the shinobi world was unbelievably crude. He still remembered how Obito had given Kakashi his eye. He had simply torn it out and shoved it in. Watching it made Kenichi's scalp tighten. And yet Kakashi had survived, and even more absurdly, he could use the Sharingan afterward. It was a miracle. In Kenichi's previous world, organ transplants were complex and strict. First came donor matching. Even with high compatibility, rejection was still a danger, which meant anti-rejection drugs and careful monitoring. Then there was the surgery itself. Blood vessels had to be connected with precision. But the eyeball itself was not something you could truly transplant in a way that restored vision. Why? Because nerves did not reconnect like that. The human eye was not a simple detached organ. It was tied to vessels, nerves, and the entire system behind it. Sometimes blindness could be treated with procedures like retinal replacement, but if the whole eyeball was gone, the best you could do was a prosthetic. A prosthetic was cosmetic. It did not give sight. And yet here, in this world, shinobi treated eyeballs like spare parts. Attach one, use medical ninjutsu, and suddenly it worked. How? Kenichi muttered, half amazed and half annoyed. If my old world had this, nobody would ever go blind. Orochimaru watched him with interest. What are you planning to do? I want to study this eye transplant process, Kenichi said with a smile. It is not a waste of time. The airship preparations were already being handled by his shadow clones, so he was not worried about that side of things. Even if he said it 100 times, Kenichi still wanted to scream it. Shadow clone technique truly was a divine skill. No wonder the shinobi world produced so many geniuses. If you were talented enough, shadow clones let you cheat time itself. All right, Orochimaru said, not pressing him further. Bring me a copy of your report later. Konoha already had mature medical ninjutsu that could handle this kind of issue. But if Kenichi wanted to research it, then fine. Kenichi agreed immediately, smiling as if this were just another casual test. Then he added, with a meaningful look, by the way, teacher, we do not have enough research materials here. Orochimaru understood instantly. They did not have a supply of Sharingan here. Konoha did. If Konoha wanted results, then Konoha would have to provide the eyes. I understand, Orochimaru said calmly, taking another sip of tea. In a few days. He had no intention of exposing the lab's location, so he would retrieve the materials from elsewhere. Kenichi left with the pair of Sharingan, already planning his approach. If he could directly connect the blood vessels and the optic nerve, that would be ideal. The only pity was that during his earlier experiments, he had forgotten to preserve the Sharingan of those two test subjects. One had been reduced to ash. The other had his head blown apart. There was nothing left to extract. Some of that was wasted, Kenichi sighed. Next time, we need to squeeze out every last bit of value before we destroy them humanely. Check my newly released fanfic again today. Title, Naruto, Infinite Reincarnation. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, the people of the ninja world and the people of my previous life are two different species. Chapter 186, the people of the ninja world and the people of my previous life are two different species. The third Hokage is really greedy. Kenichi stared at the test subject on the operating table, then shook his hand and picked up the single tomoe Sharingan set aside next to him. To be honest, he had not expected Hiruzen to come knocking on his door this early. But the more Kenichi thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, Hiruzen was Tobirama's disciple. And Tobirama's attitude toward the Uchiha had never been subtle. A student being influenced by his teacher was normal. If anything, it was proof that a teacher's shadow could stretch frighteningly far. The reason Konoha had not moved against the Uchiha sooner was complicated. Part of it was political. The Uchiha were one of the two founding clans of Konoha. Part of it was practical. As troublesome as the Sharingan could be, it was still a monstrous combat asset. It boosted dynamic vision, let a user copy hand seals, and even enabled genjutsu. In terms of versatility, it was hard to top. The problem was always the same. Most outsiders could not turn it off. The chakra drain was relentless. And with the Uchiha clan still present, very few people dared to openly use stolen eyes. But now things were different. Kenichi injected the test subject with anesthesia. After watching the men sink into deep sleep, he finally began the operation. Organ transplantation was never a simple surgery. An eye transplant was worse. In Kenichi's previous life, it was not even considered a real option. It was simply impossible. But this was the shinobi world. Here, strange and unreasonable techniques existed everywhere, and medical ninjutsu could patch together problems that should not be patchable. Kenichi felt his odds were not low. Removing the eyeball was only the first step. The real nightmare was blood vessels and nerves. The eye socket was small, the space was tight, and trying to perform delicate work inside it was like threading a needle while someone tried to stab you with a kunai. When the operation ended, Kenichi wiped the blood off his hands and looked down at the half-conscious test subject. "How do you feel?" he asked casually. The man's eyes were unfocused. His expression twisted with pain. "I feel so tired, and my eyes are sore," he cried, clutching at his face like he wanted to tear the discomfort out with his fingernails. Kenichi's expression tightened. That reaction killed a thought he had been entertaining. He had briefly considered using himself as a test case. Now he abandoned that idea without hesitation. "I should check again," Kenichi muttered, irritation creeping in. "It is hard to say if I missed something." The most terrifying part of surgery was always this kind of situation, where something inexplicably appeared, or something inexplicably vanished, and you only realized it after the patient started screaming. He needed answers. If shinobi could survive in a world this brutal, then their bodies might not be built like ordinary people at all. That would also explain why true medical specialists were so rare, and why people like Tsunade had to walk a path that fused raw power with medical skill just to survive the pressure. The eye was an absurd organ. It let a person see the world. Every nerve mattered. Miss one connection, and you could trigger a chain reaction of problems. Kenichi focused on what he had observed during the transplant attempt. The 3 tomoe Sharingan he had examined earlier had 3 extra nerves. And when he inspected the test subject, an ordinary person, he could not find those extra nerves anywhere else. Maybe I can try using medical ninjutsu to stimulate autonomic nerve connections, Kenichi sighed, continuing the tedious, high-precision reconnection process. I really should have consulted Tsunade back then. His annoyance was not only with the difficulty. It was with how absurd the shinobi world was. In his old world, nerve reconnection was the kind of thing that made doctors sweat through their coats. Here, people casually swapped eyes in the middle of a battlefield and then went back to fighting. Kenichi's thoughts jumped, sharp as a scalpel. Now I need to attach Obito's eyes and give him a big gift. His gaze drifted to the thermobaric bomb he had crafted, sitting safely in its container. He smiled with the kind of kindness that belonged in a nightmare. Kakashi's transplant had happened immediately, in the most brutal way possible. Yet it still worked. That success, compared to these preserved Sharingan that had been removed who knew how long ago, was almost a miracle. Most injuries in this world could be treated with medical ninjutsu, and specializing in it did not immediately boost combat strength the way ninjutsu or taijutsu did. That alone explained why medical development lagged. Still, if he wanted real progress, he needed to compare bodies. He needed to dissect shinobi and civilians. He needed a shinobi world anatomical diagram, not a memory from his old life. My eyes hurt so much. They hurt so much. They really hurt so much, the test subject howled, scratching at his eyes like he wanted to gouge them out himself. Kenichi remembered the moment he had noticed the 3 extra nerves. However, he muttered, rubbing his face, I do not even know if the nerves in my wrist are like that. If I want to solve these mysteries, I have to try again. Kakashi being able to use the Sharingan normally was not proof of elegance. It was proof of luck. Now Kenichi finally understood why Kakashi could not turn the Sharingan off. With that kind of transplant method, being able to use it at all was already an outrageous stroke of fortune. So all the guys in the shinobi world are basically vegetable people, Kenichi snapped, then immediately corrected himself with a grim smile. No. I am one too. Even while complaining, he still shoved the Sharingan into the man's eye socket. He used medical ninjutsu to seal and heal the wound around the eye. Then he forced the test subject awake. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan had been in Kenichi's possession for a long time. But he had concerns. He needed to know if his own eyes could be perfectly reattached after he was finished with Obito's Mangekyo. Kakashi could use Kamui, so Kenichi had once assumed the process would be simple. Now he was no longer so confident. Fortunately, these steps can be handled by shadow clones, Kenichi decided, his tone firm. Dissection does not require much technical skill. It is just an eyesore. He did not intend to personally oversee the repetitive work. It was perfect for clones. They would do the counting, the cutting, the recording, and he would still receive every memory. That also allowed comparative experiments to run in parallel. The results were consistent. There really were 3 extra nerves. Kenichi did not know why. They were simply there. Compared to the Uchiha, an ordinary person's optic nerve structure was missing 3 connections in the eyeball. Dissecting and counting nerves did not require genius. It required patience, and it was painfully repetitive. That was exactly why Kenichi delegated it. What? You have been poisoned. Learn about the technique of extracting small lesions. The thought flashed through his head like a bitter joke. Fortunately, some blood vessels could be pulled for connection, which lowered the difficulty slightly. But the deeper he went into the work, the more absurd it became. Some nerves inside the eyeball were a disaster, and because of improper preservation over time, a few had even atrophied. Even then, there was no guarantee every nerve could be successfully connected. Worse, Kenichi discovered something else. His teacher had removed these eyeballs with extremely violent methods. What? You are injured? Palm healing technique. Kenichi almost laughed, then swallowed it down. He needed to answer a core question. Were shinobi bodies different from civilian bodies? Did shinobi have special organs, special nerves, special structures that made them fundamentally different? It was worth exploring. Kenichi could only stare, a question mark practically forming in his mind. So the Uchiha clan can no longer be considered human, is that it? If those extra nerves were only for transmitting chakra, it would be understandable. Chakra could be mobilized throughout the body, after all. But Kenichi could not shake the feeling that these 3 nerves might serve another purpose. The Sharingan evolved from single tomoe to 3 tomoe through chakra and emotion. And when Kenichi looked at those extra nerves, a cold thought surfaced. Maybe the humans of this world and the humans of his previous life were not even the same species. He used his 3 tomoe Sharingan the same way he would release a jutsu. Chakra gathered in his hand smoothly, as if the eye itself was part of a broader internal system. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. Would my teacher have what I need? In this area, Kenichi was still a novice. Orochimaru was not. A long time passed. The test subject nearly woke once during the procedure, forcing Kenichi to administer anesthesia again before trouble could start. It was always like this. Before one mystery was solved, another appeared. And the truth was, Kenichi had never truly dissected human bodies before. Deep down, he had assumed the people here were built the same way as people in his old world. He treated the work the same way he treated rice improvement. He handled the initial research and the theory. The rest was thrown to shadow clones. Otherwise, if he did everything himself, it would take years just to move one step. But now another concern surfaced. If a single tomoe Sharingan had 3 extra nerves, what about the Mangekyo? If the nerves did not match, then after he used Obito's Mangekyo, he would have to put his own eyeball back in and reconnect blood vessels and nerves again and again. That was not a risk he wanted to discover the hard way. With his logbook in hand, Kenichi hurried to his teacher's laboratory. The moment he entered, he saw Orochimaru examining an arm. The arm was necrotic. Strangely, it also had bruises. That was unsettling. Teacher, Kenichi asked, genuine curiosity slipping through his usual composure, what is that thing in your hand? The scene made him oddly nostalgic. When Kenichi had first become his teacher's test subject, Orochimaru had examined his arm in much the same way. Orochimaru did not look up. The arm that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, replaced. He sent me this arm. His voice remained calm, as if he were discussing vegetables from the market. I asked for it. I was also curious why the compatibility was so high, yet the arm died so quickly. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. That was terrifying. After the test subject received a single tomoe Sharingan, he became manic, experiencing intense, unbearable pain and repeatedly attempting to gouge out his own eyeballs. Kenichi rubbed his eyes. Even with his Sharingan active, his eyes felt tired. How should these neural networks be connected, he muttered. Blood vessels are one thing, but these nerves. He pinched the bridge of his nose, headache building. He had expected difficulties. He still had not expected this. No wonder shinobi never consider these details, Kenichi said under his breath. It is too troublesome. With medical ninjutsu this convenient, it was normal for medicine to advance slowly. People rarely build ladders when they can already jump walls. Still, Kenichi needed answers. What did the 3 extra nerves do? What did they transmit? Were they tied directly to chakra? Using the Sharingan from single tomoe to 3 tomoe required chakra. That was undeniable. Kenichi looked at the concept in his mind again, and the conclusion kept returning. The people of the shinobi world and the people of his previous life were likely not the same species. He set his logbook down and looked at Orochimaru. Teacher, do you have anatomical diagrams of civilians and shinobi? Orochimaru finally glanced at him. After a brief pause, he nodded toward the archives. Look for it there. Kenichi exhaled slowly. Before he could solve the mysteries of the Sharingan, he first had to understand the bodies trying to hold it. Check my newly released fanfic again today. Title, Naruto, Infinite Reincarnation. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, What? The 8 Tails attacked Konoha. Chapter 187, What? The 8 Tails attacked Konoha. The teacher really does have them. Kenichi flipped through the book in his hands. Setting everything else aside, his teacher truly was born for research. Anatomy diagrams like these had plenty of uses, but very few people would bother to draw them specifically, let alone in such detail. Yet Orochimaru had done exactly that. The diagrams were comprehensive, cleanly organized, and almost obsessively complete. As expected, the neural networks of civilians and shinobi are different, Kenichi muttered, eyes scanning the pages. But he calls this thing the chakra pathway system. According to Orochimaru's notes, there were real structural differences between shinobi and ordinary people. Shinobi had more of these so-called chakra pathway system throughout their bodies. To Kenichi, they looked far closer to nerves than anything mystical. The diagrams were also split by gender, with separate male and female anatomical charts, each one just as detailed as the other. But there's nothing about the nerves behind the eyeball, Kenichi said, frowning slightly. He tapped the area where the eye and brain were shown, noticing the lack of labels. Did he not notice them, or do ordinary shinobi not have those extra connections in their eyes? It felt like Kenichi had wandered into a private library, the kind only a true researcher would ever build. His teacher's work was broad, meticulous, and unreasonably practical. Kenichi gathered the documents and left the archive, returning to Orochimaru's lab with the papers tucked under his arm. "Teacher, I have a question," he said. "What is it?" Orochimaru replied calmly, looking at him with steady eyes. Orochimaru usually answered questions without holding back, except when it came to certain special jutsu. For example, the reanimation jutsu. That was his ultimate taboo. Even Kenichi knew better than to poke at it casually. "It's this," Kenichi said, pointing at the diagram. "Have you done any research on the nerves behind the eyeball? The networks in the eye and brain aren't marked here." Orochimaru glanced once, then understood immediately. "Oh, that." His tone was indifferent, almost bored. "Those nerves are connected to the brain. They break easily. I ran an experiment before. Breaking one or two didn't have much impact, so I didn't bother marking them." Kenichi froze for a beat, then felt both amused and exasperated. So that was the whole reason. No wonder the teacher barely noted it. If Kenichi had not tried eye transplantation today, he would never have guessed the Uchiha eye structure could hide 3 extra nerves compared to ordinary people. Still, even if it left him with questions, this anatomical work was a huge help. Now he only needed to confirm one thing, whether those extra nerves existed in all shinobi, or only in the Uchiha. "It looks like you found something interesting," Orochimaru said, watching him with clear curiosity. "You have that look. Teacher, please look at this." Kenichi handed over the lab report he had just finished, then sat down across from him. Orochimaru began reading. Kenichi, meanwhile, instantly regretted sitting there. It was not that he was distracted easily, but his teacher clearly had not adapted to his current body very well. Especially not with the outfit he had chosen. Kenichi only glanced down for a moment as he sat, and his eyes caught a painfully distinct pattern. Blue and white stripes. For a second, he felt oddly dazed. Teacher's current appearance, could there be a problem with the development of the reanimation jutsu? The thought rose, then he immediately buried it. That subject was off limits. Kenichi wisely kept his mouth shut, lifted his tea, and drank as if nothing was wrong. As for the posture, he decided not to correct it either. If he did not deliberately look for it, he could almost pretend he had not noticed. After a short while, Orochimaru lowered the report. "You mean the Uchiha Sharingan has 3 extra nerves compared to ordinary people?" he asked. "Yes," Kenichi said. "Compared to other shinobi, Uchiha have 3 more nerves in their eyes. But it's still unclear whether all shinobi have special eye structures, or if it's unique to the Uchiha." Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smile. He understood Kenichi's real intention perfectly. Kenichi wanted supplies. Fast. When it came to experimental materials. "Do you remember the Hyuga we used before?" Orochimaru asked suddenly. Kenichi paused, then a face surfaced in his memory. That Hyuga illegitimate son, the one who had somehow avoided being branded with the caged bird seal despite not being from the main family. Kenichi still remembered him. "Of course," Kenichi said. "But he was about to die, wasn't he?" "He is," Orochimaru replied calmly. "Do you want him?" "If you do, he's yours. You can even study the Byakugan." He picked up his teacup, poured himself another cup, and took a slow sip as if he were offering spare tools, not a living person. Kenichi felt temptation flicker through him, cold and precise. A Hyuga was perfect material. He could study the Byakugan, and he could dissect and compare a Hyuga body to a civilian body to see what truly changed with a bloodline limit. He nodded decisively. Orochimaru smiled again. "But I'm not giving him to you for free," he said, lifting a brow. He crossed his long legs, fair skin catching the light with an almost distracting clarity. "You know what I mean. Is there something you need me to do, teacher?" Kenichi asked. He understood. Orochimaru was an excellent teacher, but he was also strict about reward and exchange. If Kenichi wanted resources, he would pay for them. The good news was that Orochimaru kept his word. Unlike the kind of bosses who made grand promises and never delivered, Orochimaru would give exactly what he offered, as long as you met his conditions. "There is," Orochimaru said. He tossed a file across the table. Kenichi caught it, opened it, and saw 2 profiles inside. The first was a boy with an ordinary face and glasses. The name, however, made Kenichi's eyes sharpen. Kabuto Yakushi. The second file belonged to a woman. Yakushi Nono. Kenichi looked from the file to his teacher. So that was the game. Teacher, Kenichi said slowly, do you want me to recruit these two? Something like that. Orochimaru's answer was casual. Kabuto has potential. He's young, but he's completed several missions well. More importantly, he has the talent of a medical ninja. After leaving Route, Kabuto had already entered Orochimaru's sight. Smart. Efficient. Useful. As for Nono, she's a bonus, Orochimaru continued, tone almost dismissive. I'm not particularly interested in her, but she matters to Kabuto. If she's in our hands, controlling him becomes simple. His smile deepened, calm and chilling. And if necessary, he added, she can die. Then the resurrected version can be dangled in front of him. A carrot works best when it is just out of reach. Kenichi did not react outwardly. Inside, he quietly admitted the logic was clean. That kind of leverage would make someone work until they dropped, without complaint. All right, Kenichi said. I understand. But I have things to handle first. I may need to wait a while before I go. No rush, Orochimaru replied. Danzo isn't planning to kill them yet. Kenichi nodded, closed the file, and prepared to leave. That was when someone hurried to the lab door. It was Shirori. Kenichi glanced at her. Since she had survived the genetic programming, she had become Orochimaru's secretary. Easy work, a salary, holidays during festivals. In this world, that was practically a dream job. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Amamiya. Shirori knocked, then entered only after Orochimaru allowed it. What is it? Orochimaru asked, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Shirori spoke quickly, her voice tight with urgency. Lord Orochimaru, according to intelligence, a conflict has broken out within Konoha. The Eight Tails has appeared in Konoha and launched an attack. Kenichi's mouth slowly fell open. What? What did she just say? The Eight Tails attacked Konoha. That meant Kyuki. No, that meant Killer Bee. How was that even possible? Kenichi had just seen the current Fourth Raikage, among the Kumogaku delegation. Under those circumstances, how could the Eight Tails possibly storm Konoha and start attacking? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 188, The Intrigue and Power Struggle Surrounding the Peace Talks. Chapter 188, The Intrigue and Power Struggle Surrounding the Peace Talks. Konoha truly is a powerful and wealthy place, Third Hokage. Facing a head-on, Hiruzen smiled warmly, the kind of smile that made people relax, and made enemies want to grind their teeth. Inside, he was already cursing. That brute actually came to Konoha in person. Did he not fear he would not make it back out? The war between Kumogaku and Konoha had only recently ended. Under normal circumstances, peace talks were straightforward. Kumogaku would send representatives, present their terms, and the Leaf would negotiate accordingly. Hiruzen had been prepared for that. What he had not prepared for was the Fourth Raikage himself showing up at the Land of Fire's border like he owned the road. Even worse, A only revealed his identity right before crossing into the Land of Fire. That single move forced Konoha into a long, tense internal discussion about why he came, what he wanted, and whether this was an opportunity to kill him. Of course, the suggestion to assassinate the Fourth Raikage was shot down immediately. Danzo, the one who brought it up, left the meeting in a sour mood. He even called Hiruzen a coward more than once afterward, clearly regretting that the village did not take the gamble. The Fourth Raikage's courage is admirable as well, Hiruzen said aloud, taking a slow puff from his cigarette. Smoke drifted through Konoha's streets. A forced a smile and looked around. Villagers stared openly. Some watched him with curiosity. Others glared with raw hatred, their resentment so obvious it could have been a jutsu of its own. Those people rarely lingered long. Masked shinobi would appear, guide them away, and the street would return to a tense calm. The dark underside of the Leaf, and the reach of Root, did not care whether a citizen's anger was justified. Ha ha ha. I came to negotiate, A said, laughing loud enough to shake the air. His thick muscles trembled with the motion. Kumogaku's shinobi forces are ready as well. It was a threat dressed up as confidence. A was not worried about Kumogaku's safety. B was still stationed with the Land of Lightning shinobi army, and the village also had the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Even if someone tried something foolish, Kumogaku would not collapse. Fugaku said nothing. He was only here as an observer. Unless the Third Hokage called on him directly, he had no reason to speak. Still, A's words left him conflicted. On one hand, being threatened on their own soil was humiliating. On the other hand, considering how Konoha had treated the Uchiha, a small, ugly satisfaction stirred in his chest. But the clan was still in Konoha. If the village suffered, the Uchiha would suffer with it. If the skin is gone, where does the hair cling? Fugaku understood that truth well. Yet when he thought of Shisui's situation within the clan, his mind drifted again. He did not know whether Shisui's path was right or wrong, but remaining in Konoha, the strongest village in the shinobi world, felt suffocating. The village was like a massive net, trapping the Uchiha like fish in deep water. It was trying to drag them into every problem, every compromise, every stain. What should I do? Fugaku's distress sat heavy behind his eyes. Danzo, meanwhile, wore an icy expression that made his mood obvious to anyone with sense. Hiruzen glanced at A again, a hint of helplessness flickering across his face. Offending Kumogakuer and risking a new war was not a price he was willing to pay. So he swallowed it. Still, he could not simply let a swagger through Konoha without consequence. If he did, Danzo would be pleased, and that was its own kind of headache. More importantly, too many eyes were watching. So Hiruzen smiled wider and struck back with words. I heard Kumogakuer was attacked by the heavenly demon, he said pleasantly. Do you need Konoha to send a construction team to help with repairs? A's expression turned grim in an instant. What are you so smug about, he snapped, teeth grinding as he remembered how much money the village had been forced to pay. You were attacked by the heavenly demon too, were you not? Hiruzen laughed, as if he had heard a joke. But our village was not attacked. A took a deep breath. If he let this continue, that old fox would repeat that sentence every chance he got, and the insult would spread with it. So A forcibly steered the conversation back to the peace talks. Hiruzen's smile faded into something sharper. This part mattered. It was the village's lifeblood, its reputation, and its future. That night, bright moonlight washed over Konoha. In the darkness beyond the barrier, an enormous figure moved, and a pair of blood-red eyes opened like a curse. Back in Orochimaru's base, Shirori delivered her report with urgency. According to our informant, the Fourth Raikage was discussing compensation with the Third Hokage when the Eight Tails launched an attack from outside Konoha that very night, she said. Kenichi's expression went blank. So why did the Eight Tails attack Konoha? Then Shiori's tone shifted slightly, emotion breaking through her usual control. And it was confirmed that the Sharingan appeared in the Eight Tails' eyes. Kenichi froze. Sharingan. Manjikyu. At the moment, only one person in the shinobi world came to mind as someone capable of forcing a tailed beast into submission. Obito. But it still made no sense. That was B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, a perfect host. Before Naruto earned Kurama's approval, B was widely considered the most stable and complete Jinchuriki alive. Even Obito had waited for Kushina's childbirth to act, because only then would the Nine Tails seal weaken enough to exploit. So where did he find the nerve and power to seize control of the Eight Tails at its peak? Sharingan. Orochimaru's interest finally surfaced, sharp and real. He did not care about Konoha being attacked. He had already betrayed the village long ago. What caught him was the method. The three tomoe Sharingan cannot do that, Orochimaru said, eyes narrowing. I have heard that Madara, Hashirama's close friend, had far more powerful eyes, Orochimaru continued, rising to his feet. The Manjikyu Sharingan. He paced slowly, thoughts moving in circles that always returned to the same point. He had worked with Danzo many times. He had handled countless Uchiha samples. But among everything he had ever obtained, the highest level he could confirm was the three tomoe Sharingan. He had never once seen the Manjikyu up close. That meant he could not say with certainty what kind of eye had controlled the Eight Tails. Teacher, Kenichi said, do you remember the night of the Nine Tails? He did not need to explain further. When the Nine Tails rampaged that night, there was a moment when its eyes held the Sharingan as well. That had been Obito's doing. Even when control was broken, Kurama's hatred for Konoha would have driven it to continue destroying the village anyway. But the Eight Tails was different. B would never be ignorant of what an attack like that meant. If the Eight Tails struck Konoha, then only one possibility remained. B had been manipulated. Yes, Orochimaru replied. When the Nine Tails first appeared, it also had the Sharingan in its eyes. Then it was the same attacker, Kenichi said, voice firm. He was almost certain it was Obito. Unfortunately, besides Kenichi himself, the only ones who knew Obito still lived were Black Zetsu and the true White Zetsu, Tobi. No one else would believe it. Kenichi had nowhere to say it. What he could not understand was the purpose. Why waste so much energy controlling the Eight Tails to attack Konoha? To stir war between Kumogakuer and the Leaf? That would not work. Nagato had not begun the tailed beast collection plan yet. Kenichi did not believe Obito was unaware of that. So what was Obito trying to do? For the first time in a while, Kenichi felt events slipping out of his control. In his mind, his presence might have created minor changes, but the overall direction of the shinobi world should have stayed stable. His plan had been simple. Lie low. Build strength. Then, when the time was right, strike Obito and Black Zetsu with a decisive surprise attack and shatter the infinite Tsukuyomi plan completely. After the shinobi world unified, he would push technology forward, draw out the hidden Otsutsuki threat, elevate the level of life itself, and drag this world toward the stars. To Kenichi, the universe sounded far more appealing than endless village politics and knife-in-the-back power games. It seems the shinobi world is about to enter another turbulent period, Orochimaru said calmly. The report also noted that Konoha's damage was not severe. Their defensive barrier had just been upgraded, and with the third Hokage and the fourth Raikage intervening, the situation never reached irreversible disaster. Unfortunately, the intelligence ended there. It only stated that the Eight Tails vanished suddenly, and afterward, Konoha declared martial law. The message itself had been transmitted at great risk. If a real fight breaks out, the leader will start assigning those annoying missions again, Kenichi said with a shrug. I would rather things stay quiet. Kakuzu alone can make money. He genuinely disliked being sent out on pointless tasks. Too much movement, too little value. Then he remembered something else. By the way, teacher, how is Haiden doing with what I gave you before? When he had gone to Yugakure, he had brought Haiden back and handed him over. Kenichi did not know how far Orochimaru had taken the research. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, excitement flashing across his face. Excellent, he said. His body is extremely peculiar. I extracted something remarkable from his spinal cord. He led Kenichi toward a sealed laboratory. The door opened. And the moment Kenichi stepped inside, he saw it. Haiden's head, pale and ashen, submerged in nutrient solution, floating like a grotesque specimen that refused to admit the concept of death. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, So Haiden Gave Up Thinking. Chapter 189, So Haiden Gave Up Thinking. If you became immortal, a lot of people would be interested. But if your immortality looked like Haiden's, then death would become a luxury. At least, looking at the despair in Haiden's eyes, Kenichi could tell the man had probably imagined dying countless times. Strangely enough, Kenichi even felt a trace of pity. If Haiden could die, it might actually be a mercy. But Haiden clearly could not die right now. His mouth had even been forcibly pried open, making it impossible for him to close it. Tisk, looks like you're stubborn. Kenichi could guess what had happened the moment he saw the setup. Haiden must have tried to kill himself by biting his tongue. That method showed up all the time in novels and movies, but later works used it less, because science had long since confirmed how unlikely it was. For one thing, the tongue is packed with nerves. Biting down is agony. Without an iron will, it is extremely hard to bite it off. Even if you try, the pain triggers the brain's protective instinct, making the body stop on its own. And even if someone managed to bite it off, it would usually only be a tiny piece. The human tongue is far longer than what people can see. Most people can only bite the tip. There are not many blood vessels at the very tip, so bleeding out is unlikely. Even if someone was ruthless enough to tear off their own tongue, the more likely cause of death would be suffocation, with blood and tissue blocking the airway. That was how it worked in his previous life. But the shinobi world was different. Shinobi here could hate hard enough to do it for real. If Haiden truly went for it, he could absolutely bite it off. Whether he would actually die afterward was another matter entirely. The moment Haiden saw Kenichi, he began struggling wildly. His mouth continuously filtered the nutrient solution, but he could not make a sound. The liquid flowed into his mouth, then slid back out through his throat. At most, it was like the jar was brushing his teeth. So lively. You still have plenty of energy, huh? Kenichi chuckled and patted the large container. Even in this state, Haiden was clearly trying to curse him out. In that case, he could stay inside and rest. Kenichi turned and walked away. The instant Haiden realized Kenichi was leaving, his struggles became even more violent. He tried to slam his head into the glass, but he was restrained too firmly to move the way he wanted. In the end, all he could do was thrash uselessly. When the door shut, Haiden's resistance finally began to break. He kept struggling, as if trying to force words out of a throat that would not obey him, but nothing came. Eventually, he sank slowly into stillness, floating in the solution. The laboratory lights went out. Darkness swallowed everything. Time stopped meaning anything. Haiden lost all sense of how long it had been. His brain and ears were filled with those damned sounds and sensations that never changed. He did not eat, yet he remained alive. And this life could continue forever. God, please let me be free. Haiden had never wanted to die so badly. Death meant sleep. It meant an end to suffering like this. But the god Haiden worshipped, Lord Jashin, gave no answer. Then Haiden gave up thinking. I thought you were going to use him for some kind of experiment, Orochimaru said, watching from the side. When Kenichi stepped out, Orochimaru smiled faintly. Kenichi shrugged. He was not some pervert who enjoyed being insulted. For a hard-headed fanatic like Haydn, short pain would not bend him. Only time, and the slow grinding of despair, would force reality into his skull. He's still full of fight, Kenichi said calmly. If you let him out, he'll just cause trouble. Kenichi had been curious about Haydn before. Haydn was stuffed with secrets, and there was always the chance to dig up something shocking. But now, Orochimaru had practically taken him apart piece by piece. Several research reports had already been produced. It was obvious Orochimaru was deeply interested in him. In that case, Kenichi had no need to run the experiments himself. He already had too many things to do, and not nearly enough time to spend on Haydn. But teacher, Kenichi said, glancing back toward the sealed lab, won't an environment like that eventually crush him completely and turn him into a living corpse? He had seen Haydn's current situation clearly. It was also a suggestion Kenichi had made earlier. For some prisoners, physical pain stopped working. But what if you built a cell that deprived them of their five senses and even stripped away their concept of time? No one came. No one spoke. Survival was not guaranteed day by day, only prolonged. How long could anyone endure that kind of pressure? Even Kenichi had not expected Orochimaru to use it on Haydn for amusement. That's fine, Orochimaru said, and his smile carried a quiet excitement. I'm testing what happens to someone like Haydn, someone who cannot die, when placed in that kind of environment. He had been interested in the answer for a long time. He had tried similar experiments before, but very few people lasted. Those who failed either broke and confessed everything, or chose to end their own lives. Of course, there were also those who endured. Orochimaru lowered his eyes to the experimental records in his hand and flipped through them. Among a long list of names that had been crossed out, one remained untouched. Nami Sarutobi. I've noticed the ones who endure always undergo significant mental changes, Orochimaru said, looking over his own summary. I'm curious what kind of result will appear if the experiment continues long enough. In truth, he had been imprisoning that person for nearly 2 years. Among everyone under his control, only that one had persisted until now. And now, Orochimaru continued, gaze drifting toward the laboratory where Haydn's head was kept, there's an even more special individual. His tone grew thoughtful. In a certain sense, this test subject can support an even longer experiment. Orochimaru intended to keep Haydn soaked like that for hundreds of years after he finished extracting the secret of his immortality, until he obtained the result he wanted. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 190, The First Appearance of the Airship. Chapter 190, The First Appearance of the Airship. Kenichi silently lit a candle for Haydn in his heart. The guy was genuinely miserable. Orochimaru had already achieved a kind of immortality and could even swap bodies. Under those conditions, Orochimaru's experiments were measured in centuries. What did that mean? It meant that if Orochimaru stayed curious, Haydn could be kept like that for 100 years, or longer. In silent darkness, there was nothing. No one to talk to. Nothing to hear. No way to speak. No way to move. Only darkness filling his vision. What kind of punishment was that? Maybe cars drifting in the sky would have something to say about Haydn's situation. But does that mean Haydn might eventually give up thinking? Kenichi glanced at the laboratory door. Orochimaru had gone too far. Aside from the monitoring instruments, there was nothing inside. Haydn could do nothing. After suffering that kind of torment for so long, it would not be strange if he chose to stop thinking. But in the end, what does this so-called giving up thinking even mean? Kenichi asked, genuinely curious. It sounded hard to grasp at first, but then a possibility surfaced in his mind. Giving up thinking might simply mean thinking about nothing at all. Emptying the mind completely. In other words, spacing out. Time flew when you spaced out. You would not even remember what happened in that instant. If it continued long enough, Haydn really might stop thinking altogether. This is too tragic. I'm actually considering offering incense for that guy, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. What was the point of a life like that? He was basically a stone. Even so, Kenichi had no intention of going over there to do it. From his understanding of the experiment, if he offered incense, Haydn could probably count how long it burned, and even track which side burned first every time. Teacher, could you share the results with me later? Kenichi asked seriously. He was interested in Orochimaru's experiment too. If the shinobi world had live streams, Kenichi might have even installed a night vision camera and broadcast the whole thing 24 hours a day. It would be boring, sure, but someone would watch it. He even remembered a video creator he once saw. The guy did nothing but grind an iron rod every day, claiming he would grind it into a needle. Kenichi had left a comment telling him that what he was grinding was probably rebar, and rebar was not turning into a needle. After all, if rebar could be worn down into needles by stones, it would cause a major upheaval in the rebar industry. Okay, Orochimaru replied, as concise as always. Seeing that, Kenichi did not add anything else. After saying what he needed to say, he left. Counting the days, it was almost time for Shisui to bring the Uchiha out. But the Eight Tails attack on Konoha had already happened. Kenichi had no idea what Konoha looked like now, or whether it would affect his plan. Hopefully my luck improves, Kenichi muttered, rubbing his temples. Otherwise I don't know how this story is going to develop. Things were moving differently than he had expected. Thankfully, they had not veered completely off course, but he still could not understand why Obito would waste so much effort controlling the Eight Tails to attack Konoha. Was it to provoke a war between Konoha and Kimogaku? But what was the point of that? Kenichi was curious, but he did not dwell on it. He was not a mind reader. Better to take it step by step and deal with whatever was in front of him. How's the airship coming along? He looked at the shadow clones working busily nearby. He had sent them out earlier to build airships. 170 people was a lot, and if they wanted to evacuate quickly, airships were the cleanest option. Yes, it risked exposing his methods, but the trade was worth it. If they tried to move by land instead, Konoha would catch up. They would lose people, and some Uchiha would inevitably die. That was not even the main issue. The real problem was Shisui. If the evacuation turned into a slaughter, Shisui could easily end up holding a grudge. So airships were necessary. When Kenichi asked, one of the shadow clones immediately dispersed. A surge of memories flooded into Kenichi's mind, and he understood the situation at once. The main body is finished, but you haven't assembled it yet. Kenichi pressed his fingers to his temples, exhausted, but he still forced himself to move. He needed to confirm one thing. Was the airship actually usable? After boarding, he lifted it quickly into the sky using his flight technique, then began testing stability and safety at high altitude. The results made him very satisfied. It works, Kenichi said, clicking his tongue as he stared at the scenery below. But I think I understand why nobody in this world ever bothered with simple flight. If the shinobi world had widespread flight, then barrier systems would need upgrades. Then ninjutsu doctrines would need upgrades. Then the whole structure of the world would need rewriting to stay coherent. Even Sasuke's escape would end up on a different storyline. Naruto chasing the Sound 4 while they fled in a helicopter, Naruto in a fighter jet, and Sasuke sealed inside a jar on the helicopter. What was that, some kind of ace combat? Would they be flying space fighters next? Even without fighter jets and helicopters, if Naruto chased Sasuke in a hot air balloon, the image alone was ridiculous. After confirming the airship's stability, Kenichi piloted it away from the land of rice fields and headed toward Konoha. To avoid being observed, he raised the altitude again. The higher he went, the thinner the air became, and the stronger the turbulence grew. Fortunately, an airship was still an airship. It had protective measures and sealed rooms. Kenichi did not have to worry about stepping out with a brand new hairstyle. I hope this goes smoothly, Kenichi murmured, leaning against the reinforced glass and staring down at the tiny town below. His expression was conflicted. p@trian.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 191, Naruto, do you want to become my apprentice? Chapter 191, Naruto, do you want to become my apprentice? By the time Kenichi reached Konoha, it was already the next morning. The rising sun poured light over the village and washed across the Hokage rock. And on that stone monument, Kenichi spotted a small figure. The three tomoe in Kenichi's eyes rotated as his Sharingan focused, and he quickly made out who it was. Naruto. The boy stood with his hands on his hips, breathing hard, then thrust a tiny fist toward the sun in a pose that looked far too heroic for someone his size. I know kids in the shinobi world grow up early, Kenichi muttered, staring at the sight, but being able to climb the Hokage rock at this age is a bit much, isn't it? Naruto was not even 3 yet, and he had already scaled the Hokage rock. It was baffling. Then again, this was the shinobi world. If something looked impossible, it usually meant you had not seen the worst of it yet. Kakashi had become a jonin at 12, after all. Kenichi's interest rose. With his Sharingan, he immediately noticed 2 ANBU tailing Naruto from a distance, clearly assigned to watch and protect him. It seemed Hiruzen valued Naruto more than he let the village believe. Unfortunately for them, those 2 ANBU were not impressive. Kenichi landed the airship far from Konoha, hit it carefully, left a summoning mark on it, and then flew straight toward the Hokage rock. He had not yet reached the time he agreed on with Shisui, so there was no need to rush into the village. Besides, Kenichi wanted a look at Konoha's attitude toward the Uchiha after the Eight Tails incident. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan in the Eight Tails' eyes was not something the older generation would fail to recognize, and Hiruzen definitely knew what it meant. Most importantly, Kenichi intended to take samples once a year to observe whether Naruto's genes would change over time. Naruto was the reincarnation of Asura. It was hard to say whether Naruto could develop something similar to Obito's situation. Those extra factors had already made Obito something more than a normal Uchiha shinobi. Fox, an ANBU wearing a tanuki mask, yawned, then glared at Naruto with open displeasure. What do you think that brat is doing climbing the Hokage rock this early? The sun had only just risen, but Naruto had not waited for daylight. He had come out while it was still dark. What was even harder to understand was that the third Hokage did not stop him at all, and even allowed him to climb the Hokage rock. This was the Hokage rock, a sacred monument carved with the faces of every Hokage. Yet the brat was stomping around on it like it was his personal playground. How would I know? The ANBU nicknamed Fox replied, clearly irritated as well. They had been watching this kid for a while, but they still did not understand why they were ordered to guard and monitor him. And with Naruto's reputation in the village, almost everyone disliked him, including Fox. Fox's wife had died on that chaotic, sorrowful night. If not for his own discipline and the Hokage's orders, he would not have wanted anything to do with the brat's morning adventures. Isn't it because he wants to get closer to the sunlight? A strange voice asked. Fox answered without thinking. How should I know? Then he froze. Something was wrong. Before he could sound the alarm, a pair of eyes filled his vision. For less than a heartbeat, Fox's mind went blank. That was all Kenichi needed. In that instant, Kenichi knocked him unconscious, then casually tied him to a nearby tree. Fox's partner fell just as easily. Both ANBU had already been distracted, and with Sharingan Genjutsu used as an ambush, taking them down was not difficult. Naruto, Kenichi called softly, smiling as he looked at the child sitting on the Hokage rock, staring at the sun as if trying to understand it. Naruto's life was outrageous. Kenichi could not fully understand why Naruto had not turned dark after growing up like this, but he had to admit it. Being around someone like Naruto was, in a way, comforting. Naruto's personality was almost unbelievable. A child that bright should not exist in a world like this. It felt too fantastical. And yet, that impossibility was exactly what made Naruto so unique. Still, Kenichi was far older than Naruto. He had no interest in being Naruto's friend. But another kind of relationship might be possible. Want some? Kenichi walked over, squatted beside Naruto, and produced a plate of fried chicken nuggets, still warm. Kenichi was picky about food and refused to suffer unless he had no choice. Unless a mission was urgent, or eating would expose something he wanted hidden, he always ate properly. He had made these on the airship to test its stability and resistance to heat. Being hungry had also been a very important reason. Huh? Naruto blinked, staring at Kenichi with pure curiosity. Uncle, who are you? It was the first time anyone had offered him food. Kenichi smiled. He had used a transformation technique to disguise himself, but the disguise was based on his original appearance, so it felt natural to him. Me. Just an ordinary ninja. Kenichi waved a nugget lightly. Naruto caught the smell, swallowed hard, and reached for it without hesitation. Kenichi watched, amused and a little concerned. Naruto trusted far too easily. At this age, he would eat almost anything a stranger put in his hand. Why did you come here alone to climb up so early? Kenichi asked, pulling out a grilled chicken wing and eating slowly. I wanted to see what the sun looks like, Naruto said seriously, wiping grease from the corner of his mouth. Kenichi glanced at him. Up close, Naruto looked like an ordinary child. His stomach was covered by his clothes, and nothing seemed unusual. But Kenichi knew what was sealed inside him. So, Kenichi asked, what do you think? I can't see it clearly, Naruto admitted, shaking his head and swinging his short legs as he sat on the stone. Kenichi found it oddly funny. Naruto was sitting right below the fourth Hokage's face. Was this, in a strange way, Naruto finally experiencing what it felt like to be held high by his father? Kenichi reached out and rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto tried to resist, but it was hopeless. Kenichi ruffled him until Naruto grew dizzy, then toppled over with a thud, sprawled out and completely disoriented. Kenichi lay down too, staring up at the sky beside him. Kid, he said, do you want to become my apprentice? Naruto's small eyes widened in confusion. Pepsi. What Pepsi? Kenichi paused, then decided not to correct him. He did not even like Pepsi. He preferred Coca-Cola. Unfortunately, neither existed here. He had drunk plenty in his previous life, but he had never memorized how to make it. Who did that? And even if he remembered a recipe, the exact proportions mattered. As for Naruto not understanding what apprenticeship meant, Kenichi did not mind. This time, he only wanted Naruto's hair and to leave an impression. Naruto was still too young. He had not even entered the academy yet. Of course he did not understand things like taking on a master. There was no rush. All Kenichi needed was the seed. You'll understand later, Kenichi said calmly. If things ever go badly for you, become my apprentice. I'll teach you what you need to chase your dreams. Kenichi pulled his hand back. A single hair rested between his fingers. Naruto's hair. I'm leaving, Kenichi added, glancing upward. If someone sees me, it'll get annoying. There was nothing above them, but Kenichi knew better. If Hiruzen decided to check on Naruto with his jutsu, Kenichi could easily end up in a mess he did not want. Naruto blinked and looked around. The uncle who had been beside him just moments ago was suddenly gone. Kenichi did not care much about the exact first impression he left. He had what he came for. And if things continued along his planned direction, Naruto would probably become his apprentice the next time Kenichi returned. After all, Naruto would soon learn that his talent with ordinary ninjutsu was terrible, that most villagers hated him, and that he would be isolated by nearly everyone. So if Kenichi replaced Iruka before Iruka truly entered Naruto's life, if Kenichi became the light in Naruto's heart first, what kind of Naruto would that create? Even Kenichi was not sure. He looked down at Konoha below, then at the Uchiha district, and finally turned away. Konoha was not a good place to sneak into right now. After the Eight Tails attack, security would be tightened everywhere. He just did not know whether the Kimogakure people were still inside the village. People's vision is always too short, Kenichi murmured as he moved through the forest. Unless the Akatsuki come crashing down from the sky, it's almost impossible to get the 5 great nations to unite willingly, so. If forming an alliance was difficult, then he would use a different approach. At that moment, inside a root branch base, Danzo Shimura looked down at Shisui with a greedy light in his eye. Shisui, Danzo said, voice low, there's something I need your cooperation on. Lord Danzo, Shisui replied, bowing his head as always, give your orders. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Even though Shisui's behavior looked normal, Root had already noticed something off within the Uchiha clan. There were signs of movement, subtle changes, hints of something being prepared. But Root still had not identified what it was. Danzo suppressed his doubt and spoke again. Do you remember the night the Eight Tails Jinchuriki attacked Konoha? I remember, Shisui answered immediately. The eye in the Eight Tails eye looked like the Sharingan of the Uchiha. It was more than similar. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Shisui saw it that night, he had gone cold. For an instant, he even suspected that a clan member had finally snapped and decided to break with the village completely. But the Eight Tails arrived, and although panic spread through the clan, it quickly calmed. Shisui also noticed something else. Root shinobi had surrounded the Uchiha. Fugaku wanted to go out and help, but Danzo ordered him back. Shisui had been confused about why he was pulled away, until he later saw the Fourth Raikage dark face at the scene and understood. His presence had not been for defense. It had been for blame. How pathetic. The village is very disappointed in the Uchiha, Danzo said, letting the words hang. Shisui lowered his head. Normally, he would have panicked. But right now, only coldness spread through him. The day he first met Kenichi, he had not fully believed Kenichi's words. After he returned, he tried to verify everything himself. He went to Danzo, hoping Root could help the Uchiha find a way out as quickly as possible. And what did he receive? The same excuses, over and over. I'm busy today. The Uchiha's contributions aren't enough. That old man Hiruzen won't budge. I'll try harder. Don't rush. Just do your job properly. And then what? It dragged on until now. Danzo still had not fulfilled any promise. Shisui suddenly realized how foolish he had been. He had actually expected someone like Danzo to keep his word and fight for a new future for the Uchiha, and he had offered loyalty in return. It was ridiculous. Lord Danzo, Shisui asked smoothly, hiding everything behind obedience, what do you need me to do? Danzo's smile sharpened. Because of the Eight Tails and the Sharingan, the peace talks between the village and Kimogakure have reached a stalemate, Danzo said. Naturally, your Uchiha will need to. He did not finish the sentence, but the intention was obvious. Danzo had already asked Orochimaru, and Orochimaru had said he could transplant many Sharingan into Danzo. The problem was simple. He needed Sharingan. And Orochimaru no longer had any. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Obito, you have to hold back. Do not reveal your true identity. Chapter 192, Obito, you have to hold back. Do not reveal your true identity. These sacrifices are necessary. Only when your clan contributes its strength to Konoha can the higher-ups truly accept you. Shisui lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling with a faintly playful look in his eyes. Interesting. They kept talking about dedication, but no one ever received anything in return. Empty promises, loud speeches about ideals and righteousness, and endless demands for sacrifice. And in the end, nothing. Shisui did not ask for much. He only wanted the village leadership to show even the slightest change in how they treated the Uchiha. Let more clansmen enter ANBU. Adjust their positions. Stop shoving them into the military police and pretending that was trust. That job offended everyone. It was the easiest way to make the whole village hate them. But Danzo gave nothing. He only kept repeating sacrifice, dedication, righteousness, as if chanting those words long enough would turn them into reality. Shisui took a slow breath. If that was all this village could offer, then the Uchiha truly had no future here. Why was the Hyuga accepted by everyone in Konoha? Because they had paid in blood before. Because they had endured hardships, taken missions, and earned their place. Shisui's eyes narrowed slightly. After realizing the masked man was Kenichi, Shisui had not wanted to cooperate. Kenichi was dangerous. His teacher was dangerous. If the Uchiha fell into their hands, no one could predict what would happen. But the Uchiha were already trapped inside a burning house. The flames were not roaring yet, but the smoke was already choking. Staying meant dying sooner or later. So why not abandon the house and start over? I'll be branded a rogue ninja, Shisui murmured. He pulled off his forehead protector, rose from bed, and stared at it in his hand. His expression was gloomy, but his resolve was sharper than before. If Danzo had given him even a little hope, Shisui would not have decided so quickly. But Danzo had given him nothing. Shisui stood and looked at the quiet home behind him. It was peaceful, almost gentle. And yet everything inside it sat under a heavy shadow. Not a single ray of light. Shisui exhaled, stepped forward, and pushed open the door. Sunlight poured in instantly, stretching his shadow long across the floor. He went straight to Fugaku. Clan head. Shisui bowed, then straightened, meeting Fugaku's eyes without saying anything else. Fugaku had just finished eating and was drinking tea. When he saw Shisui, his expression turned complicated. Come in, Fugaku said with a tired sigh. Have a cup of tea. If you are here, then it can't be something solved in a single breath. Shisui did not refuse. He sat where he was told. Fugaku poured him tea, and Shisui accepted it and drank quietly. Actually, Fugaku said after a moment, calm as ever, I have thought about whether you would give up. He glanced outside. The weather was beautiful. Birds were even singing. Shisui lowered his head, silent. But since you came, Fugaku continued, looking back at him, that means you already decided. Shisui was famous now. People across the village knew the Uchiha had produced a genius. Shisui of the body flicker. To think that a genius like that would abandon Konoha, stop fighting for coexistence, stop trying to negotiate, and choose a completely different road. It was hard to accept. Yes, clan head, Shisui said, his eyes heavy. I see no hope here. He had trusted Danzo once. He truly believed the village's darkness would offer the Uchiha a path forward, that the thin thread of goodwill Danzo showed meant something real. But after Kenichi spoke, doubt took root. Shisui began investigating. And the truth he found was bloody, direct, and impossible to deny. He had only refused to admit it before. Fugaku fell silent for a long moment, then looked at Shisui and spoke. Take Sasuke and Itachi with you. Shisui froze. He had expected many things, but not that. Mikoto. Shisui started, confused. We can't all leave, Fugaku said, reading the question in Shisui's face. If Mikoto and I leave as well, the remaining clansmen will rebel immediately. The village will treat it as open war. He paused, voice low. It is one thing for you to escape with people. It is another for the clan head to lead an exodus. Shisui understood. His throat tightened, but he only nodded. He rose and left without saying more. He still needed to gather comrades, and he already had a reason that would not raise suspicion. Danzo had ordered him to act. Root would not question him if he used that. As for escaping Konoha, Shisui had already chosen the route. He would slip out through the barrier nearest the Uchiha district. He never imagined the village's isolation of the clan would become their best chance to survive. Konoha had moved the Uchiha compound far from the village center, claiming it was to give them space to train. Now, looking back, it was obvious. It had been done to isolate them and make them easier to monitor. The problem was timing. Shisui did not know how many Uchiha he needed to bring. He did not know how quickly Konoha and Root would notice something was wrong. He did not know how fast the pursuers would be. And the meeting point Kenichi named was at the Valley of the End. How does that guy plan to get us out? Shisui thought, his mind tangled. He wanted to stay calm, but he could not. Too many lives were tied to his choice. And now the clan head had entrusted his 2 sons to him. The pressure on Shisui was heavier than ever. At the same time, Kenichi ran into trouble of his own. Senior Kenichi, I'm so happy to finally meet you. Kenichi stared at the excited figure in front of him, then at the 2-tone Zetsu standing beside him. His lips twitched. How did these 2 end up here? That was truly unexpected. Kenichi. Black Zetsu asked, sounding curious. What are you doing here? Kenichi could only chuckle. Did they think he was stupid enough to accidentally run into them in a place like this? Still, the 2 in front of him were a headache. The one acting like an idiot was obviously Obito. Kenichi could tell, but the mask blocked his Sharingan from reading what he wanted to see. He did not even know what the thing was made of. Annoyingly impressive. I'm collecting a few things, Kenichi said casually, then looked at Zetsu. But Senior Zetsu, who is this? Even though Kenichi knew exactly who Toby was, he still had to pretend he did not. Acting was exhausting. Senior Kenichi. I'm a new member of the organization. Just call me Toby. Obito declared, practically glowing, like a fan meeting his idol. Kenichi inhaled slowly, then rubbed his face. He really wanted to record this. Showing it to Obito in the future would be priceless. As if answering his wish, Kenichi pulled out a video recorder. Black Zetsu stared at it in silence, falling into deep thought. It genuinely did not understand why Kenichi suddenly had a video recorder ready. Toby, Kenichi said, voice bright with anticipation, can you do that line again? Obito stiffened for an instant. Then he forced himself back into character. Inside his head, he was practically screaming at himself. I am Toby. Not Obito. Hold it in. Do not expose your identity. Senior Kenichi, I'm so happy to finally meet you. Obito shouted again, even more exaggerated than before. Not bad, Kenichi said, looking at the footage, laughing harder. You really are a natural comedian. This was rare. A precious piece of Obito's embarrassing history. In the future, it would be very useful. The truth was always sharper when used as mockery. Why do you carry a video camera with you? Black Zetsu asked, unable to hold it back. Kenichi laughed without hesitation. I'm a researcher. Carrying a camera is normal, isn't it? Today's trip was already worth it. At the very least, he got Obito's dark history on record. And Obito had to maintain the Toby persona, this ridiculous comedic mask. Senpai. You're so cool. Obito yelled, his tone full of melodramatic enthusiasm. Kenichi almost lost it again. The contrast was too funny. One day, Obito would stand there cold and cruel, wearing the face of a man who believed his pain was deeper than the world's. And here he was now, shouting like this. Kenichi could barely keep his smile under control. Obito watched Kenichi laughing and had to take several deep breaths. He clenched his fists again and again. He had not felt this angry in a long time. Kenichi's laughter made him want to explode. But he held back. He only wanted to create a world with Rin. By the way, Kenichi said, turning the recorder off and looking between them, Zetsu, and this Toby, since you're here, would you be interested in doing me a favor? With free labor standing right in front of him, it would be a waste not to use it. He had been considering the best way to move his target, but with Obito and Zetsu here, it looked like the plan could change. Black Zetsu began, clearly unwilling. It had only come along because Obito wanted to investigate the matter of his missing eye. Kenichi simply smiled, then looked straight at Obito. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 193, Toby, you do not want your public image to collapse, do you? Chapter 193, Toby, you do not want your public image to collapse, do you? Do not worry, Senior Kenichi. Leave this problem to me, Toby. Obito patted his chest loudly. But the moment his eyes flicked to the video camera in Kenichi's hands, he nearly lost control. I should never have built a persona that worships Kenichi. Look at this disaster. He had created Toby as an idiot fanboy to get close, to probe, to investigate the missing Sharingan. Instead, Kenichi had grabbed that weakness and started yanking him around like a puppet. All Kenichi had to say was, Toby, you admire me so much. You would not refuse your idol's request, would you? Obito had been completely stunned. And because refusing would raise suspicion and risk exposing his identity, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. If Kenichi were not strong, Obito would have already attacked him. But he could not expose himself now. If he did, there would be no world where Rin existed. Obito took a long, deep breath, forcing his emotions down. He had to suppress the anger boiling in his chest, or he feared he would snap and start fighting Kenichi on the spot. Black Zetsu wanted to roll his eyes. Obito was an idiot. Not only had they failed to accomplish what they came for, they had dragged themselves into a new mess and even pulled Zetsu into it. Annoying. Kenichi, Black Zetsu stepped forward and asked, "What are you planning to do to Konoha?" It was not something Obito could ask easily without risking his act, but Zetsu could ask it without worrying about exposure. Kenichi smiled lightly. "Of course, I am here to collect some experimental materials. Look at my beautiful eyes." As he spoke, Kenichi activated his Sharingan. 3 tomoe spun clearly in his gaze. Obito froze. His focus sharpened instantly, but just as quickly, he realized something was off. The Sharingan in Kenichi's eye was not his. It was another 3 tomoe Sharingan. Could it be him? Obito's mind turned cold. After noticing something wrong with Kakashi's eye, Obito had begun investigating. The more he looked, the more his suspicion had drifted toward Kenichi. Kakashi and Kenichi were close. Kakashi himself had not seemed to notice anything strange, which meant whoever did it had acted quietly, without Kakashi realizing. Kenichi fit that profile perfectly. On top of that, Kenichi was Orochimaru's student. He had studied the Sharingan. He knew transplantation. It would not be surprising if he had targeted Kakashi's Sharingan. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, Obito could tell the Sharingan Kenichi showed was not his. For a moment, Obito was genuinely bewildered. If it was not Kenichi, then who? A name surfaced almost immediately. Danzo. Obito had learned enough about Konoha to know Danzo coveted Uchiha power like a starving man staring at meat. But what if it was not Danzo either? Danzo had seemed strangely normal lately. Obito had even tested contact under a different identity and had not noticed anything obvious. Kenichi looked toward Obito, then continued speaking, as if bragging casually. "Let me tell you. My goal this time is to collect some Sharingan for research. Once I have results, everyone will be able to obtain Sharingan." Obito did not say a word. Kenichi was doing this on purpose. He was letting Obito see the 3 tomoe clearly, letting Obito confirm it was not his, and quietly cutting off the suspicion before it could grow into something troublesome. Black Zetsu also saw the Sharingan in Kenichi's eye. Then it glanced at Obito beside it. Even with a mask on, Zetsu could tell Obito's mood was not stable. Kenichi patted Obito's shoulder. "I will leave it to you, Toby." Then he turned and left. Obito forced himself to cheer in an exaggerated voice, waving him off like a loyal fan. After Kenichi disappeared, Black Zetsu made sure he had truly left and had not planted spies nearby. Only then did Zetsu look at Obito. Obito was silent for a long time, deep in thought. With only Zetsu here, he no longer needed to act like a fool. Not him. Black Zetsu's voice carried a cold amusement. Obito's performance earlier had been flawless. He had acted like a complete idiot. "He showed a Sharingan, but it was not my eye," Obito said, his voice low and grim. "Still, I cannot be completely certain." He had assumed it was Kenichi, but this new detail made everything murkier. So who else could it be? Obito felt he needed more proof. The best method was simple. He needed to check whether anything had appeared in the Kamui dimension. If something extra was there, it would confirm the missing eye had been used. Black Zetsu thought of the favor Kenichi had demanded and clicked its tongue inwardly. "Are you really going to help him?" Obito curled his lip. "Help? That guy is irritating." His Toby persona was supposed to be useful. After joining the Akatsuki, he had acted like someone who admired Kenichi deeply. That act came from learning that Kenichi was the heavenly demon and using that admiration to get close. He even leaned into the comedic angle to lower suspicion. Who would have thought it would backfire so badly? Not only had it failed to help him get closer to Kenichi, Kenichi had turned it into a leash. He even pulled out a video camera. Obito could not understand what Kenichi was thinking. No wonder Nagato disliked him. And now, Obito realized he did not like Kenichi either. Kenichi, meanwhile, had no idea Obito was cursing him. Even if he did know, he would not care. Obito could curse all he wanted. In the end, Obito would still have to help, unless he was willing to abandon the Toby persona completely. But Toby had appeared early in this world already. Kenichi could see the timeline shifting. Just like Haiden. Not only had Haiden not joined the Akatsuki yet, he probably never would. The so-called immortal duo was already broken. So it was not surprising that Toby showed up early too. Kenichi dashed through the forest, his thoughts steady. Obito will start causing trouble. I will meet them on the outskirts of the Uchiha district, then I will take the Uchiha away quickly by airship. The plan was simple. Obito and Black Zetsu would stir chaos at the main gate to draw Konoha's attention. While the village focused on the disturbance, Kenichi could help Shisui move the Uchiha out. After all, even though the Uchiha were a powerful bloodline clan, there were still ordinary people among them who could not use ninjutsu. Shisui could not escort that many people to the Valley of the End without being discovered. And on top of that, providing help would improve Kenichi's public image, making future moves far more convenient. When Kenichi reached the barrier near the Uchiha district, a massive cloud of dust suddenly rose from the direction of Konoha's main gate. Obito moves fast, Kenichi said, clapping his hands once. 4 towering earthen walls rose instantly, taller than Konoha's own walls. At the same time, Kenichi used a summoning jutsu. His hidden airship appeared inside the cover of those earthen walls, shielded from direct sight. Lightning-like patterns flickered around Kenichi's eyes as he prepared for the next step. The sudden rise of the earthen walls would draw attention from both Konoha and the Uchiha. As long as Shisui was not blind, he would see it. And if he was not stupid, he would understand exactly who had set it up. Sure enough, chaos erupted inside Konoha almost immediately. Shouts rang out. A series of fireballs slammed into the defensive barrier. Then a group of shinobi surged toward this area from within the village. As expected, Kenichi muttered, watching it unfold. Even the strongest barrier cannot stop destruction from the inside. He glanced at the sky. No dark clouds. He could create cumulonimbus clouds himself to form the conditions for a thunder dragon, but that was too troublesome. Those clouds were not easily made. They required a massive amount of water vapor. Get in, Kenichi said. The Uchiha leading the group was not Shisui. It was someone Kenichi did not recognize. Kenichi was already wearing a mask. He only waved them forward. But the leader hesitated. That hesitation vanished the moment Shisui appeared at the rear and spotted Kenichi. How do we leave? Shisui asked sharply, anxiety clear in his voice. Even with chaos at the main gate, the earthen walls here had still pulled the attention of many Konoha shinobi, and Rude as well. Just go in, Kenichi replied, pointing behind him. As he did, he noticed 2 familiar faces among the Uchiha. Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi looked calm, as if this was only another mission. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked panicked. That was not surprising. Sasuke was still young. He was not the future Avenger who lived only for revenge. Kenichi said nothing more. He formed hand seals and created several shadow clones. They surged outward to block the approaching pursuers. At the same time, Kenichi and Shisui guided the Uchiha toward the airship. Many people stared at the huge structure in confusion, but at a moment like this, no one had time to ask what it was. Hurry, Kenichi urged, narrowing his eyes. One of his shadow clones had just been destroyed. There were not many people in Konoha capable of doing that so quickly. With the memories flooding back to him, Kenichi already knew who it was. Hiruzen Sarutobi. For some reason, the old man was coming straight here. Kenichi accelerated, throwing Uchiha shinobi into the airship one after another. Then, ahead, he saw a familiar figure cutting through the chaos. Hiruzen had arrived. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Retreating directly is also a good option. Chapter 194, Retreating directly is also a good option. Why did Hiruzen arrive so quickly? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. In his understanding, the third Hokage should have been dealing with the attack at Konoha's main gate right now. And the Uchiha were unpopular to begin with. Even if something happened on this side, it would have been normal for reinforcements to arrive slowly. Yet Hiruzen had appeared in a frighteningly short time. There was only one explanation. After reaching the main gate, Hiruzen had immediately turned around and rushed back toward the Uchiha district. Was that Obito's doing? Kenichi's expression darkened. It was the only possibility that made sense. But there was no time to dwell on it. The Uchiha had already poured into his airship. There was no reason to clash with Hiruzen here. Kenichi was annoyed that Obito had played him, but it was not exactly unreasonable. He had tricked Obito into attacking Konoha to draw attention away from the extraction. Turning around and getting tricked in return was almost poetic. Cause and effect. Retribution. The ninja world loved that kind of balance. If that's the case, then I'll scare Hiruzen first, then use wind release to launch the airship immediately. Kenichi stepped forward to meet him, while one of his shadow clones hurried to secure a rope to the airship. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened the instant he saw the masked attacker approach. Kenichi formed hand seals at once, then roared loud enough to shake the air. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. The earthen wall behind Kenichi began to tremble violently, as if some colossal monster were about to burst out from within. What? Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Those words were not something you tossed out casually. Would release belong to the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju was called the god of shinobi, and he had been dead for a long time. Most people only knew the legend, not the jutsu. But Hiruzen knew. He had seen the old records. He had heard his teacher speak of it. And tonight, the Uchiha had already given him enough headaches. Among the shinobi who fled earlier, Shisui had been there. That green monster from before should have been Susanoo. It had even flown away, which made the situation worse. The Mangekyo Sharingan had shown itself, but it was used by an Uchiha. It had nothing to do with Kenichi, which made everything complicated. Then, before Hiruzen could confirm anything, the masked man in front of him chose to run. Hiruzen's mind moved fast, and so did his hands. He opened his mouth, chakra surging. A fire dragon blasted forward. In the next instant, a wall of water dropped like a curtain and swallowed the flames head-on. Steam erupted immediately, turning the air white and choking. Hiruzen's heart tightened. What if the opponent really could use that technique? But then, something huge shot up into the sky from behind the shaking wall. A massive object rose, tearing through dust and debris as if the earth itself had been forced to give way. At the same time, the masked man was yanked upward as well, hauled into the air by the rope. Hiruzen stared. He did not know what the flying object was, but he was not about to stand there and watch it escape. Not when there were Uchiha on it. You're trying to fool me. Hiruzen's voice went cold as the truth snapped into place. He formed a hand seal and split into shadow clones. Then he launched a 5-shot barrage into the sky toward the unidentified object. A half-giant appeared below the airship. Green, burning like flame, towering over the treetops. It swung its weapon and took the barrage head-on. Kenichi's eyes narrowed despite himself. So Shisui could use Susanoo too. It seemed you only needed the Mangekyo Sharingan to bring that monster out. Susanoo. And it's green. It's a bit ugly, Kenichi muttered, seeing it clearly now. Below, Hiruzen drew a slow breath, his expression sinking further. Susanoo. The old Hokage's voice was heavy. An Uchiha who could use Susanoo was not supposed to exist in this era. It was the kind of legendary power his teacher had once described, a single person who could destroy a country. Hiruzen had lived a long time. He knew far more than most. In his eyes, the Uchiha had once been a massive threat. But as the years passed and he took the Hokage seat, that threat had seemed to fade. The current Uchiha could barely reach 3 tomoe. Anything beyond that felt like a myth. And now, the myth was standing in front of him, green and furious, protecting an airship full of escaping Uchiha. If the Uchiha could hide one Mangekyo user, they could hide a second. Or a third. How many were there? What exactly did the Uchiha want? Hiruzen's mood plummeted. A danger he had allowed himself to overlook had suddenly grown teeth, and it had been growing right under his nose. Uchiha, you really are something. Hiruzen opened his mouth again, fire roaring upward toward the sky. Above, the airship's interior swallowed the sound. It was extremely well soundproofed. Kenichi also used chakra to craft a simple sound-blocking device, sealing away the outside chaos into a distant rumble. On the deck near the rope, Shisui moved fast. He had jumped out, used earth release to create a foothold, then immediately summoned Susanoo to cover the airship's ascent. Kenichi had been thinking about how Shisui would return, but Shisui answered the question himself in the next second by climbing the rope barehanded. His reaction speed really was frightening. Shisui hauled himself up, then steadied his breathing, eyes bright with adrenaline. He looked at Kenichi and smiled. It's you, isn't it? The heavenly demon. The one who attacked the hidden cloud village in Konoha. Kenichi did not bother denying it. It was just the two of them here, and they had not even entered the lounge yet. Yes. It's me. Shisui's shoulders loosened slightly, as if a weight had fallen off him the moment Konoha disappeared behind them. After leaving Konoha, he felt inexplicably lighter. The decision was irreversible now. There was no going back. Kenichi glanced at him. Shisui was not old, but he had carried pressure for too long. Thinking through everything in an instant was impossible. Humans were still humans. Not monsters who could process a lifetime in a heartbeat. The Uchiha will settle in the land of rice fields for now, Kenichi said calmly. Later, we'll move to somewhere safer. Until then, you'll need to find your own place to live and your own food. Is that acceptable? No problem. Shisui took a slow breath, eyes firming. Don't underestimate the Uchiha. We are an inextinguishable flame. Kenichi's gaze shifted past him, into the cabin. Itachi was inside, calm and composed, one arm around Sasuke as he tried to soothe him. Sasuke looked shaken, face pale with confusion and fear. Kenichi paused, genuinely puzzled. But why are Itachi and Sasuke here? He asked. I remember they're Fugaku's sons. Shisui's expression turned complicated as he looked at the two boys. Our clan leader sent me up here with Itachi and Sasuke, he said quietly. These two children, especially Sasuke, should have been with their parents. Instead, Shisui had taken them away from Konoha. Kenichi climbed into the airship, scanning the anxious crowd inside. He then glanced back at Shisui and raised an eyebrow. It seems you were quite well prepared. Shisui did not answer. He only looked at his clansmen, trying to decide whether his choice was right or wrong. But the moment they left Konoha, there was no longer a right or wrong that mattered. Only survival. Only what came next. Far below, hidden within the forest, Obito watched the scene with narrowed eyes. The green giant. The shinobi inside it. That's Susanoo, he muttered, frowning. Madara had told him before. Susanoo required a complete Mangekyo Sharingan to use. Obito's gaze tracked the rope, then the masked man being pulled upward. The Susanoo user was not Kenichi. That annoying guy was the one tied to a rope and flying upward. Obito's jaw tightened. He had deliberately lured Hiruzen over there to test Kenichi's strength. He had expected Kenichi to show something decisive under pressure, something that would reveal whether Kenichi had obtained Obito's Sharingan. Instead, Kenichi retreated. He ran. Obito's eyes swept the airship again, and his gaze caught another detail. But why is Itachi there? Obito's voice turned colder. Isn't he the clan leader's son? If Kenichi was not the one, then Obito would have to test him slowly in the future. Kenichi looked innocent on the surface, but Obito truly did not know who else could do such a thing besides Kenichi. And he did not know whether the clan leader and the others would be implicated. Black Zetsu's voice drifted beside him, scratching at the problem like a knife. That thing on top, it said, rubbing its head lightly, it's a little useful. It transports people well. Zetsu's gaze followed the airship's ascent. But it's easy to be discovered. It doesn't look like it has many protective measures. Shinobi would have to go down and protect it. Obito's eyes stayed fixed on the shrinking shape. Will that thing be helpful to our plan? He asked, still disappointed. Black Zetsu's expression shifted, thoughtful and wary. Kenichi's methods were strange. And Kenichi himself was worse. That guy Kenichi really knows some bizarre things, Zetsu muttered. For now, all Obito could do was gather more intelligence. To some extent, what he had just seen probably meant one thing. Kenichi did not obtain Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Back in Konoha, the aftermath hit like a wave. An ANBU report arrived fast. A sudden earthen wall had been discovered outside the walls surrounding the Uchiha compound. And the attackers at the main gate had already left. That was why Hiruzen had arrived so quickly. He had initially rushed toward the gate to see what kind of madman dared attack Konoha, especially after the hidden cloud shinobi had only just left. But before he even reached the gate, he saw words made of flame rising into the sky. Susanoo. Hiruzen had taken a deep breath, then immediately turned back toward the Uchiha district. And now, after the failure to stop the airship, the internal confrontation began. Danzo's eyes were sharp, hands clenched tight. This is treason by an entire clan, he sneered. He looked at Fugaku like a butcher measuring meat. Clan head Fugaku, didn't you see that thing just now? So many members of your Uchiha have betrayed Konoha. Are you plotting rebellion? Fugaku's expression was ugly. He had expected Danzo to be shameless. He had not expected Danzo to become shameless this quickly. Hiruzen stood nearby, silent, cigarette in hand. His eyes flicked to Danzo, and a quiet irritation surfaced. That old codger was already thinking of using this as an excuse to strike the Uchiha again. Now Hiruzen had handed Danzo the perfect excuse. Danzo's own expression was not good either. He had indeed said those words to Shisui, but he had not expected them to become Fugaku's shield. Root's investigation had confirmed it. The Uchiha really had lost a large amount of money. Fugaku spoke with a puzzled face, as if he could not understand what Danzo was talking about. Elder Danzo, what makes you say that? Fugaku said. I heard Shisui say the village needed our contribution, so he sent my clansmen without hesitation. He even took a lot of money to the Hidden Cloud village to support their repair work. Danzo's lip twitched. He could only deny it shamelessly. Did I say that? That's just your excuse. He leaned into the lie as if it were armor. It was only me and Shisui at the time, Danzo continued, voice hard. You can claim whatever you want. Hiruzen took a long drag from his cigarette. He understood what his friend was implying. Some members of the Uchiha had escaped. That conclusion was already set. Instead of wasting time assigning blame, it would be better to consider how to contain the damage and prevent the situation from spiraling into open conflict. Still, Hiruzen's gaze remained heavy as he looked at Fugaku. Clan head Fugaku, he said at last, voice low, do you have anything to say about this? Fugaku met his eyes, expression carefully controlled. Third Hokage, Fugaku replied, still wearing that mask of confusion, I don't understand what you mean. Above the village, the airship was already far away. Inside it, Kenichi's voice was calm, his eyes narrowed as he looked toward the future. Yes, he said quietly, almost to himself. In the future, the clan is the village, and the village is also the clan. He would not be like Tobirama and Hiruzen, forever wary of the Uchiha as if they were a disease. As long as they served him obediently, that would be enough. Shisui heard it and understood the direction immediately, even if it sounded insane. You want to establish a ninja village, he asked, cautious. With their strength, would that not invite Konoha's retaliation? Kenichi spread his arms as if embracing the horizon. No, he said. I want to build a nation. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, The time has come to verify the Sharingan mystery. Chapter 195, The time has come to verify the Sharingan mystery. Founding a nation. Shisui stared at the men in front of him, stunned. Kenichi was not that old, yet when he spread his arms like he was about to embrace the whole world, the sight felt less like confidence and more like a madman announcing a dream to the sky. This guy actually wanted to establish a country. Or, had Shisui misunderstood what Kenichi meant by nation building? If you divide up half of a small place like the land of rice fields. Shisui licked his lips, uneasy. The land of rice fields sat right next to the land of fire. That was practically hopping on Konoha's bottom line and then doing a little dance. Huh. Kenichi looked at him like he had asked something bizarre. Who said anything about a small country? I said I want every country on this continent to become one country. That's what I mean by building a nation. To Kenichi, what was the point of carving out some tiny new domain? If he really wanted to play daimyo, he could go to a poor place like the Land of Waves and live out a strategy game fantasy. More importantly, if he truly wanted to drag the ninja world into an interstellar era, then unifying the world was essential. After the collapse of that once mighty nation in his old world, the shipyards could no longer build aircraft carriers. Why? Because the supporting structure vanished. Departments, factories, skilled workers, supply lines, everything that made heavy industry possible. Technology did not advance on passion alone. If you wanted to manufacture complex products, you needed a complete industrial chain, and enough materials and people to feed it. Kenichi could not build a spaceship by hand. That would be ridiculous. Even a car required the coordination of countless factories. If one person tried to handcraft a bicycle from scratch, they would be lucky to make a crude version. Without the knowledge and tools, they should not even dream about it. Shisui fell silent, slightly dazed. He was now absolutely certain the man in front of him was insane. Unify every country into one. Was that even possible? No. It was impossible. Shisui had fought wars. He had seen the filth, the hatred, the grudges piled up between nations. Expecting people to put that aside was a fantasy. Just setting everything else aside, Hidden Cloud and Konoha had fought not long ago. If you wanted them to cooperate, you would have to convince the villagers who had lost families in the war. That was not difficult. It was nearly impossible. 3 shinobi world wars, countless smaller conflicts, blood feuds stacked on blood feuds. Hatred brewed like wine, and it watered the seeds of the next war. Shisui saw it clearly. Another shinobi world war was not far off. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Of course, not now. Kenichi patted Shisui on the shoulder, calm as if he had merely said he wanted to renovate a house. I still need to accumulate experience. He knew it sounded crazy. But he also believed it would eventually become reality. Only that could bring peace to the ninja world. A local peace, limited to this world. Even then, new wars could still break out in the future. The universe was vast, and the Akatsuki had been planting those trees across worlds. New intelligent species could appear. And as long as intelligent, complex beings existed, conflicts of interest would follow. That part was almost unavoidable. All countries become one. Shisui looked at Kenichi with complicated eyes. He could not stop thinking about the people he had killed on the battlefield. He had ended many Hidden Cloud shinobi with his own hands. If those shinobi became citizens of the same nation as him, or even lived in the same town, could he really sleep at night? He did not know whether the families of the dead would come hunting for revenge. Kenichi changed the subject with unsettling ease. By the way, Shisui, I need some of your blood. I have something I want to study. Shisui did not hesitate. He grabbed a kunai and pierced his palm. Blood immediately ran down. Kenichi's expression twitched, half amused, half exasperated. Did he need to donate a river? A small sample was enough. Genetic analysis did not require that much blood. Still, Kenichi quickly drew what he needed, then turned his attention to the 2 brothers nearby. Itachi and Sasuke. Both would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Should he take theirs as well? You want Itachi and Sasuke's too? Shisui raised an eyebrow, suspicion flaring. Is my blood not enough? Kenichi's earlier excitement had shown for a moment, and Shisui's mind went to the worst place. Kenichi's mouth twitched as he realized what Shisui was thinking. Aren't those two the clan head's children? I want to see whether their physiques differ from the clan head's line. Kenichi's eyes sharpened with the hunger of a researcher, not anything else. It's Itachi and Sasuke. Their potential is too valuable to ignore. Shisui's expression hardened, anger flashing. Listen carefully. If you dare lay a hand on Itachi and Sasuke, I will definitely. He was genuinely considering using Koto Amatsukami to forcibly correct this man's mindset if it came to that. Kenichi lifted both hands in surrender. Rai. What are you imagining, he said. I just want you to use this to draw a little of their blood. He produced a small blood collection device and held it out. Kenichi was not a pervert. He was not interested in the brothers for any reason outside of research. Blood samples were all he wanted. Because Kenichi truly did want to know why Itachi and Sasuke could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, while so few other Uchiha ever reached that level. To Kenichi, it looked like a bloodline issue. He had heard from his teacher that the Uchiha had once been terrifying. Back when Konoha was founded, many Uchiha awakened 3 tomoe. Some even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, 3 tomoe was considered exceptional. And the Mangekyo had become a legend. The decline was rapid, and it was hard to ignore. As for how his teacher knew, it was simple. The 3rd Hokage had grown old. He reminisced more and more, and Orochimaru overheard more than he should have. In Kenichi's view, the most likely cause was dilution. As the clan expanded, many members lost genes that might have been critical to awakening higher levels of the Sharingan. Whether that theory was correct still needed proof. Shisui exhaled, the tension easing from his shoulders. Fine. He took the device from Kenichi and walked toward the brothers. Both Itachi and Sasuke trusted Shisui. Sasuke's emotions were still unstable, but that was expected. He was a child who had just been torn away from everything familiar. Soon, Shisui returned and placed 2 filled devices into Kenichi's hands. Kenichi secured them carefully alongside the sample from Shisui. What exactly do you want to do with our blood? Shisui asked, unable to hide his curiosity. He knew blood types and the basics from Konoha Hospital, but anything deeper than that was beyond him. Something that will matter a great deal to the Uchiha, Kenichi said with a small smile. If his research progressed, the Uchiha could undergo a dramatic change. Shisui clenched his fist, curiosity growing sharper. But Kenichi clearly had no intention of explaining more right now, so Shisui could only follow him further inside. By then, the other Uchiha had started to notice Kenichi, the masked man moving with Shisui. If it were not for the clear 3 tomoe Sharingan in Kenichi's eyes, many of them would have already grown restless. Kenichi did not bother explaining. There were too many Uchiha present, and the airship was still in the sky. If trouble broke out up here, it would become a mess. So he left it to Shisui to smooth things over. In Kenichi's eyes, Shisui could even serve as the Uchiha's leader. In the distant future, the concept of family would fade anyway. As technology advanced and travel became easier, blood ties would not carry the same weight. If they truly entered an interstellar era, people would split into countless small families scattered across worlds. After a few generations, someone born on one planet might not even know they once had an uncle on another. Kenichi was not worried about long-term internal problems. Before nightfall, the airship reached the land of rice fields. The ninja world looked huge on maps, but in truth, it was not that vast. That was why conflicts always circled back to the same 5 great villages. Kenichi handed the immediate settlement work to Shisui. Set up a small village around here first, he said. And for now, don't wear Uchiha clothing. The land of rice fields was not the best choice, but if they went too far, buying supplies and taking missions would become inconvenient. Staying here for a while made sense. Once the Zero Tails grew a bit more, the Uchiha could move into the sky. Of course, not anywhere near Kenichi's laboratory. After giving those instructions, Kenichi left in a hurry and headed toward his teacher's laboratory. He carried 3 vials of blood, and once he arrived, he moved quickly downstairs. The lab was dark. The lights were off, and his teacher was nowhere to be seen. Kenichi casually turned on a light and went straight to the room with the gene separation equipment. He set the vials down and began preparations to separate the genes of Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke. But as he worked, his frown deepened. Where did my teacher go? He muttered, scanning the empty rooms. And Shirori isn't here either. There were no notes. No letter. Nothing left behind. Kenichi clicked his tongue. Forget it. His eyes brightened with anticipation as he focused on the equipment. First, let me see whether the genes of Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke really match what I suspect. If they do, then... He rubbed his hands together, excitement rising as the machines began their work. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, So why do reincarnations still carry genetic information? That is not scientific. Chapter 196, So why do reincarnations still carry genetic information? That is not scientific. By the time the gene analysis finished, evening had already arrived. Kenichi had almost nodded off while waiting, but the instant the machine stopped, he jolted awake. Let me see, my guess. He leaned in, nervous, eyes locked on the data scrolling across the instrument. Within seconds, his expression shifted. Itachi's and Shisui's genetic markers were far denser than those of an ordinary Uchiha, similar to Obito's. Just as I thought. Kenichi exhaled, then slumped back into the chair, curling up slightly, eyes unfocused for a moment. He had suspected the Mangekyo Sharingan was a kind of atavism. Now it looked like he was not completely wrong, only the order was different. It was not that the Mangekyo awakened first and the genes reverted afterward. It was the reverse. Only those with the atavistic genes could activate the Mangekyo in the first place. The conclusion was almost funny in a cruel way. For the Uchiha, talent was decided at birth. But does this count as a breakthrough in Sharingan research? Kenichi muttered, glancing at the elective assignment he still had not finished. Or does it only count after I complete the genetic programming for the Sharingan? The disappointment hit him harder than it should have. This discovery already explained the Mangekyo's foundation, yet apparently it still did not qualify as a breakthrough in the way the assignment wanted. Shisui and Obito had awakened the Sharingan and possessed the Mangekyo. Kenichi could argue their extra genes were tied to awakening. But Itachi had not even awakened his Sharingan yet, and he already showed the same abundance of extra genetic information as Shisui. How was that supposed to be explained? Was Kenichi meant to believe Itachi had secretly activated the Mangekyo already? Even if he forced himself to accept that, what about the other case? Kenichi rubbed his temples, the headache building. He had not run every comparison he wanted yet, like a direct contrast between Shisui and Obito, but based on the excess genetic data, the pattern was obvious. Shisui and Obito matched closely. Itachi also resembled Obito. The only clear outlier was Sasuke. Kenichi did not have Fugaku's genes to confirm it, but he could already guess Fugaku and Sasuke would show a similar structure, with the only question being whether Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo. Of course, that did not mean Kenichi should immediately hand out the ability to freely toggle the Sharingan on and off. It meant he needed more test subjects. But he had just used Konoha's resources today, and he had no idea how that would affect the upcoming deal. Compared to an ordinary Uchiha, Shisui and Itachi showed 98 additional genetic records. Sasuke, however. That seemingly ordinary brat had 196 more genetic records than Shisui, Itachi, and Obito. Kenichi stared at the number for a long time. 2 months from today. Shiori's earlier words surfaced in his mind. Kenichi looked at the calendar. 2 months. His teacher had not specified the details, but Kenichi could guess it involved Root and Konoha. He had seen Hiruzen's letter before. Interesting. And cruel. Lord Amamiya, Lord Orochimaru has gone out on a mission, Shiori reported, composed as always. He asked me to inform you that the transaction will take place in Misen Town, in the Land of Fire. The specific time is... She paused and checked the calendar before continuing. After confirming it, Kenichi left immediately. Before he went, he glanced toward the lab holding Hayden. Hayden's head was probably still submerged in there. Tragic did not even begin to cover it. On the biological side, reincarnation made even less sense. They were born through a normal reproductive process. A mother became pregnant, a child was born, and yet extra genetic information appeared as if it had been inserted. This just did not make sense. Kenichi's confusion deepened when he considered Sasuke again. Sasuke had not even opened the Sharingan yet. Not a single tomoe. And yet Sasuke's talent was already written into the numbers in a way Kenichi could not ignore. It was only after he dispelled one of his shadow clones that he realized what had happened. The realization hit him so hard it felt like a mental collapse. His teacher had gone out, and Kenichi's shadow clone had escorted Shiori back because the high-end gene separation device Kenichi had ordered had arrived. That shadow clone had gone to receive it. Wait, what about Naruto? Kenichi immediately pulled out the hair he had collected from Naruto earlier and ran a test. When the results appeared, he froze. Naruto's genetic profile was also far beyond ordinary shinobi. A new question rose instantly. How could Indra's reincarnation affect someone else's genetics? How was that even possible? Neither Sasuke nor Naruto had any past life memories. Kenichi tested Minato and Kushina next. When he compared the results, he discovered Naruto had 196 more genetic records than his parents. Should I say this was expected? Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose, then licked his lips and picked up the report again, reading it line by line. Lord Amamiya. I. Kenichi's lips twitched as he watched Koji Tadakoro frantically pull Zero off him. The scene was painful to witness in every possible way. Carrying the isolated genetic data with him, Kenichi returned to his laboratory. The moment he entered, he saw Shirori cleaning with methodical focus. None of his shadow clones were present. Compared to an ordinary Uchiha, Sasuke had 294 additional genetic records. Where's Koji? Kenichi nodded, then looked at Shirori. With the Uchiha clan's arrival, the need for reliable flight had become far more urgent. He wanted to know whether Koji had improved anything. I'm supplying Zero with enough chakra for experiments, Koji said with an awkward smile. Kenichi gave him a long look, but did not comment. He simply asked about the current progress. If Fugaku did not have the Mangekyo, the gap would be even more exaggerated. From a purely genetic perspective, if someone had not told you in advance, you would never assume those datasets were even related by blood. Kenichi let out a slow breath. This must be tied to the Akatsuki bloodline. He rubbed his temples again, the headache worsening. I heard that in Boruto, the Akatsuki seemed to have some unique genetic method. Minato's parents were not Senju. Uchiha inheritance could be explained through bloodline transmission, even if the details were ugly. But Naruto. The last Ashura reincarnation had been Hashirama, and Naruto had no relation to Hashirama at all. Mr. Koji is in laboratory number 3, Shirori said, calm and efficient. She really was suited to being developed into a secretary. Kenichi could not deny his teacher's judgment there. Kenichi nodded and headed for laboratory 3. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Koji working on something unusually novel. But if that's true... Kenichi rubbed his face, exhausted. Then reincarnation means you carry your genetic information with you. That's outrageous. Completely unscientific. At this point, he was certain about the Uchiha's talent structure. Shisui and Obito's genetics determined they could awaken the Mangekyo. Itachi's genetics suggested the same. Only Sasuke was entirely different. Kenichi suspected Sasuke's excess genetic information was tied to being Indra's reincarnation. What are you doing? Kenichi asked, looking at Koji pressed far too close to Zero, expression complicated. Had this guy really gone so far that he was developing some brand new XP system? For the first time, Kenichi regretted not watching Boruto. If he had, he might have formed new hypotheses faster. Now he had to deduce from scratch. Kenichi glanced around the lab. The shadow clones he had left behind to handle genetic identification were gone, yet he had not received any memories from them. Even more absurd was the fact that Itachi and Sasuke were biological brothers, sharing the same parents, yet their genetic profiles were so different that it was fair to say they might not even look like brothers from the data alone. That's interesting, Kenichi said quietly. So is Naruto the same? He and the fourth Hokage are father and son, but genetics says otherwise. He snapped his fingers, and a shadow clone silently poured him a cup of tea. As for entering and exiting the aerial base, Kenichi already had ideas. He planned to use small inventions from the Sky Ninja Village to let people fly freely, though it would require wind-release chakra. For Uchiha, that would not be a serious issue. The results on Koji's side were also somewhat effective. Koji had improved the energy conversion device, increasing its efficiency by 2%. It sounded minor, almost useless on paper, yet Kenichi was satisfied. At least it proved Koji was not simply wasting time. Otherwise, Kenichi would have needed a different method to motivate him. And after checking some materials, Kenichi also confirmed something else. Fugaku did possess the Mangekyo Sharingan in the true story of Itachi, but he never used it. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Ideas for Improving Gene-Programmed Ninja Techniques. Chapter 197, Ideas for Improving Gene-Programmed Ninja Techniques. Kenichi was just about to dig into the genetic data he had finally obtained from the Uchiha when an unexpected problem came knocking. Sasori had arrived. Kenichi had told Sasori the location of his lab beforehand, so it was not surprising that Sasori knew exactly where to find him. Kenichi, let me tell you, I've made an incredible invention. Sasori's eyes were bright with excitement, as if he had just discovered a new continent. What invention? Kenichi looked at him, genuinely confused. He knew Sasori's previous attempts well enough. When Sasori left last time, nothing had reached a real breakthrough yet. How did he suddenly leap forward? You'll see when you come over. Sasori grabbed Kenichi's sleeve and started tugging him along. Kenichi immediately sped up. He was not worried about Sasori dragging him, he was worried about Sasori getting too excited and accidentally ripping his clothes. A moment later, Kenichi finally saw what Sasori had been talking about. In a deep pit stood a massive metal puppet. A tin golem, towering to an absurd height. Kenichi estimated it was at least 20 meters tall. 20 meters meant something very specific in his mind. Back in his previous life, if you calculated a floor height of 2.8 meters, that was about a 7-story building. He stared at the giant for a few seconds, then looked at the crater around it. The pit was so deep that the puppet still sat about 5 meters below the surface. This used to be flat ground. Now it looked like Sasori had spent the day trying to excavate the center of the world through sheer stubbornness and repeated blasting. Can this thing actually move now? Kenichi asked, suspicious. Or is it going to explode any second? It was not that Kenichi did not trust Sasori. It was that Sasori had an impressive history of giving explosions the confidence to believe in themselves. Sasori smiled slightly, but as he looked at the giant puppet in front of him, he still fell into thought, as if deciding what to do with it next. It won't explode, don't worry, Sasori said with absolute confidence. He patted his chest proudly. I've been making it for a whole day. One day. Kenichi's lips twitched. Was this Sasori's new record for safe production time? Sasori walked up to the puppet and patted the metal plating twice. The golem responded. Its massive arm creaked upward, then steadied, and the fingers shifted into position. It raised its hand and formed a hand seal gesture. Kenichi froze. This thing can form hand seals. Kenichi's shock was genuine. If the puppet could form seals and actually use ninjutsu, that would be a real invention. It would not just change battlefield tactics, it would erase entire job descriptions. Sasori shook his head, as if embarrassed by the question. I can make it form hand seals, but it can't use ninjutsu. Kenichi exhaled slowly. The terror faded, but only slightly. A giant puppet that could throw out ninjutsu would be an extinction-level event for ordinary shinobi careers. Even now, a 20-meter puppet was still an enormous target, and a very expensive one. So how about its hardness? Kenichi asked, forcing himself back into practical mode. Can it withstand ninjutsu? If it was big but fragile, then it was just a walking monument to overconfidence. Yeah, I tested it, Sasori replied, then his expression turned awkward. It can withstand a Chunin's ninjutsu without any problem. Kenichi's lips twitched again. One Chunin. So, if someone used something like Fire Dragon Flame Bullet or even a standard Great Fireball with enough force, this thing would start looking a lot less like a golem and a lot more like scrap. Not to mention other techniques. If it was his friend's lightning flash, it would probably pierce straight through the puppet. Still, Kenichi did not dismiss it. For Sasori, reaching this level was already a huge step forward. At least the puppet did not explode during assembly, even if that meant giving up the Nine Tails chakra. Kenichi had long suspected there might be some overall limit to chakra in the shinobi world. Kaguya had needed the divine tree to absorb chakra before she could even be unsealed. If Sasori kept gambling with ridiculous energy sources, he would eventually gamble himself into a disaster. Sasori, based on what we know about metals, even the best metals probably can't withstand high-level ninjutsu head-on, Kenichi said. Why don't you develop externally instead? The outside. Sasori frowned, confused. Yes. Kenichi nodded and explained briefly. Use chakra to form a protective circle around the puppet. An energy shield. Let that neutralize ninjutsu before it hits the metal. A barrier built from chakra, not from material strength. It was the same logic as upgrading armor by adding a second layer, except this layer could actively resist. Sasori's eyes sharpened as he listened. After Kenichi finished, Sasori was clearly interested. He said he would try it, then turned around and went to experiment with almost frightening enthusiasm. Kenichi shrugged and headed back to his own laboratory. He still had work to do, and none of it was the kind that could be solved by digging a new crater into the earth. Back in the dim lab, Kenichi stared at the records in the experiment log, then sank into thought. Deciphering the Uchiha clan's genetic code was already a tedious task. It was not just the general Uchiha data, it was Obito, Shisui, Itachi, and even the special cases like Sasuke and Naruto. It was exhausting. Even if he brought more people in, how was he supposed to determine which genes corresponded to which functions? This was no less absurd than getting a caveman to skillfully play League of Legends on a computer and then demanding he solo kill the Demon King. The difficulty was not just high. The entire path was missing half its tools. In his previous life, if you wanted to confirm whether genetic information affected a specific cell process or disease mechanism, there were many methods. qPCR could determine RNA expression levels. Immunoblotting could show protein changes. There were countless ways to verify. Here, the shinobi world's technological level was a mystery. For now, the only real instruments available to Kenichi and his teacher were the ones built for gene separation and identification. That meant his research was approaching a dead end. The experiment had reached a stalemate. Current instruments were not enough to verify his theory. The only solution left was live experimentation. Kenichi rubbed his face, the exhaustion settling into his bones. So if these methods can't be verified, I can only verify at the single-cell level, he muttered. But even that kind of verification could have problems. It was something that had to be done. If he wanted to improve gene-programmed ninjutsu, he needed a safer testing path first. That was when his mind locked onto the obvious answer. Mice. White mice were familiar to any biological researcher. They reproduced quickly, their genetics had useful similarities to humans, and they were perfect as test material. Using mice to test improvements to gene-programmed ninjutsu was a good choice. Compared to humans, mice had far fewer cells, which reduced the difficulty. It was still hard, but it was a necessary step. Only by mastering gene modification in a controlled environment could he ever hope to apply it to future human gene modification. Kenichi retrieved a cage of mice from his teacher's lab. Guinea pigs existed in the shinobi world too, but not many were bred. Fortunately, his teacher had specially bred test animals, and those had only been created at Kenichi's suggestion in the first place. Kenichi began with gene isolation and analysis, then extracted the genes marked as abnormal. Then he tried something that would have been horrifying in his previous life. He enveloped the mouse in chakra. Using chakra, he attempted to insert the abnormal genetic information into cells throughout the mouse's body. In his previous life, this kind of full-body insertion would have been almost impossible. In this world, chakra was a ridiculous power, and the ridiculous was often practical. The moment he began, Kenichi felt a chill crawl up his spine. His awareness expanded unnaturally, like his mind was trying to observe countless processes at once. For an instant, he felt dizzy, as if he were staring at hundreds of millions of cells simultaneously. He had been careful. He truly had. But the process was still crude. Countless cells were punctured. Many became abnormally excited after being soaked in yang chakra. Some cancerous cells even began proliferating on their own. Kenichi finished the insertion process anyway. Then he stood there in silence, staring at the mouse, waiting for a miracle. No miracle came. The mouse died. It died horribly. Its organs dissolved. Blood spilled from its mouth, mixed with strange substances, until only a layer of foul-smelling skin remained. Kenichi stared at the result for a long time, then began cleaning the table. Science was not something you guessed into existence. It demanded proof, and it punished shortcuts. When Kenichi had been trying to identify the decisive genes behind the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never dared to experiment on his own eyes. Now he was reminded why. This kind of gene programming is more like a brutal forced behavior, Kenichi said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. It ignores whether cells are willing to accept it and just stuffs it in. Of course cells die. His teacher's unique ninjutsu was currently the only technique in the shinobi world capable of gene programming. It was far-fetched, but it could succeed. The problem was its mortality rate. It was extremely high, which made it impractical. If the test subject died every time, how could you observe any effects? Comprehensive gene programming on a mature individual was simply too difficult. So Kenichi leaned back, eyes narrowing as his thoughts sharpened. At least we have a direction, he murmured. He began laying out options in his head. The first solution was to modify gene-programmed ninjutsu to reduce mortality and increase the success rate. The chance of success was low, and the difficulty was extreme, but it was a direct path. The second approach was to find the gene with the highest probability, then program only the eye cells and observe whether any changes occurred. Or he could directly program an entire eyeball. Kenichi stood up as the thought formed. Then he paused, stared at the messy notes, and let out a tired breath. Only children made choices. He wanted both. Still, even if he chose a direction, verification methods for these genes required more instruments and reagents than he currently had. So for now, his work continued the hard way. Live experiments. Careful comparisons. And endless decoding. At some point, Kenichi checked on the rice improvement project. The rice was growing well, but it would still take half a year to mature. There was no way to speed it up. He disbanded several shadow clones and created new ones to handle rice cultivation anyway. With the arrival of the Uchiha clan, flight needs had become more urgent, and he could not afford to let logistics slip. As for entering and exiting the aerial base, Kenichi already had ideas. He planned to use inventions from the Sky Ninja Village to let people fly freely, though it would require wind-release chakra. For Uchiha, that should not be a problem. His thoughts drifted back to Sasori for a moment. Kenichi did not know how many times Sasori had failed before reaching a stable assembly, but the crater outside made it obvious Sasori had failed plenty. Nagato had even been so overwhelmed by one explosion that Kenichi had to drag Sasori away. That was rare. Nagato usually had decent patience. The fact he was irritable now said everything. Kenichi rubbed his forehead. If he became the greatest enemy of the shinobi world before the Akatsuki even fully became itself, that would be embarrassingly inefficient. He set those thoughts aside and returned to the log. The research was slow. Brutal. Necessary. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Still Water, I Just Want a Peaceful Life. Chapter 198, Still Water, I Just Want a Peaceful Life. Gene programming in his previous life usually began at a very small stage. Once you injected the adjustment, you could simply wait as the cells divided and developed on their own. It was slow, but it was straightforward. Programming a fully grown person, however, was another matter entirely. The number of cells in a normal human body was terrifying. If you wanted to program a person, you had to program every single cell. Not one could be missing. Orochimaru's ninjutsu solved that impossible requirement in the simplest, most direct way possible, by using ninjutsu itself. Even if the process caused some cellular damage, it was still achievable. Shirori had used that method to gain a chance to change her fate. She survived, and afterward, she obtained genetic information identical to Obito's. If we want to improve it, we have to work on both refinement and the stability of the gene chain, Kenichi muttered. He glanced at the draft paper in his hand. A flame flickered to life in his palm, and the paper curled and blackened as it burned to ash. Improving his teacher's ninjutsu was difficult because it involved the genetic level. If he made it too refined, the chakra consumption would spike. When he had programmed Shirori before, he had already felt the strain. If he refined it even further, the cost would only rise. Let's try again, Kenichi sighed. He could only take it slowly, but this step was necessary. Only after finishing it could he safely perform gene programming on himself, or on anyone else. I wonder how the experiment is going on the other side, Kenichi said, glancing toward the wall, as if his gaze could pass through it. In the adjacent lab, several of his shadow clones were still fighting their own war. The problem is that he used lab rats, while we used eyeballs, one clone said bitterly, staring at the table. And we're running out of eyeballs. Another clone looked at the remaining stock beside him. Every eyeball came from Orochimaru's reserves, and the pile was shrinking far faster than their progress. It was beginning to feel like a result was a distant dream. One ruined sample after another ended up in the trash. The destroyed eyeballs lay on a plate, either overripe or completely broken down, releasing a strong, indescribable stench. That smell existed for a reason. It was a warning carved into living things by evolution, a reminder that corpses of similar creatures were nearby, that the area was dangerous, and that it was time to leave before something else decided you belonged with them. Is he also working on improving gene programming? A clone grumbled while dumping another failed sample away. What made the main body think having us do this was a good idea? In the lab next door, 4 identical Kenichi sat under dim lights, sifting through logs and running calculations, their expressions equally grim. Kenichi himself did not dwell on it. Things that looked free were often the most expensive, and he could not afford to waste time. Still, his mind drifted to the people he had pulled out of Konoha. Half a month later, Kenichi hurried out of his laboratory. The reason was simple. He needed to see Shisui. The Uchiha had moved quickly. Faster than Kenichi expected. The clan had abandoned their tribal emblems and stopped wearing their signature clothing. Instead, they dressed like ordinary villagers. Aside from their hair and striking features, there was little that marked them as Uchiha anymore. It was a practical disguise, and it was already working. Kenichi was not short on money, and his current research had stalled enough that pushing too hard would be pointless. Slowing down made sense. But slowing down alone was not enough. He also could not completely abandon the Uchiha. They were capable workers, and to him, they were valuable research material. If he threw them away now, he would only be sabotaging his own future. When he arrived, Shisui was busy in the village. Kenichi found him in the middle of farm work, sweat on his brow, hands in the dirt, planting crops that looked like tomatoes or something close to it. For a moment, Kenichi just watched. A farmer's life did not suit Shisui. It was almost surreal seeing him like this, as if someone had taken a legendary genjutsu user and assigned him the world's quietest punishment. Nearby, a simple bamboo basket sat on the ground. Inside were farm tools, rough workmanship, plain materials, nothing refined. Yet the rougher the texture, the more honest it looked. This was how ordinary people lived in small villages. Exquisite tools were not made for them. So you built a small village this quickly? Kenichi asked, scanning the area with open surprise. Shisui wiped sweat from his forehead and stood up with a smile. Yes. Everyone contributed. Most of the clansmen had adapted quickly. They had chosen to flee Konoha in the first place. If they had not been willing to start over, they would not have followed Shisui out. It seems you're living quite comfortably, Kenichi said, glancing at the basket. Shisui's expression softened. Not bad. I left that suffocating village behind. I don't have to worry about people's stares anymore. I can live quietly. He smiled, genuinely happy. Only Sasuke still missed his parents from time to time. Fortunately, Itachi was there, steady enough to keep him in check. Sasuke did not cry or make a scene easily, which made him easier to manage, even when his heart was clearly still torn open. Shisui had spoken with Itachi for several nights after they left. He could understand why Itachi did what he did. He could also understand why Fugaku had sent both brothers out. Still, Shisui did not let himself grow careless. He knew kindness without reward did not exist in this world. That kind of kindness only appeared within family. Kenichi and the Uchiha were not related, so how could Kenichi be a good person for no reason? Peace across the shinobi world, harmonious coexistence between clans, an end to war. Those kinds of ideals did not come without a price. Kenichi shrugged, as if reading his thoughts. Yes, or you could say no. Shisui stared at him, puzzled by the answer. I thought you came to ask me to do something, Shisui said, his tone turning slightly playful. But you're standing here like you just came for a walk. I did come to remind you to disguise yourselves and avoid being discovered by Konoha's shinobi, Kenichi admitted calmly. But now that I'm here, I don't think I need to remind you. The curious clansmen behind Shisui had already started glancing their way. Shisui waved a hand to settle them, then looked back at Kenichi. Is there anything I can do for you, he asked. Kenichi did not answer immediately. He had never intended to demand labor or test subjects right away. Doing that now would only lower their favorability, and forcing people was always inefficient. Getting people to act willingly was the fastest path. The real problem was Sasuke. Sasuke was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths son. Kenichi had no desire to draw attention to himself. The Pure Land was still a mystery, and he could not be sure whether the sage had ways to observe the living world. If that entity became aware of him, and then decided to act against him, it would become a serious problem. So Kenichi needed a reason to be here. A clean reason. A harmless reason. Reality was harsh, and sometimes you had to disguise your intentions just to survive your own curiosity. Kenichi stepped beside Shisui and looked out over the village. Honestly, Kenichi said, this world is pretty boring. Shisui blinked. Boring. Look at it, Kenichi said. It only takes 2 or 3 days to go from Konoha to Sunagakure. Shisui frowned, as if that sounded enormous. Kenichi's lips twitched. For shinobi here, it was a long trip. For Kenichi, it was not. He had calculated before that the distance from Konoha to Sunagakure was only around 800 kilometers. Compared to his previous life, it was nothing. A plane could cross more than that without making a dramatic event out of it. Isn't that huge? Shisui asked, still confused. Too small, Kenichi replied, serious now. Shisui, really too small. As they spoke, a blushing female Uchiha passed by. Kenichi offered her a polite greeting, as if he were just another villager. She hurried away, flustered, and the moment passed like a ripple over still water. Shisui watched Kenichi carefully, then asked, why not just use Hiruzen's name? He's only one person. That's the idea, Kenichi admitted without hesitation. But it's for the future. Shisui's gaze sharpened slightly. Kenichi had saved them, yes, but Kenichi was also a man with frightening ideas. Just thinking about those ideas made Shisui's feelings complicated. Kenichi, for his part, was already thinking several steps ahead. He planned to slowly reshape Shisui, Sasuke, and Itachi, to slowly overwrite the way they understood the shinobi world, until the foundation beneath them changed. Not with force, but with time, pressure, and direction. A new order. A new world. And when that time came, he would need Shisui. Back in the laboratory, the clones continued their own grim work. If we run out, one clone said, exhausted, we can dispel one of us and report to the main body. He'll figure out how to replenish the stock. Another clone stared at the notes and added, or we capture some ape demons. Their genetic information should be closer to humans. A third clone nodded, muttering, the eyeballs of mice are too small. If we try inserting genes that resemble the Sharingan into that, it'll probably fail. Using enmas, or a gorillas, would be much better. Kenichi did not speak any of that aloud here in the village. He simply placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder, the weight of his palm steady and deliberate, and pressed down slightly as his voice hardened. Too small, Shisui, he said again. Really too small. p@treon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 199, Chapter 199, The Biggest Deception is Telling the Truth. Chapter 199, The Biggest Deception is Telling the Truth. Have you ever seen the starry sky, Shisui? Kenichi asked earnestly. Shisui immediately felt something was off. It sounded like Kenichi was teasing him, but he had no proof. Still, he nodded. Of course he had seen it. In this world, looking up at the stars at night was normal. Kenichi already knew the answer. The shinobi world did not suffer much from light pollution, so the night sky was clear and crowded with bright stars. If this place ever discovered tourism, it would be unfair to other worlds. Do you know that we live on a star? Kenichi continued, his tone serious. And do you know how many stars exist beyond that vast sky? What he said was true. The Akatsuki clan had come to this world from another planet. At the same time, Kenichi could not help suspecting that the planet beneath their feet was not very large. If it were, there would be no reason for only this small piece of land to matter, unless there were other continents beyond the ocean that no one had discovered. That possibility felt unlikely. With so many merchants and shinobi traveling constantly, someone would have mentioned overseas nations by now. What do you mean? Shisui asked. He felt like he almost understood, but it sounded crazy enough that he could not be sure whether Kenichi was speaking truthfully. Kenichi smiled at him. It's simple. The universe is huge. So why fight to the death on the planet that gave us birth? His goal was straightforward. He wanted the shinobi world to enter an interstellar era. And the Akatsuki clan fascinated him. Kenichi wanted to learn their technology, their culture, and just how far their civilization had advanced. Peace was precious in any era. In the shinobi world, hatred ran far deeper. Kenichi's own research was proving that in the cruelest way. Inserting genetic information into a gene chain without damaging the cell was extremely difficult. And even if you managed the insertion, the real problem came after, gene collapse. I can't possibly master yin-yang release just to do gene programming, Kenichi said, rubbing his forehead with a helpless sigh. I swear I'm going bald. In his view, yin-yang release should be able to solve it. But reality was harsher than theory. Using ninjutsu to perform gene programming was far more difficult than he expected. Cells were too small, and controlling chakra input at that scale was brutally precise work. Shisui's brows furrowed. How do I know what you're saying is true? People can barely fly, and you're talking about reaching the stars. Kenichi did not argue. Instead, he let the question hang for a moment, then shifted the conversation. War, hatred, blood feuds passed down generation after generation, Kenichi said quietly. This world is drowning in slaughter. Unless the villages can stay at peace for 80 years, long enough for the war orphans to grow old, peace will never truly come. He stepped forward, pressing while the iron was hot. How many Uchiha died in the war? Kenichi asked. Shisui stiffened. Back in Konoha, he had been tormented by the same thoughts every day, how to leave the village, how many would die if Konoha pursued them, how he could cover their retreat. He had already prepared to stay behind himself, to hold off the pursuers and buy time with his own life. And yet, in the end, they left Konoha through the sky. That outcome was so absurd that it still felt unreal. A lot, Shisui said at last. He remembered the family records, dozens of pages filled with names of the dead. His chest felt heavy just thinking about it. Kenichi drew a slow circle on the ground with the tip of his foot. Hatred leads to new wars and retaliation, he said. That creates new hatred. It never ends. It's a cycle. He lifted his gaze. Did you ever think you would leave Konoha like that? Kenichi asked. Shisui fell silent. He truly had not. Death creates hatred, Kenichi murmured. And hatred is one of the strongest emotions in the world. Everyone could see what the shinobi world had become. Only a fool would pretend otherwise. Madara chose the infinite Tsukuyomi. Nagato chose pain. Naruto could talk Nagato down because Nagato's plan had flaws. But Naruto could not talk Madara down, because Madara's plan looked feasible on the surface, like a perfectly packaged dream, like turning reality itself into a clean digital life. Kenichi understood that much. He also understood something uglier. Food vanished quickly. If peace lasted long enough while production could not keep up, supply would fail to meet demand. What happened then? The simplest answer was war. War reduced mouths to feed. Kenichi had even begun to suspect that the daimyo of the 5 great nations intentionally sent their shinobi into battle. If shinobi numbers grew too large, those rulers would not be able to sleep peacefully. And in the most recent Third Shinobi World War alone, and even in clashes like Kimogakure against Iwagakure, Uchiha had died as well. Kenichi did not say all of that to Shisui for comfort. He said it because it was true. Sometimes, the greatest deception was telling the truth. Kenichi also had his own weapons, ones that were not flashy like killing techniques. If he could identify what triggered cancer, it would be slow, insidious, and devastating. No one in this world even understood cancer properly yet. It could easily become a disease with no cure. Compared to loud violence, that was the kind of threat that ended nations quietly. Kenichi patted Shisui on the shoulder. "And I want to end this cycle," he said. Then he turned and walked away. That was enough. Even someone as smart as Shisui was starting to waver. He had begun thinking seriously, and the more he thought, the more he realized how much of Kenichi's reasoning was painfully correct. After settling the Uchiha situation, Kenichi returned to his laboratory and resumed his research. He wanted to solve gene programming as soon as possible. But progress was suffocating. Kenichi flipped through his experiment log, frustration tightening his jaw. This is getting ridiculous. The core issue remained the same. How do you solve gene collapse? Forcibly inserting genes and expecting them to fuse smoothly was like buying a lottery ticket and calling it a plan. Kenichi stared at the notes and thought about the obvious answer. Why not Yin attribute chakra? Orochimaru's method relied on Yang attribute chakra. So what would happen if he tried the opposite? He took out a lab mouse and tested it. The result was immediate. The mouse's genes could not be transformed. The genetic information he tried to insert was quickly erased by Yin attribute chakra, as if the chakra rejected it on principle. So that path was dead. Programming all cells in a grown body required every cell to adapt. If even a portion failed to accept it, the consequences would be horrific. Organ dissolution. Bleeding from every opening. Death, complete and irreversible. Kenichi exhaled slowly, then forced himself to think again. Yin-yang release could save Guy after the gate of death. It could even give Kakashi an eye. Its power was undeniable. Using it for genetic transformation should be possible. So why did no one in this world master it? Yin release and Yang release combined into Yin-yang release. In theory, it sounded simple. In reality, if it were truly that convenient, the shinobi world would not be stuck in an era where no one had grasped it. Kenichi rubbed his face, exhausted. Even if he forcibly programmed cells using Yin attribute chakra, the cells could not withstand the effect. And yet, a thought kept circling back. What if I use Yang attribute chakra to complete the gene programming, Kenichi murmured, and then use Yin attribute chakra to maintain stability and prevent collapse? He sat in silence, staring at the log. It was only an idea. But at least it was an idea with a chance. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 200, The Fans Who Came to Our Door. Chapter 200, The Fans Who Came to Our Door. This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Kenichi laughed out loud as he stared at the white mouse that had just set a new record for fastest death. He was genuinely speechless. His idea had produced results, but the results were the exact opposite of what he wanted. After he tried refining genetic programming with Yin-yang chakra, the mouse's genes stabilized for a brief moment. Then a chain reaction began. Almost instantly, everything collapsed. The lab rat melted into a puddle of liquid again, because every cell in its body failed and dissolved, like pulling the one crucial block out of a stacked tower. Still, this proves the idea has potential. Kenichi calmly poured what was left of the mouse into the nearby trash can, then wiped his hands as if he had done this 1,000 times. In truth, if he could use a real Yin-yang release technique, this step might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he did not possess Yin-yang release. So he could only keep testing, slowly and carefully, one crude attempt at a time. It's been over a month already. The rice should be ready soon. He glanced at the calendar, then froze. More than a month had passed. Almost 2 months since he finished that talk with Shisui. Time inside a laboratory was a liar. Kenichi had been certain only 10 days had gone by at most, yet the calendar slapped him with reality. He stepped out of the lab in a daze and stretched under the sunlight, squinting as warmth hit his face. The shinobi world's sky was strangely familiar. A sun. A moon. Even the same rhythm of day and night as his previous life, except the moon here was artificial. That only made the sun more unsettling. It looked no different from the one he remembered. Kenichi found himself wondering which star system this planet belonged to, and whether there was another blue planet somewhere in this universe. But those questions were far beyond what he could prove right now. If he wanted real answers, he would first need an astronomical telescope. After that, he would need satellites. And if he wanted to research further, he would eventually need spacecraft. Those dreams were still sitting on the far side of reality. Back inside the base, his teacher still was not around. Only Koji and Kenichi's shadow clones remained, buried in their own projects. The rice fields were growing well, but the newly numbered improved strain still showed no obvious change. Kenichi exhaled and rubbed his eyes. Then he noticed something. He circled the soundproof barrier his teacher had set up and spotted faint signs that it had been breached before. Someone had broken in. Kenichi's mind snapped fully awake. He followed what little remained of the tracks. At first, the trail was clear, then it was quickly erased and overridden by signs of a fight. That made his expression sink. Something was wrong. He moved faster, tracking the direction until he reached the area Sasori had been using. The crater Sasori had once blasted out was gone, filled in as if someone wanted to hide the mess. Sasori's presence was not where it should have been either. It's too quiet today. Kenichi stretched again, twisting his neck. He had gotten used to hearing explosions in the distance, Sasori treating detonations like a personal hobby. This kind of silence felt unnatural. What's going on? A small laboratory sat ahead. Sasori was outside, talking to someone shorter than him. When Sasori saw Kenichi, he waved enthusiastically. Kenichi slowed, eyes narrowing. The visitor was wearing an Akatsuki cloak, and something about the figure felt familiar. The posture, the back, the shape of the head. Kenichi recognized it before the person even fully turned. Then the boy faced him. Kenichi froze for a heartbeat. He knew that hair color. He knew that face. Even if this was not the future version, he could still identify him at a glance. Daidara. Kenichi blurted out. What are you doing here? Daidara was supposed to be from Iwagakure. Kenichi had met him once before, back when he traveled to the land of Earth to do business with the Third Raikage. Daidara's eyes lit up like he had been waiting his whole life for this moment. Yes. I want to follow Senior Kenichi and learn the art of explosions, he declared, practically vibrating with excitement. Kenichi's mouth opened, then closed. He suddenly felt tired. Following him all the way from the land of Earth to the land of Rain was already ridiculous. Seeing him standing here in an Akatsuki cloak made it even harder to process. Sasori sighed, sounding half amused and half helpless. This kid insisted on coming to find you. He even barged in and got into a fight with me. As Sasori spoke, Daidara turned toward Kenichi again, eyes burning with worship. I want to follow in the footsteps of my idol, Heavenly Demon. Daidara announced proudly. Let's study the art of explosion together. The moment Kenichi heard his own title spoken like that, he felt his scalp tighten. Behind the scenes, Amigakure had already suffered for it. Nagato's body had been growing weaker and weaker ever since he connected to the monster known as the Ghetto Mazo. He looked like a starving ghost now. If it were not for his massive chakra reserves, he likely would not have lasted this long. Conan had watched it happen, silent and grim, unable to do anything except help him carry out his plan, and by extension, Yahiko's wish. But even as Nagato prepared for the future, trouble arrived early. A ragged boy who looked like a refugee had shown up in Amigakure. Nagato noticed him but did not care much at first. Refugees were common there, especially after wars between the great villages. Amigakure was used to desperate people drifting in. Then the boy caused chaos. He showed off what he called art, right in the middle of Amigakure. Nagato, already strained and irritable, had to suppress the urge to personally crush the nuisance. This jade, even if he's not here, can still cause me trouble, Nagato muttered darkly, staring at the mess Daidara left behind. Daidara did not stop at one stunt. He created a huge clay bomb and poured chakra into it like he was trying to drown it. The result was an enormous, bloated creature, and the explosive power was considerable. Even though Nagato intervened quickly, explosions still happened. Worse, Daidara could form a strange white bird, fly into the sky, and drop those bizarre bombs from above. It was enough to make Nagato pause. A bloodline limit-like explosion release was not common. Even Sasori, who fought the boy when he barged in, recognized the potential immediately. Daidara's strength was not high yet, but the path in front of him was dangerous. In the end, Nagato recruited him into the Akatsuki. The ability was useful, and the organization could make use of him. Daidara received an Akatsuki cloak prepared by Conan, and Conan even gave him a manicure after he joined. Nagato's face had darkened the entire time. This is so annoying, he said, voice flat with exhaustion. Daidara, of course, immediately ran off afterward. He announced he was going to find his idol, Heavenly Demon. Nagato, already regretting everything, still pointed him in the general direction of Kenichi's location. If the brat insisted on becoming a problem, then at least he could become someone else's problem. Back in the present, Kenichi stared at Daidara and forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Doesn't this prove I still have some popularity, he said awkwardly. Daidara's fanatical gaze did not blink once. Kenichi felt a faint, unpleasant twist in his stomach. Being worshipped like this was strange enough. Being worshipped like this by someone who had joined his own organization was even worse. Kenichi rubbed his face. So you just joined the organization like that? Daidara puffed up, clearly proud of it. Sasori clicked his tongue and looked Kenichi up and down. I didn't expect you to have fans. Kenichi pretended he did not hear the teasing tone. He turned back to Daidara, trying to drag the situation into something he could control. Daidara, what kind of explosives can you make now? Kenichi asked, curiosity surfacing despite himself. Explosion release was rare, and Daidara had always been one of Kenichi's research targets. If the boy had walked straight to his door, it would be a waste not to take advantage. I'm developing the most powerful explosive, Daidara declared. I've named it G1. Kenichi raised a brow. G1. How powerful is it? Daidara immediately launched into a demonstration. After watching it, Kenichi understood the concept. Daidara's so-called G1 was essentially a giant clay bomb, then dumping chakra into it until it threatened to burst. Who would have thought that kid had that kind of power, Conan had once said, half amused and half exasperated, back when the village was still dealing with the aftermath. Kenichi looked at Daidara again. Do you think an explosion is entirely determined by yield? Daidara blinked, confused. Isn't it? Kenichi smiled, then shook his head. If yield alone decided everything, there would be no point in making different explosives. He spoke simply, like a teacher correcting a student who had memorized the wrong answer. A black powder bomb and a thermobaric bomb aren't the same thing. They're not even close. And neither of them can be compared to what happens when you touch the edge of a nuclear weapon. Even explosives with the same weight could produce wildly different effects. Daidara hesitated, pride fighting honesty on his face. Kenichi watched him quietly. Finally, Daidara lowered his head and shook it. No. My G1 isn't as powerful as yours. Kenichi nodded, satisfied. Then he glanced at Daidara's hands, at the unusual details, at the way chakra lingered around him like it belonged there. He was already thinking ahead. Daidara coming here on his own was convenient. Later, he could draw some blood, isolate the genes, and see whether there were abnormalities tied to explosion release. Still, Kenichi could not help feeling that this entire situation was absurd. Daidara joining the Akatsuki was supposed to happen in the future. Instead, it happened early, because Kenichi's own actions had accidentally created a persona powerful enough to attract a lunatic admirer. Kenichi scratched his head, staring at the boy's shining eyes. Senior. Daidara said again, still excited. I came here to follow you and discuss explosions together. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, Daidara wants to learn the art of explosion. Chapter 201, Daidara wants to learn the art of explosion. An explosion is not just about yield. It also depends on the type of explosive, the initial velocity at the moment of detonation, and a lot of other factors. Kenichi smiled faintly as he looked at Daidara, who was listening with almost frightening focus. No wonder people said teaching was a uniquely human habit. The feeling of passing knowledge on and earning someone's trust was, annoyingly, wonderful. Kenichi had once heard about a parent who wanted their child to study harder, so they deliberately asked the child to teach them what they learned at school. In the end, the child's grades really did improve. So, Amamiya-senpai, Daidara raised his hand seriously, how can I increase the power of my explosions? Kenichi paused, then fell into thought. The destructive force of a conventional explosion depended heavily on the explosive itself. Black powder was one thing. Chemical explosives were another. Thermobaric weapons and airburst bombs each had their own strengths and effects. And then there were nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons did not just have terrifying blast power. The radiation they produced could cause long-lasting, widespread harm, turning the aftermath into a nightmare for anyone unlucky enough to survive. Yet all of those weapons had one shared trait. Their explosive materials were fundamentally different, and they could be replaced. Thermobaric weapons used thermobaric explosives, which were not even in the same category as nuclear weapons. But Daidara was different. His explosions relied entirely on explosion release, which meant every explosive he used was the same at its core. If that was the case, then simply swapping materials was not an option. If he wanted more power, the most obvious route was still increasing yield. Simply piling on chakra will not work, Kenichi said after a moment. You will only waste a huge amount of chakra for damage that does not scale properly. Under certain conditions, your bomb's power should reach a maximum. As he spoke, Kenichi's mind drifted to his own ongoing notes. Lately, he had been quietly collecting data on the relationship between a shinobi's chakra output and the actual power of their jutsu, trying to find an optimal ratio. Of course, he was not bringing Daidara to his main laboratory. Even if Daidara was a loud fan of his, that level of trust did not exist yet. Nearby, Sasori sat on the ground, casually playing with a small ball like it was the most important experiment in the world. The leader is actually a pretty good person, Sasori said without looking up. Kenichi's mouth twitched. No wonder the third Tsuchikage had pushed Daidara out of the village. Otherwise, Iwagakure would have to pay a fortune every year just to cover the houses he damaged and the people he injured. Kenichi had confidence in Daidara's talent and persistence. The boy was just too persistent, so obsessive it crossed into something unhealthy. Aside from that, he did not have any major flaws. Then, for some reason, Kenichi's thoughts jumped to Jiraiya. I wonder which book Jiraiya-sama has published by now, Kenichi muttered. That was, strangely cool. A normal hydrogen bomb could already reach a maximum destructive effect. If someone kept stacking more and more yield onto a single bomb, what was the point if it could be intercepted before it ever reached the target? Kenichi exhaled, then made his decision. Let's go. I'll explain some basic facts about explosions first. He reached out and tugged Daidara along, leading him outside without hesitation. The idea of him being asked to teach someone still felt absurd. Did Nagato really think Kenichi had something in common with Sasori and Daidara just because explosions kept happening around him? As they walked, Kenichi's mind wandered into another analogy he liked. If a game was developed by 10,000 people, 100,000 people, or 1,000,000 people, the speed and precision would obviously change. But no company could actually hire 1,000,000 people to develop one game. Ninjutsu was similar in principle. Just in reverse, explosions were similar too. Daidara kept close, eyes shining. Kenichi's brain supplied a historical reference from his previous life, and it refused to shut up. The Tsar Bomba, the so-called king of nuclear bombs, had a yield of 50 million tons. When it was first designed, it was supposed to reach 100 million tons, but it was lowered because of radiation and other severe issues caused by an explosion at that scale. Then Kenichi thought of Nagato. Nagato was ruthless and decisive. To fulfill his best friend's ideals, he would kill even his own mentor, Jiraiya, without hesitation. Kenichi's expression remained calm, but his thoughts sharpened. Maybe that was why Nagato simply told Daidara to learn from him. It kept the brat busy, and it kept him from blowing up something truly important. Fine. If that was the arrangement, Kenichi would do the bare minimum. He would teach Daidara the fundamentals, then let him run wild and see what the boy could create on his own. Daidara, come here, Kenichi said, stopping and turning. I'll show you some basic knowledge about explosions. Daidara nodded hard. I understand, Amamiya-senpai. The adoring stare hit Kenichi again, and he felt a flash of embarrassment. This was probably what people meant by a fanboy. Daidara immediately tried to apply what he heard, hands moving too quickly. Kenichi almost laughed. Then he saw what Daidara was about to do, and he stopped him in an instant. Hold it. Kenichi grabbed his wrist. Not here. This was Sasori's research base. If Daidara blew it up, Sasori would lose his mind. Kenichi glanced sideways. Sasori was still playing with that small ball, focused as if the world could end and he would not notice. Sasori really had caused explosions constantly before, to the point of blasting out deep craters. That was impressive in its own destructive way. And Daidara, staring at Kenichi with pure admiration, was exactly the same kind of person. He was the type who called explosions art. Expecting him not to love detonations was like expecting fire not to burn. Kenichi's thoughts ran in a cynical circle. Black Zetsu manipulated Madara. Madara manipulated Obito. Obito manipulated Nagato. Calling Nagato a puppet was not unreasonable. And Kenichi himself had been branded with the title Heavenly Demon. So what was this now? The Akatsuki's explosive trio. A puppet's puppet, and then 3 people with a shared hobby of making things go boom. It seems the leader really trusts us, Kenichi remarked quietly. Sasori glanced at him, sensing there was something under those words, but with Daidara present, it was not the time to ask. He swallowed his curiosity. Kenichi turned back to Daidara. Did the leader assign you any missions? Logically, Akatsuki was short on people right now. Even a dog like Nagato would throw new members into work. No, Daidara shook his head immediately. The leader just told me to learn from you, Amamiya-senpai. Kenichi's lips twitched. Learn from him. He had no experience leading a team. He barely tolerated leading his own shadow clones. Even more strangely, neither Kenichi nor Sasori had received any missions from Nagato for quite some time, and they had no idea why. At least it kept Daidara from blowing up his own base, Kenichi thought. Sasori's earlier comment returned to Kenichi's mind, and he gave a small snort. He's a good person, but his ideals are naive, Kenichi said flatly. Nagato's dream could not be realized because he was someone else's puppet, and puppets did not build peace. They built tragedies. Daidara listened without understanding any of that, eyes still glued to Kenichi. Kenichi sighed, then decided to answer the question Daidara actually cared about. Daidara, have you ever considered compressing all that chakra? Daidara blinked, then leaned forward. Compress it. Kenichi nodded slowly. You asked how to increase explosive power. When something detonates, it creates a shock wave, and air is forced outward at terrifying speed. At that speed, even steel balls can pierce a person's body. He let the word sink in, then smiled slightly. It's similar to a fragmentation grenade. When it explodes, fragments and debris fly out at high speed, and that is what kills. Sasori huffed, clearly remembering Daidara's earlier reckless attempt. This idiot actually tried to test it here. He put away his puppet with annoyance. If Kenichi had not stopped him, Sasori would have sent his puppet over to break Daidara's hand on principle. Kenichi ignored the threat and continued thinking out loud. In this world, there were no real missiles like in his previous life, partly because the explosive power could become so strong it might melt internal metal structures. But Daidara's explosion release allowed fine control. If Daidara could control output precisely, then maybe he could try something along those lines. After sending a shadow clone to fetch materials, Kenichi explained the concept step by step. He still did not know how to directly increase the raw power of explosion release itself, but there were ways to improve lethality, efficiency, and application. Daidara had developed multiple jutsu on his own already. With proper guidance, he might create far more. Even the Tsar Bomba had not been pursued further, despite its terrifying destructive effect. There were many reasons, and one of them was that the yield was simply too large to be practical. You have to consider the surroundings when you run experiments, Kenichi said, half laughing and half exhausted. You cannot just blow things up anywhere you feel inspired. Daidara looked mildly confused, as if the concept of anywhere had never mattered to him before. Kenichi rubbed his forehead. The Akatsuki usually worked in pairs for mutual supervision. But now there were 3 of them together, and Kenichi genuinely did not know who was supervising whom. In the end, Daidara proved that obsession could be useful. Amamiya-senpai, is this like this? He asked, hands moving quickly. He assembled something crude but functional, following Kenichi's explanation. A simple fragmentation grenade, made by hand. Kenichi stared at it for a second, then let out a slow breath. Daidara really did learn fast when he wanted to. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 202, A Guide to the Proper Use of Daidara. Chapter 202, A Guide to the Proper Use of Daidara. Art is an explosion. With Daidara's Chinibu-style shout, he detonated the charge. Kenichi heard a heavy boom, and a wave of dust kicked up across the field. He walked over to inspect the results. The mannequin in the center had been punctured clean through by iron plates, and even the dummies on the edges were riddled with wounds from metal shards and debris. The lethality had risen sharply. How does it feel? Kenichi glanced at Daidara beside him. Daidara looked thrilled, crouching to examine the targets. His eyes flicked between the dummies and the gaping holes torn by flying fragments, like he had just discovered a new law of the universe. Amazing. Daidara nearly vibrated in place. Senpai, you're truly amazing. Just adding a little of this actually boosts the explosion's power. Kenichi smiled. What was so strange about it? It was just a fragmentation grenade. Still, watching Daidara light up, and seeing how convenient, simple, and absurdly low-cost this ninja version of a grenade was, Kenichi found himself thinking further. Explosives were simply too expensive. Thermobaric bombs were terrifyingly effective, but their production cost was so high it bordered on unbearable. Kenichi always made sure he could earn the money back before using them, or at least accomplish his basic objectives. For example, blowing up Obito. He had everything prepared, but before he could carry it out, he ran into another problem. If he transplanted Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, there was a high chance it would be impossible to shut down. Explosives were powerful. Even if they were not ideal against truly strong individuals, they were still a super weapon in group battles against ordinary shinobi. The only issue was cost. Senpai. Daidara scratched his cheek, suddenly embarrassed. He had confidently promised he could help Kenichi, and yet in the blink of an eye, he had failed miserably. This kind of power was stronger than even a powerful fireball jutsu. Daidara, Kenichi said, try compressing your chakra inside and keeping it in a relatively stable state. If quantity was not enough, then quality would have to make up for it. If he could compress hard enough, the same resources might produce a stronger effect. That was when he learned Daidara's current research conclusion. If these explosive clays were going to reach tremendous power, they needed sufficient quantity. In other words, they needed enough equivalent. Explosion release was a chakra-based technique. Chakra could be replenished through refining. It was practically an endless supply of clean energy. That meant Daidara could become a very respectable explosives production machine. Daidara, are you all right? Kenichi asked, watching closely. The concern only made Daidara admire his idol more. Even though I accidentally blew it up, my idol still cares about me. It's all right, senpai, I'm sorry. Daidara blushed and lowered his head, clearly mortified. He had not meant to, but he had embarrassed his idol anyway. It was environmentally friendly, safe, inexpensive, and efficient. Cluster bombs were a special type of weapon. Fundamentally, they were ordinary bombs, but they broke apart in midair, causing thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, of smaller bombs to scatter and fall freely from high altitude. Kenichi had to admit, this method of bomb production was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. If he had not been absolutely certain Daidara was human, he would have been tempted to dissect him just to see if there was a processing plant inside. Hearing Daidara's explanation, Kenichi understood immediately. So the problem was still his own. He had just told Daidara that an explosion was not determined solely by yield, but also by many other factors. Yet if the bomb became too large, fewer cluster bombs could be packed together, which defeated the point. Yes, senpai. Daidara nodded quickly, then started trying to compress his chakra again. Kenichi squatted beside him, watching closely. It exploded. The blast came with no warning. Kenichi reacted instantly, throwing up an earthen wall to block the shockwave and catch some of the flying debris. Even so, the impact snapped his hair back and nearly knocked him off balance. Kenichi coughed twice, then used wind release to disperse the smoke. Through the thinning haze, he saw Daidara coughing too. But he was unharmed. Kenichi finally let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. It's fine, Kenichi said with a wave and a smile. Tell me, how did it suddenly explode? Daidara scratched his head, equally confused. When I was compressing it, my chakra suddenly detonated. I did not even have time to react. Kenichi fell silent, replaying what he had seen. Daidara had chewed the explosive clay, tried to compress chakra into it, and the moment he pulled it out, it detonated. At least it did not explode inside his body. Otherwise, Kenichi would have lost his little fanboy. But the cost problem had effectively been solved. With explosion release, they could not perfectly replicate the weapons from his previous life, but they could still produce certain results. And now, Kenichi had a new option forming in his mind. So, Kenichi asked, do you think this counts as a failure or a success? Daidara froze, then looked unsure. Kenichi did not answer for him. He was already thinking ahead. The future Daidara would be extremely useful. He could mass-produce small bombs and other lower-requirement explosives, saving Kenichi a great deal of money. That alone made Daidara's safety important. The main issue with cluster bombs was never just their immediate explosive strength. In Kenichi's previous life, the most terrifying hidden danger was unexploded submunitions. Because there were so many, it was impossible to guarantee that every single one detonated properly. Some would remain live, turning the battlefield into a long-term death trap. Nobody knew whether a single careless step, or a single impact, would set one off. That was why cluster bombs ended up restricted under agreements. Kenichi remembered how, in the past, certain weapons were covered by conventions signed by smaller countries, requiring everyone not to use them. The superpowers did not always sign those conventions. Cluster bombs were exactly the kind of, effective enough to be used anyway, weapon. But that was the previous life. In the ninja world, that specific problem did not exist. If Daidara used explosion release to create cluster bombs, they would detonate as they fell. There was no need to worry about residue. Daidara himself had said that if it did not explode, it would become ordinary soil once the chakra ran out. The sheer number of small bombs also made interception extremely difficult. Such weapons could cover a wide area and produce brutal tactical effects. Many small bombs did not mean weak. In fact, it could mean the opposite. Kenichi stared at the small crater the cluster bomb had made, then frowned. This will not work, he said. It will not achieve the effect we want. Why is your explosive so weak? It was unexpected, yet perfectly logical. It was hard to say Daidara's chakra control was insufficient. He was still young, and his development of both his jutsu and bloodline potential was still limited. Still, Kenichi could not help comparing it to his own experiences. When he compressed Sage Chakra into thermobaric explosives, the destructive power had been far beyond this. This level of explosion release did not impress him at all. Kenichi stroked his chin. If that was the case, compressing chakra really was difficult. If Daidara tried to keep it stable, it became less volatile, and the power naturally dropped. Kenichi's mind flicked back to another thread entirely. This question still needed experiments to verify. For example, using some Uchiha to see whether the Sharingan had extra nerves. If extra nerves existed, what did those nerves connect to? Kenichi was not in a hurry to take revenge on Obito. He looked at Daidara again, and his thoughts shifted into a new direction. Daidara, Kenichi asked curiously, does your explosion release require this clay? Huh. Daidara blinked. I do not know. I tried other materials, but none worked as well as clay. Kenichi's interest sharpened immediately. So if he wanted to make Daidara work for him properly, he would need to solve the clay problem first. What kind of power was only compatible with clay? Kenichi was genuinely curious. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Daidara's version of cluster bombs. Chapter 203, Daidara's version of cluster bombs. With a loud boom, the valley shook again. Kenichi wiped the soot from his face and fell into thought. Across from him, Daidara stood stiffly, rubbing at his sleeves with nervous fingers. Including this one, it had exploded 37 times. Daidara stole a glance at his idol, equal parts curious and uneasy. He had assumed that the moment he arrived, he would finally get to chase art together with him. Instead, Kenichi had him running one strange experiment after another. This is really interesting, Kenichi muttered. At this point, he had a rough grasp of Daidara's situation. The explosion release bloodline really was unusual, and Daidara's chakra was unstable by nature. It felt flammable and explosive, like it wanted to ignite the moment it was released. Kenichi also figured out why Daidara relied on clay. Clay could hold that unstable chakra for a period of time. In other words, if Daidara's explosion released chakra was like a strong acid, then clay was the container capable of holding it. Other materials tried to contain it and simply got corroded, losing stability immediately. Come on, Daidara. Try it again, Kenichi said, keeping his tone simple. Gather your chakra like this. He had already tested how Daidara's chakra distributed itself inside clay. Now he wanted to see whether copying that distribution directly, without clay, could form a more stable chakra structure and create a foundation for compression. Daidara looked bewildered, but his talent was real. After a brief pause, he understood what Kenichi meant and carefully followed the instructions. Soon, a small sphere of chakra appeared in Daidara's palm. It emitted a faint white glow, spinning quietly, looking almost ordinary. A success? Kenichi felt a flicker of satisfaction. Then Daidara threw it. The sphere detonated on impact, instantly blasting out a small crater. Kenichi-senpai, this. Daidara's eyes went wide with excitement. He had never imagined he could recreate the effect of clay without relying on clay at all. Do not get carried away, Kenichi said calmly. We have progress, that is all. This test looked promising, but it still might not develop the way he wanted. If the explosive power problem could not be solved, cluster bombs would remain useless. Daidara, now do it again. Daidara condensed another sphere. Kenichi watched closely, then had him start compressing it. Before long, the chakra ball shrank down to the size of a peanut. Daidara threw it. The explosion left a crater that was essentially the same size as before. Kenichi nodded. So the power of Daidara's explosion release really was directly tied to how much chakra Daidara output. It is close to what I expected, Kenichi wrote in his experimental log, his pen moving steadily. Daidara's bomb making is economical and convenient, but it comes with its own troublesome limitations. In normal explosions, power depended on many factors, including the raw materials involved. But for Daidara, the explosion release output depended entirely on chakra quantity. The more chakra he poured in, the stronger the explosion became. External factors barely mattered. So if that is the case... Kenichi pressed his palms together, eyes narrowing. Then Daidara's explosion release power formula can be calculated with extreme accuracy. Different shinobi had different chakra reserves and different levels of control, so even the same jutsu could vary wildly depending on who used it. Kenichi remembered something Orochimaru once told him. There had been a shinobi in Konoha, a very special one, who used the Great Fireball technique more than anyone else in his entire life. By the later stages, his Great Fireball jutsu was close to the peak. With minimal chakra, he could unleash the strongest fireball possible. He even pushed it further and created an A-rank jutsu. Fire Release, Great Firestorm. Its effect was a relentless barrage of fireballs launched at extremely high frequency, giving the illusion of a storm that never ended. Very few people learned it. Stronger fire release jutsu existed, and Great Firestorm consumed an absurd amount of chakra, so almost no one could justify it. Orochimaru learned many jutsu out of habit, but he never used that one. For someone like him, its practicality was low. But Daidara was different. Daidara's explosion release was stable in its own way. If a fixed amount of chakra was invested, the explosive power was fixed as well. That meant an optimal output range could be calculated. Daidara, Kenichi said, rubbing his hands with visible excitement, we need to run a test. I want to calculate the output ratio between your chakra and your explosive power. Yes, senpai. Daidara agreed instantly, not even asking why. Kenichi felt both amused and exasperated. A test subject this cooperative was rare. Of course, he would never use this method on ordinary subjects unless they had something he valued, something special like Daidara. And so, Kenichi and Daidara stayed in the valley, testing for a full week. After 7 days, Kenichi finally had a rough mathematical figure. Through detailed, tedious trials, he had mapped out Daidara's overall situation. When Daidara burned through nearly all his chakra, leaving only enough to sustain his life, his explosion release reached its peak output. After that, Kenichi had Daidara replicate the chakra consumption levels of the grenades and bombs he had used before. Kenichi calculated the approximate power of each explosion, then summarized an optimal value. The chakra output was not high, but the explosive power remained strong enough to meet the requirements of cluster bombs. "Senpai, what is this?" Daidara stared blankly at the logbook in Kenichi's hand. The writing and figures might as well have been another language. "Does this have anything to do with my jutsu?" "Daidara," Kenichi said, chuckling as he patted his shoulder, "this is a chart of your current explosive output. It is directly proportional, but that is not the key part. Just remember this. With the chakra output equivalent to 53 grenades, you can create a decent weapon." Of course, reality was not that simple. Daidara would continue growing. That meant this chart was only accurate for the current Daidara. Every year, the data would need to be updated. In a sense, this was a long-term experiment measured in years. There might even be unexpected gains later. For instance, Kenichi wanted to observe how a shinobi's chakra changed as they aged. 53 grenades worth of output. "I understand, senpai." Daidara looked strangely energized, though Kenichi could tell he was still confused, still wondering why any of this mattered. Kenichi did not explain immediately. Instead, he gave him something more intuitive. When the chakra equivalent of 53 grenades was compressed, it produced the strongest explosive effect. After that point, every additional grenade increased the explosive power by only 0.5%. Below 53, the growth was dramatic. 53 formed a dividing line. "But senpai," Daidara asked, frowning, "what is the meaning of this? If I am facing a very strong enemy, should I not go all out?" Kenichi explained slowly and methodically. "Look. If you dump all your chakra, leaving only a little to stay alive, your total explosive power is 37,000. Then he continued, feeling oddly like he had returned to his previous life, tutoring his younger cousin at a desk. "But if you output in units of 53 grenades, you can cast a total of..." He almost laughed at himself. Luckily, he had calculated the data personally, so he would not embarrass himself. In his previous life, he had once been a third-year college student who could not answer his cousin's first-year high school math questions, and it still haunted him. But it was not entirely his fault. He had tried his best. He had studied advanced mathematics in college, but it was not his major. Unless you were a math major, most people forgot most of their high school knowledge within a year of starting university. With Kenichi's explanation and the numbers laid out clearly, Daidara finally understood the significance. His eyes lit up immediately. Still, Kenichi raised a hand to stop him from turning into pure enthusiasm. "Do not treat data as the only truth," Kenichi warned. "In the ninja world, creativity matters too." Even if Daidara's output was relatively fixed, shinobi were unreasonable creatures. Sometimes they produced experiences so absurd that numbers stopped being enough. Orochimaru's gene-based comprehensive programming was crude and prone to problems, yet it surpassed the technological level of Kenichi's previous life in certain ways. And even without any of Kenichi's mathematical derivations, Daidara still would have grown into an outstanding shinobi. Ordinary shinobi found him extremely difficult to deal with. At the time, the fact that Daidara could fly had been disgusting to the ninja world. If Daidara had never come down to fight head-on, and instead simply bombed from the sky to harass villages and shinobi, the Akatsuki might have reached a very different outcome. There was a so-called Sky Ninja village in the ninja world, but that belonged to a movie plot. In official storylines, flight was a nightmare for most shinobi. Only a handful could fly, and most had clear limitations. Daidara's ability was far more convenient. "Yes, senpai. I will always remember it," Daidara said solemnly. Then he pulled out a small notebook and began writing down Kenichi's words like they were sacred scripture. Kenichi rubbed his face. How was he supposed to describe Daidara? He was capable, cooperative, easy to steer, but the one fatal issue was that Daidara idolized him far too much. Kenichi had once casually said, "A bad pen is worse than a good memory," and Daidara had immediately gone out and bought a notebook just to record everything he said. Kenichi even wondered if Daidara might someday publish a book titled Kenichi Amamiya's Quotations. If it were an arrogant person, they might feel smug. Kenichi only felt embarrassed. "Enough talk," Kenichi said, standing up. "Daidara, make a cluster bomb first. We will test its power." Kenichi looked at him seriously. He knew well that talk was cheap, and he refused to fall into that trap. "Now we will see what it looks like when we take it out for a spin," Kenichi said. Daidara immediately focused, using the chakra equivalent of 53 grenades to craft a cluster bomb. But his total chakra reserves were limited, so he still had to rest periodically. In the end, it took him a day and a half to complete a clay version of the tech bomb. Clay was still necessary. The chakra Daidara condensed was too unstable in open air and could explode easily. Inside clay, it became relatively stable, though it would still detonate if struck by even a moderately strong collision. That actually matched Kenichi's requirements. Cluster bombs existed for exactly this purpose. They were meant to blanket a wide area with bombing, achieving a broad tactical effect. That had always been their strategic objective. Kenichi looked at the finished product, then turned to Daidara with sudden curiosity. "Daidara," he asked, "have you made a flying clay bomb yet?" If he had, it would save Kenichi a great deal of trouble. If not, Kenichi would have to find a hot air balloon or an airship. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, The Daimyo of the Land of Bears. Chapter 204, The Daimyo of the Land of Bears. Amamiya Senpai's words, "My reliable Daidara, have you used your clever little brain to make a flying clay bomb yet? Oh my god of ninjas, how could I be so stupid? I never even thought of using this to make a flying clay bomb. This must be the wise teachings of my senior, Amamiya." So this was how I replied to reliable Amamiya Senpai. "Amamiya Senpai, I'm so sorry. I haven't thought of doing that yet, but don't worry, I'll definitely try." As Kenichi watched Daidara scribble like his life depended on it, he could not help rubbing his face. Why did he suddenly feel tired for no clear reason? Daidara might be a fan, but this level of obsession was almost like a stalker fan. This was terrifying. The fandom had invaded the ninja world. "Actually, you do not need to be in such a hurry," Kenichi said, reaching out a hand to stop him. Daidara did not stop at all. He kept writing furiously. Kenichi honestly had no idea what the unfortunate kid was recording. What Kenichi had said was not even that long. Still, if they were going to test this thing properly, they needed a suitable location. Kenichi also had to confirm whether Daidara's cluster bomb could cause enough damage to shinobi. Testing it casually did not feel right. So, after one more glance at Daidara still writing like a madman, Kenichi touched the ring on his finger and released a thought wave. The ring vibrated with a familiar pulse. The next second, Kenichi appeared in that illusionary space where Nagato waited. "Boss," Kenichi said with a chuckle, rubbing his hands together, "I want to ask if the organization has any missions recently. The kind where we launch an attack on some place. The kind where nobody is left alive." Nagato raised an eyebrow. Something felt off. This guy was actually thinking about missions. It was uncomfortable. Kenichi had been doing research non-stop ever since finishing a few missions. Kenichi himself was not even sure there would be a suitable job. He wanted to test cluster bombs, so theoretically a mission to attack a base would be best, but if that was not possible, attacking a village would also work. Nagato added, "Let me check." Then he fell silent. Kenichi immediately understood. Nagato had gone to confirm the mission details. While waiting, Kenichi could not help thinking that if this illusion space let them see the other person's body shape and movements, then there would be no need to invent phones at all. The only problem was that they still could not see faces clearly. In that sense, a true video call was still more convenient. A moment later, Nagato's voice returned, blunt and efficient. "There is one mission. Investigate the Hoshigakure in the Land of Bears, then destroy the Hoshigakure and kill the third Hoshikage." The Land of Bears? Kenichi was taken aback again. What kind of country was that? He felt like he had heard of it before, but he could not place it. Still, even if the daimyo of the Land of Bears and the Hoshigakure had hundreds of thousands of words worth of drama to write about, it had nothing to do with him. Kenichi was just a ruthless executor. Nagato nodded. The next second, Kenichi left that strange space. Kenichi licked his lips, a dangerous impulse rising for an instant, but when he thought of the villagers of Amigakure smiling because they had grown the special rice, he abandoned the thought. If it were not for the fact that the rice seeds Kenichi had handed over actually increased yield by 10%, Nagato would have already considered kicking him out of the Akatsuki. Even so, while Kenichi was a headache, he was also useful in some ways. The ninja world needed people like him, people who could change the world. Kenichi turned back to Daidara and patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go, Daidara. I found a place to test the power of this weapon." Daidara immediately followed, practically glowing. "Amamiya Senpai." Kenichi smiled at him. It was time to head to the Land of Bears. It required crossing the Land of Fire, but Kenichi planned to take a different route this time. After finding an open space, he slapped his hands onto the ground and used a summoning jutsu. A massive airship appeared. Daidara scratched his head sheepishly, then sat down beside Kenichi, cleverly choosing a spot half a body length behind him. "Amamiya Senpai, what is this thing?" Daidara stared at the enormous structure in front of him, eyes full of curiosity. He had never seen anything like it. It was only then that Daidara belatedly realized what it was for. The idea that something this huge could fly made him feel ridiculous disbelief. Kenichi led him inside, moved to the cockpit, and controlled the airship to lift off. Only then did Daidara believe it. How can it be called a demon if it does not fly in the sky? Kenichi clapped his hands after a quick inspection. Other than dust, the airship had no major issues. It could be cleaned up. Do you know my nickname? Kenichi asked as he swept away the dusty grime and checked the airtightness. The cockpit was basically just a separate room, with glass windows that could be opened at any time to use ninjutsu to adjust the airship's direction. Otherwise, if something went wrong midair, it would become a very annoying problem. Daidara's eyes nearly turned into stars. Of course I know. Amamiya-senpai is heavenly demon. When he first heard that nickname, he had been absurdly jealous. He wanted a nickname that sounded just as powerful. Kenichi found it a little amusing. Then he noticed Daidara reaching for clay, as if he planned to start crafting something on the spot. Kenichi immediately stopped him. Did this kid even understand where they were? Kenichi had no intention of being blown up while flying. Try it again when we land somewhere open, Kenichi said, half helpless. Daidara was good in every way, but he never cared about timing. He would start building things wherever he stood, and that was a headache. Inside the airship, Daidara followed him closely, asking questions like an overly curious child. Kenichi felt both amused and exasperated, yet he still answered patiently. Airships were different from Daidara's flying clay birds. They relied on the buoyancy of hot air. Both could fly, but they depended on completely different forces. When Kenichi first met Daidara, he had imagined how terrifying it would be if Daidara sculpted a clay bomber. The ninja world would witness that kind of power far earlier than it was meant to. But he soon realized the bomber's flight did not rely on chakra at all. If he wanted Daidara's clay creations to truly replicate that, he would have to study what allowed Daidara's clay to fly in the first place. Senpai, Daidara asked, eyes bright, if I sculpt an airship like this out of clay, do you think my airship can fly? Kenichi glanced at him. If it could not even take off, then making it would be pointless. You can give it a try, Kenichi said. He was not fully sure either. Daidara's clay flew more through biomimicry. His birds relied on flapping wings and airflow. As the airship climbed rapidly, Kenichi withdrew his hand from the controls and walked deeper into the cockpit area. After arriving in this world, he had discovered small countries in the ninja world whose names he had never heard before. But the name Hoshigakure, the Star Village, sounded strangely familiar. On the seat behind him, Daidara finally grew quiet. Kenichi looked over. Daidara, speaking of which, why did you leave Iwagakure? The third Tsuchikage's high regard for Daidara was obvious even to an outsider. If Daidara had listened, he very likely could have become the fourth Tsuchikage one day. Daidara's expression darkened at the mention of Iwagakure, but he still answered. Senpai. I left because the village could not accept me. Kenichi glanced back. Daidara had drawn his legs up, hugging them to his chest, eyes dim and strangely sad. Happy Valentine's Day to all my readers. Thank you for being here and for supporting my stories, whether you're reading on Webnovel, Wattpad, AO3, or anywhere else. I'm wishing you a peaceful day, good energy, and something small that makes you smile, on and off the page. With gratitude. Fanfic Lord. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Look, this is a normal person. Naruto is simply a psychological miracle. Chapter 205, Look, this is a normal person. Naruto is simply a psychological miracle. Even if it sounded a little cold, Kenichi couldn't help thinking, after looking at Daidara, that it wasn't surprising the village didn't accept him. Daidara's bloodline limit was explosion release, a power that was simply too special. Once that ability awakened, it meant he could cause terrifying destruction at any moment. Add Daidara's personality on top of that, and the idea of him blowing up his own village didn't even feel far-fetched. Kenichi could understand the fear. If he hadn't stopped Daidara quickly earlier, Daidara might already be experimenting and have blown up the airship. At that point, even Kenichi would be furious, let alone the people of Iwagakure who had nothing to do with Daidara. If someone's home got destroyed by another person, they would hate the one responsible down to the bone. With that kind of damage and fear, Daidara being ostracized by the villagers was almost inevitable. And if you added another condition, like that house had just finished paying off a 30-year mortgage. Kenichi sucked in a breath. It was honestly a miracle Daidara hadn't been beaten to death on the spot. Your bloodline limit is a talent, Daidara. It isn't your fault, Kenichi said, offering what comfort he could. Explosion release was already troublesome on its own, and paired with Daidara's temperament, it was a recipe for disaster. But was that really Daidara's fault? It reminded Kenichi of Naruto. Kurama had been forced into Naruto by his father, who had hoped his son would be treated well. Instead, it backfired and gave Naruto a childhood that could only be called tragic. Daidara didn't choose explosion release either. He was born with it. And a power like that, in the hands of a child his age, was bound to cause serious problems. Of course, the third Tsuchikage's education methods likely had issues too. For the sake of the village, the third Tsuchikage had Daidara live outside Iwagakure. On the surface, it reduced friction between the village and Daidara. But kids Daidara's age were psychologically sensitive. He could feel the difference in treatment, and that only pushed him further toward extremes. Worse, the third Tsuchikage didn't seem to realize what that kind of isolation would do. Kenichi sighed. Raising and teaching children really was an important matter. The future fourth Tsuchikage had basically been guided down the wrong path. Amamiya-senpai, everyone dislikes me. The kids in the village don't play with me anymore. My master keeps telling me how to become a powerful Tsuchikage, but I don't want to be Tsuchikage. Daidara said more than usual, his voice tight. Kenichi lifted an eyebrow. So it really was like that. Daidara's experience sounded tragic, and in a strange way, it made Kenichi think Konoha should properly bow to Irika, Tuchi, and even the Sage of Six Paths Daidara had been treated like this, and he already looked like he was near the edge. If Naruto's life had been given to Daidara instead, Kenichi suspected Daidara would have turned himself into a bomb and performed his final art right in the middle of Iwagakure. So for Naruto, who grew up in Konoha's environment, to not be corrupted by it, that truly was a psychological miracle. Tsuchikage. Kenichi snorted. No one sane wants that job. What's so good about it? It looks glorious, but you're busy to death every day. Daidara froze for a moment. People around him had always said they wanted to become Tsuchikage. His childhood playmates shouted it like a dream. His aunts and uncles said they envied the Tsuchikage-sama. His teacher told him he would become the next Tsuchikage, again and again, until it filled him with resistance. That was how teenagers were. The more adults pushed, the more the kid pushed back. Amamiya-senpai, let me tell you. Daidara immediately slid into complaint mode, pouring out his experiences. The more he spoke, the clearer his past became to Kenichi. In some ways, Daidara's childhood resembled Naruto's, but not completely. Before Awakening Explosion release, Daidara had been an ordinary child. He had companions. He had friendships. Then his bloodline limit manifested, and everything changed overnight. His friends grew distant. Other villagers stared at him, avoided him, treated him like a walking disaster. He was isolated. If the third Tsuchikage hadn't taken him in as a disciple, Daidara's life might have been even worse. Then came the day he was taken out of the village to live elsewhere, under the third Tsuchikage's decision. After that, Daidara's mindset shifted completely. I hate them. Daidara's eyes darkened, and his fists clenched hard. Uncomfortable. Hatred. Resentment. Dissatisfaction. Grievance. Those were the words Daidara returned to again and again when he described that period of his life. Kenichi let out a slow breath. This is a normal person. Given what Daidara had endured, ending up like this made sense to Kenichi. Naruto, by comparison, was the abnormal case. If Shisui hadn't yet revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi might have suspected Naruto's mind had been altered by Shisui's Mangekyo since childhood, forcing him to stay optimistic and cheerful, dreaming of becoming Hokage no matter what. Actually, you're not that bad, Kenichi said, not preaching and not forcing comfort. He knew lectures were useless. Even if he was Daidara's idol, saying too much would only make things worse. So he changed tactics. Daidara thought his life was miserable. Fine. Kenichi would introduce him to someone whose life was even more miserable, and let reality do the work. He told Naruto's story. As Kenichi spoke, Daidara first looked confused, then increasingly stunned. Isolated by everyone. Pelted with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves. Later treated like he didn't exist. Not a single friend. Living day to day on scraps. No proper teachers. No family. Amamiya-senpai, you're not joking, are you? Even Daidara, who admired Kenichi deeply, couldn't stop himself from asking. It sounded like a made-up tragedy. No one could live like that. Kenichi rolled his eyes. He already knew this reaction was coming. Anyone with basic common sense would find Naruto's story hard to believe. Why would I joke with you? Kenichi said with a scowl. That kid is in Konoha. Sometimes I'll take you to see him, and then you'll understand. He wasn't the kind of person who spent all day telling pointless stories. Kenichi pulled out his calendar and checked the dates. If this mission in the Star Village ended smoothly, he could head to the Land of Fire to restock his consumables. After that, the experiments could begin. He had considered taking someone from Shisui, but Shisui was useful. Better to let Danzo play the villain. Kenichi himself would stay the good person. People preferred being close to someone kind. Staying near someone cruel required strict conditions. Kenichi tended to act neutrally, but to reach his goals, he didn't mind wearing the mask of a good man. Being a good person had benefits. Konoha has someone like that too, Daidara blinked, still struggling to believe it. Because under those conditions, according to what Daidara had heard from his teacher, that kid could still walk around the village cheerfully every day. And he even wanted to become Hokage. It sounded like a fairy tale. Of course it does, Kenichi said with a shrug. Why wouldn't it? Then he glanced out the window. Below them was a small town. He didn't know where it was. This time, Kenichi deliberately avoided Konoha's location. He didn't know whether Konoha had developed any anti-air ninjutsu. If they were spotted, it would be troublesome, so it was safer to simply not fly over it. Besides, heading southeast through the land of fire didn't require passing above Konoha anyway. Amamiya-senpai, that person is normal, right? Daidara asked again, as if he needed to confirm it out loud. Don't worry, Kenichi said, nodding. He's absolutely normal. He just has some secrets other people can't know. Kenichi wondered, briefly, whether Nagato would start his plan the moment Naruto was taken out. Probably not. Nagato's standards for his plan were strict, and he wouldn't act until everything matched what he wanted. Kenichi didn't know what those standards were, but the mission would only be carried out after Naruto grew up anyway. It might not even be confirmed yet that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Naruto. Kenichi looked back at Daidara. Daidara still wore an expression like he was questioning life itself. That was when Kenichi finally noticed something else. Daidara seemed to have a verbal habit. It hadn't stood out earlier, but whenever he spoke about Iwagakure, he kept adding at the end of his sentences. Daidara, Kenichi said, studying him. I've noticed you really like adding at the end when you talk. Especially when it's about Iwagakure. It wasn't a big problem. It just felt a little strange. Ah. Daidara flinched. Sorry, Amamiya-senpai. It's because my teacher always taught me to say yes more and no less, so I. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Third Tsuchikage, oh, Third Tsuchikage. Your ability to teach students was really inferior to Hiruzen's. At least the three Sannin didn't end up with bizarre verbal habits. You can change it, Kenichi said, patting Daidara's shoulder. It's perfectly normal to refuse things you can't do. In the ninja world, age didn't map cleanly to maturity. A 1-year-old was still a 1-year-old, sure. But by 3, kids were basically like 5 or 6-year-olds. By 6 or 7, they already carried the mindset of teenagers. Okay, senpai, Daidara said loudly, rubbing at his eyes. I'll change it. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, transferred to a necromancer. 2. Chapter 206, transferred to a necromancer. 2. The Land of Bears was a small nation bordering the Land of Fire. At first, Kenichi had been curious about why a place like this even existed. In the ninja world, most small countries served a very simple function. They were strategic buffers for the 5 great nations, meant to keep the flames of war from spreading into the major powers' territories too quickly. But the Land of Bears had the Land of Fire on one side and the sea on the other. On the surface, it looked like it had no reason to exist at all. It wasn't until Kenichi studied the map that he understood. The Land of Bears wasn't just a buffer for the Land of Fire. It was positioned as a buffer between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. This is how most small countries survive, Kenichi said while staring down at the forest and the town not far away. If the 5 great nations ever unite one day, then all these little countries will be waiting to be carved up. He had already flown to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Bears in less than a day. It was absurdly fast. But that was also the current state of the ninja world. The map itself was simply too small, and Kenichi's method of flight saved an unbelievable amount of time. If an actual air force existed here, wars and development would probably spiral into an entirely different extreme. That would be a headache no one wanted. The Sky Ninja Village could only exist in movie versions. Amamiya-senpai, have we arrived? Daidara asked, staring down at the town below. Kenichi nodded. We're here. You can tell at a glance. On the Land of Fire side, the forest was denser, and the town below looked far larger than the one in the distance. The gap in economy and living conditions was displayed openly, without any need for explanation. We'll find a place to land in a bit, Kenichi said, narrowing his eyes. Then we go to the capital of the Land of Bears and speak to the daimyo. The mission posted by the daimyo of the Land of Bears was interesting. The request was simple and ruthless, the complete annihilation of the Star Ninja Village. It seemed the fools of the Star Ninja Village had offended the daimyo badly enough that the ruler of this small nation was willing to pay any price to seek help from Akatsuki. Kenichi planned to use this chance to learn how these daimyos viewed the hidden villages, and to discuss pricing properly. Attacking the Star Ninja village wasn't impossible, but the price had to be right. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. This wasn't a mission Nagato had assigned. Kenichi had taken it voluntarily. The more money the daimyo offered, the higher Kenichi's contribution would be, and the sooner he could start his research. After finding a hidden spot to park the airship, Kenichi left behind a shadow clone, then departed with Daidara, heading straight for the capital of the Land of Bears. Daidara, Kenichi said as they moved, a bit curious, what's your codename in Akatsuki? Some of the ring codenames might have changed due to Kenichi's existence, so he wanted to confirm. Amamiya-senpai, my ring is AO. Daidara extended his hand. A ring sat on his finger, engraved with the character for AO. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It seemed Nagato truly valued Daidara. Daidara's strength wasn't much right now, but once he matured, he would be a dangerous combatant. Giving him the AO ring was perfectly reasonable. Then remember, Kenichi said calmly, we address each other by our codenames later. He wasn't sure how many missions Daidara had done, but it was better to remind him than to deal with trouble afterward. Kenichi was the heavenly demon of Akatsuki and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Those two identities combined could turn into a disaster if handled carelessly. Kenichi hated trouble. Understood, Jade-senpai. Daidara answered immediately. He was obedient. That saved Kenichi a lot of effort. He hated disobedient partners. They were always the real problem. Everyone knew the most terrifying enemies often arrived wearing the face of a pig-headed teammate. At the same time, deep within a dense forest, Kakuzu leaned against a tree trunk with his arms crossed. He looked at his partner and spoke with a sinister smile. Sky, do you know? Konoha placed a 40 million Ryo bounty on your disciple, Kenichi. Humph. Orochimaru scoffed. He had already returned to his previous appearance. A boring bounty. Let's see if anyone can actually take my disciple's head first. Kakuzu clicked his tongue. 40 million Ryo wasn't much, but with Kenichi's identity as the heavenly demon, Kenichi's head carried an enormous kind of value. Kakuzu admitted he was tempted. If it weren't for the leader's command forbidding members from fighting each other, Kakuzu might have tried. Orochimaru glanced at Kakuzu with indifferent eyes. After working missions together for some time, the two had become familiar. But familiarity didn't mean warmth. Orochimaru still disliked Kakuzu. This man constantly scrutinized him. The malice was faint, but Orochimaru could feel it. Heh. I heard Kumogakure plans to increase the bounty on your disciple, Kakuzu said. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction remained flat, he grew bored. He squatted down, pulled out a rabbit, and started grilling it. He had caught it just now. Kakuzu was unwilling to spend money on soldier pills. He had some, but he preferred saving them. The more money he kept, the better. It's a foolish act, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. All it will do is make him more famous. What's the point of telling those bounty hunters? If none of them can succeed, it only proves his strength. Who knows? There are plenty of idiots among bounty ninjas, Kakuzu said, licking his lips as the roasted rabbit filled the air with fragrance. They always think they're exceptional. Then he extended his hand casually. By the way, Sky, lend me some seasoning. Orochimaru, as if it was routine, pulled out a bottle of chili powder and tossed it over. This fool asked every time. Seasoning, toilet paper, whatever he could avoid buying. Ridiculous. He was clearly a capable ninja, but his personality was stingy to the bone. Back in the Land of Bears, Daidara followed beside Kenichi, scanning their surroundings as they walked. Jade-senpai, it feels a bit. Daidara hesitated. Off. Kenichi finished for him, smiling faintly. Kenichi had already put on his signature mask. He wore the Akatsuki cloak. Daidara wore the same. Daidara had been resistant to the mask at first, but the moment he saw Kenichi wearing one, he put his on with obvious excitement. Kenichi glanced at the streets around them. The small town didn't have many people, but he could clearly sense figures hiding in the shadows, tracking them. That wasn't normal. Any ninja would recognize the signs. Kenichi said nothing. As long as these fools didn't cause trouble, he didn't care. But if they dared to show their faces, Kenichi wouldn't hesitate to let them witness exactly how he handled problems. Our clothes are a bit too flashy, Kenichi said with a shrug. Aside from the masks, the Akatsuki cloak was unmistakable. Attracting attention was inevitable. In his previous life, if someone wore an Akatsuki cloak on a main street, it would draw attention too. Only in specific places, like a cosplay exhibition, would it be seen as normal. Kenichi spotted a barbecue restaurant ahead and felt a brief temptation. But the persistent little tales behind them ruined his appetite. He didn't bother going in. These people were too annoying. Kenichi's expression cooled. His mood wasn't great. And when he was in a bad mood, he had a habit of teaching the people responsible a lesson. So he and Daidara quickly left the town. They had already asked for directions to the capital of the land of bears. Now they only needed to get there. Not long after they left the village, Kenichi came to a stop. They were surrounded. He looked around. The sky was clear, without a single cloud, yet they had somehow arrived at the village cemetery. Tombstones stood in every direction. It really was a good spot. "Ayo," Kenichi asked casually, "are you alright with combat?" Daidara nodded. Kenichi smiled at that, then felt the ground beneath his feet soften into mud, tugging at his legs as if it wanted to trap him. Swamp of the underworld. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. These attackers weren't amateurs. Then mist rolled in. At the same time, lightning split the sky and slammed down toward Kenichi's body. It didn't pierce him. Because Kenichi was no longer there. "Watch out," someone cried in shock. A sharp thunderclap echoed through the trees. Kenichi yawned, looking down at the ninja whose stomach had been pierced by his lightning flash. The man lay on the ground, powerless, eyes wide with disbelief. "You devil." A nearby ninja's eyes reddened as he launched a violent blaze toward Kenichi. Kenichi pushed off the ground and dodged instantly. Then 4 layers of iron net dropped from above, trying to cage him. At the same time, 4 ninjas rushed in from 4 directions, long swords thrusting toward his heart. Oh. Kenichi didn't move. He let all 4 swords pierce his chest at once. Then his body broke apart, scattering into countless bolts of lightning that shot in every direction. Water release. Water dragon bullet. On the other side, Daidara had been engaged as well. He had also been attacked. Kenichi flicked his gaze over. Only 2 enemies were on Daidara's side. Daidara looked strained, but he was still barely holding them off. Kenichi withdrew his attention. "I'm curious," Kenichi said, voice calm, "who are you people? How dare you attack me?" He had already seen their scratched forehead protectors. Rogue ninjas. But why would rogue ninjas pick a fight with him? It didn't take long for Kenichi to remember. He had been in the lab for too long. Long enough that he'd almost forgotten he had a bounty on his head. The fog thickened. No one answered. The attacks continued without pause. Kenichi shook his head. How boring. These bounty hunters truly had no idea what they were doing. With a bounty this high, did they think he was some idle nobody? Or did they think he had dug up the grave of the Fourth Raikage father? Forget it, Kenichi said softly. I'll test that ninjutsu and see if it works. He gathered chakra quickly, formed hand seals, finished the sequence, then slammed both hands onto the ground. A vast surge of chakra poured into the earth. What is this guy doing? A ninja hiding in the heavy fog stared at Kenichi's movements in confusion. Then the ground beneath him began to churn. He instinctively looked down. A bony hand burst from the soil and clamped around his ankle. What the hell is this? Terror surged through him. He tried to shake it off. A sharp pain exploded through his chest. He jerked his head down and saw a sword piercing straight through his body. Shoo. A gentle, low voice whispered behind him. Don't disturb the slumber of the dead. Blood poured from his mouth. His vision dimmed. His head drooped as his strength left him. Then he felt heat behind him. Kenichi turned instantly, tossing the corpse in his hand toward the attacker in the fog. At the same time, Kenichi exhaled a stream of fire. It was far hotter, far denser, and it crushed the opponent's flames in an instant, forcing them back. The unlucky body Kenichi had thrown was caught in the blast and charred black. What a pity, Kenichi murmured. He appeared beside the collapsing figure at once, reaching out to support the body before it hit the ground. Then he placed a hand on the person's head. Yang-released chakra began to circulate under Kenichi's control. Kenichi stared into the fog, his 3 tomoe Sharingan spinning steadily. He could already see the attacker's blurred silhouette. Is this your friend? Kenichi asked, voice almost polite. You demon. The other party cursed, voice trembling with rage. Koji was supposed to get married next week. Ah, I'm truly sorry, Kenichi said, smiling faintly. So tell me, do you think he can still attend the wedding like this? He tossed the unfortunate man toward the attacker. The attacker dodged instantly, expecting an explosion. Nothing happened. You thought I attached explosive tags? Kenichi's voice drifted, sometimes near, sometimes far. Come on. I'm not that low class. Then he casually tossed more bodies forward. One after another. 7 in total. Not one less. Every one of that man's companions was dead. Only he remained. p@treon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Isn't it normal for a necromancer to have mental attacks? Chapter 207, Isn't it normal for a necromancer to have mental attacks? This bastard, no. I can't beat him. Takanaka Naoto stared at the corpses scattered around him, grief and rage twisting his face. He recognized two of them. They were his friends. The others were bounty ninjas who had rushed over after learning someone had found the target and wanted to share the spoils. In the end, everyone was dead except him. Even his younger brother had died. Naoto's hands clenched until his nails dug into his palms. His brother had been about to get married, and now he had lost his life here. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I should die. His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare make a sound. Now that his friends and the other bounty ninjas were dead, he had to live. He had to carry the hopes of the companions who could no longer speak. You want to run? That devil's voice rang out again. Naoto didn't answer. He only formed hand seals frantically and cast hidden mist jutsu once more, trying to cloud the enemy's vision. Only then could he escape. He couldn't stay here. If he stayed, he would truly die. The opponent's strength was terrifying, beyond reason. A monster. Then, in the thick fog, he heard a strange crunching sound. What is that sound? He was confused, but he couldn't afford to care. He turned and ran, only to feel something clamp around his leg. He whipped his head back. His blood turned cold. The one grabbing him was his friend, the friend who had died earlier. Naoto remembered that face clearly. Like Naoto, his friend couldn't accept the Hidden Mist Village's blood mist policy, so he fled, became a rogue ninja, and survived by taking bounty missions. But Naoto was certain. He had watched this man die. Yet now. The corpse clung to his leg and slowly lifted its head. Hollow eyes stared up at him. A strange smile tugged at the corner of its mouth. Naoto's hair stood on end. He kicked instinctively, but it wouldn't let go. He kicked again, harder. Bones cracked. His foot sank into something that felt wrong, something that still held a trace of body warmth. Slimy, sticky, clinging. Naoto gritted his teeth and yanked his leg free, but the thing still latched on, jaw opening wide as it tried to bite down. Pain exploded in his calf. Naoto's eyes widened in horror. His friend had bitten off a piece of flesh. He couldn't endure it anymore. He formed hand seals, and a wind blade jutsu flashed. The head and arms were severed, and only then did he finally rip himself free. But before he could take a second step, he saw them. 6 figures, crawling up around him in the fog. And his younger brother too. His brother's abdomen had been pierced. Yet he was also rising, dragging himself forward and blocking Naoto's only path out. Forgive me. Naoto looked at his brother's charred face, nearly unrecognizable now, and agony twisted through him. But to survive, he had to move. He had to act. Brother. Just as Naoto was about to use Earth Release to send all of them away, his breath caught. His brother was speaking. Run, fast. His brother struggled to open his mouth. Sticky skin and damaged flesh made the words unclear, but Naoto heard him anyway. Naoto trembled, gripping the weapon in his hand as he stared at his brother. That swaying figure stumbled toward him with a sword, repeating the same words again and again. Run fast, run fast. His brother's face was filled with pain. Nearby, Kenichi sat on a railing, watching the scene with clear interest. He was genuinely curious what choice this man would make when faced with the dead, especially when the dead walking toward him clearly had a connection to him. Daidara stared at Kenichi with a look of awe. He suddenly understood why Kenichi carried the title of demon. The scene in front of him was. Senior Jade, is this a ninjutsu you developed? Daidara asked in a low voice. He had just seen white bones crawl out from graves. Even now, those bones were still wandering the cemetery behind them. More or less, Kenichi said, nodding. A ninjutsu developed from a forbidden technique. He had once considered creating something like necromantic resurrection. In the end, he succeeded by combining the concept with Edo Tensei. But in practical terms, the technique wasn't very strong. Kenichi had shelved it for a long time. Just now, though, a new idea had struck him. The lethality was low, but the mental pressure it created was immense. So he simply tried covering the newly dead with the technique. The result was that they crawled back up. Some completely lost independent consciousness and became puppets under his control. Others, however, seemed to retain fragments of themselves. Kenichi had naturally heard what the deceased had said earlier. It made him realize there were still improvements to be made. Maybe refining it further could lead to unexpected gains. While Kenichi was watching his little show, the surrounded ninja finally seemed to figure it out. He used water shockwave to blast through the resurrected bodies, forcing a path open, and then fled at full speed. Kenichi pouted. Just as he expected, the practical value of this technique was low unless he could keep improving it until it reached an effect closer to Edo Tensei. In its current state, it could only serve as intimidation. If the enemy was cold-blooded, then it was essentially useless. The revived corpses had only basic mobility. They couldn't use ninjutsu. Their threat was limited. Still, Kenichi murmured, thinking, maybe I can attach plague toxins to the corpses too. A double attack, physical and mental. He nodded, satisfied with the direction. The problem was that ordinary toxins rarely took effect immediately, so he would need to think carefully over the long term. As he watched the fleeing figure, Kenichi didn't hesitate. A sharp bird-like cry condensed in his left hand. Chidori roared. Kenichi surged forward and caught up in an instant. You fell for it. The moment he struck, the target's body turned into a puff of smoke. A wooden stake dropped to the ground. At the same time, a ninja appeared behind Kenichi and stabbed him with a sword. But the blade pierced a wooden stake as well. And in that same instant, the piercing bird cry sounded again. Takanaka Naoto didn't even have time to turn his head. Pain flashed. Then darkness swallowed his sight. Kenichi casually tossed the corpse onto the ground and began searching for valuables. Unfortunately, there were only scattered items. Nothing impressive. Altogether, the valuables on all of them added up to about 10 million ryo. So poor. No wonder they had become bounty ninjas. Burn them, Kenichi told Daidara. Daidara carried it out cleanly, without hesitation. His expression didn't show the slightest discomfort, as if he had done similar things many times before. Kenichi glanced toward the villagers watching from a distance, hiding in fear and curiosity. He ignored them and left with Daidara without slowing down. Before leaving, Kenichi casually dispelled his technique. The white bones instantly collapsed back to the ground. Otherwise, it would be a little too easy to scare people. These bounty ninjas were only a small interlude. Kenichi hoped there would be fewer idiots like them in the future. Still, he hadn't expected to encounter bounty hunters here of all places. That was what truly surprised him. After dealing with the fools, Kenichi quickly brought Daidara to the capital of the Land of Bears. It was a city that looked as prosperous as Hot Spring Town in the Land of Fire. And there, Kenichi finally met the daimyo of the Land of Bears. You're the daimyo of the Land of Bears? Kenichi stood on the eaves, looking down at the fat man lounging in a chair, thinly dressed maids feeding him fruit as if he couldn't even lift his own hands. Who is it? Cough, cough, who are you? The daimyo was far more timid than Kenichi expected. The moment he heard Kenichi's voice, he tumbled off the chair, panicked and flustered. Kenichi pouted. Then he jumped down with Daidara, landing directly in front of the daimyo. Didn't you post the bounty mission to our organization? Kenichi asked bluntly. Hearing that, the daimyo's expression eased slightly. Cough, cough. The daimyo glanced around nervously, then gestured. Guests, come with me. He led Kenichi and Daidara into a more private room. Kenichi looked around. The decor was luxurious, no worse than the richest merchants in the Land of Fire. It was worlds apart from the more ordinary streets outside. Kenichi didn't comment. This world had always been like this. Expecting a daimyo to live like ordinary people was laughable. The world was inherently unfair. Two sirs, the daimyo said with a smile as he poured Kenichi a cup of sake, for this bounty, I want the Hoshigakure to disappear from this world. Fine, Kenichi replied straightforwardly. But the price you offered before isn't enough. Daidara sat quietly beside him, not speaking. This time, he was simply there as a backdrop. The daimyo's hand paused mid-motion. This, ninja-sama, I really have. He wiped sweat from his face and looked at Kenichi with a troubled expression. That depends, Kenichi said, smiling slightly, on whether daimyo-sama considers the Hoshigakure a thorn in his side, or just a minor annoyance. The daimyo's hatred was too strong. That made it very likely he would be willing to pay more. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, So ninjutsu is another form of equivalent exchange. Chapter 208, So ninjutsu is another form of equivalent exchange. But I really... The daimyo looked troubled. Kenichi scoffed. He didn't believe a word of it. Just from the man's indulgent expression earlier, it was obvious the daimyo lived for luxury. Someone like that always had private reserves. How could he not? Even if the Land of Bears wasn't large, it wasn't like the Land of Waves, a poor and backward country that could only survive on fishing. The capital of the Land of Bears was clearly far more extravagant than the capital of the Land of Waves. With a place like this, would the daimyo truly have no hidden assets? Oh, well, Kenichi said with a shrug, his tone full of regret. Then we'll just kill part of them. The moment those words landed, the daimyo's expression twisted with conflict. Kenichi watched him closely. He knew he needed more leverage to force the daimyo to accept his terms. The only issue was that Kenichi hadn't gathered much information on this trip, so what leverage could he use? It wasn't actually complicated. The daimyo of the land of bears hated Hoshigaku so much that he had invited outside ninjas to erase it completely. That alone said everything. Not every small country could even afford to support a hidden village. Take the land of rice, where Kenichi's laboratory was located. Its so-called ninja village was, in truth, closer to a slightly stronger local armed force. Only after his teacher arrived did the daimyo of the land of rice, with that help, successfully establish Otogekure. Still, a ninja village brought benefits to a country. Small missions didn't need to be outsourced. Some work could be handled internally. A village could also provide a degree of protection. Of course, that protection didn't mean resisting foreign invasion. A small hidden village couldn't stand against an assault from the 5 great nations. Right now, only the Land of Rain could manage something like that. And even that relied on Akatsuki's presence within the Land of Rain. If the 5 great nations truly united to crush them, even the current Akatsuki would likely be in a dangerous position. But even a small hidden village could at least suppress bandits and mountain thieves within its borders. Yet despite that, the daimyo of the Land of Bears still wanted to destroy Hoshigaku in his own country. That could only mean one thing. The village's existence had become unbearable to him. A dignified daimyo of the Land of Bears, Kenichi said, neither too light nor too heavy, if you can't even control your own country, isn't that humiliating? The daimyo's conflicted expression deepened. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So he had guessed correctly. This wasn't just dislike. It was fear. Hoshigaku's existence had likely threatened his rule. After all, if it didn't threaten his authority, he could endure it. But if it endangered his position, no daimyo would tolerate it. I can add, at most, 100 million ryo. The daimyo slammed the table, the fat around his neck trembling. 120 million ryo, Kenichi replied immediately, pushing the price higher without blinking. The daimyo's face darkened again. He struggled internally for a long moment, then finally nodded with difficulty. An additional 120 million ryo was a good profit. The difficulty was also higher. He would be eliminating a hidden village, and judging by the daimyo's meaning, it had to be done with no survivors left alive. But it didn't matter. A small hidden village probably didn't even have a barrier. If Kenichi pulled out the god-slaying bomb he had prepared for Obito, it would be enough. The thought lasted only a moment before Kenichi dismissed it. It wasn't that it wouldn't work. The problem was the cost of making a thermobaric bomb. If he used it, his profit would shrink drastically. He still had to calculate costs. If he included the thermobaric bomb's cost, he would need to squeeze even more money out of this daimyo. And looking at him, Kenichi knew it would be extremely difficult to extract another coin. So Kenichi didn't bother saying anything. He didn't lack other methods. Then, Lord Daimyo, Kenichi said as he stood, prepare the money and wait for good news. All right, I'll prepare it. The daimyo's smile became noticeably more sincere. Seeing that, Kenichi didn't act arrogant. He exchanged a few more polite words, then left. During the conversation, Kenichi had confirmed one key point. What the daimyo wanted was for Hoshigaku to completely disappear. That meant Kenichi needed to plan carefully. Senior, just the two of us against a ninja village? Daidara asked with hesitation. Can we really do it? After all, it was a hidden village. Kenichi thought briefly. At that time, you, AO, ride my airship up and drop the cluster bombs. Actually, forget it. I'll take you up. He had originally planned for Daidara to do it himself. But Daidara hadn't done high-altitude bombing yet, and his distance control might not be stable. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. It was simpler if Kenichi handled it. After Daidara dropped the cluster bombs, they would jump down immediately. When they were close to the ground, Kenichi could use wind release to cushion the landing. It wasn't much trouble. What a pity, Kenichi muttered, glancing at the sky. It's a clear day. Thunder dragons, combined with Daidara's cluster bombs, should be enough to wipe out most of Hoshigaku's ninjas. The issue was that Kenichi's fighting style felt a bit monotonous lately. He could try developing new techniques to deal with enemies, but what kind? And right now, he might not have enough time to experiment properly. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly. The chakra nature needed for Edo Tensei, what happens if I use nature chakra with Edo Tensei? His curiosity flared. He found the cemetery in the capital of the Land of Bears and tested it. After he performed it, nothing happened. Kenichi sighed. So simply changing chakra nature to force a different result didn't work for Edo Tensei. Naruto's Rasengan really was more convenient in that regard. Change the chakra nature, and you could create an entirely different Rasengan. As they walked through the forest, Kenichi looked at Daidara. If it were you, Daidara, how would you deal with a ninja village? He wanted to hear Daidara's thinking. Me. Daidara considered, then answered honestly. I'd probably make the biggest bomb possible and throw it down. Kenichi felt both amused and exasperated. Typical Daidara. Every solution came back to an explosion. Kenichi did have ideas involving explosions, but another method surfaced in his mind, one that was far more unique. Everyone knew the human body contained a massive amount of water. Roughly 60 to 70% of a normal body was water. If Kenichi could develop a technique that instantly drained all water from enemies within a target area, it would be a terrifying weapon. But the problem was obvious. It was difficult. Kenichi didn't even know where to start. There was a difference between knowing the body held water and instantly drying it out in one moment. Maybe I could use a hypertonic method and force body fluids to drain automatically, Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. But that would be difficult too. Another idea followed. What if he used water release to sense the water inside living bodies? Then use that internal water as the medium for water release itself, extracting it directly from their bodies. The question was simple. Was it even feasible? Kenichi didn't know. But he decided to try. There was no harm in testing. He just couldn't use humans as subjects, and the only person with him was Daidara. So after a glance at Daidara, Kenichi casually caught a rabbit and held it in his hand. Senior Amamiya, Daidara asked, rubbing his arm, are you going to eat dinner? He had just felt a vague discomfort, like someone was staring at him with malicious intent. No, Kenichi said, shaking his head. I'm developing ninjutsu. He focused on the rabbit. How did ninjutsu work? It was the mobilization of chakra, then transforming it into power, either inside the body or released outward. For example, some water-release Jinchuriki could use massive-scale water-release techniques even in places with no water. But there was an important detail. Water release still had conditions. It benefited from external water sources. Otherwise, people wouldn't be shocked when they saw Kisame or the second Hokage use large-scale water release in areas without water, because that kind of feat clearly went beyond the norm. So, in a sense, Kenichi felt that chakra-based ninjutsu was also a form of equivalent exchange. The quality of chakra was higher, so the energy it could exchange for was naturally higher as well. That also explained why chakra could create techniques that produced lakes. Given that water release benefited from external water conditions, even if not absolutely required, and that sufficiently powerful ninjas could overcome the disadvantage. Then a question naturally followed. If external water could be mobilized, could the water inside living organisms be mobilized as well? Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to study the rabbit, interest sharpening into focus. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 209, Your Bones Glow, Right. Chapter 209, Your Bones Glow, Right. Kenichi wrapped the rabbit in his hand with chakra, then tried to draw water from it and use a very common technique, water release bullet. The ninja world had countless techniques, but some were taught openly in ninja schools because they lacked technical depth and had almost no lethality. The one Kenichi was about to use was exactly that kind. Water release bullet, along with similarly named techniques like wind release bullet, fire release bullet, and earth release bullet, were all basic chakra nature transformation ninjutsu. Their biggest advantage was that they were easy to learn and low difficulty. Their biggest weakness was the same thing. They were almost useless in real combat. Water release bullet condensed a ball of water and threw it. That was it. At most, it was a way for new ninjas to practice. Its power was about the same as splashing someone in the face with a bucket of water. Fine for washing up or cooking. Not much else. There's a vague sense to it. But if I infuse chakra into it? Kenichi focused and tried again. Then he pulled a small red ball out of the rabbit's body. A fishy, strange stench drifted from it. The ball rotated slowly in his palm, while the rabbit in front of him shriveled completely, turning into a mummified corpse. Even its eyeballs collapsed. Daidara blinked. He had been watching closely, expecting his idol to develop some powerful new technique. He didn't expect Kenichi to turn a rabbit into a dried corpse instead. Kenichi frowned and flicked the small ball away. It didn't have any real power. If anything, it was just disgusting. The smell was repulsive, like congealed blood mixed with something he couldn't describe. It's still not good enough, Kenichi said, shaking his head. This technique needs me to infuse chakra into the target's body to get the effect I want. That's too slow. In real combat, would anyone give him time to wrap their entire body in chakra? If he had that kind of time, he could just kill them directly. Why bother? Besides, the cancer creation technique had a different purpose. That one was meant for assassination. If someone developed cancer, they wouldn't think they had been ambushed. They would just think they were unlucky. But forcibly sending chakra into someone's body was another matter entirely. This new idea had more deterrent value than practical value. Kenichi couldn't think of a specific use for it. Calling it useless wouldn't be wrong. It won't work unless there's a more efficient effect, Kenichi muttered. Like using chakra to create an ultra-high concentration water environment. He paused, then shook his head again. No. That's not good either. Setting up something like that over an entire village would take too much preparation time. The chakra cost alone wouldn't be worth it. He would be better off using other techniques. Then, a combination technique will do. Kenichi thought of what had happened earlier and nodded. There was some risk, but it didn't matter. And it could also serve as cover for Daidara. Moving at full speed, Kenichi and Daidara soon arrived at Hoshigakure. If you ignored the strange black technology some places had, most ninja villages in the world were actually similar to ordinary small villages. Even so, Kenichi felt a faint curiosity as he looked at the Hoshigakure head. He was sure he had heard the name before. If he had, then it meant the Hoshigakure should have had some kind of plot relevance in the Naruto world. The problem was that Kenichi couldn't remember anything special about it at all. Amamiya-senpai, should we act now? Daidara rubbed his hands, excitement rising. Kenichi surveyed the place. It was exactly as he expected. This small hidden village had nothing special. There wasn't even a protective barrier. It was practically undefended. That was the reality for most small hidden villages. Not every village could afford a barrier squad. Barrier techniques were village secrets, guarded tightly. Even in Konoha, the barrier squad's confidentiality level was extremely high. For a village at this level, an aerial assault could almost destroy it instantly, Kenichi said, stroking his chin. The village in front of them was completely unprotected. Its only defense was the handful of ninjas patrolling outside. And even then, Kenichi couldn't judge their strength. In the ninja world, clothing didn't clearly distinguish rank. For all he knew, one of them could be a genin. And who knew? That genin might become a savior-level figure later. Just like Naruto and Sasuke. Not yet, Kenichi said, looking up at the sky. We act tonight. It was already afternoon, but still too early. If they started now, it could turn troublesome. Not because wiping out the hidden star village would be difficult. Kenichi simply felt that a complete annihilation required planning. Daidara's cluster bombs might leave survivors, and if they scattered, it would be annoying. Kenichi could use shadow clones to chase down escapees, but it was always easier to finish everything at once and save effort. When night fell, Kenichi used summoning jutsu to call his airship. He had Daidara enter first, then followed. He started it up and flew upward. It had to be said, an airship, especially one Kenichi built himself, was useful in ways normal ones weren't. The biggest advantage was silence. Ordinary airships needed steering systems, engines, and jet nozzles to adjust direction, which made them easy to detect. Kenichi's airship was driven by chakra instead. Those problems didn't exist. He only needed wind release chakra to control its direction. Today's wind direction is. Kenichi stretched out a hand, felt the wind speed and angle, then weighed the cluster bomb Daidara had prepared, estimating its approximate weight. Amamiya-senpai, what are you doing? Daidara asked. His curiosity was strong, but that was normal, especially at his age. Calculating the lead, Kenichi answered briefly, so the effect will be better. Then Kenichi glanced at Daidara and fell into thought. He remembered something. Daidara could control his own creations. After confirming it, Kenichi rubbed his face with a wry smile. As expected, Daidara really could control his explosive clay. It wasn't precise control, but for the target below, precision wasn't necessary. Wait until you see the fog, Kenichi said, estimating quickly. Then guide this thing to land in the center of the current position. After it falls, about 1500 meters, let the outer shell disintegrate. You don't need to control anything else. Daidara nodded immediately and began preparing for the bombing. Seeing Daidara's excited expression, Kenichi shook his head. Daidara's obsession with explosions was truly indescribable. But Kenichi still had his own important work to do. He opened the cabin door and felt the high-altitude wind roar across his face. He wiped his face once, then jumped straight down. The ground rushed up fast. Just before he hit, Kenichi used wind release, great breakthrough to generate recoil and slow his descent, landing safely. Hidden Star Village below remained the same at first, scattered patrols moving through the dark, completely unaware that death was already above them. Sage Art. Water Release. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Kenichi shouted theatrically. A vast fog rolled outward from him, spreading rapidly and swallowing the Hidden Star Village in moments. What happened? Enemy attack. Be careful. The village fell into instant chaos. They had some experience, but experience was useless here. Because after casting hidden mist jutsu, Kenichi immediately stepped out of the fog zone, away from the thickest concentration, and condensed lightning released chakra into his hand. Mist conducted electricity unless it was perfectly distilled water. Even pure mist would only require a stronger voltage to overcome. And now the entire hidden star village was covered in dense fog. Fog formed with sage art chakra was even harder to disperse. Kenichi spread his hands slowly. Electricity crackled in his palms, condensing into a lightning sphere. He stared at the fog in front of him and threw the lightning ball without hesitation. In an instant, lightning ripped through the mist and surged across the entire area. What was that? Daidara, still in the sky, stared down in curiosity. He had seen a flash inside the fog, then that light exploded at the very center. For a moment, night turned into day. Silvery white patterns spread across the world below like a living net, burning themselves into Daidara's eyes and heart. Daidara reacted quickly. This had to be the timing Kenichi mentioned. He pushed out the cluster bomb at once. This is art. Katsu. Daidara threw it down with excitement, but he didn't forget Kenichi's instructions. When it had fallen far enough, he controlled the outer clay to disintegrate. Under gravity, the small bomb scattered rapidly. Daidara licked his lips. The white patterns below appeared quickly and vanished just as fast. The world returned to darkness. Then, streaks of fire shot upward. The roar of explosions tore through the silence of night. Kenichi squinted. The shockwave from the blasts, combined with the earlier lightning surge, finally dispersed the dense fog in front of him. Flames. Collapsed buildings. Fallen ninjas. Hidden Star Village was reduced to ruins under the combined assault of Kenichi and Daidara. The shadow clones posted around the area didn't move. Kenichi nodded. It seemed no one had escaped. The people of the Hidden Star Village still hadn't even understood what had happened. Then, from a ruined structure, a strange creature suddenly rose into the air. It looked somewhat like a snake, yet it didn't seem like a living being at all. Through it, Kenichi could even see the flames burning behind it. Ah, Kenichi murmured, raising an eyebrow, so there aren't absolutely no survivors. Under an attack like that, someone could still survive. If this were Konoha, Kenichi wouldn't be surprised. He would even worry that Guy might open the 8 gates and kick him with Night Guy. Then again, Guy shouldn't be that strong yet. Kenichi looked up and started walking toward the anomaly. Daidara hadn't come down yet. He was probably still figuring out how to land the airship. Kenichi hoped Daidara was steady. Otherwise, he would need to rebuild his airship. Yet as Kenichi walked through the devastated Hidden Star Village, a strange feeling crept over him. It was subtle. Hard to describe. Just an uncomfortable sensation crawling over his skin. Kenichi had been about to head straight for the strange creature, but he stopped mid-step. He took out a kunai and stared at a corpse beside him, frowning. Bodies weren't strange. Kenichi had just used a combination technique, and Daidara had provided what could only be called a cremation service. It would be strange if no one had died. What puzzled Kenichi was something else. The bones of this corpse. They were glowing. The nearby burning buildings cast light across the scene, but even in places untouched by firelight, Kenichi could see a faint glow on the corpse's humerus. He dug out the bone and carried it to a spot completely free of firelight. The glow became even clearer. The humerus was shining in the dark, a blue-green color. Normal people don't glow, Kenichi muttered. Then he recalled a past farce. LK-99. Even though the commotion had died down, some people might still not know. LK-99 had basically been confirmed not to be a room-temperature superconductor. It was merely a material with strong diamagnetism that required specific conditions. The country involved had even retracted their paper. So it had essentially been a farce. Of course, it was still hard to say whether the country had been holding something back. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 210, Another Group of Divine Beings in the Ninja World, Daring to Cultivate with This. Chapter 210, Another Group of Divine Beings in the Ninja World, Daring to Cultivate with This. Kenichi was absolutely certain of one thing. Even if the people of the ninja world were special, to the point that some jokingly called them vegetative people, their bones did not glow. He knew that better than anyone. Which meant the guy in front of him was clearly not normal. It feels a little hot when I hold it, Kenichi murmured, staring at the bone in his hand. It's faint, but it's there. Then a memory surfaced, something he had complained about before. Back when radium was first discovered, people had actually used it as a cosmetic. And later, those same people experienced the miracle of seeing their bones glow. Kenichi's scalp tingled. He tossed the bone away on instinct. This might be radiation. After the bone hit the ground, it continued to glow faintly in the dark, like a firefly. The sight alone was enough to make the back of his neck go cold. Is this just one person, or is it something bigger? Kenichi quickly rinsed his hands with water. He didn't feel any discomfort yet, but he knew what radiation could do. Even without symptoms, the knowledge itself made his skin crawl. He formed a hand sign and summoned a shadow clone. You're really cautious, main body, the clone muttered, sounding annoyed. Kenichi smiled. Being cautious was a good habit. He had no interest in earning some lifelong, permanent VIP user skin. The clone understood the risk too. It was dangerous for the real body to go in. But for shadow clones, if the radiation was too strong, they could just disperse and send the memories back. No long-term consequences. Kenichi watched as the clone walked into the still-burning hidden star village. Then he glanced at the glowing femur nearby and couldn't help licking his lips. He really hadn't expected this kind of harvest from a small hidden star village. Radiation, accidental exposure wouldn't do this, Kenichi thought, finding a relatively safe spot and sitting down. So this person must have been in long-term contact with a radiation source. Right then, the airship began descending from the sky. Kenichi moved quickly, climbed the rope hanging beneath it, and pulled himself up. He hadn't climbed earlier because the rope hadn't been low enough, but now it was within reach. Amamiya-senpai. That explosion just now was truly spectacular. Daidara said, practically glowing with excitement. Kenichi smiled. The cluster bombs really did have a dense, brutal kind of beauty. Don't rush in yet. We wait, Kenichi said, parking the airship and stopping Daidara before he could jump down to loot the battlefield. His shadow clone hadn't dispersed yet. Until Kenichi knew exactly what was going on inside, he wasn't stepping into that village himself. Daidara was curious, but he sat down obediently beside Kenichi anyway. In his mind, whatever Amamiya-senpai said was correct. After a while, Kenichi felt a brief dizzy pull in his head. Then the clone's memories flowed into him. Bones were glowing. In the remains of some people, their bones had the same faint glow. Others were completely normal. Not everyone had it. But that wasn't the biggest gain. The clone had caught a survivor. He actually grabbed a live one. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that person from earlier? He hadn't expected that. The captive's strength was frankly an eyesore, but the technique she used was undeniably striking. The strange thing Kenichi had seen floating over the ruins earlier had been her ninjutsu. Let's go, Daidara, Kenichi said, shaking his head. But be careful. We're not going into the village yet. He planned to interrogate the captive first. A living mouth meant secrets. And considering what he had just discovered, that captive was probably connected to the test subject he had been thinking about before leaving. Okay, senpai. Daidara followed excitedly. Soon, they reached a woman tied to a tree. Her head hung low, and blood stained the corner of her mouth. But what caught Daidara's attention most was her arm. Was it glowing? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Sure enough. Her bones glowed too. Interesting. Very interesting. Combined with her identity and the village itself, Kenichi's suspicion sharpened. Hidden Star Village likely held a secret, and that secret was tied to radiation. It was possible that the ones with glowing bones were all ninjas. What's your name? Kenichi lifted her chin with one hand. The three tomoe in his eyes spun, and he planted a genjutsu directly into her mind. Kenichi had no interest in playing slow interrogation games. Controlling her with genjutsu was cleaner. My name is Natsuhi, the woman answered blankly. Natsuhi. Kenichi's brow lifted. The name felt familiar for some reason, but he shoved the thought aside. The village's secret mattered more right now. What ninjutsu did you use earlier? Kenichi asked. Her eyes struggled for a moment, resisting, but the genjutsu tightened like a noose. Peacock. Peacock mysterious method. She forced out. Kenichi's gaze sharpened. Peacock mysterious method. It sounded wrong. Not wrong as in impossible, but wrong as in out of place. If someone in the world of Journey to the West claimed they cultivated a peacock mysterious method, it would sound natural. But hearing it in the ninja world made it feel disconnected, like a technique from another story forced into this one. Daidara blinked. He had studied under the old men for years and had never heard of anything like it. So how do you train it? Kenichi pressed. Do you have scrolls? His curiosity only grew. This mission really was worth it. Money on one side, and on the other, something new. Something even his teacher probably didn't know. If Kenichi brought this back for his teacher to study, Orochimaru would absolutely be interested. We have to train around the star. Natsuhi's expression twisted as she fought the genjutsu. Scroll, secret technique scroll. Kenichi watched her carefully, unmoving. In the room where the star is kept, she finally said. Kenichi nodded. The scroll was likely the peacock mysterious method itself. But that star she kept mentioning. Star Ninja Village. Star. The connection made Kenichi's sense of déjà vu spike. He remembered it now. Hidden Star Village had risen because of a meteorite impact. Not in the sense that a meteor fell and the village magically appeared, because if that were the case, they would have been dead, not weak. It was that the village's name and existence were tied to a star. A meteorite. A meteorite said to contain some mysterious power that helped people train chakra and become ninjas. But if their bones were glowing, then the truth was uglier. That meteorite wasn't some blessing. It might be carrying lethal radiation. Kenichi asked the location of the room, then sent a shadow clone to check it. Meanwhile, he extended a hand and treated Natsuhi, using medical techniques to ease her injuries greatly. "Senpai, are you planning to?" Daidara rubbed his hands, smiling in a way that looked a little too excited for the situation. "I'm taking her back as a test subject," Kenichi said, wiping his hands. Natsuhi had high research value. When Kenichi treated her just now, he used yang-release chakra to sense her body. Multiple cancerous lesions. The cancer cells were developing slowly, but normal cells were also being damaged. This woman wasn't going to have a good end. Even if she didn't die by an enemy's hand, her body would destroy itself sooner or later. And long-term irradiated, living samples were rare. Kenichi wanted to see what she would become. Soon, Kenichi saw his clone returning. The other clones around the area remained still, showing no abnormalities. That confirmed it. No survivors remained in the Hidden Star Village. "It really is this place," Kenichi said, staring at what the clone held, then nodding. The village built around a meteorite. In his clone's hand was the star. A meteorite. The clone seemed fine holding it, but Kenichi felt uncomfortable all over the moment he looked at it. That was almost certainly the source. The root cause of the glowing bones. The reason these ninjas developed cancer. A large radioactive object. And radioactive materials were not something you casually picked up. Old generations used to warn their children not to grab random things off the street because you never knew if what you picked up carried terrifying radiation. There had been painful lessons like that before, the kind that turned into lifelong suffering. "I need a lead box," Kenichi muttered, a headache forming. To block radiation, he needed the right material. Alloys were out. He couldn't make them. But other options existed. A lead box was ideal for shielding radioactive substances. The problem was that lead might be hard to find in the ninja world. Still, Kenichi knew of a very special metal material in this world. That material would also work well for blocking radiation, and it shouldn't be particularly hard to obtain. Kenichi stared at the meteorite, eyes narrowing. And a final question surfaced, cold and sharp. Why would a meteorite like this release chakra in the first place? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 211, Encountering a Wild Jiraiya at the Entrance of a Special Shop. Chapter 211, Encountering a Wild Jiraiya at the Entrance of a Special Shop. Here was a not-so-cold fact. Among metals, gold, a noble metal, could also be used to store radioactive materials. Its shielding effect was similar to a lead box. There were subtle differences, but it was still a solid choice. In Kenichi's previous life, radioactive materials were rarely stored in gold for one simple reason. Gold was too expensive. To make a gold container large enough to hold that meteorite, you would need a ridiculous amount of it. Kenichi did have some gold on hand, but forging it into a proper container that could safely hold the meteorite was not easy. So he sent a shadow clone back into Hidden Star Village to search again. But after the combined ninjutsu strike and Daidara's cluster bombs, Hoshigakure had been almost completely wiped out. The village itself was largely destroyed. The clone searched through the ruins and found very little of value, though it did discover a few survivors who had miraculously escaped the bombardment and were hiding. After the shadow clone brought back what it found, Kenichi immediately dispelled it. These aren't enough. Kenichi rubbed his temples. He already had the clone's memories, so he didn't bother saying more. In any case, the clone had handled the survivors cleanly. Still, the meteorite was not something Kenichi could leave behind. With that in mind, he tried sealing it into a sealing scroll. As for the scroll itself, he had enough materials to craft a decent gold container to hold the scroll. The result was exactly what he wanted. The meteorite sealed successfully. Kenichi finally let out a breath. Being near a radioactive substance was stressful, even if he believed his body should not be afraid of that level of radiation. Better safe than sorry. Caution was always the correct choice when dealing with something this dangerous. Anyone with even a basic background in physical chemistry would understand. "Senpai, what is that thing?" Daidara asked, eyes bright with curiosity. Kenichi glanced at him. This kid really was curious about everything, but this meteorite was not something you could casually pull out for show. In a proper lab, you would need radiation protection gear or at least strict shielding procedures. Did you see that woman's bones earlier? Kenichi pointed to Natsuhi, still unconscious nearby. Her bones glow because of that thing. Kenichi honestly admired her a little. After all, training ninjutsu while staying close to radioactive material, close enough that your bones literally glowed, was a special kind of madness. If she kept going, she might as well try ascending. So cool. Daidara became even more excited. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Cool? Sure, glowing bones looked cool. The price was your lifespan. If you get that Supreme VIP member skin, your life is going to be very short, Kenichi said, unable to resist warning him. Daidara, as annoying as he could be, was actually a good kid. He just had a few minor issues. Explosions being the biggest one. But it's really cool, Daidara muttered, still unwilling to let go of the idea. Kenichi rubbed his face. No wonder, back when radium was first discovered, some people even made radium water and sold it. And there was even a sucker who spent tens of thousands of dollars on it. Back then, those dollars did not have the same value they did now. Flames burned in Kenichi's palm. He was performing alchemy, melting gold and shaping it into a gold box that could store the scroll. But if you do that, you won't be able to play with explosions, Kenichi added, and it might even affect your chakra. He chose the one argument guaranteed to work. Sure enough, the moment Daidara heard it might mess with his chakra and ruin his explosions, he gave up instantly. Kenichi finished the gold box. After it cooled, he placed the sealing scroll inside and sealed it away properly. Then he took Daidara back to inspect Hashigakure one last time. After confirming there were truly no survivors left, Kenichi collected Natsuhi and left the ruins behind. He planned to return to the daimyo of the Land of Bears to collect his payment, then report back to the Akatsuki to complete the mission. Once the mission was registered as complete, his contribution points would be enough. He could exchange them with Nagato for permission to research the Geto Mazo. Alternatively, studying the black rods on pain would also be a good option. But all of that could wait. Kenichi still intended to deconstruct the secret of the Sharingan first. What's wrong? Kenichi asked as they ran, glancing sideways at Daidara. You've been distracted. Ever since leaving Hashigakure, Daidara looked like he wanted to say something but could not decide how. Senpai. Daidara chuckled awkwardly. I just feel like destroying a ninja village doesn't seem that hard. You're wrong, Kenichi replied flatly. It's not hard to destroy a village that has no strong defenders. But if it were one of the 5 great nations' major villages, like Konoha or the Hidden Mist, it would not be that easy. Kenichi clicked his tongue. If wiping out a great village were that simple, Obito would have rushed in already. And the hidden sand is weak, right? Kenichi continued, pausing as he spoke. But besides the 5 great nations, do you think any small country's village dares to cause trouble there? If that were the standard, then the future Akatsuki really would be the exception. But I always feel like our hidden stone is constantly being threatened, Daidara said hesitantly. Kenichi looked at him. It seemed Daidara had complaints about Iwagakure, but there was still something left in him that cared. That kind of lingering attachment was normal. The future Daidara's feelings toward Iwagakure and the third Tsuchikage were always complicated. Teacher and student for so many years, you could not erase that bond like wiping dust off a sleeve. Even Jiraiya had paper flowers on his grave after being killed by his own student. Those had to be from Conan. You heard that from the third Tsuchikage, didn't you? Kenichi asked. It sounded like a question, but his tone was certain. Daidara nodded. Hidden stone is very safe, Kenichi said, speaking casually. Mountains all around. Easy to defend, hard to attack. It has weakened a bit, sure, but not nearly as much as people like to claim. That was true under normal circumstances. But Kenichi had arrived, and that changed the meaning of safe. The day Kenichi left Konoha with the Uchiha clan, he used an airship. Konoha had seen it. Once they saw it, it was hard to believe they would not try to replicate it. If Konoha copied the concept and used it even a few times, the other villages would find out sooner or later. Konoha had too many spies. You could never catch them all. And once high-altitude strikes became common knowledge, Iwagakure's best natural advantage would not matter as much. That was the same reason city walls stopped being the answer once modern warfare began. Daidara's mood improved a little after hearing Kenichi's reassurance. Only a little. Kenichi felt a mild headache coming on. Explaining all of this to Daidara properly would take a long time, maybe an entire day. So he did not continue. Daidara would understand eventually. Just looking at the map made it obvious. The Land of Bears and the Land of Earth were not even comparable in scale. Soon, Kenichi brought Daidara to the outskirts of the capital of the Land of Bears. He entrusted Natsuhi to a shadow clone first. Then Kenichi put on his mask and entered the capital with Daidara. Even though it was late at night, many places were still open. And the ambiguous lights painted across the street made it clear what kind of businesses those were. To reach the daimyo's residence, they had to pass through that area. Kenichi was not surprised. The daimyo had already shown plenty of talent for indulgence earlier in the day. "Oh, two little ninja brothers, come up and play," a voice called out warmly as they passed. Daidara lowered his head, clearly embarrassed. Kenichi did not care. He looked around with mild curiosity. He had visited plenty of hot spring towns before, but it was usually for business. When did he ever stop to watch places like this? After observing for a moment, he realized the capital of the land of bears truly knew how to have fun. One woman was dressed in an ethereal, almost fairy-like way. When she noticed Kenichi looking, she spread her legs and threw him a seductive glance without the slightest shame. Kenichi curled his lips. TSK. This city really knows how to play. He turned and left. He had no interest in lingering. "Little brother, come back next time," the madams called from behind, still enthusiastic. Kenichi kept walking, already thinking about the most efficient way to carry the money later. Then he heard a voice that felt oddly familiar. He, I'll be back. This wine, TSK, it's really something. The aftertaste lingers, makes you want to spill every secret you've got. Kenichi froze for half a breath. Then he grabbed Daidara by the collar and pulled him away, vanishing into the night without hesitation. What rotten luck. To run into Jiraiya in the land of bears, of all places. What was Jiraiya doing here? Kenichi could not understand it. Then again, it was also completely reasonable that Jiraiya would appear in a place like this. Jiraiya turned his head, frowning slightly. He felt something off. But when he looked, he only caught two vague figures slipping away into the darkness. That's strange. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Before he could think further, something soft wrapped around his arm. Customer, Pearl says she missed you. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, Even Daimyo Can Have Strange Ambitions. Chapter 212, Even Daimyo Can Have Strange Ambitions. Senpai, is it really okay to disturb the daimyo this late? At the entrance to the mansion, Daidara rubbed his hands nervously and glanced at Kenichi. Why wouldn't it be? Kenichi looked at him in confusion. Besides, it's not that late. He had just walked past a street where those women were still working hard to make a living. If that district was wide awake, then a daimyo who lived for pleasure was probably not asleep either. And judging by what Kenichi had seen earlier, this daimyo was exactly the type to enjoy life. For all he knew, the man was still entertaining himself in his own mansion. Even if the ninja world's recreational industry was nowhere near as developed as Kenichi's previous life, wealthy people always found ways to play. Their imagination for indulgence was usually richer than their imagination for governance. Kenichi would not be surprised by anything he discovered here. He might even end up sighing at his own lack of creativity. But looking at Daidara, Kenichi suddenly remembered something. In the ninja world, the daimyo were ordinary people, yet their status was undeniably noble. Very few ninja dared to directly attack a daimyo. Even a village as powerful as Konoha, the top village in the entire ninja world, only threatened a daimyo openly or secretly. They never directly replaced them, and they never turned them into puppets. In Kenichi's eyes, the power structure of the ninja world was distorted. He did not understand why the villages did not simply overthrow the daimyo, yet still acknowledged their authority over the country. Maybe it really was some kind of mutual check and balance. Daidara, Kenichi asked, how do you see the daimyo? And how does your teacher see them? Daidara hesitated, then answered quickly. The daimyo are the rulers of the country. They also allocate mission quotas to our village and things like that. Teacher cares a lot about what the daimyo thinks. Kenichi nodded. That matched what he suspected. Even with ninja, a completely unreasonable superhuman force, the nominal rulers were still the daimyo. To be honest, Kenichi felt the world was almost pathological. Ninja who could destroy a country still served under an ordinary man's authority, at least on paper. In other worlds, the daimyo would have been overthrown long ago. Did a reason even matter? I don't eat beef would be more than enough. Ordinary people sat at the top, and villages still depended on the daimyo for funding. With power this far beyond the norm, it was absurd. But that absurdity was apparently the current reality of the ninja world. After hearing Daidara's answer, Kenichi lost interest in digging deeper. He already understood the daimyo's unique position in the system. Still, if Kenichi ever wanted to establish a country, overthrowing and annexing others would not be difficult. The daimyo held nominal power, but if there was no one left to rule, what kind of ruler were they? Kenichi walked straight in and quickly found the daimyo of the land of bears. The man was in the middle of playing a "Spring Has Arrived" game. Even from outside the door, Kenichi could hear exaggerated, dramatic screams. Kenichi pursed his lips. Then he flicked a small fireball into the room. The sound stopped instantly. A moment later, the same daimyo from earlier stumbled out awkwardly while pulling up his pants. Oh my. He rubbed his hands, bowing with a stiff smile, not even a hint of anger on his face. Have you two Sir Ninjas finished your mission so quickly? Kenichi had to admit it. The man had talent. To endure this kind of interruption without losing his temper took skill. Yes. Kenichi quietly took a step back. He had to. The smell was strong enough to suffocate someone. Hoshigakure has been completely destroyed. No survivors. He was not lying. Hoshigakure was gone. Kenichi had even checked it again afterward. He left no one alive, except for the female ninja named Natsuhi. Kenichi kept her alive for one reason. Research value. He wanted to study how radioactive substances affected a ninja's body and how they influenced injuries. It would be useful for future experiments. If a ninja's body could truly withstand nuclear radiation, then the lethality of nuclear bombs would be greatly reduced. But Kenichi considered that unlikely. Natsuhi was the perfect example. Her body was already riddled with damage from radiation. If she kept living in that environment, the radiation would eventually bore deeper and deeper into her bones. That was not exaggeration. Radiation sickness was rare and special, and the damage from radioactive substances was prolonged and almost permanent. Someone whose bones already glowed was a severe case. The fact she was still alive was a miracle. All right, all right. The daimyo rubbed his hands again, smiling. But could I trouble you two adults to wait one night? Kenichi understood the meaning immediately. The man wanted to verify it. Kenichi nodded without committing. Verification was fine. One night was nothing. Tomorrow he would take the money and leave. His airship was parked in a relatively safe spot, so he was not worried about it being discovered. Then, guests, the daimyo asked obsequiously, would you like me to arrange accommodations for you? Kenichi politely declined. It would not be convenient. Natsuhi was still tied up outside, and he needed to check her condition. He could not just leave her unattended. The daimyo's offer seemed more like polite formality anyway. When Kenichi refused, he did not press further. Kenichi left with Daidara immediately. Outside the mansion, Kenichi stretched. This mission really had been easy. He finished early, got paid, and could return to his experiments sooner. But as he looked back at the quiet capital behind him, and the noisy special district glowing in the distance, he suddenly realized something. Where were the hotels in the land of bears? When Kenichi went out on missions, he usually slept in the wild. Ninja did not need luxury. You rested when you could. Still, his airship was parked outside the capital, and that was inconvenient. It seemed he would have to stay in the city tonight. It looks like I need a mission airship in the future, Kenichi muttered, lips pursed. Fortunately, the capital, though not huge, had hotels. The problem was that many of them had names that made you wonder if you walked into the wrong place. Clear System Hotel. Hot Spring Inn Hotel. Kenichi stared for a moment, then kept walking until he finally found something normal, a chain hotel. Even the ninja world had chains. Kenichi was not sure about the other great nations, but the Land of Fire and the smaller countries near it had a common chain called Footfall Inn, built specifically to accommodate ninja. It was affordable, cheap, and it was the first choice for many ninja on missions. Of course, it was also a place where conflicts often happened, especially in small countries. After all, the ninjas staying there were not always from one village. Some were outsiders. Some were enemies. Just like now. Kenichi stepped inside with Daidara and immediately ran into Jiraiya. Little lady, Jiraiya said, eyes shining in a way that made Kenichi's temples ache, do you have a mixed-gender bathhouse here? Kenichi took a slow breath. Why was Jiraiya here? This inn was not even close to that red light district. I apologize, Jiraiya-sama. The receptionist smiled politely, professional to the end, even as she checked him in on a computer. Our hotel only has private bathrooms. That scene gave Kenichi an odd sense of incongruity. At that moment, Jiraiya noticed Kenichi and Daidara walking in. He turned, sized them up briefly, then turned back as if it were nothing. In the ninja world, people dress strangely all the time. Masks were common. Unless someone wanted trouble, most ninja would not start a fight without reason. Most guests here were on missions. Mutual non-interference was the unspoken rule. Of course, there were exceptions, like Konoha ninja running into Cloud or Stone ninja. But unless they were idiots, people did not wear their headbands openly in a place like this. They were not crazy enough to advertise their village. Jiraiya took his key and walked away under the receptionist's faintly ambiguous gaze. Kenichi checked in next. The receptionist was efficient. No names. No identification. Just payment, then a key. Kenichi rented 2 rooms, tossed 1 key to Daidara, and returned to his room. As for Natsuhi, Kenichi did not care. She was still tied up, and a shadow clone was watching her. Escape was impossible. Her strength was nothing impressive. At best, she was around Chunin level, maybe below Jonin. If she could escape from Kenichi's shadow clone, then Kenichi might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head into it. The night passed without melodrama. Kenichi slept well. The shadow clone remained intact. In the morning, he changed clothes and stepped outside, only to see Jiraiya leaving his own room, rubbing his waist. Jiraiya paused when he saw Kenichi, then smiled and greeted him. Kenichi stood there, dumbfounded and slightly amused. His luck really was something. How did he keep running into Jiraiya wherever he went? They even left at the same time. If Jiraiya had not failed to recognize him, Kenichi would have suspected it was deliberate. He called Daidara, who was already awake, and the 2 of them went to see the daimyo. When they arrived, the daimyo presented a large box of money with an exaggerated flourish. Oh my. The daimyo grinned. The efficiency of you 2 ninjas is truly impressive. Kenichi returned a polite smile. Then he used a ninjutsu to count the money in the box, confirmed the amount, and stored it away. Then he glanced at the daimyo, who was still standing beside him, rubbing his hands like he had something stuck in his throat. Daimyo-sama wants something else? Kenichi asked calmly. Ahem. The daimyo smiled, round as a laughing Buddha, and with his height and weight, he looked the part even more. But behind his squinting eyes, there was unmistakable shrewdness. Sir ninjas, did you happen to find a meteorite in Hoshigakure? Kenichi's gaze sharpened slightly. The daimyo continued, still smiling. Of course, I know the rules. I can buy that stone at a high price. He gestured. Several more boxes were brought out, all filled with money. Each one looked just like the box Kenichi had received. Daidara's breathing instantly grew heavier. So much money. If it were all his, it would be great. He did not even know what he would buy, but he could buy explosive tags. Then he could toss one every time he saw an enemy. Whether it actually hurt them did not matter. The point was showing off. Explosive tags were expensive. Daidara could not afford them. Even if he comforted himself with the fact that he had explosion release, he still envied ninja who could casually throw money into explosions. Kenichi calculated quickly. If one box was 120 million ryo, and there were 5 boxes, then the daimyo was offering 600 million ryo for the meteorite. This old fox. He really managed to scrape together that much money. Kenichi almost regretted not interrogating him harder yesterday. If he had known, he might have hung him on a lamppost and shaken every coin loose. But the daimyo's intent was obvious. He was not satisfied with living an ordinary life. He likely knew Hoshigakure's secret and wanted the meteorite to train ninja loyal only to him. Kenichi's answer was simple. No, he said, refusing without hesitation. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, the mission difficulty suddenly increased greatly. Chapter 213, the mission difficulty suddenly increased greatly. If the meteorite were useless, Kenichi would have handed it over without hesitation. 600 million ryo was not a small amount, and the daimyo of the Land of Bears had clearly dug deep, probably emptying his coffers. But the problem was, this meteorite was anything but useless. It was a bizarre object that was radioactive and could even release chakra. Kenichi had no intention of giving it to anyone. Not for 600 million. Not even for 6 billion. Of course, if the current daimyo of the Land of Bears somehow produced 6 billion ryo, Kenichi would not mind a little, no grass, no fat horse situation. My lord, this really is everything I have, the daimyo pleaded the moment Kenichi refused. Anxiety crept into his voice. I truly have no money left. This time, he was not lying. The 600 million had been scraped together by emptying his private treasury. Other funds were not something he could touch without consequences. If he did, the country's finances would collapse. He could not exactly collect taxes 10 years in advance. I understand, Kenichi said, giving the fat man a second look. But the answer is still no. He had originally assumed this daimyo was just a glutton who chased beauty and pleasure. Instead, he was a fat man with ambition, aspirations, and a dangerous amount of stubbornness. Why else would he go to such lengths for that stone? The answer was obvious. The fact he was willing to pay so much, to the point of emptying his coffers, proved how desperately he wanted it. Kenichi clicked his tongue inwardly. That kind of determination was impressive in its own way. But it also raised a question. Why would someone be this obsessed with a stone that could give power while also accelerating death? My lord, the daimyo tried to press again. Then he saw Kenichi's eyes. The 3 tomoe in Kenichi's Sharingan turned slowly, calmly, like a clock counting down. The daimyo's words died in his throat. His focus vanished, and his expression went slack. How troublesome, Kenichi muttered. The last person who annoyed me like this got turned into paste by an electromagnetic cannon. He rolled his eyes, then clapped his hands once and glanced at the tightly shut door behind the daimyo. The next instant, a bolt of lightning shot from Kenichi's hand and pierced straight through the door. Senpai, this. Daidara swallowed hard, staring at the money in front of them. Take it. Kenichi smiled as he closed the box. 600 million ryo. Why would he not take it? Refusing it would be the real loss. With money laid out like this, who would pretend to be noble? As for rules, the ninja hiding behind that door had already been killed by him. And the daimyo was just an ordinary man. Kenichi had already placed a triple memory lock on him. He did it the same way he handled Gato before, only more covert. A 3-layer maze. Even if the daimyo somehow unlocked the first layer, he would think he found the truth, when it was still fake. If he forced open a second layer, it would still be fake. Even a third would not lead to reality. That was the ninja world. As extraordinary combatants, ninja could do things far beyond ordinary people's comprehension. And it was unlikely this daimyo would ever realize what had been done to him. Even if he hired someone to try to undo it, fully removing it would be extremely difficult. Kenichi had used the Sharingan to assist the genjutsu. Unless the other party's genjutsu mastery was truly high, it would not work. And people with that level of mastery were expensive. Kenichi glanced at Daidara and began dividing the money without hesitation. I'll give you 100 million. I'll take 500 million. Senpai, Daidara waved his hands frantically. His eyes were wide. That's 100 million ryo. How many missions would I have to do to earn that? And this time, I didn't even do much. I was mostly slacking off. Just take it. Kenichi waved him off. Keeping everything for himself was not good. But splitting it evenly was not right either. Daidara's biggest contribution this time was the cluster bombs, and nothing else. 100 million was already plenty. Besides, if 100 million could buy Daidara's deeper loyalty and gratitude, why not? Daidara's future potential was excellent. His explosion release alone could save Kenichi a ridiculous amount of funding later. Once Daidara matured, most missiles and grenades below thermobaric bombs could be replaced by him. Even thermobaric bombs themselves might not be out of reach. Seeing the excitement burning in Daidara's eyes, Kenichi stored the money away. Then he glanced at the daimyo, still sitting on the cushion with a blank stare, and turned to leave. Now it was time to return and report the mission. Of course, the 600 million was naturally not going to Nagato. Once the new experimental rice seeds are ready, Kenichi thought as he moved, it'll be time to ask Nagato for more funding. He jumped onto the rooftop. The moment his feet touched the tiles, he froze. Someone was already there. White hair. A rough nose. An old man crouched in the sunrise. Exclamation point. Daidara also saw him and stiffened. Jiraiya. The rising sun cast light over the roof, leaving Jiraiya's face slightly shadowed, his expression unreadable. Kenichi felt a headache coming on. Jiraiya was one of the Sannin. He had the strength to match the title. And perhaps because he trained Sage Mode, Kenichi had not sensed him crouching here. I didn't expect this, Jiraiya said, voice drawn out like he was performing on stage. His gaze stayed locked on Kenichi. I came out this morning thinking of inviting you, young man, to take a bath. Instead, I saw something like this. Kenichi's temples throbbed. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Kenichi frowned. He could not casually expose his identity, not here. Not now. What do you want? He could not let Jiraiya get curious. The Akatsuki operated in the shadows. Even if the organization had already gained attention earlier because of thermobaric bombs, if Jiraiya started targeting them now, this entire situation would become far more interesting. And if it came to blows, Nagato would not hold back against Jiraiya. In the ninja world, being a teacher was a dangerous profession. Things had a habit of going wrong. Jiraiya squinted. Your clothes are interesting. What organization are you from? Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So Jiraiya really was sniffing around them. Kenichi let out a short chuckle. Are you here to hire someone to assassinate the third Hokage? He would not reveal anything about the Akatsuki. He still intended to make the Akatsuki work for him. If they could fund his research, why would he sabotage that? So if Jiraiya wanted answers, he could chase them himself, slowly, until he got tired. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, irritation flashing across his face. Then I'll have to test whether your organization is even capable of taking that kind of mission. His annoyance was obvious. The guy in front of him spoke like he had thorns. It was grating. Everyone knew the Sannin were all disciples of the third Hokage. Saying something like that was pure provocation. Jiraiya stood up. His cheeks puffed. A scorching stream of flame burst from his mouth. Kenichi sighed. He came out to destroy a small village, and he ended up running into Jiraiya. The difficulty of this mission had skyrocketed. Those Hashigakure ninja from yesterday, even all together, were not as troublesome as this man. But Jiraiya had made the first move, so Kenichi could not just stand there. Kenichi knew Jiraiya's reputation well, from what his teacher had said. That idiot, his teacher had once said, though lecherous and foolish, is still a very competent ninja. Beneath his crude surface, he's meticulous enough to make your skin crawl. And it was true. Jiraiya's fighting style was exactly like that. When facing someone for the first time, he was cautious. He tested tactics, specialties, and signature techniques. He was a man who planned before acting. He gathered intelligence too, far more than even Itachi provided while undercover in the Akatsuki. Of course, it was hard to say whether Itachi, after leaving Konoha, was trading Akatsuki intelligence for Sasuke's safety. Even so, it proved one thing. Jiraiya was a dangerous ninja. In the end, he even managed to gather information on Pain, though he paid for it with his life. A surge of water rushed forward, smashing into Jiraiya's flame bullet and exploding into steam. At the same time, dense fog swallowed the rooftop and the surrounding courtyard. Jiraiya paused, genuinely surprised. Hidden mist jutsu. Why does it feel stronger than normal? And it seems. He knew this jutsu. That was exactly why it felt wrong. Hidden mist jutsu was favored by shinobi from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. Combined with silent killing, it had earned a reputation. But this fog was too thick. Even puzzled, Jiraiya did not hesitate. If he did not understand what the opponent was doing, then restricting their movement first was always correct. His hands clapped together. The ground shifted and collapsed as the courtyard turned into a swamp. Even after sinking more than 5 meters, everything was still drowned in fog. Jiraiya opened his mouth again, releasing a powerful gust. The wind tore through the mist and dispersed most of it. What appeared before him was an empty daimyo's mansion. Only the daimyo remained, still sitting in the courtyard with a vacant stare, trapped in the lingering genjutsu. They ran. Jiraiya cursed. Do they have no pride as powerful individuals? Those two mysterious people had actually fled. It felt like punching cotton. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 214, What? You guys mutated and evolved without me. Chapter 214, What? You guys mutated and evolved without me. Senpai, is it really okay for us to just run like that? Daidara asked as he kept pace beside Kenichi, his curiosity leaking into his voice. Of course it's fine, Kenichi replied, still moving at a steady sprint. We're not sworn enemies. Jiraiya clearly wants to probe the Akatsuki's intelligence. Naturally, I can't let him get what he wants. That was the clean explanation. The real one was simpler. Fighting Jiraiya was annoying, and if Jiraiya entered Sage mode, it would become even more annoying. More importantly, Nagato was not paying Kenichi extra for this. So why would he bother? No profit, plenty of drawbacks. Better to let teacher and student, Jiraiya and Nagato, sort out their own relationship. Kenichi glanced at Daidara. Remember this. When you meet an enemy, follow this guideline: if the enemy retreats, you advance. If the enemy advances, you retreat. If the enemy tires, you attack. It saves a lot of trouble. If Daidara did not learn guerrilla tactics, his talent would be wasted. There were not many shinobi in the ninja world who could fly. That alone made Daidara a nightmare for most opponents. The problem was, this unlucky kid was also stubborn. Guerrilla warfare suited him perfectly, yet he still resisted it. Daidara scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed. But my teacher always said a ninja should fight with everything they've got. Kenichi could only give a wry smile. Third Tsuchikage, what exactly have you been teaching this kid? And what if you run into someone stronger than you? Kenichi asked, tone steady. Harassment tactics can create strategic results too. Once you understand how to use flight properly, you can harass them from time to time, wear them down, weaken their fighting ability, then finish them. Isn't that better? Kenichi believed in victory above all else. As long as you win, then poisoning, inducing cancer, and every other dirty method is acceptable. The winner takes everything. Only the one who survives to the end has the right to judge others, and even rewrite history. If Kenichi fought the third Hokage once, with no witnesses, and he killed him, then how did the third Hokage die? What was he like in that battle? Was he a heroic leader, or a desperate coward clinging to life? It would not be up to the dead men. It would not even be up to Kenichi. Whoever remained would define the story. Let others question it if they wanted. Fine. Show evidence. No evidence meant the official truth was whatever the survivor said it was. It was the same logic as the ending of Naruto and Sasuke sealing Akatsuki Kagaya. If Kishimoto had never drawn the battle and simply had Naruto and Sasuke step out in the next chapter and claim they won, readers would immediately explode with theories. Akatsuki won. Naruto and Sasuke lost. Or something even more ridiculous. But as long as no later plot contradicted it and no evidence surfaced, Naruto and Sasuke sealing Akatsuki Kagaya would still become the final, official conclusion. So to Kenichi, methods did not matter. Only victory mattered. Only those who lived were qualified to talk about tomorrow, to continue refining jutsu, and to keep chasing their dreams. Daidara fell silent, clearly conflicted. Kenichi saw it and did not push further. Instead, he led Daidara back to where Natsuhi was tied up. Kenichi summoned the airship, hauled Natsuhi inside, then poured wind-release chakra into the mechanism to drive it upward. In a short time, they finally shook off the troublesome Jiraiya. You're the ones who destroyed our village. Natsuhi glared at Kenichi and Daidara, eyes bloodshot. Before she could finish, Kenichi dropped a genjutsu into her mind and knocked her unconscious. He had no hobby of listening to people curse him. He turned the airship toward the hidden rain village. Inside the cabin, Daidara remained trapped in obvious self-doubt. Kenichi did not speak to him. Instead, he took out the secret technique scroll he had recovered from Hoshigakure and began reading. The name of this method really was the Peacock Method. Just hearing it made Kenichi feel like something was off. He remembered encountering a similar name during his travels once, but that had been a dance. A strange practice that emphasized training through movement, strengthening the body through choreography. This was the ninja world, though, so the Peacock Method obviously was not about fighting with dance. Kenichi read carefully and quickly realized the technique had research value, and also seemed useless. Because cultivating the Peacock Method required reliance on Hoshigakure's secret treasure, the star that fell from the sky, that meteorite. The notes were blunt. To train it, you needed a strong physique. Otherwise, if you could not withstand it, you would fail to train and end up crippled instead. Kenichi's mouth twitched. A strong physique. That's just a polite way of saying you need to survive radiation. If you could resist the radiation from radioactive substances, you could train. If you could not, your body would collapse from exposure before you refined any chakra, and of course you would fail. Still, the Peacock Method had some interesting traits. For instance, it could absorb another person's chakra, but the scroll clearly stated it could only absorb chakra from someone else who had also trained the Peacock Method. It could also shape the user's chakra into the forms of wild beasts and monsters to strike enemies, leaning toward physical style attacks. But what interested Kenichi most was one specific section. Training the Peacock Method allowed chakra to form wings. It allowed flight. Kenichi rubbed his face. He had just been thinking about how few shinobi in the ninja world could fly, and yet this tiny village had a method that produced flyers. So, Kenichi murmured, setting the scroll down, to summarize, all the shinobi of Hoshigakure train the Peacock Method. Ordinary people can also train it and become shinobi, but only if they can withstand the star's radiation. If they can't, they get crippled or die. This was useless to normal shinobi. Normal shinobi refined their own chakra. This was not the same. The Peacock Method required the chakra released by the meteorite itself to be refined. Only after obtaining that unique chakra could the Peacock Method be used at all. As for the meteorite, Kenichi had no intention of taking it out until he had proper protective measures. It was too dangerous. Even when he eventually conducted experiments, he planned to have a shadow clone test it first. He also needed to observe whether the meteorite affected a shinobi's chakra. Judging by the condition of the people from Hoshigakure, the radioactivity was absolutely real, but it did not seem overwhelmingly strong. Still, that did not make it safe. Radioactivity and radiation were related but not identical. Radioactivity produced radiation, and there were many kinds of radiation. Phones and computers had radiation. Even human bodies had radiation. The sun radiated constantly. If it was not excessive, it caused little harm. But the meteorite was different. It was clearly harmful. Long-term exposure increased absorbed radiation and shortened lifespan. Even the sun, if you stayed under it too long, would burn you. Kenichi's expression tightened. The people of Hoshigakure were originally ordinary. But by relying on this star, they became shinobi. Even if they can only use the Peacock Method, they've still surpassed normal people. Isn't that basically mutation? He truly did not expect people in his previous life to still be stuck waiting for mutation and evolution, while this world had already started. And that made the meteorite in his possession even more fascinating. It could release chakra, and anyone who survived the radiation could refine that chakra successfully. It was absurd. In the ninja world, chakra was traditionally said to be passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. Some inherited it, and some received it after the sage spread it across the world through unknown means, forming the chakra shinobi refined today. Kenichi also knew other versions. For example, chakra came from the fruit of the divine tree, and Kagaya was called the progenitor of chakra. But once, while casually watching videos, he heard another claim from Boruto: chakra was inherent to the planet itself and had nothing to do with the divine tree. Kenichi sighed, helpless. After Boruto came out, I always felt like a lot of Naruto got scrambled. No matter what, the research value of this meteorite was undeniable. By this time, they were already close to the hidden rain village. Kenichi found a suitable spot, landed the airship, then brought Daidara to report the mission. An extra 120 million ryo. Nagato looked genuinely surprised. He had not expected Kenichi to actually choose to hand this over. If Kenichi said nothing, Nagato would not have asked out of boredom. Yes. Kenichi smiled. Converted into contribution points. He already had 500 million ryo, so he did not particularly care about a mere 100 million. Turning it into contribution points was more valuable. He wanted access to things like researching the Geto Mazo. All right, Nagato agreed without refusing. The Akatsuki needed money everywhere right now. The more, the better. As for contribution points, Kenichi was one of the few people who actually had use for them. Kenichi's smile deepened, and he rubbed his fingers together lightly. Oh, right, leader. I have some new research in mind. What do you think about the funding? Nagato took a deep breath. Good grief. So this was what Kenichi was waiting for. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Nagato refused on the spot. The Akatsuki right now. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Old Men, quickly hand over the money. Chapter 215, Old Men, quickly hand over the money. The estimated yield should be about 10% higher than the grain I gave you before. Kenichi smiled as he lifted a finger, holding it up like a salesman making a point. This is life-saving, leader. You've seen those pitiful people who can't get enough to eat because of the war, right? Nagato fell silent. Of course he had seen them. More than that, he had been one of them. He had become a war orphan. He had gone hungry until his stomach cramped. He had scavenged for anything edible, whatever he could find, and back then he only had one thought in his head: to eat until he was full. Kenichi sighed again, his expression full of sympathy. People are living too hard these days. I even saw a couple earlier who had no food, so they could only trade away their own children. I'll add another 100 million in funding. Nagato finally snapped, unable to hold back. You must hand over the grain seeds. Kenichi's smile brightened. He knew it. Even if Nagato understood Kenichi was doing it on purpose, he still couldn't stand hearing things like that. Because Nagato had once been drenched in the rain, he wanted to hold an umbrella for others, at least enough to stop tragedies like that from happening again. Kenichi did not stop. He kept going, like he was casually chatting about the weather. Speaking of which, winter's almost here, isn't it? He sighed once more. How pitiful. I wonder if the cotton seeds people have now are enough to keep everyone warm. Nagato's temples throbbed. He took a slow breath, clenched his fists, and veins rose along the backs of his hands. This guy really is. I can give you 80 million ryo at most, Nagato said, forcing the words out as he tried to calm down. The Akatsuki still needs money for a lot of things. Even in the land of rain, people froze to death every winter. Not everyone could afford cotton clothing. Nagato knew that better than most. Kenichi nodded as if he had just been reminded of something important. Ah, now that you mention it. He clearly intended to squeeze even more out of the Akatsuki. He already had 500 million ryo in hand, but money was money. There was no such thing as too much. Nagato's eyes sharpened. Before I lose my temper, you'd better. Kenichi immediately sealed his lips shut and even made a little motion like he was zipping his mouth closed. For some reason, that made Nagato even angrier. Still, Nagato kept his word. He had Konan bring over 60 million ryo to Kenichi right away. It was essentially an investment. The crops Kenichi had developed earlier had already proven useful, so Nagato genuinely wanted to see what Kenichi could produce next, whether it was new seeds or something else that could improve lives. Heh. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, satisfied. Leader, I'll save my contribution points for now. I'll come back to redeem them later. He had accumulated a decent amount already, enough to exchange for qualifications to research the Ghetto Mazo and other things. But he didn't have any immediate ideas for that project. He had too many research threads in his hands right now. If he started tearing into the Ghetto Mazo immediately, it would just become a sinkhole for time. Better to leave it for later. There was no rush. Nagato watched him go with a blank expression. Kenichi truly gave him a headache. Nagato felt like he would never be able to coexist peacefully with someone like Kenichi in this life. Konan glanced after Kenichi, curiosity in her eyes. What is he researching now? She had watched Nagato bring money in countless times. It was rare to see him actively hand money out. Kenichi was an exception. Higher yield seeds, Nagato answered. His gaze drifted down toward the hidden rain village beneath them, and for a moment he looked distant. And he plans to research higher yield cotton too. Even though the Akatsuki controlled the hidden rain village, Nagato didn't manage its countless daily affairs. He didn't have the mental energy for it. The organization had too many internal matters, and he was constantly busy. Still, he could see how people lived. Konan nodded. Food and clothing were always the first two needs. In that case, it made sense for Nagato to fund it. She stood quietly beside her friend. Even though Nagato was using a puppet body, Konan was still looking at Yuhiko's face. Without a word, she raised an umbrella. It began to rain in the hidden rain village again. Kenichi had no idea what Nagato was thinking. He was already planning his next steps, hand the development tasks to his shadow clone, continue his own research, then return later and squeeze another large sum from Nagato. Sooner or later, he would bleed the Akatsuki dry. Fake laborers, stacking bricks and tiles so the boss can buy a luxury car. Real laborers, ruthlessly extracting money from the old men, then draining the company. Daidara, Kenichi said, turning his head toward the boy who was still staring blankly near the airship. Do you want to come back with me, or stay in the hidden rain village for now? Daidara had been deep in thought ever since Kenichi talked about tactics. He was still contemplating life now, to the point that Kenichi briefly wondered if he had said it too early. Did Daidara not grasp the point? Senpai, I still want to follow you and learn. Daidara bowed, his tone sincere. Kenichi stated it plainly. I'm going to be doing research. I probably won't have much time to teach you anything. Daidara didn't care. He repeated, earnestly, that he just wanted to follow Kenichi and learn. Kenichi didn't say more. He boarded the airship and took Daidara and Natsuhi back to his main base in the land of rice. After parking the airship, he first brought Daidara and Natsuhi to Sasori's laboratory. He planned to bring Natsuhi to his own lab first. And he also wanted to see whether his teacher had returned. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 216, New Ninjutsu brought by the Shadow Clones. Chapter 216, New Ninjutsu brought by the Shadow Clones. His teacher still had not returned. Kenichi felt a little disappointed. He had been hoping to kill two birds with one stone and squeeze some research funding out of his teacher as well. After all, the more money he had for experiments, the better. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would hit the point where he simply could not afford to keep testing. For now, I can only lock Natsuhi in the cell under my lab, Kenichi muttered. Then he glanced at the calendar and saw the date he had marked. It was almost time. It was almost time to receive experimental materials from Konoha, which meant he could continue verification. Once that verification succeeded, he could finally start executing his plan and deliver Obito a very special gift. Still, before leaving the laboratory, Kenichi went to check on the rice improvement team's planting work. The rice was nearly ripe. Heavy, foliars bent under the weight of plump grains, swaying gently in the field. But the moment Kenichi arrived, he discovered something even more shocking than healthy crops. Two of his shadow clones were clearly hiding something and doing it behind his back. Kenichi's mouth twitched, but he walked over anyway. He wanted to see exactly what kind of nonsense they were up to this time. You can't come over right now, main body, one shadow clone said, immediately stepping in front of him. Kenichi stared at it. Good heavens. Sasori had not even triggered some puppet-made AI disaster yet, and his own shadow clones were already trying to give him a shadow clone crisis. What's going on? Kenichi asked. The shadow clone quickly explained, those two got bored watching plants every day, so they went over there to research hydrofluoric acid. They're preparing it right now. Kenichi stopped so fast he almost planted his face into the dirt. Hydrofluoric acid. Wasn't that the kind of thing you only prepared inside a heavily protected chemical lab? Full protective suit, gas mask, strict procedures, and constant ventilation. The standards were absurdly high, and for good reason. The ventilation here was indeed good, but the real problem was simple. His shadow clones were not wearing protective gear or masks at all. Then Kenichi remembered something and his expression turned strange. They were shadow clones. They were made of chakra. Even if hydrofluoric acid hit them, at worst they would be damaged and disperse. The injury would not transfer back to his real body. That was exactly why these two were acting so arrogant and brazen, daring to prepare something like hydrofluoric acid out in the open. Hydrofluoric acid was exactly what it sounded like, an acid. It was almost comical that it was classified as a weak acid, not even as strong as sulfuric acid. But if you talked about lethality, sulfuric acid was not even qualified to stand beside it. Hydrofluoric acid was brutally corrosive. It ate through nearly anything it touched, except for a few special materials like polyethylene and certain special metals. Most substances would be destroyed. Even glass was not safe. In a normal lab, you could not even store hydrofluoric acid in glassware because the glass would be corroded too. And the reason it was considered highly toxic was not just corrosion. It was also extremely volatile, and its harm to the human body was terrifying. One drop on bare skin, without specialized treatment like calcium gluconate, could burn straight through to the bone. If someone was splashed all over, treatment became extremely difficult. In his previous life, the preparation, transport, and storage of hydrofluoric acid were all highly demanding, and specialized antidotes had to be kept on hand at all times. Kenichi shifted to an upwind position as he spoke, cautious by instinct. Hydrofluoric acid was volatile. Its odor was pungent, and even if you could smell it, you did not want to be anywhere near it. Why are they researching this? Kenichi asked, still baffled. The shadow clone's eyes lit up. We had nothing to do. And didn't you, main body, say you wanted to develop some new ninjutsu? How about water release, hydrofluoric acid? Kenichi took a slow breath. Fine. He admitted it. This was his fault. He had never expected his shadow clones to be this outrageous, but hydrofluoric acid really was terrifyingly effective against the human body. If it was combined with ninjutsu, the results would obviously be excellent. For example, if you mixed hydrofluoric acid into hidden mist jutsu, turning an entire area into dense fog filled with hydrofluoric acid vapor, the enemy would only be guarding against assassination strikes in the darkness. They would never realize that the fog itself was the attack. Kenichi's mind immediately jumped again. But if that's the case, he said, couldn't we also develop fire release, white phosphorus flame bomb? It was absolutely feasible. White phosphorus bombs were simple to make and required no complicated technique. More importantly, they were basically an alternate version of Amaterasu. Once white phosphorus started burning, it kept burning until nothing was left. If it stuck to someone's skin, it would burn skin, flesh, and bone. And the smoke released by burning white phosphorus was also toxic, making it a dangerous and practical weapon. In his previous life, because of the psychological trauma it caused and its extreme cruelty, it had once been banned from use. Kenichi's thoughts widened further. If that's true, then the weapons banned in my previous life should be exceptionally useful in the ninja world, he murmured. The idea felt uncomfortably logical. After all, the ninja world did not have those strange conventions. He looked at his shadow clones and nodded. Develop it properly. Pay attention to safety, and don't affect the crops, Kenichi said, patting them on the shoulder. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise. He truly had not expected his shadow clones to pull off operations like this on their own. Kenichi had known about hydrofluoric acid before, but because of how dangerous it was, he had never dared to prepare it himself. After arriving in the ninja world, he had simply stopped thinking about it. But now that these shadow clones had started, it was not a bad thing. Once it was produced, he could load it into glass bottles and drop them from high altitude. Even though the glass would be corroded by the acid, by the time it ate through the container, the bottle would already have hit the ground, causing damage to the target below. It would also be difficult to detect, which meant both concealment and lethality were extremely high. The only remaining problem was this. After the hydrofluoric acid was produced, he needed to test whether chakra would affect it at all. Check out my other account, guys. FanficLord. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 217, A Way to Achieve Class Transcendence. Chapter 217, A Way to Achieve Class Transcendence. After sending Daidara off to train under Sasori, Kenichi returned to his laboratory and headed straight for the underground prison. Natsuhi had already woken up. She sat there in silence, shoulders slumped, her eyes dull with exhaustion. Kenichi crouched slightly, studying her expression as if she were another specimen on his workbench. What else do you know about the meteorite from Hoshigakure? He asked, genuinely curious. You cultivated the peacock method deeply. You shouldn't be ignorant of its dangers. Natsuhi's gaze shifted. Her expression turned complicated, as though the massacre from yesterday was still playing behind her eyes. First came the dense fog. Then lightning. Unprotected villagers and ninja alike were struck down before they could even understand what was happening. And before Hoshigakure could form a proper counterattack, a violent explosion swallowed the village. The cluster bomb's power had been proven in a place that, in Kenichi's previous life, would have labeled such a weapon forbidden. Hoshigakure was not large, but it was far from small. Yet a single cluster bomb had nearly covered the entire village. Buildings collapsed, streets were torn apart, and the casualty count was horrifying. Of course, that was also because Hoshigakure lacked a protective barrier. If there had been a barrier in place, that kind of result would not have been so clean and brutal. Natsuhi finally spoke, voice hoarse. Before, we were planning to seal the meteorite so no one could touch it. Kenichi blinked. Oh. Why were you planning to seal it? Natsuhi's agitation surged the moment the topic surfaced. Because that meteorite is ominous. Cultivating near it can turn people into ninja, but it has also caused countless deaths and disabilities. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Of course it crippled people. Of course it killed them. If someone spent that long beside a radioactive source, it would be a miracle if they did not die. And the ones who lived did not escape cleanly either. Diseases caused by radioactive substances were stubborn, painful, and prolonged. They tormented the body and mind at the same time. Without strong willpower, it was hard to endure, harder still to keep living. It will definitely cripple people, Kenichi said calmly. This is the consequence of not understanding science. He shook his head. Meteorites aren't something you can touch casually. The correct approach is professional testing. Testing generally fell into two categories. First were biological tests, primarily to guard against potential bacteria or germs from outside the planet. Meteorites burned intensely as they entered the atmosphere, but there was always the possibility, however small, that something heat-resistant survived. That step could not be skipped. Second were physical tests, meant to determine whether the meteorite contained radioactive substances or other harmful materials that could poison or harm humans. Most meteorites, in his previous life, were harmless. Meteorite collectors were common, and most never had issues. But some people were lucky, or unlucky, enough to find problematic ones. Hoshigakure, in this world, had drawn the short straw. Kenichi lifted his pen and nodded toward a rock set near the center of the room. Now. Use the peacock method and attack that rock. Natsuhi stared at him, then rubbed her wrist as if testing the feeling in her joints. Aren't you afraid I'll attack you the moment I'm unsealed? Kenichi shrugged, completely unimpressed. 10 of you together couldn't beat me. Don't look for trouble. If you do, I don't mind dissecting you to see whether your organs have lesions. His tone was almost casual, but the meaning was cold. He had already erased Hoshigakure. Killing its remnants again would not be difficult. Natsuhi knew it, too. The village's fate was still burning in her memory. More than that, resistance was pointless. She had tried once already. The moment she met his eyes, her consciousness had been stolen away. If being honest meant suffering less, then honesty was the rational choice. Natsuhi said nothing else. Under Kenichi's request, she completed every test. Kenichi recorded everything. The peacock method, he had to admit, had merits. Its effects were real. He did not know whether Natsuhi could have become a ninja through the conventional path. She had never undergone formal testing. By the time she began learning ninjutsu, she was already training the peacock method. And for her, the peacock method had been a shortcut with a blade hidden inside it. It helped her rise into the ranks of Hoshigakure's strongest. It even granted her the ability to fly. Kenichi reviewed his notes and spoke with the calm tone of a researcher labeling an unknown phenomenon. The chakra converted by the peacock method will be temporarily defined as peacock chakra. It's still chakra, but it isn't common chakra. The chakra produced through the peacock method felt more mysterious, likely tied directly to the meteorite itself. Long-term exposure to that special radioactive source had changed the bodies of Hoshigakure's ninja. On one hand, it granted them superhuman strength. On the other hand, it inflicted undeniable damage. If someone from Kenichi's previous life saw a person like this after enough time, their remains could be ground into fluorescent powder. Fortunately, the bodies of people in the ninja world were generally far stronger than those of ordinary humans from his previous life. Natsuhi was still alive. She showed no obvious external mutation. Cancer cells had appeared in her organs, but her strong body and chakra suppressed them. Even so, Kenichi felt that as she aged, it might become harder to keep those cancer cells restrained. Of course, physical differences varied wildly from person to person. Some lived with minor illnesses their entire lives but never faced anything serious. Human genetics were still being decoded even in Kenichi's previous world. Only after truly understanding genes could anyone claim to fully explain why people differed so drastically. Kenichi capped his pen and put it away. Your idea was correct. That meteorite is a disaster. It's normal for people to die after staying near it for too long. Natsuhi's eyes lowered. Deep down, she could not deny the truth. It was because of that meteorite that Hoshigakure, a village that once kept itself aloof from worldly affairs, had drawn catastrophe down upon itself. Kenichi resealed her without hesitation. He left a shadow clone to guard the cell, then departed directly. As he walked, he flipped through his experimental report. It contained the Peacock method's power measurements and related data. At the moment, the greatest use of this thing is giving ordinary people a chance to become ninja, he murmured. Even if the danger is extreme. Then there was the success rate. Not so he did not remember every detail, but she said that when she began training, more than 50 people had entered training together. In the end, only 12 succeeded. The probability was honestly low. But Kenichi also understood something very clearly. If he announced what the meteorite could do, people would still come in waves. For most of them, training the Peacock method was a gamble with their lives, but it was also a path to class transcendence. In the ninja world, ninja and ordinary civilians lived in completely different worlds. Even being a mediocre genin was often better than being an ordinary person. An ordinary person born into a bad family might never own a home in their entire life. They would do basic labor until their body gave out. And in the ninja world, ordinary civilians did not have universities or a real system for climbing through education. Most people inherited their parents' professions. A merchant's son became a rich second generation. A laborer's son stayed a laborer. The gap between classes was like a natural barrier no one could cross. But becoming a ninja changed everything. Ninja were divided into many kinds. A ninja from a major village like Konoha was one thing. A ninja from a small village, or a genin with poor aptitude, was another. Those weaker ninja often worked as caravan escorts, served local nobles, or took jobs under a daimyo. Many of them still lived comfortably, in a way ordinary civilians could never reach. So Kenichi was certain. If he revealed the meteorite's effects, people would come endlessly, desperate for a chance. Even if the price was death, many would still believe it was better than the life they already had. That's why I say this world is sick, Kenichi said quietly, shaking his head. For now, he had no immediate plan to research the Peacock method or the meteorite's radioactive nature any further. He already had too many shadow clones active, and the laboratory itself needed reorganization. People in the ninja world had no concept of radioactive substances. Naturally, they had no protective suits, no specialized shielding materials, no proper containment standards. Kenichi would have to build everything himself. He decided he would only begin serious research into the meteorite and the Peacock method after his Sharingan research reached a certain stage. It would not be too late then. So he returned to the institute and resumed the daily grind. Tedious. Repetitive. Constant. He researched Uchiha genes, and from time to time he went out to check on Daidara's progress. Under Sasori's guidance, Daidara was improving the cluster bombs Kenichi had given him. It had to be said, Sasori and Daidara shared unexpected common ground. Some of Sasori's ideas opened new doors in Daidara's thinking, and the improvements came faster than Kenichi expected. And within that repetitive routine, time quickly reached the agreed handover date with Konoha. This time, the handover location is here. Kenichi yawned. He had stayed in the lab for so long with little sunlight that his skin had grown noticeably paler. He did not care. When he first transmigrated, he had briefly considered making beauty products to get rich. But after investigating, he discovered the ninja world already had its own beauty brands. There were even celebrity endorsements. The endorsing celebrity was a woman dressed casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. There were also promotional videos. It took Kenichi a long time to reconcile that kind of advertising with everything else he had seen. As for making soap, making glass, inventing gunpowder, those were all pointless too. The ninja world already had them. Back then, Kenichi simply had not thought about reaching the sky. He never bothered with hot air balloons. He only came up with flying later. This time, the agreed location with Root was a small town near the border of the Land of Fire. An ordinary town. When Kenichi arrived, he almost felt like he had stepped into a medieval era. 2- or 3-story buildings. Brick-paved stone roads. Rustic clothing. Only the utility poles nearby proved that this was, in fact, the ninja world. Kenichi was not surprised. When he traveled with his teacher in the past, he had seen remote regions without utility poles at all. People used oil lamps and candles at night, as if electricity had never existed. Kenichi quickly found Root's base in the town. He knocked on the door in the agreed sequence. After a pause, the door opened, and he was welcomed inside. "These are the goods for this time," a Root ninja said. He wore a mask and dragged out 2 wooden barrels. Ceiling arrays were carved into their surfaces. Kenichi glanced at them. These should be Uchiha clan ninja. Still, to be safe, he opened the barrels and checked their contents personally. Only after confirming the situation did he reseal them. The root ninja stood aside and watched without saying a word. Kenichi clicked his tongue lightly. Only 2 test subjects, he thought. Did Danzo run out of consumables, or did something happen in Konoha? He looked up at the masked ninja. We'll report the results to Danzo, Kenichi said, his tone flat. The last time he left Konoha with Shisui and the others, it must have caused a stir. He just did not know whether that stir had been large or small. Still, there was one point that made him almost amused. Itachi was with him now. So there was no way that famous scene of Itachi squatting on a utility pole would happen again. Right. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, Shisui, Your Eyes Are Mine. Chapter 218, Shisui, Your Eyes Are Mine. Lord Third, Fugaku said, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. He drew a slow breath, forcing himself to stay controlled. I want to ask you something. Why is it that our Uchiha clan went out to perform a reconnaissance mission at the village's request, and yet the entire team ended up completely annihilated? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. He calmly reached for the documents on his desk and began flipping through them as though this were nothing more than routine paperwork. Fugaku did not speak again. He simply waited. 2 small squads. 2 Uchiha squads. They had departed on the same mission and never returned. When the clan investigated, the mission office's answer was simple, annihilated. Fugaku could not accept it. If this were wartime, such losses would be tragically normal. But Konoha had already ceased hostilities with other villages. And yet something like this still happened. He could not understand. After a moment, the third Hokage set the papers down and exhaled a thin stream of smoke from his pipe. Fugaku, I checked. Your squads were assigned to a border mission near the Land of Frost. It's suspected they encountered a hidden cloud squad. There were no survivors. 6 lives vanished with those words, as casually as the smoke curling in the air. Fugaku stared at him. There was no ripple in the third Hokage's eyes. No hesitation. No sorrow. Because he already knew the truth, and he had no intention of letting Fugaku hear it. This plan had been Danzo's from the start. He had only nodded in agreement, allowing the mission office to cooperate. As for whether Fugaku wanted the real answer, what did that have to do with him? Fugaku's gaze remained steady, but the tension in his jaw deepened. He did not want that explanation. He wanted the truth behind it. He had already heard this excuse once, and he had not come here to hear it again. The third Hokage tapped ash from his pipe and waved a hand, dismissive. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Next month, I plan to propose at the meeting that the Uchiha return to your former clan grounds. Fugaku's expression did not change, but he understood the meaning immediately. On the surface, it sounded like a minor relocation. In reality, it was a goodwill gesture, a small concession meant to ease tension and show the village was willing to soften its stance. Whether that proposal would pass depended on what the other clans said. Telling him in advance was also a message, you have time to operate. Go persuade whoever you can. As for the 2 missing squads, what else could be done? The third Hokage had spoken. Hidden cloud, no survivors. End of discussion. What was Fugaku supposed to do next? Turn against Konoha. Since the day Shisui left the village with some clan members, masked ninja had begun appearing around the Uchiha compound with increasing frequency. They lurked in the shadows, openly present while claiming it was protection. Protection, they said, to prevent outsiders from deceiving Uchiha again, to prevent anyone from luring clan members out under the pretense of orders from high-level officials. But inside the clan, that only fed the flames. The hawkish faction had grown stronger. Some were already using the situation to push for rebellion, urging the clan to overthrow Konoha's tyranny and reclaim Uchiha glory. Fugaku felt tired, deep down in his bones. At least he had forced himself to grit his teeth and send Sasuke and Itachi away. If the worst happened, his 2 sons would still live. After Fugaku left, the third Hokage set the documents aside and drew on his pipe again, eyes lowered. The Uchiha's rebellious intent was already obvious. It seemed necessary to speed up the process of dealing with them. Konoha needed stability now. Nothing else. As for the eyes of the Uchiha, those could be dug out and preserved after everything was finished. That renegade disciple supposedly had a method for preservation. With that thought, the third Hokage opened another file placed beside him. A root emblem was stamped on it. He flipped through it slowly. Shisui's disappearance did not matter. Danzo had already found a new replacement, one more willing, someone who claimed to desire peace between the clan and Konoha. Meanwhile, far from Konoha's office politics, Kenichi arrived at his own facility and unsealed 2 bodies. Shirori stared at the 2 trembling Uchiha with faint surprise. She recognized them at a glance. She had seen them on the streets before. Lord Kenichi, who are these 2? She asked. Consumables, Kenichi said flatly, wiping his hands. He had just pulled them out of the sealing containers and immediately regretted it. The stench was overwhelming, so he used water release to wash them clean. Once they were clean, they could finally be used. For this round of experimentation, he planned to begin with an eye dissection. Obito had probably been waiting for him for a long time. And Kenichi intended to give Obito a small surprise. All that remained was installing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Understood, Lord Kenichi. Shirori glanced at the two clan members again. Her heart tightened for a moment, but she suppressed it immediately. She had always known what mattered more, and she did not show sympathy on her face. Also, Lord Orochimaru returned this morning. Kenichi's eyes sharpened with sudden excitement, but he immediately pressed it down. His main task came first. Teacher is back. I understand, he said, forcing himself to stay focused. We will handle this first. Kenichi led one of the test subjects to the operating table. He met the man's eyes. The Sharingan spun. Genjutsu took hold instantly, locking the subject's mind in place. Kenichi began the surgery. After separating eyeballs multiple times, he had become efficient and precise. His hands did not hesitate. He removed the eyeball, dissected it carefully, and within a short time he saw what he wanted. The Uchiha eye was different from an ordinary person's. It contained 3 additional nerves. At first glance, it did not look like much. But Kenichi did not believe the difference existed without purpose. Where do these nerves connect? He murmured. He attached chakra to the 3 nerves and traced the direction of transmission, following the subtle pathways like a map. Soon, he found their endpoints. One nerve connected to the superior colliculus and also to the pineal gland within it. The other 2 connected to the amygdala. The pineal gland. Kenichi frowned slightly. I remember this area stores some special substance. Why would a nerve connect here? He did not understand it yet. He did not know enough about the pineal gland, and this was not his specialty. It was a pity he could not pull professional books from his previous life. If he had them, the pace of his research would be much faster. Even so, he recorded everything carefully in his experimental log. He marked it in red ink so it would stand out for future study. Next, Kenichi directly severed the connection between the optic nerves. Then he began the reconnection work. In theory, this was extremely difficult. Nerves were tiny. A perfect reconnection was not easy. But Kenichi had the Sharingan. It took time, but he reconstructed the connection and restored the eyeball to the socket. Only then did he release the Genjutsu. The subject woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling. For a moment, Kenichi's heart tightened. Is he blind? Then the man's eyes moved. They slowly focused, and when they landed on Kenichi, raw terror flooded his expression. Kenichi was satisfied. To be safe, he still performed several simple tests. To prevent the subject from faking it, he used Genjutsu again during another round of testing. Only after confirming there were no problems did Kenichi relax. He locked the consumable away again. Then he created 3 shadow clones. One would handle surgery on his own body. The other 2 would remain on vigilance. But as he prepared, Kenichi paused. I can't do the surgery here, he thought. Obito already suspected him. And it was hard to say whether Black Setsu was secretly observing him right now. Kenichi packed his tools in silence, then left the laboratory. He went to the airship, created a sterile medical room inside it, and took off. Only after the airship rose into the sky did he begin the surgery. No matter how capable Black Setsu was, he was not going to fly up into the sky just to monitor him, right? When it was done, Kenichi raised a hand to his face and touched around his eyes. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? A strange sensation spread through him. His dynamic vision sharpened instantly, becoming stronger than ever. And deeper than that, he could feel something contained inside his eyes, like a power with weight and texture, waiting for a command. He tried it. Inexplicably, he understood how to use it. A dry sensation scraped across his eyes. A chair placed beside him twisted violently, warped as if caught in a distortion, then vanished. At the same time, a faint pain pricked behind his eyes. It was not severe. If he had not been paying attention, he might have missed it. A single use consumes very little pupil power, Kenichi murmured, blinking slowly. But this pain is real. I've seen people in later stages bleed when they use the Mangekyo. It felt like his eyes had been forced open without blinking for 3 full minutes. One of the shadow clones, the one who had performed the surgery, could not help asking, so did you figure out what this pupil power is? Kenichi shook his head. I can't feel it clearly. Maybe I've used it too little, so the sensation isn't obvious yet. He performed a vision test immediately. Both eyes were at optimal clarity. It seemed that a single use would not cause too much loss. p@treon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 219, Chapter 219, this main body is so weak. He even got the name wrong. He's really too weak. Chapter 219, this main body is so weak. He even got the name wrong. He's really too weak. I'm telling you, the main body is weak. He even said the wrong name just now. Yeah. Completely pathetic. Kenichi's mouth twitched as he listened to his two shadow clones whispering beside him. For a moment, he genuinely did not know what to say. Ever since he swapped eyes, he had slipped more than once. He kept blurting out the wrong thing, accidentally calling Obito's eyes Shisui's eyes. It was humiliating. Just now, he had even declared, "Shisui, your eyes are mine." The cringe was so strong it could probably kill someone. Kenichi found a simple solution. Dissolve the shadow clones. As long as they dispersed, no one would know about this dark history. Obito, Kenichi muttered as he casually dispersed them, "I really hope you enjoy the gift I'm sending you." He pulled out a sealing scroll, released a thermobaric bomb from it, and set it carefully on the ground. Then he took out something else. A human puppet. Rin no Era. He had made it earlier, and the resemblance was almost perfect. Clothes covered the joints and seams, making it nearly impossible to spot anything wrong at a glance. Unless someone inspected it closely. To be honest, Kenichi would never use a method like this on most people. But against Obito, the feasibility was extremely high. The puppet's role was simple: draw Obito's attention and keep him from noticing the thermobaric bomb immediately. And who was Obito, really? A pure love battle god of the ninja world. Someone who had loved Rin for years, and even after her death, never wavered. For nearly 20 years, Rin's image had been carved into his heart. Kenichi was perfectly willing to call him the most devoted lover in the ninja world. So this useless move was actually lethal against Obito. In fact, it was not just Obito. If Kenichi had mailed a package to Naruto during the Fourth Great Ninja War and written Uzumaki Kushina on it, then once Naruto learned the truth, he would freeze on the spot too. So this only works on people who actually care about emotions, Kenichi realized a beat late. Still, the puppet was only the bait. The real key was the biological identification device. The thermobaric bomb's detector would detonate the moment it recognized a living organism. If Obito entered the Kamui dimension, he might not even have time to blink before the bomb went off. Kenichi was genuinely looking forward to what he might gain from that. And if Obito vanished, then whether Black Zetsu could complete his plan became questionable. It might even derail Madara's resurrection entirely. If that happened, wouldn't a major crisis in the ninja world resolve itself? Kamui. Kenichi activated the Mangekyo again. The thermobaric bomb and Rin's puppet warped into the Kamui dimension together. The instant they vanished, the chakra Kenichi had been using to maintain the switch's control dissipated. Now, inside that sealed space, sat a high-tech weapon from his previous life. A thermobaric bomb with biological identification. Or rather, an improved thermobaric bomb. This one contained a massive amount of Sage Art Fire Release chakra. That meant the explosive power could spike to an absurd level. Kenichi did not dare test it inside his laboratory. If it detonated there, he could be bankrupted in minutes, and that would be the funniest tragedy in history. So now I need to put the Mangekyo back, Kenichi murmured, touching near his eye. But what exactly is going on with this pupil power? He wanted to take the Mangekyo out again and study it properly. It would help his research immensely. But the moment he thought of Black Zetsu's cursed mayfly jutsu, he killed that idea. If he could not guarantee his surroundings were safe, experimenting directly with Obito's eyes was basically an invitation for Obito to show up. And dealing with a hostile Obito would be a headache he did not need. Caution was better. Still, Kenichi felt his temples throb. But what kind of logic is guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, he muttered. Zetsu's jutsu was disgusting. It gave off no aura at all, and its concealment was terrifying. Which meant Zetsu could be watching him at any time, and Kenichi would never know. That kind of uncertainty could drive someone insane. It was like coming home after a long day and spotting a strange mark at your door, then realizing it was a thief's mark. A signal that someone intended to break in. And the worst part was living alone. No family. No backup. You would start obsessing over your property, your safety, every sound in the night. The police could not station someone at your door forever, and you could not even prove it was real. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was not. But doubt alone was enough to rot your nerves. At that point, either you raised a huge dog, preferably a trained one, or you had family stay over for a while so you could sleep without jumping at every noise. Black Zetsu was that mark. If Kenichi did not know Zetsu's ability, he could live carelessly. But he did know. And that knowledge made it impossible to pretend everything was fine. I wonder if Black Zetsu's ability is truly fused with nature, Kenichi thought, or if it can be detected with something like an infrared thermal imager. He created 2 shadow clones to help him with the surgery and restore his eyes. Even after it was done, he still had no concrete solution. Black Zetsu would never cooperate for experiments. That meant every test came with a brutal uncertainty. Schrödinger's Black Zetsu. If you did not see it, was it not there? Or was it watching you right now, perfectly hidden? You could not confirm anything unless you forced Black Zetsu to reveal itself and cooperate. And how was that supposed to happen? Kenichi was not Otsutsuki Kagaya. He could not command Black Zetsu to jump out and act like a suicidal test subject. Still, he decided he would make an infrared thermal imager when he had time, and occasionally use it to scan the area. If it worked and he caught something, that would be a pleasant surprise. If it failed, he would look for other solutions. Kenichi refused to believe Black Zetsu could evade every detection method forever. Just as he was about to head back down to his own lab, he remembered what Shirori had told him earlier. Teacher had returned. So Kenichi turned and went straight to his teacher's laboratory. The moment he entered, he saw the lights were on, but Orochimaru was nowhere in sight. Kenichi was mildly curious, but he did not think much of it. Orochimaru often buried himself in research for long stretches. Once he started, he could go for an absurd amount of time. Sometimes he even set records, staying inside for 8 months straight, living on military rations and handling everything else within the lab. I wonder what teacher did on this trip. Kenichi yawned. After switching back to his own eyes, even though they were no longer Mangekyo, he still felt a lingering phantom ache. Then he noticed several documents spread across the table. Kenichi hesitated. They were clearly Orochimaru's work, and Orochimaru had not said he could look. So Kenichi did not touch them. Kenichi, Orochimaru's voice suddenly came from deeper inside the lab, calm and familiar. Take a look at the data on the table. Kenichi answered at once and picked up the documents. The content was massive, dense, and painful to read. The first pages were filled with structural diagrams, mathematical frameworks, and long chains of derivations that looked like a different language. Kenichi could only flip toward the back first to find the point. And when he did, his interest snapped awake. Orochimaru had used 246 pages to prove the feasibility of a telephone. Not only that, he had built an experimental prototype. Kenichi immediately returned to the first page and began reading properly, page by page, forcing himself to follow the logic. He tried to understand what each step was based on, why those derivations led where they did, and how the design choices connected. Without realizing it, he became completely absorbed. Orochimaru's research ability was abnormal. That was the only word for it. Even though the prototype was wired and required a large number of relay base stations, it was still an incredible invention. A leap across eras. Orochimaru had also included the wireless concept Kenichi had mentioned before, and he had conducted extensive experiments on that front as well. The tests were thorough. The documentation was complete. But in the end, it failed. Orochimaru was still searching for something that could stably receive and transmit the signals. Communication. Kenichi murmured, thinking as he read. To make this work on a larger scale, the simplest base station problem has to be solved. And you'd need digital converters too. Even so, a wired telephone alone was already a breakthrough. Finished reading. Orochimaru's voice sounded again, close this time. Kenichi nodded, gathered the papers neatly, and handed them back. Then he looked up. And froze. In his line of sight were a pair of pale legs, still glistening with fresh water droplets. Kenichi's mind blanked for a moment. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 220, Chapter 220, Teacher's charm increased after a bath. Chapter 220, Teacher's charm increased after a bath. Kenichi scratched at his cheek. To be honest, he had not expected his teacher to have just finished bathing. Kenichi did not dare stare too hard. Not because he was daydreaming, but because he genuinely feared seeing something he was not supposed to see. Teacher, did you just take a bath? He asked anyway, forcing himself to respond instead of standing there like an idiot. He did not realize that, in his fluster, he had already said something similar earlier. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not seem to care. He simply placed the documents back on the table. Yes. I just returned from a mission, Orochimaru replied calmly. He dried his golden hair without haste, using a combination of wind release and fire release to blow it dry while wiping it down. Kenichi could not help lifting his head. The moment he did, his gaze met a pair of clear blue eyes. Orochimaru was looking straight at him. Kenichi paused, then quickly steadied his expression. Teacher, what's the maximum communication range of your phone right now? Kenichi changed the topic on instinct. If he kept focusing on Orochimaru's face, he admitted the pressure was getting a little too heavy. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his stance, moving a little farther away. He had been too close a moment ago. Close enough that he could even catch a faint, clean fragrance on Orochimaru and find himself wondering what kind of soap he used. Isn't it written in the document? Orochimaru frowned slightly, but still answered in an even tone. The maximum stable distance is about 3,000 meters. Beyond that, you need a relay station as a transfer point, otherwise call quality drops. Kenichi caught a trace of dissatisfaction in his teacher's voice. Orochimaru was still Orochimaru. Even in a different body, his nature had not changed at all, especially when it came to experiments and science. Ahem. Kenichi coughed lightly. Since his attempt at diversion had run into a wall, he switched to a new one. Actually, teacher, I went out on a mission earlier and obtained something very unusual. What? Orochimaru's interest rose immediately. That earlier glance had probably meant he saw through Kenichi's little topic change. Still, as long as Orochimaru did not dwell on it, it was fine. Kenichi also knew that if what he showed next failed to satisfy his teacher, Orochimaru would absolutely remember it, and the consequences might be worse than before. It's like this. Earlier, I accepted a mission on the leader's orders. The target was a ninja village in the land of bears. But while I was there, I unexpectedly discovered. Kenichi began recounting everything. At first, Orochimaru continued drying his hair casually. But as he listened, his attention sharpened. He sat down beside Kenichi, listening without interrupting. Since it had only been a day's worth of events, there was not much room to drag it out. Kenichi finished quickly. So you're saying, Orochimaru said, sitting straighter, that you found something in Hashigakure that lets ordinary people who aren't ninja train into ninja. And it can even allow them to fly. He was clearly interested. Orochimaru had researched chakra for a long time. It could be said chakra was essential to ninja, yet very few ever bothered to study its origin. People treated chakra the way ordinary people treated air. They used it every day and rarely asked where it came from. But Orochimaru was determined to exhaust every ninjutsu in this world. Naturally, he had developed a strong interest in the source of chakra itself. No matter how he investigated, the only conclusion he could reach was that chakra seemed to come from an even more ancient era. When the Sage of Six Paths first appeared, he had already mastered ninjutsu. Later, he taught others, established ninchu, and brought the profession of ninja into the world. But what about before the Sage of Six Paths? The sage never spoke of it. Or perhaps no one ever thought to ask why chakra existed in the first place. Records simply said chakra was probably brought into this world by the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru had always been skeptical of that. It was hard to believe a power like chakra, now spread through nearly the entire ninja world, had been brought by a single person. Every ninja who trained had chakra. One ninja might not have much, but gathered across the entire world, it became a staggering amount. And then there were the tailed beasts, whose chakra seemed endless. Could that vast quantity truly have come from one Sage of Six Paths? Unlikely. If one person had really accomplished that, then calling him the Sage of Six Paths would be too small. He might as well be called a god. But Orochimaru had never found enough proof to support that suspicion, so he could only set it aside. He did not expect to hear something this astonishing from his disciple now. Yes, teacher. Kenichi nodded. I also captured a live one. She seems to be one of the strongest in Hashigakure. The strongest. Orochimaru's interest deepened. How would you rate her strength? Kenichi hesitated for a moment. Probably around the level of those Konoha ninja who are about to be promoted to Jonin. The other side was not quite Jonin level. The peacock method was special, but the combat power it provided was not that high. Elite Chunin, Orochimaru murmured, narrowing his eyes. The Elite Chunin designation was a Konoha classification. Stronger than ordinary Chunin, but still a step short of Jonin, so they were given that title. Why do you think people in Hashigakure die while training that peacock method? Orochimaru asked. Since Kenichi had brought it up, he must have formed some conclusions. Orochimaru wanted to hear his disciple's reasoning. Teacher, I believe the meteorite contains some special power. Kenichi spoke carefully. It can give ordinary people the qualification to become ninja, but it also comes with drawbacks. If their physique is not suited for it, it leads to crippling effects and even death. Of course, Kenichi could not directly say the meteorite was radioactive, and that radiation was causing both the deaths and the abnormal transformation that let ordinary people become ninja. The ninja world had no concept of radioactivity or radiation. In terms of science, it was often confused and inconsistent in application and invention. More importantly, detecting that kind of thing was not simple, and the ninja world did not have the required machines. Verifying it would involve complicated steps and procedures. Exactly. Orochimaru nodded. Kenichi's idea aligned with his own. So where is this meteorite? Hashigakure's most important asset was clearly the meteorite itself. A treasure that could turn ordinary people into ninja. Even Orochimaru found it tempting. I have it with me, teacher. Kenichi took out a sealing scroll. Do you want to examine it? Normally, he would never carry something like this around. Kenichi preferred to keep dangerous objects locked down. But since he had come to see Orochimaru, he had brought it along. Take it out and let me see. Orochimaru nodded at once, then glanced down at the towel around his body and waved a hand. Wait. I'll change first. Better to avoid trouble later. After a short wait, Orochimaru returned in clean clothes and led Kenichi to a door marked with a biohazard symbol. Change into a lab coat, Orochimaru instructed calmly, already putting on a white coat himself. He followed it with a mask, protective eyewear, and a full set of protective gear. Then take it out. It needs to be disinfected afterward. Kenichi was not surprised. He followed, changed, and retrieved his golden box containing the highly dangerous star. A lab coat was not something to wear casually. Generally, only medical personnel and researchers wore them. Kenichi did not know the exact situation in medicine, but he knew laboratory rules well. In many labs, the procedure for putting on and taking off coats was strict. Some even required the coat to be destroyed upon leaving, depending on contamination risk. Lab coats were also not allowed outside the laboratory. Kenichi had once seen someone wearing a lab coat while filming a video in a supermarket, and it had nearly made him laugh. Those idiots clearly did not understand laboratory rules. After changing, Kenichi followed Orochimaru inside. Disinfectant was sprayed immediately, followed by another round of disinfection procedures, before they finally entered the lab. Teacher, this is it. Kenichi set the box down and spoke steadily. If you observe carefully after opening it, you'll notice cells near the body surface start showing abnormalities. I think our protection level might need to be increased. Open it first. Orochimaru's gaze flicked over the box. Why did you use gold? Kenichi briefly explained, because I found that using gold for the box significantly slows the rate of cellular abnormalities on the body surface. If he elaborated fully, just explaining why gold could isolate it would turn into a dissertation tens of thousands of words long. Orochimaru nodded. Kenichi opened the box and removed the meteorite. The instant it was exposed, Orochimaru felt something subtle and abnormal. A faint burning sensation on the surface of his body. Then it began pressing inward. Only after circulating chakra through his body did the sensation ease slightly, and only slightly. Kenichi himself felt extremely uncomfortable. He almost wanted to step out immediately and send a shadow clone in instead. This is interesting, Orochimaru said, eyes focused. I can feel something invisible affecting my body. He pressed a finger against it. The burning sensation grew stronger. When he moved a little farther away, it weakened significantly. It was subtle enough that, without Kenichi's warning to pay attention to cellular changes, Orochimaru might not have noticed it so easily. If we made protective suits out of gold. Orochimaru toyed with the box. No. That would restrict movement. With the box, the sensation weakened drastically, almost becoming imperceptible. Teacher, I think it's best to have our shadow clones do the research, Kenichi said firmly. I tested it before. Shadow clones aren't affected. Shadow clones have limitations in experiments, Orochimaru replied, unfazed. You need constant adjustments, new instructions, new iterations. That wastes time. He did not seem to mind the risk at all. If this body developed problems, he could simply switch to another. Kenichi felt a headache coming on, but Orochimaru was not wrong. Kenichi usually assigned simple, repetitive work to shadow clones, like integrating thermobaric explosives with chakra, or managing rice improvement and cultivation. He had not expected them to go off and try making hydrofluoric acid on their own, either. Still, Kenichi did not back down. But I still think necessary protection is required, teacher. Agreed. Orochimaru nodded. Let me research it first. I'll find a way to solve the protection issue, then we can begin proper experiments. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 221, My Attempt to Create Godzilla in the Ninja World. Chapter 221, My Attempt to Create Godzilla in the Ninja World. Log, after 3 days in close proximity to the meteorite in a sealed room, Subject 4 could not withstand the meteorite's energy. His eyes were the first to show abnormalities. Kenichi watched the wailing subject and silently wrote the result into his experimental log. This was already the 4th test subject to collapse since the meteorite experiments began. He was not dead yet, but it was only a matter of time. The process was always the same. First came the visible symptoms, then the internal organs began failing one by one, and finally life slipped away. The first 3 had ended like that too. The frightening part was that these 4 were considered relatively strong individuals, yet they still could not endure the meteorite's radiation. The meteorite's energy causes irreversible damage to internal organs, Orochimaru said, voice sharp with excitement. But I found something very interesting, Kenichi. Kenichi's mouth twitched as he looked at his teacher. To be honest, he had planned to return and continue his Sharingan research. He urgently needed more data on the Sharingan to prepare for his own experiments. But after Orochimaru asked him a few questions, his teacher immediately ordered him to create a shadow clone to keep dismantling Uchiha genes, while Kenichi's main body stayed here to assist with the meteorite experiments. Kenichi could only agree. Teacher, you mean the first Hokage cells we added earlier? Kenichi sighed. Of course he knew what Orochimaru was talking about. He had participated in the entire process. All 4 test subjects had failed, and none had successfully trained the peacock method. Still, it was not a complete waste. In Kenichi's view, the biggest gain was the Senju Hashirama cells Orochimaru had introduced. Hashirama cells were similar to cancer cells in a sense. Their vitality was terrifying, and their invasiveness was extreme. If an ordinary person received a transplant and the growth was not cut off in time, there was only one outcome: death. In the end, Hashirama would not revive through the host body. Instead, the host would become an irrational, mindless, harmless monster and then die of malnutrition. Yes. Malnutrition. Or, more bluntly, starvation. Once Hashirama cells invaded most of the body, their energy consumption became absurd. Without enough nutritional supplementation, the host would literally starve to death. But now Hashirama's cells had met an enemy. The meteorite. The meteorite's radiation caused continuous, subtle damage to all living organisms close to it. Hashirama's cells, meanwhile, kept proliferating. As long as they had enough energy, they could keep multiplying. And now, the meteorite and Hashirama's cells seemed to have formed a balance. Kenichi flipped open his experimental log and scanned the entries. At first, with nutrient solution provided, Hashirama's cells proliferated rapidly and efficiently, overflowing the culture dish in a short time. Then, the proliferation rate withered abruptly. For half a day there was almost no growth at all, while necrotic cells kept accumulating. Soon, a layer of decayed flesh had piled up outside the dish. Those were dead cells killed by the meteorite's radiation, proof of how lethal radioactive substances could be to the human body. However, once nutrient solution was replenished, Hashirama's cells maintained continuous growth again. The proliferation rate did not surge like before, but it stabilized, forming a strange equilibrium with the rate at which the meteorite's radiation destroyed them. Look. Orochimaru handed him a photo, eyes bright with interest. I took this up close. Kenichi glanced at it and immediately felt something was off. The arrangement of the cells looked strange. I found the key problem, Orochimaru continued, clearly energized. Hashirama cells are dying in massive numbers, but their proliferation ability lets them maintain a relatively stable growth state. Orochimaru pointed at the center of the image. But the cells in the middle are dying too. They're being pushed outward automatically, forming a layer that resists the meteorite's terrifying energy. Orochimaru was excited for a reason. Normally, aside from their invasiveness, Hashirama's cells behaved much like ordinary living cells. But under the influence of the meteorite, they now seem to be adjusting themselves autonomously, adapting in a way that reduced the meteorite's impact over time. Kenichi's mind immediately jumped to something else. In some old science fiction movies, radiation and radioactivity caused creatures to mutate into monsters like Godzilla. That kind of creature was usually the result of long, brutal biological screening, a freak miracle born from countless failures. Godzilla itself was a miracle. But here, the conditions were different. The meteorite's radiation was continuous. A normal person would have died long ago. A ninja might last longer if they resisted, but the cellular damage would never stop, and the impact would only accumulate. Hashirama's cells, however, were different. They kept proliferating. Their growth was fast enough to match the rate of death. So if the experiment continued, would Hashirama's cells eventually mutate into something truly abnormal? Kenichi did not think it was impossible. In fact, the possibility felt uncomfortably high. Hashirama's cells had tenacious vitality. Under constant radiation pressure, it was hard to say when a genetic mutation might occur and create something completely new. Especially since the proliferation speed was so fast, as long as nutrition was sufficient. Teacher, Kenichi asked carefully, if this continues, could Hashirama's cells become some kind of intelligent creature? That possibility truly existed. Orochimaru hesitated. To be honest, this was the first time his thoughts had gone in that direction. In the past, he had considered whether Hashirama's cells could independently develop into Hashirama himself, but testing proved it was impossible. Hashirama's cells were just Hashirama's cells. They proliferated, but they did not turn into organs. They did not form a spine. They did not produce a brain. They were only cells. But now, after such a short period of exposure to the meteorite, those same cells had begun learning to push dying cells outward as a shield. That meant the possibility was no longer purely fantasy. In the end, Orochimaru made a decision. He would replenish the nutrient solution daily and continue observing. He wanted to see whether the meteorite would truly force Hashirama's cells to mutate and evolve into intelligent beings. If it happened, it would be a major discovery. Kenichi was finally freed. This phase did not require more consumables or new test subjects. It only needed a shadow clone to remain behind and replace the nutrient solution each day. Before leaving, Kenichi offered one more suggestion. He told Orochimaru to record the nutrient consumption rate of Hashirama's cells to see whether it would increase over time. If the consumption rate rose, it might indicate that the cells had undergone some special internal change. I didn't expect teacher's research obsession to be this intense, Kenichi muttered as he left the laboratory. 4, let me count. 13 days already, and he's still going. Orochimaru's enthusiasm was frightening, especially when he encountered an interesting research topic. He always looked like he wished he could pour every second of his life into experiments. Kenichi was not surprised. Still, since leaving Konoha, he had rarely seen his teacher this energized. At that moment, a wave of exhaustion hit Kenichi. At the same time, new memories surfaced in his mind. Kenichi rubbed his temples. His rice had matured. He hurried to the cultivation area. By the time he arrived, a shadow clone had already finished everything that needed to be done. The statistical report had been handed over cleanly. Kenichi took it and scanned the numbers. The yield increase effect was still roughly the same as before. This batch showed a slight improvement, but it did not reach the previous peak of 10%. It seemed this method might not be reliable, though it was still too early to declare it dead. It looks like this time's, huh? Kenichi paused. What's this? A new data point jumped out. Compared to the rice seeds he had given Nagato, this batch's yield was 20% higher. This one is special. A shadow clone walked over and placed a sample of the harvested rice into Kenichi's hands. The yield is much higher, but there's a new problem. The moment Kenichi held it, he felt something was wrong. There was a faint smell, hard to describe. It was not pleasant. If anything, it was strange. Almost like a very faint durian scent, mixed with something else he could not identify. The more he tried to define it, the more his words failed him. For the first time, Kenichi felt his vocabulary was inadequate. The scent was just too weird. Still, he did not think the issue was fatal. If this gets cooked, can people eat it? Kenichi asked. As long as it was edible and not poisonous, there would be no shortage of people willing to plant it. After his trip to the land of bears, Kenichi understood the reality of small countries in this world far better than before. For people who could not get enough to eat, people who had even resorted to exchanging children for food, what was wrong with a little smell? Compared to ordinary rice, a crop that produced such a huge increase in yield was practically a gift from heaven. We're testing that right now, the shadow clone replied. The clone had the same thought as Kenichi. They had not seen it firsthand, but Kenichi's shadow clone understood exactly what poverty looked like in his previous life. p@treon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 222, Chapter 222, If the price is low enough, there's nothing to criticize. Chapter 222, If the price is low enough, there's nothing to criticize. High-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. Kenichi watched the beef sizzle in the pan, oil popping softly. He flipped it at an unhurried pace, making sure both sides browned evenly. In the next moment, the air filled with rich, mouth-watering aroma. When the pan-fried beef was done, he plated it neatly. Then, with a solemn expression, he reached for the rice cooker. Now was the moment of truth. Honestly, why do I suddenly feel a little nervous? One shadow clone couldn't help muttering. Kenichi's mouth twitched. He was nervous too. It was a ridiculous feeling. It was just a meal, after all. It's burning. It's burning. More exciting than Boruto, another shadow clone cheered from the side. Kenichi took a deep breath and opened the rice cooker. Steam billowed out, and a unique scent spread through the room. Kenichi frowned and inhaled twice, trying to find the right description. Compared to the raw smell from earlier, this was like durian that had been steamed. It was pungent. Even for someone who liked durian, it would still be a serious challenge. Still, steamed durian had always been like that. The smell was strange, but the taste and texture were usually normal. It was not like chewing something disgusting. The texture even turned sweeter, as if steaming broke down part of its structure and let the sweetness seep through. Kenichi took a bite of rice. Instantly, the durian sensation returned, like the grains had been soaked in durian essence. It was incredibly odd. But as he continued eating, he realized it was not as terrible as he had imagined. The smell was heavy, but the taste and texture were basically the same as ordinary rice. In fact, if Kenichi had no sense of smell, the rice in front of him would have been identical to normal rice. And more than that, the faint durian flavor somehow became addictive the more he ate. It's surprisingly good, Kenichi concluded, nodding. The flavor isn't ideal, but considering the yield, it really has no flaws. This experimental product was a success in its own way. If the price was low enough, people would tolerate a lot of shortcomings. In his previous life, when milk tea competition was brutal, most shops sold drinks for 10 or 20 yen. Then another company burst onto the scene. 4 yen lemonade. 7 or 8 yen milk tea. Strawberry boba and other cheap items. It seized the lower tier market everyone else had ignored. 1,000 yen phones captured the same kind of market. The principle was identical to the rice in Kenichi's hands. If 1 mu of ordinary rice produced only 100 kilograms, then this durian-flavored rice produced 145 kilograms. That nearly 50% increase was enough for most people to ignore taste entirely. But it's unlikely this can be promoted on a large scale, right? A shadow clone offered. I'd guess only people in the village would choose to plant it. In the 5 great nations and many smaller countries, traditional rice still dominated the mainstream market. Amigakure was planting new rice now, but it still was not on the same scale as widely established varieties. So what? Kenichi pursed his lips. Someone still has to care about those people. Does this world only revolve around the powerful and the wealthy? He understood perfectly. This rice would never become the mainstream. It might even be labeled as poor people's food. These days, plenty of people loved flaunting taste and uniqueness. For them, price was the simplest divider. They praised meals costing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, while sneering at cheap things. There was nothing inherently wrong with spending money. But some people who were not truly rich, just a little better off, loved discriminating too, like mocking plebeian drinks. So once this rice entered the market, some would surely scorn it, both for its strange taste and for its low price, branding it as something only the poor would eat. But so what? Only when people ate their fill did they have the energy to think about anything else and try to improve their lives. Food was the most important necessity. That was not just an empty phrase. Keep planting it, Kenichi ordered. Use these seeds as samples for further experiments and induce genetic mutations. See if we can cultivate even better seeds. He left it at that and prepared to go. These seeds were excellent, but their influence on the ninja world was still limited. This was not a world where everyone had similar strength. It was a world where the strong ruled. Without enough power, all these achievements would simply become work done for someone else. Kenichi always kept that line clear in his mind. Oh, right, main body, about that hydrofluoric acid preparation from before. A shadow clone suddenly called out and stopped him. At the same time, a plastic bottle filled with colorless liquid was pushed into Kenichi's hand. I seriously can't believe this, Kenichi blurted. If he did not know his shadow clones would never harm the main body, he would have suspected they were deliberately causing trouble. Hydrofluoric acid. And they were just handing it to him like that. Kenichi felt like he did not even want this hand anymore. They actually made it. He stared at the bottle, emotions complicated. He truly had not expected it to be produced so quickly. It was hydrofluoric acid, though the preparation itself was not as complicated as people imagined. Of course, the shadow clone replied, sounding proud. Kenichi patted the clone's shoulder, then left with the hydrofluoric acid. This still needed to be tested, but not right now. First, he had to deal with his Sharingan work. That step would be troublesome, because his Sharingan research had hit a bottleneck. Genetic programming was not something that could be achieved easily. And even if he produced genes similar to Obito's, whether he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan would still require specific experiments. He did have a ready-made test subject, Shirori. But Shirori was currently the only individual who had survived Orochimaru's genetic programming. Using her as a test would absolutely earn Kenichi a scolding. In that case, Kenichi stretched. Let's first see if the 2 Uchiha we acquired can awaken the 3 tomoe Sharingan, then use them for genetic programming research. With that decision made, Kenichi once again buried himself in his busy, relentless experimental routine. Tisk, Konoha's been lively lately. In a dim base, Obito sat in a chair, still brooding over where his eyes had gone. The silence did not last long before Black Zetsu interrupted him. What is it? Obito snapped, irritation obvious. He was deep in thought, and Zetsu always chose the worst moments to speak. Zetsu noticed the impatience but did not care. Smiling, he reported his discoveries about Konoha. When he finished, Obito sneered. Those ignorant clansmen were still fantasizing about earning Konoha's recognition and returning there. How ridiculous. However, Zetsu added, I found something else. It seems some people are missing from the Uchiha clan. And Danzo said that Shisui defected, taking a portion of the clan with him. Zetsu remembered the timing clearly. Earlier, both he and Obito had been busy dealing with the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, so they had neglected Konoha. They did not expect so much to change after such a short lapse. But it could not be helped. The ninja world was vast. Zetsu could not watch every corner at all times. Some oversights were inevitable. Defected. Shisui. Obito's tone turned even more mocking. I've heard of him. The so-called genius, Shisui of the body flicker. When Obito said the word genius, it dripped with contempt. Zetsu knew who Obito was thinking about. Kakashi. A genius ninja who could not even protect a single woman, and who had even killed Rin. Should we investigate those Uchiha? Zetsu asked, tempted. Their combat power is inconsistent, but they're still a usable force. Recruiting them could help the plan, at least save time. No need, Obito said coldly. They're trash. They don't even dare face their own clan once they leave home. Were those people even worthy of being called his clansmen? What if your eyes are among them? Zetsu asked, smiling. Obito fell silent. To this day, he still could not determine where his eyes had gone. His biggest suspect remained Kenichi. The problem was, after previous tests, Kenichi had not displayed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The one who had shown it was Shisui. Fine, Obito said at last, coldness flashing in his eyes. You help me locate them. I'll go to them myself. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Extraction of Elemental Fluorine. Chapter 223, Extraction of Elemental Fluorine. I'm truly speechless. Kenichi stared at the tragic scene in front of him, a headache starting to throb behind his eyes. Still, since this disaster was his own doing, he really could not say much. After half a month of grinding away in the lab, annotating genes and separating sequences until his brain felt numb, Kenichi finally decided to do something else to clear his head. Doing the same task non-stop was exhausting. Work and rest needed balance. He did not know what possessed him at the time, but he chose to extract elemental fluorine. In simple terms, the process was to produce elemental fluorine by electrolyzing hydrogen fluoride. However, because anhydrous hydrogen fluoride itself was not a strong conductor, potassium fluoride was usually added to improve conductivity. At the same time, the hydrogen fluoride had to be kept in a liquid state during the process. Otherwise, things could fail easily, and the consequences could get ugly. But Kenichi did not have potassium fluoride. So he tried to brute force it, directly electrolyzing hydrogen fluoride with lightning release to generate elemental fluorine. The result was exactly what anyone who respected chemistry would predict. An explosion. If Kenichi had not reacted fast enough, he would have been swallowed by the blast. He escaped without injury, but parts of the room he had set up for elemental fluorine were corroded by residual hydrogen fluoride. Sigh. When it comes to chemistry, you really can't joke around, Kenichi muttered. The extraction of elemental fluorine already had a complete industrial process in his previous life. But in the ninja world, elemental fluorine did not exist, which meant he had to build the process from scratch himself. As for why he wanted elemental fluorine in the first place, the reason was simple. Fluorine was extremely useful. With fluorine available, preparing certain materials became much easier. The common uses were everywhere. Fluoride toothpaste could increase tooth hardness. Fluorine-containing drugs like levofloxacin were also widely used in medicine. But fluorine was not limited to civilian applications. It played a major role in military industry too, and it was closely tied to something Kenichi planned to research later. For example, when making nuclear weapons, to separate uranium-235 and uranium-238, uranium had to be converted into uranium hexafluoride. So fluorine was practical in more ways than one. Of course, its destructive potential was also real. Fluorine was violently reactive. Under specific conditions, it could even react with inert gases. Inert gases were called inert because they were naturally difficult to react with, yet fluorine acted like an old rogue. It grabbed the inert gas by the hand and forced it into a fight anyway. Even so, there was no need to worry about fluorine-containing compounds harming the human body in normal contexts. Those compounds were safe. After letting out another sigh, Kenichi ventilated the room. After waiting for a while, he went back in and began cleaning up the mess, writing down every piece of equipment that needed replacement. Fortunately, the room was not filled with expensive instruments, so he would not go bankrupt. But the basics, glass test tubes and beakers, were mostly ruined. Hydrogen fluoride reacted quickly with quartz, and it was dangerous to handle. So the small containers that had come into contact with hydrogen fluoride were essentially scrap. Several had also been damaged by the explosion itself. After hauling out the ruined equipment, Kenichi wiped sweat from his forehead. Since this approach failed, he would have to find another way to purify elemental fluorine. He had chosen hydrogen fluoride electrolysis because he thought it would be the most convenient. He never expected lightning release to not only fail at producing elemental fluorine but also trigger an explosion. He was not certain of the exact mechanism. To be honest, nobody in this world had researched what happened when chakra and chemical elements interacted at that level. Maybe that was something he would investigate in the future. Since electrolyzing hydrogen fluoride like this won't work, I'll have to produce fluorine using high temperatures, Kenichi murmured, scanning the room. But that would require specialized containers. High-temperature fluorine production was a common method. You calcined fluorine-containing substances at high heat to obtain gaseous fluorine, then cooled it to condense the gas into elemental fluorine. However, that approach came with its own issues. In the end, Kenichi decided he still preferred electrolysis. It was a more mature, controllable method. And obtaining potassium fluoride was actually simple. There was glass in the ninja world. Kenichi had noticed that some glass carried patterns, meaning these people had mastered glass engraving. Potassium fluoride was commonly used for engraving glass. He just had not thought of it before, so he had been stuck. Now, he could go ask around and buy the experimental materials he was missing. So Kenichi left, carrying a bag of scrapped items. Not long after he walked out, a massive roar rolled through the air. Kenichi turned his head. The sound came from Sasori's direction, and a small mushroom cloud was already rising into the sky. Ah. Just another ordinary day, Kenichi said with a dry smile, stretching his arms. Sasori and Daidara were over there, so an explosion was not exactly shocking. Boom. A second blast erupted, and another mushroom cloud climbed upward. Before Kenichi could even process it, 4 more mushroom clouds rose one after another. Each one was louder, bigger, and more violent than the last. When the final one detonated, Kenichi even saw a branch flying from the distance. It nearly landed straight into his mouth. What in the world are those two doing? Kenichi stared at the fading clouds. There was no way he could stay calm now. He sprinted toward them. If he did not, the land of rice fields would eventually be blown into the land of rice basins by those two. That would be an interesting renaming. Even with the soundproofing barrier Orochimaru had set up, this kind of destruction was too much. His teacher would definitely be unhappy. Yet when Kenichi arrived, his teacher was nowhere to be seen. Only Sasori and Daidara stood there, covered in dust, cleaning something up. Kenichi walked closer and looked down. Several deep, giant craters gouged the ground. Metal parts were scattered everywhere. So what exactly happened? Were they seriously trying to start the 4th Great Ninja War here? You two come up with new tricks every day, he, Kenichi said as he jumped down. He had been angry at first, but then he remembered he had just blown up his own lab. That anger evaporated immediately. An older brother should not laugh at a younger brother, it was too embarrassing. Kenichi, you're here? Come help, Sasori said as if nothing unusual had happened. Daidara looked excited, but he kept cleaning with even more speed. Kenichi was not surprised. He dropped down and started helping them gather parts and clear debris. By the time they finished, Kenichi was sweating too. So, what happened? Kenichi let out a long breath, then looked between them. The explosions were obviously their doing, but he still did not know exactly what they had built. Given how terrifying it looked, Kenichi suspected Sasori might have dragged out that oversized robot again. It's like this, Kenichi-senpai, Daidara explained seriously. When Sasori-senpai and I were researching, we had an idea. We wanted to put my clay bombs inside the puppet as a weapon depot. That would also boost the puppet's combat ability. Sasori occasionally added details, filling in the gaps. Only after listening did Kenichi fully understand. In short, they had wanted to build a remote combat Gundam. The first attempt failed. They created a suicide bomber instead. The mushroom clouds Kenichi saw were caused by explosions in the compartments where the clay bombs were installed, and the final blast was triggered by a super large clay bomb stored in the chest. Kenichi pressed his temples, headache returning. These two were genuinely talented. They could cause this level of destruction with inventions alone. If they had not cleaned it up quickly, and if the soundproofing barrier had not existed, Konoha ninja would probably already be on their way. Your idea isn't wrong, Kenichi said, forcing himself to stay calm. But Daidara, your clay bombs aren't stable to begin with. Add movement on top of that, and explosions are basically guaranteed. But if I wanted to never explode, I'd have to control detonation myself, Daidara said, scratching his head. He could control whether his bombs exploded. But manually handling it every time was a pain. Then make them denser, pack them tighter, add a shock-absorbing outer shell, and put a fuse at the front or something, Kenichi suggested, laying out his idea. Daidara and Sasori exchanged a glance, then decided to try it. It was only an experiment, so failure was acceptable. By the way, Sasori, Kenichi asked, curiosity winning out, how much funding did you give teacher? They caused this kind of explosion, yet Orochimaru still had not appeared. That was absurd. Not much, Sasori said after thinking. A little over 200 million ryo. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Over 200 million. No wonder Orochimaru stayed calm. 200 million sounded like a number, but in ninja world prices, it was enough to buy 6 Asumas. You two don't have to be obsessed with Gundam, you know, Kenichi said, staring at the crater. You could try researching flying iron puppets or something. Would that even have killing power? Sasori frowned. Kenichi choked. Sasori clearly understood what he meant, hot air balloons, and rejected it immediately. Kenichi had wanted to push drone swarm tactics, but considering the difficulty, it was not something they could casually build right now. Still, he explained his idea anyway. Sasori refused again, saying he only wanted to research large mechanical puppets for now. He would consider Kenichi's suggestion after finishing his current work. Kenichi could only give up. Instead, he reminded them not to make explosions this large again. Large explosions were troublesome. Sasori and Daidara nodded obediently. Seriously, don't make anything too big, or my lab will be gone, Kenichi said as he started walking away, then could not help turning back to repeat himself. He saw Sasori and Daidara huddling together again, already doing something Kenichi could not identify. Kenichi sighed and turned away. He had not even gone far before a small rumble sounded behind him again. Kenichi rubbed his face. Now he understood why Nagato had not assigned Sasori missions yet. Nagato was probably afraid Sasori would go blow up the hidden rain village again. It seems being a leader isn't easy either, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. The current Akatsuki still had a huge gap compared to its future self. Daidara was not yet at that age. Sasori was busy building giant puppets. As for Haiden, he probably would not have the chance to join Akatsuki in this lifetime. He would only become Orochimaru's experiment inside Akatsuki. And Itachi. When Kenichi thought of Itachi, he hesitated. Itachi and Sasuke were important pieces of the plot, especially Sasuke, who was practically another protagonist. Now that their timeline had been altered, would it attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths? Kenichi was not worried about most things, but Sasuke was different. The future child of prophecy. The reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths' son. That kind of variable was hard to predict. The thought made Kenichi restless. In the end, he decided to make a trip to the Uchiha compound and see what Itachi and Sasuke were doing now. I hope the Six Paths isn't watching. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 224, A Completely Altered Plot. Chapter 224, A Completely Altered Plot. When Kenichi arrived at the Uchiha compound, he immediately noticed it had expanded since his last visit. There were shops now, even clothing stores, making it look less like a hidden clan residence and more like a small village or town. These guys, they actually let ordinary people in. They really changed their ways, Kenichi muttered, genuinely surprised. He did not know the full situation yet, but he saw plenty of unfamiliar faces, likely civilians who had come from other regions. More importantly, there were no ninja posted around like guards. The place felt almost like the smaller towns scattered across the land of rain. There were even cultivated fields outside the walls, already planted with all kinds of crops. Why are you here? Shisui walked up carrying a pole. Kenichi glanced at him and almost froze. With the hoe in Shisui's hands and the simple clothes on his body, he looked like an old farmer. It was a strange sight. Shisui had probably taken more lives with a kunai than he had ever harvested rice. I came to see whether you've adapted to your new life, Kenichi said with a shrug. Of course, his real target was Itachi and Sasuke, but he was not about to announce that out loud. This is rare. I thought you came to assign us a mission, Shisui said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He looked across the village with visible satisfaction. This was the Uchiha's village. Here, there was no discrimination, no slander, and civilians could live alongside them without fear. The atmosphere was intoxicating to Shisui. He had never wanted the Uchiha to dominate Konoha. He had never dreamed of ruling anything. All he wanted was for the village and the clan to coexist in peace, just like this. It's only a matter of time, Kenichi said, nodding. In the future, the Uchiha would definitely be needed. How could they enjoy this life forever without paying anything for it? If you wanted to keep what you gained, you had to be willing to give something back. What do you need us to do? Shisui frowned slightly. He had always known this day would come, sooner or later. Still, he kept himself composed. We'll talk about it later, Kenichi said. By the way, how are the clan leader's two sons doing now? There was no urgent need to use the Uchiha yet. Konoha was still in a sensitive phase regarding the clan, and these people needed time to settle into their new lives and build real bonds here. The more they loved what they had, the more they would be willing to protect it. Do you mean Itachi and Sasuke? They're both doing very well, Shisui replied, giving Kenichi a sidelong look. So this was the real reason he came, wasn't it? Even so, Shisui led Kenichi forward. Itachi and Sasuke were not together. Itachi was off practicing ninjutsu. When Kenichi and Shisui approached, Itachi seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and greeted Shisui, then studied Kenichi with curiosity. Kenichi looked at Itachi carefully. 3 tomoe. It had to be said, Itachi really was a genius. Kenichi did not know what the boy had experienced, but it was obvious he had already awakened the fully developed Sharingan before leaving the village. Was it because of the genjutsu Kenichi had planted in Itachi with his Sharingan before? Unlikely. Still, awakening the Sharingan was a strange thing. Everyone awakened it at a different time, under different circumstances. The process was almost mystical. Itachi and Sasuke both had the potential to become terrifyingly strong, but whether they could truly reach Mangekyo depended on their own paths and their own experiences. Genetics only gave them the possibility. Turning that possibility into reality was on them. If the ninja world somehow became harmonious, if there were no black zetsu stirring trouble, and if the Uchiha were respected like the Hyuga, with no war and no crushing tragedy, could Itachi and Sasuke awaken Mangekyo at all? That was a real question. In a peaceful era, it was difficult for a privileged child to experience the kind of emotional shock required. It was not like they could simply manufacture a life-changing tragedy on demand. Obito's case was not something you could casually replicate. Big brother, have we met before? Itachi asked, staring at Kenichi. The face felt familiar, but he could not place where. We have, Kenichi said with a light chuckle. I'm the one who took you out of Konoha. He reached out as if to give Itachi a casual pat on the head, but Itachi leaned away and avoided the touch. Itachi nodded as if he understood, yet the feeling remained. He was sure he had met Kenichi before he left Konoha, but where? No matter how he searched his memory, he could not grasp it. Do you have your own summoning beast now? Kenichi asked, thinking of something else. Itachi was one of the rare ninja who could summon crows. Then again, summoning contracts were rare overall in the ninja world. Yes. He's my partner, Itachi answered honestly. He formed the signs and summoned his companion. A crow landed on Itachi's shoulder and gently nuzzled against him. Kenichi nodded. So some things had already happened, even if the larger plot had shifted. Kenichi's interference had pulled Itachi out of Konoha and out of that suffocating environment, and with that, a huge part of the future had been rewritten. Without Itachi, who would carry out the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre? If Itachi did not become the executioner, what would Fugaku do when faced with ninja who came to kill him? Kenichi was curious, but he also understood the truth. His actions had already altered the ninja world's course. Many future events had likely changed along with it. But it doesn't matter, Kenichi thought, shaking his head. I didn't come here to reenact the original plot. If a transmigrator can't change anything, what's the point? As long as the Sage of Six Paths did not interfere, the problem was not catastrophic. After encouraging Itachi to keep training, Kenichi and Shisui left and went to find Sasuke. Sasuke was still in school. There were other children around his age attending classes too. And Kenichi quickly noticed something else. Every child in this school was from the Uchiha clan. You still haven't revealed your identities. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He was not talking about them being Uchiha. He meant their identity as ninja. The people who joined this village are refugees escaping war, Shisui said after a pause. He cherished the clan's small village too much. He wanted to avoid anything that might disrupt it. Kenichi understood. Refugees driven from their homes by war usually carried resentment toward ninja. After all, it was ninja conflict that destroyed their lives in the first place. It'll be exposed sooner or later, Kenichi said bluntly. He was not optimistic about this approach. Burying your head in the sand did not solve anything. Let's talk about it another time, Shisui said, scratching his cheek. He had not found the right solution yet. Kenichi felt a bit exasperated. Could they not just be more straightforward? Humans were complicated. They hated what they did not have, yet desperately wanted the very thing they claimed to hate. It was like resentment toward the rich. Who would not envy those second-generation heirs who never worked and still earned a fortune each month from rent? But if that rich kid was you, it would suddenly feel wonderful. People in the ninja world were the same. Those who lost their homes because of ninja wars resented ninja, yes. But if their own village had ninja, that would also mean protection. It would mean safety. The Hidden Rain village was proof. The land of rain suffered constant conflict, yet the hidden rain village still drew people in because the presence of ninja offered security and a chance to survive. Kenichi sighed. In any case, this was a problem the Uchiha would have to face themselves. It would be better for them to struggle through it and find their own answer. So he shifted his attention to Sasuke, who was sitting in class. This was basically a miniature ninja academy. Strictly speaking, it was more like an Uchiha elementary school. Sasuke listened intently, dark eyes calm and expressionless. He probably had not awakened his Sharingan yet. So the question was, at what age would Sasuke, who never experienced the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, awaken it? That was a very interesting question. Sasuke seemed to sense the gaze. He turned his head and saw Shisui and an unfamiliar older brother standing at the classroom door, watching him. Sasuke happily waved his small hands, enthusiastically greeting Shisui. Shisui smiled back. This was the clan leader's bloodline. Fugaku had entrusted his sons to him, and Shisui would not allow either of them to come to harm. Shisui, Kenichi said quietly, eyes narrowing as a new thought formed, do you want me to take Sasuke with me? Huh. Shisui froze. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 225, Filial Piety Gone Awry. Chapter 225, Filial Piety Gone Awry. Shisui instinctively stepped forward, blocking Kenichi's line of sight. His expression turned wary as he stared Kenichi down. What do you want to do? Shisui's suspicion flared. Sasuke was still a child. Kids that age normally studied at the ninja academy. Even if someone was taken as a personal student, that usually happened after graduating at 12. But Kenichi wanted to take Sasuke now. That made Shisui's thoughts drift somewhere unpleasant. He could not help suspecting Kenichi had an ulterior motive, like using Sasuke as a test subject. After all, Kenichi had a dark reputation. Back in Konoha, he and Orochimaru had been driven out and branded rogue ninja because of cruel human experimentation. What could I possibly do? Kenichi looked at Shisui blocking him and rolled his eyes. I'll train Sasuke into a qualified ninja. Obviously. Shisui's face stiffened. Sasuke is still young. If he's in the ninja academy. Shisui started to object, but when he met Kenichi's calm gaze, his voice faded. Shisui knew Kenichi's strength. It was not something to underestimate. And Kenichi had an even more dangerous teacher behind him. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was a figure even Danzo treated with caution. A ninja like that, already infamous across the world, stood at a level most people could not touch. To be blunt, among the clan members Shisui had brought out, there really was no one stronger than Kenichi. Except for Shisui himself. Even then, Shisui did not feel confident claiming victory. If he truly fought Kenichi, the result was hard to predict. He had Koto Amatsukami, but he had never used it on anyone else, and whether it would work on Kenichi was still an open question. Itachi still needed time to grow. As for the current Itachi, he probably had no chance of winning against Kenichi. Kenichi was simply too dangerous, especially when you added his ability to fly. Shisui knew Kenichi's other identity. Heavenly Demon. A ninja worth that much in bounties was an anomaly. There were even rumors that the Heavenly Demon already possessed Kage-level combat power. You're not going to tell me someone in your clan is stronger than me, are you? Kenichi asked with a faint smile. You're fine, but do you actually have time to take on a student? Shisui stayed silent for a moment before answering. I need to ask Sasuke what he thinks. He still did not agree immediately. Kenichi did not mind. It was only an idea, and a fairly unusual one at that. Everyone knew how the story of the ninja world went. Naruto and Sasuke were the absolute protagonists. Boruto was a disappointment, sure, but if you ignored that era, Naruto and Sasuke were unquestionably the core. Raising protagonists sounded interesting. Kenichi was also interested in their bloodlines. On top of that, having Naruto and Sasuke would help him unify the ninja world later. Still, it was only a sudden thought. If Shisui refused, Kenichi would not lose sleep over it. Even if Naruto and Sasuke were destined protagonists, they still needed time to grow. It was not like they could suddenly master Six-Path Sage mode today. By the time Naruto and Sasuke reached their peak, Kenichi suspected he would have already completed his plan and unified the ninja world. At that point, Naruto and Sasuke could play their roles somewhere else. At worst, they would become powerful assets under his command. No rush, Kenichi said, smiling. If you don't want to, forget it. With that, he turned and left. He had only come to check whether Sasuke was doing well, and he had not felt any immediate trouble while staying here. More importantly, there was no sign of the plot trying to force itself back into place. Kenichi did not believe the ninja world had any true self-repair mechanism. The Sage of Six Paths might keep an eye on the reincarnations of his two sons, but he would not actively intervene. After leaving the small Uchiha village, Kenichi returned to his laboratory, planning to continue refining his genetic programming modifications. Oh, right. The reply to Konoha. Kenichi rubbed his forehead as the thought resurfaced. Before, he had assumed that non-Uchiha could not freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan because the ninja world's transplant techniques were crude. They basically installed the eye, used medical ninjutsu to speed up recovery, then declared the transplant complete. No one seemed to care about nerve pathways or vascular integration beyond keeping the eye alive. But once Kenichi began experimenting himself, he discovered something else. Uchiha eyes were genuinely different. They had 3 extra nerves. Those 3 nerves were very likely connected to the mechanism that allowed the Sharingan to activate and deactivate. Kenichi still needed a proper experiment to confirm it, though. So he went to Orochimaru and requested an ordinary genin, intending to bring the person back to his lab as a test subject. Have you made progress? Orochimaru asked, interest flickering in his eyes. The moment Orochimaru heard Kenichi wanted a genin to research the Sharingan, he immediately understood that Kenichi had found something. Yes, teacher. Kenichi did not hide anything. I found that the Uchiha Sharingan has 3 more nerves than a normal eye. I want to test whether the inability to deactivate the Sharingan happens because those 3 nerves are not properly connected. As he spoke, Kenichi's thoughts briefly tangled. He had long grown used to his relationship with Orochimaru, teacher and disciple, inheritance and guidance, a partnership built on ambition and research. But after Orochimaru switched bodies, Kenichi could not ignore a new problem. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation seemed to be showing irregularities. There were moments when Orochimaru displayed behaviors that matched the current body more than his usual mannerisms. Was something wrong with the technique? Was the body influencing Orochimaru's habits, or worse, pressing on the soul itself? If that influence could be strengthened, could Orochimaru be changed at the core? And the body Orochimaru had chosen was undeniably striking. Not in a way that inspired affection, but in a way that created friction. It was visually distracting, a variable Kenichi had to constantly account for. During this time, Kenichi admitted he felt pressure, and he sometimes avoided looking too directly, as if his instincts were warning him not to underestimate how much a vessel could shape a mind. 3 extra nerves, so they have a purpose like this. Orochimaru did not notice Kenichi's shifting thoughts. He was already deep in analysis. Orochimaru had dissected plenty of bodies and even drawn anatomical diagrams, but he had never paid special attention to meridians and fine nerve structures in this context. He had always treated those pathways as part of chakra circulation, nothing more. I'll observe your experiment, Orochimaru decided immediately. He wanted to see it with his own eyes and confirm whether those nerves truly controlled activation. Kenichi nodded. He was not surprised. That also meant Orochimaru would be coming to Kenichi's laboratory. Was this the first time Orochimaru had stepped into Kenichi's lab? Orochimaru showed no hesitation. He calmly followed Kenichi. After entering, Orochimaru scanned the surroundings. The laboratory was well built, but his mind was still focused on the Sharingan. Kenichi understood Orochimaru's temperament, so he wasted no time. He led Orochimaru deeper inside and began the eye transplant surgery. This time, the donor eye came from one of the 2 Uchiha ninja Root had delivered earlier. Teacher, look, Kenichi said as he worked. His hands were steady, his movements efficient. These are the 3 extra nerves. He had become far faster since his earlier operations. The transplant was completed quickly, and the 3 nerves were clearly isolated and marked. Put the eyeball back first, Orochimaru said, nodding. Then test it. The Sharingan had 3 unique nerves, but the recipient's nerves and blood vessels were already connected in their normal configuration. Kenichi placed the eye back, woke the test subject, and ran vision checks. The results came quickly. The subject could see normally. But the subject's chakra consumption rate immediately rose. The Sharingan was draining him just by being active, similar to Kakashi. The subject could also use the Sharingan's basic functions, like copying hand signs. But he could not deactivate the Sharingan. Kenichi watched the subject's condition stabilize, then sedated him again. Orochimaru looked down at the unconscious test subject and spoke evenly. Then how do you think this problem should be solved? The largest issue was clear. If the Sharingan could not be turned off, it would continuously consume chakra, which directly harmed combat efficiency. That was exactly the problem Konoha wanted solved. I think we should separate the 3 extra nerves unique to the Uchiha, Kenichi said. Then install the original ones into this test subject and test again. His earlier idea had always been straightforward. Detach the specific nerve pathways between the Uchiha eye and the brain, transplant those pathways into someone else, and see whether the mechanism finally functioned. If it still failed, then he would dig deeper. He would extract the Sharingan granules from the Uchiha amygdala. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Breakthrough Research on Sharingan Transplantation. Chapter 226, Breakthrough Research on Sharingan Transplantation. With chakra as an aid, locating the visual pathway of the optic nerve was not difficult. Kenichi quickly and carefully traced the subject's optic nerve with chakra, then began removing it along the visible connection. After extracting the nerve and the eyeball, Kenichi started again, attempting to complete the ninja world's first Sharingan transplantation surgery using his own method. Of course, the subject was only an ordinary genin. Whether the transplant would succeed was still uncertain. Even so, Kenichi strictly followed the neural network layout he had previously observed, refusing to cut corners. "Teacher, how should I connect this nerve to the subject's brain tissue now?" Kenichi asked, glancing at Orochimaru beside him. "Should I use chakra to guide it?" Orochimaru did not answer. He simply watched. Kenichi froze for a heartbeat. Orochimaru rarely acted like this. When he stayed silent and only observed, it usually meant one thing: this was knowledge Kenichi should already have learned. Kenichi immediately searched his memory, replaying past experiments. Then he recalled the day Orochimaru transplanted the first Hokage's cells. During that procedure, Orochimaru had once tried implanting the cells into the subject's heart, and the technique he used to connect and anchor the tissue was. Kenichi's mind snapped into place. He already knew what to do, but for a moment he could not recall the exact hand seal sequence. He frowned, thought hard, then finally formed the correct seals and performed the same ninjutsu Orochimaru had used that day. In an instant, the terminals of the three nerves connected cleanly into the genin's brain tissue. No visible damage appeared throughout the process. Cellular damage might have occurred, but Kenichi could not observe it. The scientific level of the ninja world had not yet reached the point of directly viewing cells. Still, at least for now, the transplant was stable. Next came the main step, transplanting the Sharingan he had removed into the subject's eye socket, then completing the nerve and blood vessel connections. Compared to the earlier part, this was far simpler. Kenichi moved quickly. When he connected the final nerve, he finally exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and used medical ninjutsu to heal the subject's eye area. Orochimaru had watched the entire procedure from start to finish. He stared at the scene with a thoughtful gaze, his eyes deep and unreadable, as if he were turning over some conclusion in his mind. Yet he said nothing. Kenichi cleaned his hands and checked the clock. From the start of the surgery until now, a total of 53 minutes and 21 seconds had passed. The speed was largely thanks to Kenichi's 3 tomoe Sharingan, which let him track and coordinate every fine connection with frightening accuracy. "Teacher, I'll begin the awakening procedure now," Kenichi said. Orochimaru nodded, holding the experiment log. This time Kenichi was leading the operation, so the responsibility of recording the data had been handed to Orochimaru. Kenichi leaned in, carefully watching the light in the subject's eyes. "Can you see?" The subject looked dazed at first after hearing Kenichi's voice. But soon his pupils focused, locking onto Kenichi's face. "How do you feel?" Kenichi asked, keeping his tone steady. He was not overly excited yet. This alone was not enough. His goal was for the subject to freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan. Only then could this thorny problem be considered solved. "I feel about the same as before," the subject murmured, touching the area around his eyes. The chakra drain was still there, a constant pulling sensation that made him instinctively want to start refining chakra to compensate for the loss. Kenichi observed the subject's expression and posture, then checked the body monitoring instruments, confirming heart rate, blood pressure, and other readings. Then he asked the question he cared about most. "Now focus on your eyes," Kenichi said slowly. "Then think about temporarily dispersing the chakra gathered in your eyes. Can you do that?" To some extent, activating and deactivating the Sharingan should be an instinct, like breathing. People do not consciously notice breathing, but once they pay attention to it, it starts to feel manual. The Sharingan was similar. For the Uchiha and for Kenichi himself, switching the Sharingan on and off was as natural as inhaling and exhaling. When you decided to stop, it stopped. When you decided to start again, it resumed. There was nothing mystical about it. But the subject had never experienced that sensation before, so Kenichi needed to guide him. "I'll try," the subject said, staring blankly at Kenichi at first. Then his face tightened with seriousness. Kenichi had made it clear earlier, cooperate well, and he could at least survive. Fail to cooperate, and he would be subjected to tests with extremely high mortality rates. Anyone who had suffered under Orochimaru understood what that fear meant. If there was even a chance to live, and to live safely, they would do anything. Under the combined gaze of Kenichi and Orochimaru, the subject's eyes shifted. The single tomoe Sharingan faded. The eyes returned to normal, becoming ordinary eyes. In that instant, Kenichi nearly wanted to leap into the air and pump his fist. The test had succeeded. Just as he suspected, the inability to activate and deactivate the Sharingan came from incomplete nerve connections. In the ninja world, eyeball transplantation had always been crude: dig it out, put it in, then rely on medical ninjutsu and call it finished. That approach was not enough. The eye was a precise organ with countless nerves distributed across it. If even 3 critical nerves could not be connected, problems were inevitable. Now Kenichi had found the solution. Transplant the Uchiha's unique nerve pathways into the target's body. And now, Kenichi asked immediately, keeping his excitement contained, do you still feel the chakra being consumed? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, The Ninja World Version of the Trolley Problem. Chapter 227, The Ninja World Version of the Trolley Problem. No. My chakra feels the same as before. It hasn't been consumed. The test subject stared at his own hand in disbelief. He clearly had not expected that those strange eyes would stop draining him. Kenichi's lips lifted slightly. So it really was as he thought. The reason the Sharingan could not be turned off was tied to those 3 nerves. But even as the problem was solved, a new one surfaced immediately. The Uchiha were not a large clan, and this specialized transplant required a 1-to-1 exchange. In other words, if you wanted someone outside the clan to gain the ability to switch the Sharingan on and off like an Uchiha had to be sacrificed. It was an equivalent exchange. Your experiment succeeded. Orochimaru also seemed to be in a good mood. He had not expected his disciple to find a solution to the Sharingan's inability to close so quickly. And honestly, he had not expected the answer to be so straightforward. 3 nerves, properly connected, and the problem was gone. That made Orochimaru curious. What, exactly, were those peculiar nerves truly used for? It's not a complete success, teacher. Kenichi shook his head. This method solved the issue in front of him, but the cost was obvious: 1 pair of Sharingan for 1 usable result, at a clean 1-to-1 loss ratio. Of course, Kenichi had no illusions about how the 3rd Hokage and Danzo would view the drawback. Compared to the proud Uchiha clan, their own loyal subordinates would always matter more. Trading a disobedient, potentially troublesome Uchiha for a trustworthy Sharingan user was not a hard decision. For a clan they already feared, the life and death of 1 more Uchiha would never weigh heavily. Kenichi remembered this clearly. The 3rd Hokage himself did not have much goodwill toward the Uchiha. Otherwise, when Danzo pushed the plan for the Night of Annihilation, the 3rd Hokage would not have remained silent. Sometimes, for those at the center of power, silence was also a stance. Just like back when Orochimaru and Kenichi performed experiments in Konoha. Even if the 3rd Hokage pretended not to see, he had to have known something. Are you talking about the loss? Orochimaru's eyes flicked toward the Uchiha test subject still lying in a coma. His gaze was empty now, hollow. If the ordinary ninja's eyes were transplanted into him, he should be able to see again. Yes. Kenichi nodded. The Uchiha's numbers are limited, and only awakened ninja are valuable. The Uchiha seemed numerous at first glance, but compared to Konoha they were far smaller. And if you narrowed it further to only awakened Uchiha, the number of suitable materials shrank to something pitiful. In that scenario, their future was easy to imagine. Awakened Uchiha would have their eyes dug out. Unawakened Uchiha would be raised like livestock, waiting to awaken, then waiting to be harvested. If Danzo took control, Kenichi could already picture it. Danzo would wipe them out completely, kill every Uchiha, then cycle their eyes through his people, replacing them with the next set whenever someone died. Yes. Danzo would absolutely do something like that. And then, the Uchiha who had fled Konoha, the group led by Shisui, would become high-value bounty targets. Bounty hunters would flood in. Ambitious ninja who wanted power would chase their trail. After all, the Sharingan was an enormous advantage in combat. What ninja would ever complain about being too strong? This is fate, Orochimaru said calmly. He saw further than most. He did not know anything about manga or the story of Naruto, but he understood Konoha's attitude toward the Uchiha. Without a monster like Madara, the Uchiha's end was only a matter of time. Kenichi fell silent, thinking. Then, suddenly, an idea surfaced in his mind, sharp and cold. More unique, and far more cruel. It was not much different from the trolley problem. Eyes are still eyes, Kenichi said, gaze drifting to the surgical tray. Before the Uchiha awaken, their eyes are basically the same as ordinary eyes. If I transplant ordinary eyes into an Uchiha, and then use the same awakening method to stimulate the Sharingan again, wouldn't I be able to harvest a new pair of Sharingan? His voice remained even, but the implication was brutal. Then I could transplant that new pair into someone else, transplant another set of ordinary eyes back into the Uchiha, and repeat it. Endless production. Kenichi looked at the unconscious Uchiha and the instruments laid out neatly before him. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. And if I build an automated ninjutsu assembly line, Kenichi continued, as if discussing a simple factory process, couldn't I fully automate the production of Sharingan? For those who want custom 1 tomoe, 2 tomoe, or 3 tomoe, we negotiate the price separately. He nodded to himself. The concept was clean. Efficient. Terrifying. The only real question was whether an Uchiha who had already awakened once could awaken again after being given ordinary eyes. If that worked, then it would be spectacular. At that point, even the Uchiha's situation could improve, in a twisted way. They could hand over a dozen or 20 materials to Kenichi in exchange for protection for the entire clan. The ninja world's version of the trolley problem. Sacrifice a small number of lives and interests, or sacrifice an entire clan. Cruel, but most leaders would choose the former without hesitation. I hope it doesn't succeed, Kenichi said with a faint smile. Otherwise, it would be truly interesting. If it succeeded, that would be ideal for him. The ninja world would become a place where everyone had mystic eyes. Not Mangekyo, perhaps, but still powerful. Still useful. And who knew what kind of new jutsu might be born from that? With that thought, Kenichi turned back to the operating table and focused on transplanting the previous test subject's eyes into the Uchiha material. As for the test subject who had just gained the Sharingan, Kenichi did not plan to touch him for now. He still needed to observe for rejection symptoms. If none appeared later, he could hand the subject to Orochimaru, who could then present him to Konoha as proof that the experiment had produced results. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Departure. Land of Snow. Chapter 228, Departure. Land of Snow. Teacher left, taking the experimental subject with him. Kenichi had no objections. To him, that subject was no longer useful. The men definitely would not die, at least not yet. Teacher needed the subject alive to prove to Hiruzen and Danzo that their experiment had produced results. But based on Kenichi's understanding of Teacher, he would probably drag it out for a while. That way, he could squeeze out more funding. Teacher always did things like this. The arm transplanted onto Danzo back then had been handled the same way. Delay the delivery, then Danzo and the third Hokage would transfer the money. Efficient and clean. In this day and age, getting clients to pay was not easy. Experiments were no different. Teacher was far too experienced in these matters. Meanwhile, Kenichi stayed in the lab, staring at the consumable on the operating table. When he had transplanted the eyeball earlier, he realized something that could not be ignored. The Sharingan was connected to the brain through nerves, and while it was only 3 extra nerves, they clearly existed. And now, those 3 nerves had been extracted by Kenichi. More importantly, they might be far more valuable than he had first thought. Those 3 nerves were obviously linked to the Uchiha's ability to control the eyes on and off switch. The ninja world had not discovered this before, most likely because their medical research was not deep enough. After all, medical ninjutsu existed. Most illnesses and injuries could be handled through chakra-based treatment, fast and convenient. But that convenience also limited the development of medicine in another direction. At the very least, Kenichi had never found any serious research on neurology in this world. Nerves are easy to deal with. Kenichi murmured, eyes narrowing in thought. There are nerves everywhere in the human body. If I take 3 nerves of similar length from another place, I might be able to replicate the effect. But would that actually work? He hesitated, but only briefly. Soon, Kenichi made his choice. He extracted 3 nerves of similar length from the subject's arm, then connected them to the eyeball and the brain. Would it be effective? He did not know. But science was proven and refined through repeated experiments. If you wanted success overnight, you either needed absurd luck, or you needed some kind of black technology. After casually recording the subject's physical condition, Kenichi used medical ninjutsu to help him recover. Still, exhaustion of the body and mind could only be restored slowly by the subject himself. He could not handle new experiments for a short time. If Kenichi forced another Sharingan stimulation right now, the subject would likely die. So Kenichi decided to let him rest first, regain his stamina, and recover his spirit. After sending the test subject back to the basement, Kenichi returned to the main lab and continued refining Teacher's gene programming technique. Still, if the Uchiha's eyes are a kind of atavism, Kenichi muttered, does that mean the closer a bloodline is to the six-path sage? He dumped the dead white mice from the table into the trash. Another failure. But he was not discouraged. This was never meant to be easy. Now, at least he had a direction. If the mice had to die, he could at least make their deaths more dignified. More importantly, the amount of cellular damage in the mice was becoming smaller and smaller, to the point that the loss was almost negligible. What truly stalled the experiments was something else. After gene editing, the probability of the gene chain collapsing was still terrifyingly high. It was almost like every edit meant death. Kenichi could not help questioning reality. Was this mortality rate seriously not too high? The closer the bloodline is to the Akatsuki, the higher the stage the eyes can evolve to. Kenichi stared at a twitching mouse, as if a clue had finally clicked. Mice had ancestors too. Bloodlines changed across generations, forming modern populations. And mice were divided into many types, but if you traced them far enough back, most shared the same root. Humans were the same. Modern humans differed greatly from ancient humans in many physiological traits. Wisdom teeth were a clear example. In the distant past, they did not cause problems like sideways growth. But as diets became more refined, jawbones gradually became smaller, and wisdom teeth began erupting improperly, causing inflammation. Now think about the shinobi world. The monsters who surpassed other ninja by an entire dimension, the so-called god of shinobi, or Madara, were all connected in some way to the Akatsuki. Bloodline was not the only deciding factor, but it was still a key. The closer your genes were to the Akatsuki, the higher your ceiling. If I follow that logic, Kenichi said slowly, scratching his head, Madara, as the reincarnation of the Six-Path Sage's son, had a genetic relationship closer to the Akatsuki clan. That could be the foundation for awakening the Rinnegan later. To be honest, it sounded far-fetched. Between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan stood the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and to obtain that, you needed the Mangekyo of a close sibling. Still, Kenichi felt the idea had a real chance. Looking at the long history of the Naruto era, the only confirmed people who awakened the eternal Mangekyo were Madara and Sasuke. Both were reincarnations of the Six-Path Sage's sons. Both eventually awakened the Rinnegan. So the idea that, closer to Akatsuki means higher eye evolution, had some weight. Sasuke's and Naruto's genetic information. I have it all here. Kenichi sighed. They're both reincarnations of the Six-Path Sage's sons. I also remember the Kin-Jin brothers had some connection to the Six-Path Sage. What a pity. The Six-Path Sage doesn't have a grave. If the Six-Path Sage had left behind a grave, or even a fragment of tissue, Kenichi could have directly analyzed his genetic information and pushed his Akatsuki research forward. As for whether the Six-Path Sage would agree. Unless the sage climbed out of the Pure Land to stop him, Kenichi would consider the silence to be tacit approval. The only problem was simple. There was no grave to dig. Before Kenichi could dive further into his research, a ripple pulsed from his ring. Nagato was calling. Kenichi frowned. Didn't we just finish a mission not long ago? Even so, he released his thought waves, and his consciousness was pulled into a familiar space. Kenichi glanced around. There were not many people here. Only Nagato. Himself. And teacher, Orochimaru. That made Kenichi even more curious. Nagato had called both him and teacher, but this clearly was not a full meeting. Orochimaru gave him a small nod. And in that instant, the organization discovered something interesting during a mission in the Land of Snow, Nagato said first. He understood Kenichi too well. If he let Kenichi speak first, it would take half a day to reach the point. Something you two might be interested in. Kenichi's attention instantly focused. A celebrity. Kenichi blurted out reflexively. He could not be blamed for that. The Land of Snow did not have much else, but it did have plenty of celebrities. Maybe because the girls there had especially fair, delicate skin. As the saying went, one shade of white covered 100 flaws. It was not hard to understand why girls from the Land of Snow could become popular. No. Nagato cut him off immediately, then continued without pause, as if afraid Kenichi would go off topic again. A member accidentally discovered a special alloy there. It can absorb chakra. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. That instantly triggered a memory, and he remembered where he had heard of the Land of Snow. A Naruto movie. Naruto and the others escort a princess back, and the plot follows a predictable rhythm. They run into villains, take a beating, grit their teeth, get back up, win the fight, and the heroine gives some secret glance at the end. Then everyone laughs together, and a few fan favorites show up as a closing tease. Movies love that formula. But this one had left a strong impression on Kenichi because of the armor. It absorbed chakra and converted it into power. When he first saw it, he thought it was insane, almost like invincibility. Later, he realized it might not even survive a single Rasengan from Naruto. Even so, that metal was fascinating. Sasori would definitely be interested. So Kenichi decided to take the mission, head to the Land of Snow, investigate, and bring back the special metal. It can't be only for that, right? Orochimaru spoke up. He did not believe Nagato would send them out just for metal. There had to be another reason. Yes. Nagato nodded. According to our intelligence, the alloy was developed by a scientist. Then that person disappeared without a trace. The Kage of the Snow Village issued a bounty. They want us to find that scientist. If it were only armor that absorbed chakra, it would not be worth sending core members. But there was a bounty involved. So they might as well take it. Nagato had originally wanted to send Kakuzu, but Kakuzu was still tied up with another mission. As for Sasori and Daidara, Nagato had contacted them, heard an explosion in the background, and immediately decided against it. After thinking it through, Nagato realized only Kenichi and Orochimaru were free. Both were also involved in research. There might be unexpected gains. Kenichi had already decided to accept, but he still looked to Orochimaru first. After Orochimaru nodded, the mission was set. Nagato said nothing more and ended the projected image technique. The land of snow, huh? Kenichi muttered. That place is far. I remember we have to take a boat from. Then he paused, remembering something else. Naruto and the others had relied on boats because the shinobi world did not have other ways to travel that far. But Kenichi was different. He had airships. He had hot air balloons. A boat was not the only option. The first step was finding teacher. Kenichi packed supplies and left his lab. At the same time, Orochimaru emerged from his own. Under the bright sunlight, Kenichi got a clearer look at teacher. Teacher had changed clothes again. A trench coat, sweatpants, and the coat looked thick, probably prepared for the land of snow. Kenichi also noticed something else. Teacher was paying attention to color coordination now, in a way that felt strangely deliberate. Teacher. Kenichi stepped forward quickly. Orochimaru had no luggage. Only that heavy coat. This mission is mainly to investigate the scientist, Orochimaru said evenly, expression calm as ever. Collect the alloy along the way. Kenichi nodded. Teacher, let's travel a different way. I prepared an aerial vehicle. Once we have the exact location, we can get there fast. This time, he planned to take teacher by airship. As for exposing the airship, he did not care. It could not stay hidden forever. People would learn about it sooner or later. Oh. A faint smile flickered in Orochimaru's azure eyes. That does interest me. Then he clasped his hands behind his back, walked closer to Kenichi, and looked up at him. Then let's go. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, The Future Development of Flight and Obito's Fury. Chapter 229, The Future Development of Flight and Obito's Fury. Is this what you use to fly? Orochimaru circled Kenichi's airship, lifting a leg as if testing the space around it. Kenichi nodded and gave the hull a quick inspection of his own. The construction itself was not complicated, and building another one would not be hard, but saving time was still a virtue. Besides, he could already picture the future. Maybe this thing would end up displayed somewhere as a historical artifact. The ninja world's first manned airship. Just thinking about it made his blood stir. Yes, teacher. This is the flying tool I created. I call it an airship. Kenichi finished checking the seams and frame. The structure was intact. All it needed was power to lift off again. Airship. Orochimaru repeated the name with mild interest, then patted the white fabric beside him. It did not feel like ordinary cloth at all. It was sturdier, tougher, almost like a specially treated membrane. So how does it fly? Why don't you guess, teacher? Kenichi did not answer immediately. Instead, he smiled and tossed the question back. He knew teacher preferred reaching conclusions with his own mind. And if teacher figured it out, there might be unexpected gains. Orochimaru's research ability was terrifying. Sometimes he produced results so bizarre that even Kenichi was left speechless. Orochimaru nodded, then studied the airship more carefully. From the outside, it looked bloated, yet when he pressed against it, there was nothing inside. No water. No chakra. That left only one possibility. Invisible air. And once he accepted that, the method of flight was not hard to imagine. Hot air? Orochimaru asked. Kenichi nodded without hesitation. Correct. It was buoyancy, born from heat. To demonstrate, Kenichi formed hand seals and released fire release. Heat filled the chamber inside the airship, and it began rising steadily. Then he followed with wind release, pushing the airship upward faster, carrying it cleanly into the sky. Orochimaru watched the entire process. Once the airship stabilized, he moved to the window and looked out at the clouds and the land far below. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought. Kenichi stayed quiet. He did not want to disturb him. The first flight always felt fresh, almost intoxicating. But once you stayed in the air long enough, it became ordinary, even a little dull. Fortunately, Kenichi already knew the direction of the land of snow. He only needed to maintain the course. It's truly marvelous. Orochimaru's voice finally broke the silence. Such a simple concept, yet it has changed shinobi dreams of flight for so long. He exhaled, as if the realization still irritated him. He knew fire release raised the surrounding temperature, and he knew heated air rose. But even he had never thought to use such a principle to fulfill the dream of flight. Yet his disciple had done exactly that. Not only that, he had turned it into a usable tool and earned a title in the process. The Heavenly Demon. The feeling in Orochimaru's chest was difficult to put into words. "Teacher," Kenichi asked, watching the rare emotion on Orochimaru's face, "how does it feel to fly for the first time?" It truly was unusual to see teacher react like this. In the past, Orochimaru's expression rarely changed. Surprise and emotion were almost foreign to him. "It's strange," Orochimaru admitted, then sat down. "Once I'm in the air, I still feel unsettled." He turned his gaze back to the airship structure. "Tell me about your design concept." Kenichi answered readily. They had time. Flying from the land of rice fields to the land of snow was not a short trip. "So you think hot air buoyancy still has room to improve?" Orochimaru said after listening, examining the frame and cloth again. Ideas surfaced quickly. Expanding the space, reinforcing the structure, adjusting the airflow. But after turning the possibilities over, he realized most modifications were still trapped within the same airship concept. An improvement, but not an evolution. So he looked at Kenichi. "What do you think the next step is? You seem to have your own path." Kenichi rubbed his hands together, eyes bright. "Teacher, you know about the Sky Ninja Village, right? That place was not only tied to the Zero Tails and that strange fortress. It also had something else. Old devices that used chakra as power for flight. They were flawed, and they were single-user tools, but if you armed them on a large scale, they would become valuable. And flaws could be fixed. Are you talking about the Zero Tails?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. Those flying tools could convert Zero Tails chakra, but that meant relying on the Zero Tails itself, and it would take time for it to grow. "No." Kenichi shook his head. "I mean they're old single-person flying devices. They only carry one person, sure, but what if we scaled them up proportionally?" His voice grew more animated as the idea took shape. "Turn them into something like a fighter jet." In his previous life, fighter jets were the undisputed overlords of the sky. Their speed and altitude were terrifying, and with specialized weapons, they were brutally practical. This world had oil and crude petroleum, but it did not have aviation fuel or kerosene. So what? Chakra itself was energy. Kenichi realized he had been trapped in a misconception, thinking power had to come from familiar sources like wind, electricity, nuclear reactions, or petroleum. But this was the ninja world. Chakra was a unique energy system. If he adapted certain tools and weapons from his old world into chakra-powered versions, he might open a completely new path. "It's not impossible," Orochimaru murmured, eyes narrowing as he imagined it. "But if you want the speeds you described, it will require further breakthroughs." Even so, the direction fascinated him. High speed and extreme altitude were inherent advantages. And the faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy. If such a plane became a weapon, then a strike delivered from the sky at ultra-high speed. That would be far too interesting. "We can improve it slowly," Kenichi said, using his own development as proof. "My first version was tiny. I refined it into what you see now." He even mentioned the earliest hot air balloon concept as an example. As for whether fighter jets, aerospace bombers, or even future space fighters could appear, that still needed proof. But Kenichi believed the possibility was high. After all, the Akatsuki existed. If he could not build every weapon himself, then he could let his enemies build them and seize the result. What Kenichi did not expect was how quickly teacher's interest ignited. Orochimaru took items from a ceiling scroll and began experimenting right there inside the airship. Kenichi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Still, he had to admit it. Ever since teacher had taken that body, something about his overall temperament had shifted in strange ways. I wonder what teacher will create. Kenichi licked his lips, then returned his focus to navigation, keeping the airship aimed toward the land of snow. Elsewhere. Obito stared at the fourth Mizukage, the men he was controlling, and hatred flickered in his eyes. He still forced it down and spoke evenly. "How has the Akatsuki been lately?" Beside him, Black Zetsu waited, smiling that unsettling smile. If Obito did not still need this creature, he would have already torn him apart. And he would have gladly killed the three tails along with the Mizukage, too. He, still the same as always. Black Zetsu chuckled in that familiar, twisted tone. "Do you want to push them to move faster?" Obito's mouth tightened. That laugh always made his skin crawl. There's no need. Obito watched the Mizuki's body closely. The man's will occasionally struggled, but Obito crushed it again and again. We still don't have the exact locations of the tailed beasts. Without that, the plan can't move. The bloody mist policy had already thrown the hidden mist into chaos. In truth, countless people had died because of it. If this continued, the hidden mist would sink deeper and deeper under his control, becoming another tool for the plan. And every time Obito saw the hatred in the eyes of Mist Shinobi, he felt a sick kind of satisfaction. Rin's death had other layers to it, but the hidden mist had been a blade in that tragedy. They were absolutely responsible. These tailed beasts are hard to find, Black Zetsu said lightly. But I found something interesting. Want to hear it? Obito's gaze snapped toward him. Why did that smile look even stranger? What? Obito asked anyway. He hated the feeling, but he could not deny the pull of wanting to know. Black Zetsu's voice turned playful, almost singing. While I was investigating, I accidentally discovered that part of Rin Nohara's corpse is missing. In an instant, Obito's eyes turned completely red. p@treein.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 230, Land of Snow. Chapter 230, Land of Snow. What do you mean by that? Obito's voice dropped into something sharp and dangerous. What do you mean a part is missing? Black Zetsu immediately lifted both hands, waving them as if to calm him down, even as Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life in an instant. It was obvious now, more than ever, that Rin was Obito's one true trigger. Exactly what it sounds like. Black Zetsu's tone remained unhurried. At the time, I was gathering intelligence in Konoha. And didn't you ask me to look into those missing Uchiha? Obito's brow twitched, but he said nothing. He was waiting. His heart was burning with impatience. Rin's body should have been buried beside his. Even though he was not dead, Kakashi had made him a cenotaph, and Obito knew where it was. As for missing Uchiha, who cared? Even if the entire Uchiha clan vanished overnight, it would not compare to a single strand of Rin's hair. While I was moving around, Black Zetsu continued, I happened to pass by your grave and Rin's. And I discovered something. He leaned forward slightly, savoring the moment. Rin's grave is missing a left hand. Obito froze. He stood there in complete silence, still facing the fourth Mizuki's body, but Black Zetsu could not help swallowing hard. The last time Obito had looked like this was the day he had accidentally learned about Rin's death. Black Zetsu never expected to see that expression again. So, what was Obito going to do now? For Obito, the world tilted. A buzzing filled his ears, drowning out everything else. His vision swam, and the only thought left in his mind was a single, unbearable truth. The person he loved most could not even rest in peace after death. A fire roared in his chest. He wanted to tear the fourth Mizuki apart. He knew it had nothing to do with the men in front of him, not logically, not directly, but Obito did not care. He just wanted to vent. Pure venting. Obito took several deep breaths. Then he vanished from where he stood. Black Zetsu sighed, almost helpless, and followed. That day, a small tsunami erupted off the coast of the Land of Water. No one noticed it, aside from a few fishing boats that happened to be caught in it. After some time, Obito finally calmed down. He stood on a fishing boat out at sea. Only he and Black Zetsu remained. As for the boat's owner, he had already become food for fish. Obito inhaled slowly, forcing his breathing steady. Did you find out who did it? He asked. After releasing his anger, the question that truly mattered crawled to the surface. Why would anyone take Rin's left hand? It made no sense. Obito cared about Rin more than anyone, but even Obito knew the truth. Rin was an ordinary shinobi. Not famous. Not monstrous. Not a once-in-a-generation genius like him or Kakashi. If she had anything noteworthy, it was her medical ninjutsu. People praised her as talented, and that was about it. She had no bloodline limit. So why steal her hand? For what purpose? It could not be related to him, could it? In the eyes of Konoha and the entire world, Obito Uchiha was already dead. When he returned to Konoha, even his teacher did not recognize him. Kakashi still talked at that grave. He spoke about the village, about his missions, about his life. Kakashi had no idea Obito was alive. So Obito did not even consider himself as a factor. He could not imagine anyone else in the world knowing the truth. Except Madara and Black Zetsu. Even Nagato did not know who he really was. I don't know, Black Zetsu said, chuckling lightly. It was done cleanly. No traces at all. He sounded almost pleased. He enjoyed watching Obito like this. There was a thrill in tugging someone's emotions like a string. Obito stared out at the sea, hollow and cold. He could not understand it. Why steal Rin's body part? Which kind of pervert did that? Did they have some disgusting fetish? Achoo. Far away, Kenichi sneezed hard and rubbed his nose. Everything about high-altitude flight was fine, except for one thing, cold and wind. Even with glass shielding him, the chill still slipped through. The real culprit was not some mysterious curse, only the weather itself. Below the airship, the scenery finally changed. The endless ocean gave way to a white land, a vast stretch of snow and ice spreading across the world beneath them. It looks like we've reached the land of snow. Kenichi stared down, lips twitching. Time really flies. Less than 2 days by airship. The ninja world really was small. Even a place as distant as the land of snow felt close once you had the sky. No wonder Kishimoto never bothered introducing an air force. If an air force existed, crossing the 5 great nations in a single day would probably be normal. Teacher, we've arrived. Kenichi checked the map again. He was certain the land below belonged to the land of snow. The territory looked huge. But it was all ice and snow. A place like this could not support many people. Kenichi found himself thinking of Big Mao from his old world. The terrain and feeling were eerily similar. We're here already. Orochimaru only snapped out of his focus when he heard Kenichi. He set down what he was holding and sealed it into a scroll. Then let's move. We'll finish the mission as soon as possible. Kenichi caught a glimpse of what Orochimaru had just put away. It looked like a jet engine. Like the kind used in jet aircraft. Kenichi rubbed his eyes. If his eyes were not a 3-tomoe Sharingan, he would have thought he imagined it. Teacher, you built a jet engine in 2 days. Teacher, put away your cheat device. He knew Orochimaru stood at the peak of the ninja world's research. Before the Akatsuki and the whole Boruto era madness, Orochimaru was practically the leader of ninja science. But 2 days. That felt excessive. So Kenichi asked, unable to hold it in. Teacher, what was that? Orochimaru shook his head calmly. It's not finished. I only made a rough model based on your description. I want to study what kind of power could actually support it in flight. Kenichi finally exhaled. That sounded far more reasonable. If Orochimaru had truly completed it by hand in 2 days, Kenichi might have started questioning reality. A rough model was still shocking, but at least it stayed within the realm of possible. Orochimaru stepped to the door and tugged it open. It resisted. The pressure at this altitude made opening the airship door difficult for normal people. For shinobi, difficult only meant requires effort. So how do we get down? Orochimaru asked. Kenichi answered quickly, like he had explained it many times before. Either we descend the airship, or we jump and use wind release, great breakthrough near the ground to create counter-force and cushion the landing. He personally preferred the second method. It was fast. It was safe. And most importantly, it was exciting. Orochimaru chose the second option as well. The moment they stepped out, the wind slammed into them. They dropped. Snowflakes whipped into Kenichi's face, forcing him to narrow his eyes. Instinctively, he circulated fire-release chakra, forming a thin heat membrane around his body. A small trick he had developed over time. His physique could handle the wind, but comfort was comfort. No one wanted to suffer if they did not have to. And the land of snow was not just cold. It was Siberia cold. Kenichi could see his breath turning to mist the moment it left his lips. As the ground rushed up, Kenichi performed wind release, great breakthrough, blasting downward for counter-thrust. The reactive force steadied him, and he landed cleanly in the snow. Orochimaru was already waiting nearby, as if the fall meant nothing. Next time, Orochimaru said, glancing at him, use it a little earlier. For us, heights like that aren't truly dangerous. Kenichi nodded. The difference in landing time was not huge, but if teacher said it, listening would not hurt. But it's really cold here. Kenichi sneezed again. The moment he touched down in the land of snow, discomfort crawled all over him. This kind of extreme weather was not suited for humans. No wonder the land of snow had such a large territory and yet so few people. Food would be difficult to grow here. Still, Kenichi remembered something from that movie plot. But there's supposed to be a secret treasure here, he muttered, looking out at the endless white. A super large heater. If it's activated, it can bring the whole country back to life. He exhaled slowly. Though I don't know if reborn is a blessing or a curse. A man without sin becomes guilty just for holding a treasure. He stopped himself there. This was not the time to get philosophical. First, the mission. They needed to reach the snow ninja village, meet the Kage, and understand the situation. Kenichi was not optimistic about finding the scientist. If even the village's Kage could not locate that person, then the odds of 2 outsiders succeeding were slim. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Even in extreme cold, life will find its own way. Chapter 231, Even in extreme cold, life will find its own way. These days, anyone could run anywhere. The ninja world did not have many surveillance cameras, and even if it did, tracking someone who was deliberately hiding would never be easy. Otherwise, in his previous life, there would not have been so many missing persons cases every year that simply vanished without a trace. And this was the ninja world. Even though the land of snow was surrounded by sea on all sides, it was still an entire country. Finding a single person inside it was like searching for a needle in a snowdrift. Because of that, Kenichi's main goal this time was straightforward: obtain the metal that could absorb chakra. As for the scientist, he did not have much hope. The difficulty was simply too high, and he had not trained any tracking techniques. In fact, even if he had, it would not guarantee success. They had already been delayed for a while, and it was unclear when the Kage of the Snow Ninja Village had even realized the scientist had escaped. Under those conditions, even trained ninken would struggle to find a trail. "Teacher, have you been to the land of snow before?" Kenichi rubbed his hands as he walked. He had to admit, it was brutally cold here. Even though he had prepared in advance and put on a thick down coat, the chill still sank into his bones. No. Orochimaru had also changed into winter clothing. He moved forward while recording notes, his pen steady despite the wind. This place is too remote. In the past, you could only reach it by boat, and there was nothing worth trading here. Everything was ordinary. Kenichi nodded. That made sense. The land of snow did not look like a place with any special products. Everywhere he looked, it was nothing but white. Kenichi suddenly spotted something that did not fit. Even in this endless snow, there were still signs of life. As he stepped closer, his foot hit something sharp. The tip nearly pierced his shoe. If he had not reacted quickly, the thorns beneath the snow would have punched straight through. Kenichi crouched and brushed the snow aside. Dark brown thorns were twisted across the ground like crawling vines, each one lined with vicious barbs. "I didn't expect plants to grow in weather this harsh," Orochimaru said as he walked over. By the time he reached Kenichi, the snow had already been cleared, exposing the source. A plant. A patch of green life blooming inside the snow. The thorns were clearly its defense, packed densely around it in a circular formation. "Teacher," Kenichi said slowly, "do you think this plant might be carnivorous?" He cleared away more snow, revealing something else mixed among the thorns. White bones. They looked like the remains of herbivores. And there was one detail that stood out immediately. Every bone was inside the thorn circle. None were outside. Kenichi could already picture it. A herbivore wanders out to forage in the snow, sees the plant, and tries to nibble on it. It steps onto thorns hidden beneath the snow and gets injured. But if it were only an injury, it should have escaped. Animals did not simply lie down and die in place. Yet these bones had not dragged themselves away. That could only mean one thing. Kenichi cut one of the thorns with a knife. Sap welled up from the cut. He carefully scraped it into a test tube he had brought along. "You suspect it can paralyze prey?" Orochimaru asked, watching closely. He had already guessed where Kenichi's thoughts were going. "Yes." Kenichi nodded. "Otherwise, there's no reason the animals wouldn't run after being injured. My guess is that it hides the thorns under the snow, and when something gets pricked, it secretes a paralyzing substance into the wound. Something that locks the muscles. Only if the prey could not move would it be forced to die here." Kenichi picked up the thorn he had cut and examined it more closely. There was nothing inside, no hollow channels or tubes. So after paralyzing prey, how did it digest it? "Let's test it," Orochimaru said. He casually tossed over a rabbit. A pure white rabbit, still unconscious. Kenichi caught it, then pressed one of its feet onto the thorn field. The barbs pierced through easily. The rabbit jolted awake instantly, but before it could even struggle, its body went slack. It collapsed into the snow, twitching only now and then. Kenichi's eyes sharpened. On the plant itself, pale white shapes began crawling out from inside. They spilled out in a swarm and rushed toward the rabbit, enveloping it almost immediately. "It looks like a spider," Kenichi said, plucking one up carefully. It was very spider-like, with a snow-white body and a tiny mouth. "They're injecting digestive fluid," Orochimaru said, crouching beside him. Even he had not seen something this strange before. "Symbiosis," Kenichi murmured. The plant captured prey through camouflage, hidden thorns, and a powerful paralytic effect. Then, once the prey was immobilized, these spider-like creatures emerged, climbed onto it, injected digestive fluid, and shared the meal. In exchange, they would return nutrients to the plant. And the result matched his speculation perfectly. After the digestive fluid broke the rabbit down into liquid, the spiders began to drink. Their bellies swelled, round and bloated. Then they crawled back into the plant and spat the remaining fluid into it. They kept most of the nutrients for themselves, and the plant absorbed what was left, completing the cycle. This is really interesting, Kenichi said. He cut off several more thorns, intending to bring them back for research. The anesthetic effect was terrifying. The rabbit had lost control almost the moment it was pierced. That alone was worth studying. And the fact that it could survive in extreme cold made it even more valuable. Maybe he could extract cold-resistant genes from it. For now, he recorded what he needed, packed the samples away, and prepared to move on. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 232, Yellow Springflower Poison. Chapter 232, Yellow Springflower Poison. Teacher, there really are some incredible creatures in this world, Kenichi said with a smile as he looked at the test tube in his hand. He had just cut away half of the plant's thorns and extracted all of the strange liquid inside them. Of course, to avoid killing the plant, he had gone out of his way to catch a few rabbits and toss them into the thorn circle. After all, he had no idea how rare this species was. If there were only a handful of them in the land of snow, losing one would be a waste. Keeping it alive would also make future experiments much easier. Indeed. Orochimaru played with the tiny spider in his fingers. He had picked it out from the swarm earlier. It was no bigger than a pinky nail, snow-white and disturbingly agile. And it was vicious. The moment it crawled onto his skin, it kept trying to bite, jabbing with its mouthparts as if attempting to inject digestive fluid into his hand. It was clearly not something harmless. Kenichi was not interested in deer stories. The only deer-related knowledge he cared about was deer antler, which was valuable medicinal material in the ninja world. What he really wanted was to test what would happen if that anesthetic liquid entered a human body. Of course, he was not going to use himself. He planned to find a random lucky audience and grant them that honor. After the brief detour, Kenichi and his teacher arrived at the capital of the Land of Snow, which also housed the Snow Ninja Village. To be honest, it was Kenichi's first time seeing a place where the ninja village and the nation's capital were fused into one. But he had to admit it looked prosperous. The population was massive, packed so tightly it felt even denser than Konoha. Kenichi had already put on his mask. As he stared at the city ahead, he felt a faint sense of unfamiliarity. Even the most prosperous capital of the Land of Fire seemed sparse compared to this place. There seems to be a natural hot spring here, Orochimaru said, rising onto his toes to look ahead. Kenichi immediately understood. On one hand, this was the capital and the location of the Snow Ninja Village. Political authority and wealth were concentrated here, so a huge population was normal. On the other hand, it was probably because of the hot springs. The Land of Snow's climate was brutal. If there were hot springs, living here would at least be bearable. And when they reached the city gates, Kenichi's suspicion became certainty. The moment they drew close, the temperature jumped noticeably. It was still cold, but no longer punishing. Entering the village was smooth, with no obstacles at all. Once inside, Kenichi could only sigh. Even if the Land of Snow was remote, the number of people gathered here was absurd. It gave him the same crushing sensation as fighting through a holiday rush in his previous life. There are so many people, Kenichi murmured, licking his lips. With a crowd like this, picking someone at random for an experiment would be effortless. But he wanted the result to be as authentic as possible, without the target being prepared, restrained, or psychologically braced for it. So he pulled out a small syringe, found a passing shinobi wearing a Snow Ninja Village forehead protector, and jabbed him. A full dose of the special liquid slid into the man's body. Orochimaru stood not far away, watching. He had clearly noticed what Kenichi did, yet he showed no objection. He had done plenty of similar things himself. A sudden strike revealed the truest reaction. If you tied someone down first, the results were always muddied. Soon, the shinobi's steps faltered. He fumbled in his clothing, dragging something out as if trying to open it, but his fingers would not obey him. Before he could manage anything, he collapsed face first into the snow. The crowd reacted instantly. People recoiled and made way in fear, while several shinobi rushed forward to help. Kenichi did not step in. He watched from the side, eyes calm behind his mask. The symptoms were almost identical to the rabbit. Muscle paralysis. Unconscious twitching across the face. Occasional tremors running through the body. None of the shinobi who approached seemed to know medical ninjutsu. They could only hoist their comrade up and sprint toward the hospital. Kenichi followed silently, keeping his distance, intent on observing the toxin's full effect in a shinobi body. A shinobi's body is truly fragile, Kenichi said later, looking at the men on the hospital bed and shaking his head. Even with something as powerful as chakra, toxins can still drop them. By then, the patient had already recovered. There were medical shinobi in the hospital who used a chakra scalpel extraction technique to draw out the remaining toxins and stabilize him quickly. But Kenichi was not empty-handed. He learned the name of the plant. Because the doctors asked the patient why he had been poisoned by such a massive dose of yellow springflower poison. Yellow springflower. That had to be the name of the species, and it fit perfectly. That thing really did lure animals in, only for them to die without understanding why. Kenichi infiltrated the hospital without effort, found the treatment notes and research reports on yellow springflower poison, and took them. Then he left the Snow Ninja Village Hospital with his teacher and headed for their client. The mansion of the Land of Snow's daimyo. When Kenichi arrived and saw the plaque, his expression turned odd. It read, Daimyo's Mansion. And also, Snow Kage Building. Teacher, are there many places like this? Kenichi asked, staring at the entrance, where the daimyo and the kage are the same person. Small countries, Orochimaru said calmly. It's not strange. The Land of Snow was vast, remote, and sparsely populated. The daimyo of the 5 great nations would not take it seriously. Even if this country declared itself the ruler of the ninja world, everyone would laugh and move on. Kenichi nodded. That was true. Soon, he and his teacher were brought in to meet their client. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, and the Snow Kage of the Snow Ninja Village. Kazahana Doto. You two honored individuals must be members of the Akatsuki, correct? The men smiled warmly, without the slightest trace of arrogance. Kenichi's gaze sharpened behind his mask. This guy was not a good person. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, Kakashi, this is probably fate. Chapter 233, Kakashi, this is probably fate. Kazahana Doto was the current daimyo of the Land of Snow and the current kage of the Snow Ninja Village. At the same time, he was also an ambitious man. Kenichi had not watched many movies, but this one was relatively early, so he remembered a few things. After all, it was the first Naruto movie. He knew it. For example, if his memory was right, Doto had rebelled and seized the throne. He only obtained his current position after killing his own kin. His goal was the great treasure of the Land of Snow, but later he discovered that the treasure his brother spoke of was nothing more than a very ordinary heater, something capable of making the Land of Snow resemble other countries, so its people would not have to endure brutal cold every day. That device might have been a priceless treasure for the Land of Snow itself. But for a man like Doto, it was an absolute waste. What made it even more tragic was that before he could even use it to strengthen the Land of Snow, Naruto defeated him. In the end, it was practically a tragedy born from terrible communication. Is this mission about finding the men who escaped? Orochimaru had already put on a mask as well, and now he spoke in a calm, disguised voice. What is his name? That man is named Amato Sanzu. Doto's expression turned resentful as he answered. He was once our most valued scientist in the Land of Snow, but he left without saying goodbye. These are some of his daily items that he abandoned. He had finally succeeded in killing his brother, taking control of the Land of Snow and the Snow Ninja Village. He had searched for the so-called great treasure, only to find nothing. And then the chief scientist, Amato Sanzu, vanished as well. Now Doto suspected that Amato might have been the one who stole the treasure. Amato Sanzu. It was an unusual name. Kenichi scratched his head, vaguely feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. But then again, maybe not. The name Sanzu was not rare. In his previous life, he had heard of the Sanzu River and the Sanzu Bridge. So Kenichi did not dwell on it. We understand, Orochimaru said, taking the items. We will do our best to find him. He was about to leave. But the moment he saw Doto's face, the look of someone practically screaming, I have a story, ask me, Orochimaru still flicked a glance at Kenichi. Kenichi felt his patience tighten. He had not expected his teacher to dislike dealing with people so much during missions. But with Orochimaru looking at him like that, Kenichi could only step forward and take the initiative. And under Kenichi's thoughtful questioning, Doto finally began to share his troubles with a conflicted expression. Alas, speaking of it, this is also my fault. Doto sighed heavily. My little niece, a girl named Koyuki Kazahana, also ran away because of some minor family matters. I want to. This will count as a second request, Kenichi cut in, glancing at him. He knew the truth. Koyuki was not running away because of trivial family matters. She was fleeing to survive. But almost immediately, another thought surfaced. Kenichi remembered that during Koyuki's escape, she had received help from Kakashi, which allowed her to get away successfully, leave the Land of Snow, and later walk the path of an entertainer. If that was the case, then this should be the plot that happened later. And that meant he might even run into Kakashi, disguised and operating in the Snow Ninja Village. For a moment, Kenichi did not know what to say. He could only admit one thing. This was, indeed, a ridiculous kind of fate. He had not expected to get tangled up with Kakashi even after traveling all the way to a remote place like the Land of Snow. As long as you can find my niece, I will pay, Dodo said firmly. If someone did not know any better, they might truly believe he was a good man. Kenichi knew what he was, but he did not care enough to interfere. They paid. He worked. The only thing Kenichi truly cared about was the Land of Snow's so-called great treasure. He was very interested in a device powerful enough to heat an entire country. In his previous life, something like that would qualify as a proper weather weapon. He had not watched the movie in a long time, so he could not remember what it looked like. But if he could locate Koyuki, he could probably find the device as well and study it. After obtaining the girl's personal belongings, Kenichi and his teacher left the Snow Kage building and headed into the capital's marketplace. Orochimaru handed the find people task to Kenichi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru went to search for the special chakra-absorbing metal that Nagato had mentioned. Kenichi had long since grown used to this distribution. Every time they left a village, Orochimaru would push most of the legwork onto him and call it training. Amato Sanzu and Koyuki Kazahana. Kenichi sighed. In a country this big, finding people is not easy at all. To be honest, he had no enthusiasm for this kind of mission. People were not idiots. They were not going to stand around and wait to be captured. They would run, hide, move, and vanish into crowds. Unless he could directly see them, searching for them was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So Kenichi felt the mission's real value was probably the special chakra-absorbing metal, the miraculous material that would later be used to create the Land of Snow's armor. However, just as he was about to leave the capital, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Kenichi froze for an instant, then reflexively used the body flicker technique to retreat, landing on a rooftop. From there, he stared down at the person below. In the end, Kenichi could only admit it. This world really was small. Hatake Kakashi. He had just been thinking about how Kakashi once helped Koyuki escape. And now Kakashi was here, in the capital of the Land of Snow, as if summoned by Kenichi's own thoughts. Kakashi was disguised, but his white hair was still far too distinctive. And honestly, his disguise was not convincing at all. It was likely Kakashi himself did not take it seriously, so it was no surprise Kenichi recognized him. If Kakashi is here, Kenichi thought, interest rising, then if I follow him, will I be able to run into Koyuki? Blind searching would get him nowhere. But tailing Kakashi? That was a different story. TL, my new fanfic is out now, One Piece, Pokemon Master of the Seas. Check it out. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 234, Kakashi, I've decided to read a book to change my luck. Chapter 234, Kakashi, I've decided to read a book to change my luck. Kakashi's mood had not been good lately. Both life and work felt unusually unlucky, so much so that he had started wondering whether he really was cursed with bad luck, like some people joked, or whether something else was going on. First, the village itself was uneasy. The atmosphere between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had grown stranger by the day, heavy with the sense of a storm gathering just out of sight. Then, when he went to pay respects at Obito and Rin's graves, he unintentionally noticed something that made his scalp go tight. Rin's grave looked disturbed. Kakashi could not hold back in that moment. He opened Rin's grave on the spot, hands moving faster than his thoughts, and checked everything thoroughly. But there were no signs of change at all. The bones were intact, the burial looked normal, nothing was missing. That only made him more confused. And then his mind jumped to Obito. It made no sense. Obito was dead, and his body had never been recovered. There was only a cenotaph. Still, Kakashi could not stop himself from digging anyway, just in case. The result was the same. No problems. No abnormalities. But because of that action, he was questioned for a long time by the third Hokage. Worse, he was granted leave and advised to see a psychologist. It gave Kakashi a headache just thinking about it. After finally clearing the third Hokage's suspicions, he was assigned a mission: infiltrate the Land of Snow and gather intelligence around the hidden snow village. They call it a mission, Kakashi muttered under his breath, but isn't this just a way to make me rest? He could tell. The Land of Snow had always been far from the main continent of the ninja world. It was basically isolated, a place that kept to itself. The territory was vast, but the cold was brutal, the kind that made even the hidden sand village, which complained daily about living in a desert, look comfortable by comparison. No one wanted the Land of Snow. No one bothered with it. Kakashi suddenly turned his head, frowning. Just now, he had felt a gaze on him, a faint sense of being watched. But the moment he reacted, the feeling vanished. When he looked back, there was no one. He could only assume he was being overly sensitive. Still, he kept walking, quietly sharpening his focus. Even so, Kakashi's thoughts shifted. This mission might actually turn up something. He had been planning to handle it seriously. Mission or not, he was still Umbu. But he had not expected a genuinely useful discovery. The daimyo and the kage of the Land of Snow had changed. It was not official information. Kakashi had overheard it, and what stood out most was how cautious everyone sounded when they spoke about it. He only caught fragments by chance when passing a private residence, and even then, the voices had been low and wary. After some careful probing, he finally pieced together what little he could. Then he slumped into a quiet, familiar disappointment. As someone close to the Hokage, and as a former student of the Fourth Hokage, Kakashi understood how Konoha treated intelligence. Information from the other 4 great nations and the 4 great ninja villages always had the highest priority. Next came reports related to well-known rogue ninja, underground organizations, black markets, and exchange offices. After that came the smaller countries, places like the Land of Bears. And at the very bottom was the Land of Snow. Kakashi had even heard co-workers complain during idle chatter that the Land of Snow barely counted as a country at all. It was exaggerated, but not by much. It reflected the truth of how people saw the Land of Snow. No one cared what happened here. Kakashi's gaze cooled as he walked through the snowy streets. Forget the Land of Snow changing its daimyo. Even if the Land of Snow were invaded and burned to the ground, most people in the ninja world would not even blink. What's this? Kakashi's eyes paused on a bookstore display. The cover advertisement was so loud it felt like it was shouting directly into his face. Latest masterpiece. Shocking release. Astonishing. Endless praise from those who ran out of toilet paper late at night. Below it, in equally bold text, was another line. Ika Paradise is selling like hotcakes. Buy now and get a 10% discount on the complete collection of The Story of Me and Orochimaru. A large poster sat beneath the words, featuring an illustration that made Kakashi's ears heat slightly. He cleared his throat, eye sliding away, and yet, strangely, he also felt an undeniable pull. Ika Paradise. He knew it. It sold in Konoha too. He had simply never bought it. Konoha was small. Everyone knew everyone, or at least everyone knew enough to make buying a book like that feel awkward. But here, no one knew him. Kakashi stared for another moment, then stepped inside. Not long after, he emerged from the bookstore with a bag in his hand. His movements were careful, like someone trying to look casual while failing miserably. Hidden nearby, Kenichi watched with a complicated expression. Kakashi's grip had been discreet, but Kenichi still caught the edge of the cover. Ika Paradise. Jiraiya's masterpiece. That was not surprising. Kakashi would eventually become the person who repeatedly studied Ika Paradise like it was a tactical manual. What made Kenichi's expression turn even stranger was the second book. Orochimaru. Kakashi had to know what that title was about. Even if he did not understand right now, he would sooner or later. Kenichi could only hope Kakashi did not run into his teacher at the wrong time. The future Kakashi would reach Kage-level strength, but right now he still could not beat his sensei. Only after obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan and awakening Kamui would he undergo a real qualitative leap. Kenichi's thoughts suddenly stopped. Wait. He had already dug out Kakashi's Mangekyo. Which meant Kakashi could not master Kamui. Kenichi fell into silent contemplation. It seemed he would need to find a way to make it up to his friend later. He had plenty of considerations when he first approached Kakashi, but after everything that happened afterward, Kenichi had to admit it. Kakashi was his friend. Kenichi had already planned to compensate Kakashi for taking his Mangekyo. Now, it looked like he would need to do more. Kenichi nodded to himself. Maybe it's time to capture Kakashi and replace his eyes, so he can open and close them freely. It was a good plan. Kakashi's strength had always felt strangely inconsistent, but Kenichi believed it was because of the Mangekyo's influence. Because of the Sharingan, Kakashi's eye could not properly rest, and chakra was being drained constantly. How was he supposed to grow stronger like that? With his chakra limited, Kakashi could only function as a high-burst assassin, strong in an instant but weak in endurance. If that problem was solved, Kakashi's future was still extremely promising. TL, my new fanfic is out now, One Piece, Pokemon Master of the Seas. Check it out. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 235, Long-Awaited Reunion with an Old Friend. Chapter 235, Long-Awaited Reunion with an Old Friend. After Kakashi bought those unbelievable books, he left the capital of the Land of Snow without hesitation. Kenichi followed in silence. Based on how the story was supposed to go, Kakashi would definitely run into Koyuki. Kenichi also wanted to confirm something for himself. If he did not interfere at all, would Kakashi and Koyuki still meet the same way? Or would the ripple of his existence force even this small plotline to bend? Not long after, Kenichi trailed Kakashi out of the capital. The moment they left the warm, crowded city, the weather turned vicious. Wind like knives, snow that never stopped, and a cold that sank straight through cloth. Kenichi rubbed his hands together and exhaled, watching a pale puff of breath vanish into the storm. Ninja had strong physiques. Weather like this was not truly a threat, at least not to the point of stopping basic movement. Still, it was miserable. In the howling wind and snow, Kenichi followed Kakashi for an entire day. Kakashi never stopped moving for long. His direction stayed steady, and as the hours passed, Kenichi realized he was heading toward the coast. That made Kenichi's confidence waver. Could it be that his presence had already changed this part of the story? If Kakashi reached the port and left without meeting Koyuki, then the entire sequence would be different. Even if I've already changed so much, Kenichi sighed, watching Kakashi rest ahead, will even this get rewritten? At that point, the ocean was visible in the distance, a dark line beneath the white sky. The port was close. In that situation, Kakashi might truly never run into Koyuki. Kenichi was already considering leaving when a sudden shout cut through the blizzard. His body stilled. His eyes shifted. Kakashi had clearly noticed it too. He rose instantly, weapon in hand, posture sharp and cautious as he focused on the sound. A moment later, Kenichi saw them. A panicked little girl sprinting through the snow, with several adults chasing her hard. Kenichi watched quietly, and a flicker of surprise rose in him. He had not expected Kakashi and Koyuki to meet here, of all places. It almost felt like the world itself was forcing the encounter. But the next development still caught Kenichi off guard. At first, Kakashi did not look like he wanted to get involved. That was normal. It was how ninja survived. The ninja world was full of unfortunate people, and many died because someone meddled. Kindness was rare, and it was often punished. Yet the moment the girl noticed Kakashi and abruptly changed direction toward him, Kakashi moved. Kenichi's lips curved faintly. "So you really are that kind of person," he murmured. Kakashi's choice was exactly what Kenichi expected. Beneath the umbu coldness, Kakashi was still Kakashi. A fundamentally good person. Kenichi stayed to the side and watched. Kakashi had the Sharingan, but it was not the future Mangekyo. And because he could not deactivate it, his chakra was being drained continuously. The drawback was brutal, and under that constant consumption, Kakashi quickly fell into a disadvantage against the three attackers. Kenichi straightened. "Then it's my turn." He stood, then hesitated for a heartbeat. After that, he quietly removed his outer clothes and his mask, switching into a plain, ordinary ninja combat outfit. He did not want to expose anything tied to the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki had already begun to draw attention. The later that attention sharpened into certainty, the better. "Brat." Kakashi panted, facing the three ninja in front of him. His gaze was cold, but his breathing was heavy. "If you interfere, you'd better be ready to die." They were strong. Their teamwork was clean and coordinated, the kind that turned a fight into a net. But the real problem was Kakashi's chakra. Ever since he received Obito's Sharingan, the constant drain had never stopped. It was a horrible feeling, like bleeding power every second. Yet for the sake of his dead friend, Kakashi had never once considered giving it up. No matter how miserable it made him. "I just need to hold out," Kakashi told himself, eyes flicking back for an instant. Koyuki was behind him, forcing herself toward the port through the snow. It looked cold to abandon her, but that was exactly what Kakashi wanted. If she stayed, she would only slow him down. If she reached the port, she might live. That was all that mattered. Chidori. Lightning screamed in Kakashi's hand as he drove forward, blocking one ninja who tried to break past him and pursue. But what answered him was a flock of birds made of ice, swarming in with sharp, cutting wings. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Then a voice spoke, lazy and familiar, as if this were the most casual thing in the world. "Oh. It's been a while. You're still this weak." Kakashi froze for a fraction of a second. A piercing crack of thunder tore through the storm. The next moment, a bolt of lightning slammed down and struck the three ninja head-on, ripping through their formation and forcing them back. At the same time, a figure landed beside Kakashi. Arms folded. A relaxed smile. Completely at ease, like he had stepped into a minor inconvenience, not a fight. Kakashi recognized him instantly. Kenichi. For a heartbeat, Kakashi's chest tightened with a surge of warmth. Seeing a close friend after so long made him genuinely happy. Then reality hit. This friend also carried another identity. An S-rank rogue ninja wanted by Konoha. Kakashi's heart sank. His fingers tightened around his weapon by instinct. But as he looked at Kenichi's face, he slowly loosened his grip again, almost against his own logic. TCH. Kakashi turned his head slightly, pretending to be unimpressed. I was just taking it easy. His tone was full of disdain, but the relief in it was obvious. Kenichi smiled back, like nothing had changed. Right, Kenichi said lightly. Just taking it easy. A massive shape surged through the snow and wind, rushing toward them like a living battering ram. Kenichi lifted a hand and exhaled. Great fireball. Flames roared out, forcing the charging beast back and carving a wall of heat through the storm. Kenichi did not stop there. His chest rose once, calm and controlled, and then the real fire came. Great fire annihilation. The inferno spread wide, almost swallowing the sky, turning the white world into a blazing red for a brief, terrifying moment. It was a technique Kenichi had obtained through a ninjutsu scroll, taken from Shisui, or more accurately, from Fugaku. Fugaku had given it to Shisui, and Shisui had brought it to Kenichi. Whatever people said about Fugaku as clan head, he knew how to handle people. No one was perfect. And on that sinking Uchiha ship, Fugaku had still done what he could. Kakashi stood beside Kenichi, watching the sea of flames, and his expression turned complicated. So much time had passed. Had the gap between them really grown this large? Damn it. The three ninja on the other side clearly understood they were outmatched now. After an angry outburst, they made the only smart choice. They fled. Kenichi did not chase them. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 236, Rain Tiger at Woljutsu. No. It's no tiger at Woljutsu. Chapter 236, Rain Tiger at Woljutsu. No. It's no tiger at Woljutsu. Long time no see, Kakashi. Kenichi looked at Kakashi in front of him and let out a sincere sigh. Come to think of it, ever since he left Konoha, Kenichi had seen Kakashi a few times, but most of those encounters were from the shadows, moments where Kakashi had no idea it was him. In that sense, this really was their first proper reunion since he'd left the village. After so long, Kakashi looked even more composed. The sharpness in his features had become clearer, already showing traces of the man he would become. And now that he'd recognized Kenichi, the life in his expression was impossible to hide. Kakashi glanced at the three men fleeing in disarray, then turned back to Kenichi. His gaze was complicated. Still, he set the rogue ninja issue aside for the moment. He did not mention it. Instead, he tacitly chose to talk first. And, at the same time, to quietly gather information. This place, Kakashi said, voice calm, you didn't come all the way here just to be Hokage, did you? The land of snow was distant, isolated, and brutal. Most people avoided it unless they had a very specific reason. It was not a place anyone visited casually. Yet Kenichi was here. Which meant there was a strong chance Orochimaru was here too. Their master and disciple relationship was no secret. If the two of them appeared in the land of snow at the same time, it had to be for a purpose. The only thing Kakashi could connect it to was the recent situation in the snow ninja village. The daimyo had changed, and the kage had changed. The power structure had shifted. If that shift was tied to two ninja who had defected from Konoha, especially Orochimaru and Kenichi, then this intelligence belonged on the third Hokage's desk. Because if Konoha rogue ninja were running around overthrowing another country's daimyo and kage, it would stain Konoha's reputation. It would invite criticism. The land of fire was already unstable, and rumors spread fast. The fire daimyo was still insisting on forming the 12 guardian ninja. He was even expanding their scale, and he'd contacted rogue ninja from other villages. He probably believed he'd done it quietly. But Konoha knew. The only question was what the old man sitting in the Hokage's chair intended to do about it. Kenichi's eyes flickered slightly. Then he smiled and answered without hesitation. Yes, he said. I plan to establish an ideal country here. He admitted it so smoothly that it almost sounded convincing. If that could make Konoha pay attention to the land of snow, it really would be interesting. For a moment, Kenichi even felt tempted. The land of snow was isolated by the sea, far from the main continent. Its territory was huge. The only real problem was the climate. But Kakashi did not believe him at all. He knew Kenichi too well. His old friend had always been mischievous, especially back when they were still in Konoha. Kenichi loved setting him up. He had lied more than once, telling Kakashi that Minato and Kushina were looking for him, only for Kakashi to arrive and discover no one had called him at all. Kenichi had even tried to trick him into wearing women's clothes to meet an artist for a portrait or take a photo. Kakashi had refused outright, and Kenichi had looked genuinely regretful about it. You really are. Kakashi sighed, helpless. Before he could finish, Kenichi's expression abruptly darkened. His face turned sharp, alert, ugly in a way that made Kakashi's words die in his throat. Kenichi left a quick, clipped, talk later, then vanished, sprinting away at full speed. Kakashi frowned. What's wrong? Confused, he followed immediately. He wanted to know what had happened. If he could help, he would. If he could not, at least he would understand. And, of course, it was also a chance to see what Kenichi was truly doing in the land of snow. Kenichi was already rushing toward the port. The reason he was so agitated was simple. His shadow clone had been dispelled. That was not normal. When Kenichi had stepped out earlier to help Kakashi, he had intentionally left a shadow clone behind, with one job: capture Koyuki. Koyuki held the key to the country's heater, the treasure that could change the land of snow's climate. Without Koyuki, Kenichi could not directly observe how that special tool worked. Originally, it should have been effortless. Kenichi was strong. The land of snow did not have many powerful people. He was confident. Yet just now, Kenichi had felt his shadow clone get defeated. The memory that returned with it showed the one responsible. An elderly-looking man. When Kenichi arrived at the port, at the exact spot where his clone had fallen, there was no one. Koyuki was gone. The old man was gone. No trace. Kenichi's face sank. He had trained many jutsu, but sensory techniques were not his specialty. He tried a rough skin anyway, pushing chakra out and feeling through the crowd. Nothing. The port was packed, bodies moving in a dense blur. The snowfall never stopped, and the white curtain made visibility worse with every minute. Kenichi clicked his tongue. Snow. Then an idea struck him hard enough that his gaze sharpened. Nagato's rain tiger at will jutsu. That technique used rainfall infused with chakra to detect intruders. Kenichi had tried to get Nagato to teach it to him before, but Nagato had refused. Even so, Kenichi understood the principle. He had seen it in battle. It was straightforward in concept, terrifying in application. Infuse chakra into the rain, then use that connection to distinguish the presence of outsiders. And rain and snow were both just water. Different forms, same foundation. In practical terms, rain tiger at will was far more reliable. Rain was dense and consistent. Snow varied, and unless it was heavy, the speed difference compared to rain made it harder to interpret. Still, it was possible. If I push it further. Kenichi's thoughts moved fast. Even the moisture in the air could be used to sense enemies. But that step was too difficult for now. Kenichi glanced to the side. Kakashi was catching up behind him. Kenichi did not explain. He simply began gathering chakra. He intended to use Sage Mode as the base. If he wanted to force the snow itself to become his sensory network, he needed a level of chakra control and output that ordinary methods could not provide. Pain's technique was called Rain Tiger at will jutsu. Then this one could be called Snow Tiger at will jutsu. Kenichi paused for the briefest instant. That name sounds weird. Then he pushed the thought aside. His chakra surged upward, spreading into the sky, linking to the cloud cover above the port. Sage Mode chakra, heavy and vast, began to mingle with the cold air in the clouds. The reaction came immediately. The snow stopped. Kenichi blinked, stunned for a moment. Did he fail? He increased the output again, forcing more chakra into the cloud layer, tightening the connection, trying to make the snow respond to his will. The next second, the sky answered. The snow did not return. Instead, hailstones the size of human heads began to crash down from above. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, So, can rain falling from high altitudes kill people? Chapter 237, So, can rain falling from high altitudes kill people? What is this? A man stared up in horror at the hailstones, each one absurdly huge, and instinctively stumbled back. The next instant, a chunk of ice crashed down from the sky and smashed into him. He dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsing to the ground without moving. Run! It's a natural disaster, someone screamed. The already crowded port exploded into chaos. People shoved, tripped, and scrambled in every direction, desperate for shelter. But the flimsy straw huts near the docks were useless against hail this size. It took only a few impacts for everyone to realize the truth. If they wanted to live, they needed solid concrete buildings, the kind that could actually take a hit. Kenichi watched, stunned. To be honest, he had only been trying to develop a sensory technique similar to the Rain Tiger at will jutsu. He wanted to locate Koyuki in the person who had dispelled his shadow clone. Instead, he had accidentally created a jutsu of a completely different flavor. Strictly speaking, it was not some unstoppable killing technique. But the range was enormous, and the destruction was chaotic and indiscriminate. In the right situation, that alone made it worthy of an A-rank evaluation. A ridiculous memory surfaced in Kenichi's mind. Back in his previous life, there had been a joke about a farmer's wife who wandered into a group chat full of high IQ people. One day someone asked, Very seriously, whether a single drop of water falling from an extreme height could kill a person. The chat erupted into debate and calculations. Then the farmer's wife chimed in. Haven't any of you ever been caught in the rain? She was kicked out immediately. Kenichi almost laughed, but the scene outside was too violent for humor to last. Because in reality, the question was not complicated at all. If a sphere of water the size of a human head fell from a great height, surface tension would not hold it together for long. The moment it hit airflow, it would tear apart into countless smaller droplets. Raindrops were tiny. And when rain fell, air resistance increased with speed. The faster it accelerated, the stronger the resistance became, until it reached a terminal velocity and fell in steady motion. Most raindrops fell at around 9 meters per second. That sounded fast, but with their small size, it was not enough to seriously injure anyone. Even the largest raindrops, driven by strong wind, did little more than sting. Killing someone with rain was basically impossible. But that was because rain was liquid. Liquid broke apart. Liquid dispersed. Liquid bled energy through resistance and surface behavior. Solid ice was another story. If it was ice, then the lethality was obvious. Even an egg, dropped from a 10-story building, could become life-threatening if it hit the wrong place. And anything falling from a high altitude could build terrifying kinetic energy. A simple soda can could shatter tempered glass. That was why people once fantasized about space-based weapons. Later, those ideas were proven impractical. Without additional power, the effect was not as dramatic as the fantasies claimed. To achieve the desired results, you still needed to give the projectile enough kinetic energy. Kenichi swallowed and glanced up at the roof above them. This house probably won't hold much longer, he muttered. The building they were in was mostly wood and some concrete, with a sheet of tin over the top. That flimsy tin would struggle to stop even a soda can, let alone hailstones of this size. Kenichi could practically feel the roof giving up, one impact at a time. Kakashi stood nearby, equally stunned. His eyes followed the violence outside, and then he looked back at Kenichi with a headache that was almost visible. Are you trying to destroy this country? Kakashi asked, voice tight. Those hailstones were massive. And somehow, they were connected to his friend. For the first time since they reunited, Kakashi felt something like a gap form between them, a strange distance he could not name. Kenichi's expression twisted in frustration. Do you believe me if I say I was only trying to develop a sensory jutsu? After casting something like this, what tracking was left? At this point he was more likely to locate minced meat than a living person. Still, this chaos was not good for the enemy either. Hail that missed people smashed into the ground and burst apart, turning into chunks of ice and slush. Even a powerful ninja would have trouble moving cleanly through this mess, especially if he was also dragging Koyuki along. Unless he abandoned her. Kakashi frowned. You're telling me this is a sensory jutsu? He could not help it. What kind of sensory technique was used like this? Was the idea to sense the enemy by leveling the area until the enemy had no choice but to reveal himself? Kenichi opened his mouth to explain. Then he froze. Something was wrong. He caught a smell. Gunpowder. It was faint, so faint most people would miss it entirely. But Kenichi had just caught a trace. His eyes sharpened. No. Move. He grabbed Kakashi and yanked him out of the house. A heartbeat later, the building behind them exploded. The blast tore upward, sending splinters, debris, and dust into the air. The shockwave slammed into nearby structures hard enough that the roof of the adjacent house was ripped off and flung away. Immediately, furious curses erupted from inside that neighboring building, loud and creative enough to make Kenichi sigh in genuine admiration. No matter what world it was, people always found new ways to curse. They were talented. He almost wanted to write them down. He could use them later when he wanted to curse Obito. But Kenichi's attention stayed on what mattered. That explosion was not an accident. Explosives in the ninja world were stable. There were no convenient time bombs lying around. Something like that was usually detonated manually. Which meant the one who triggered it was likely still nearby. Kenichi's Sharingan caught a flicker of movement. A figure. He bolted without hesitation, chasing through the chaos and broken snow, cutting off escape routes until he finally cornered the target outside the port. An elderly man stood there. He had a thick patch of white hair and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He had stopped running and now faced Kenichi without moving. Kenichi watched him warily. The man's hair and beard were carefully groomed. He wore orange-tinted glasses and a fitted white outfit that looked clean, almost too clean for this weather. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. Where is the little girl? Even though Kenichi had already seen this man's appearance in the memory that returned when his shadow clone dispersed, seeing him up close still made him want to say it out loud. This man looked completely out of place. Most ninja wore practical clothing, gear built for movement and combat. And powerful experts often had their own style, like the Akatsuki. But this man did not look like a ninja at all. He looked like a model. A fashionable old gentleman who had somehow walked onto the wrong stage. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 238, A Tricky Enemy. Chapter 238, A Tricky Enemy. Young man, do you really have to capture that little girl? The old man squinted at Kenichi, then unhurriedly straightened his clothes and adjusted his collar. Kenichi's mouth twitched. What was wrong with this old guy? Was he some kind of battlefield gentleman archetype? That trope belonged in a museum. And ever since this man had appeared, Kenichi had felt a faint sense of wrongness. The man's outfit looked like something out of Kenichi's previous life, the kind of fashion-forward get-up that screamed runway, not combat. If not for the chakra surging in his body, Kenichi would have suspected he had time-traveled backward instead of forward. Kenichi, you just... Kakashi glanced at him uncertainly. He didn't know what Kenichi had been doing before, but now it was obvious Kenichi was also trying to catch the girl from earlier. Kenichi flicked Kakashi a look. That girl carries a huge secret. A secret that can completely change this country. He didn't mind saying it out loud. He knew Kakashi's personality. Even if Kakashi understood, he wouldn't suddenly become greedy over it. Besides, Kenichi hated the kind of melodrama where misunderstandings stack up until everyone cries and forgives each other. It was dull. Kakashi nodded slowly. So Kenichi really was after her, and he'd been blocked at the last moment by this old man. Even while talking, Kenichi didn't relax for a second. As his voice stayed calm, a shadow clone quietly moved in a wide arc, circling behind the old man. Kenichi kept his eyes locked forward. Where is she? I only need one thing from her. He still tried negotiation first. The man in front of him felt dangerous. Fighting him would be annoying, and if Kenichi could save effort, he would. And then you'll kill her after you get what you want. The old man smiled as if he'd seen through everything. He casually took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and drew in a slow puff. Kenichi's mouth twitched again. Yeah. They weren't going to get along. When the words didn't click, even half a sentence was too much. So Kenichi attacked. Chakra surged up his throat. But before he could open his mouth and unleash flame, a violent screech ripped through the air. It was unbearable, like someone dragging their nails across a chalkboard, except it was happening right beside your ear, inside a bar with the volume cranked to the limit. Goosebumps crawled over Kenichi's skin. Noisy old geezer. Kenichi cursed through the discomfort. He forced himself steady and spat out great fire annihilation, reinforced by Sage Mode chakra. Flames exploded outward in all directions. The frigid air boiled. The temperature in the snowy landscape jumped so fast it felt unreal. Even Kakashi felt heat wash over him, sweat breaking out as if he'd been dragged into a steaming bathhouse. This level of ninjutsu. The old man's eyes widened. A fork-like tool snapped out from his sleeve. He tried to use his usual trick, aiming to deflect the attack the way he had before. But this was Sage Mode. How could it be brushed aside so easily? Even though he managed to divert part of it, the rest swallowed him whole. Kenichi halted, then sharply twisted his head. Something whistled past his ear and exploded behind him. Explosives. Kenichi actually laughed, amused despite himself. I'm your ancestor. This old man really wanted to play bombs with him. At the same time, Kenichi realized the man hadn't died in the flames. Over there, through the heat distortion and drifting snow, he was still fiddling with something like nothing had happened. Chidori. Kakashi burst forward. He still had questions. Too many. But in a fight, priorities were simple. They could talk after the enemy was dealt with. No, that's a fake body. Kenichi sensed the problem instantly, but Kakashi was already committed. In that flash of movement, Kenichi invoked Sage Mode and cast Hidden Mist Jutsu. A dense fog rolled out, swallowing the old man's position in an instant. Kakashi heard the warning and adjusted mid-charge, cutting past the target instead of driving straight through. In the split second he passed, his hand felt like it brushed against something. You actually noticed. The old man's voice came from inside the mist, amused. He lifted his head toward Kenichi. Even though Kakashi's Chidori had grazed him, there was no real damage. Worse, his body flickered within the fog, unstable like an image that couldn't hold focus. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. A virtual projection. It wasn't a shadow clone. It wasn't substitution or transformation either. It was something else entirely. Kenichi had already noticed this man's obsession with explosives. With that kind of fighting style, it made no sense for him to expose a glaring flaw by leaving his real body in the open. Under Sage Mode, Kenichi had felt it clearly earlier. The old man in front of them wasn't a real person, but it still had physical presence. Given the man's habits, Kenichi had assumed it might be a pile of hidden explosives shaped into a decoy. If an enemy rushed in, they'd be greeted by a beautiful blast. The image of Kakashi driving Chidori through a mound of explosives was honestly too horrifying, so Kenichi had used the mist to soak the area and dampen any powder. It seemed he'd gambled correctly. Virtual projection, the old man chuckled. That name isn't bad. Then, without warning, Kenichi felt a sharp gust behind him. The old man appeared at Kenichi's back and slapped him on the shoulder. Thin needles shot out from his palm. But Kenichi's body dispersed like smoke. Shadow clone. The old man's expression finally cracked. When? He instinctively prepared to retreat. Too late. A pale green gas erupted from the clone's body, washing over the old man at point-blank range. His limbs stiffened instantly, and his muscles stopped responding like they belonged to someone else. Yellow Springflower poison. The old man's eyes widened as he recognized it. He reached for his pants pocket on instinct. A kunai pressed coldly against his throat. Kenichi's real body stood behind him, smiling. Tell me, what happens if I make a cut? The old man slowly raised both hands, surprisingly composed. If you sever the carotid artery, I'll hemorrhage immediately. Blood will spray about 1.8 meters. Then I'll die from excessive blood loss. Kenichi blinked, genuinely interested. Oh. High blood pressure. A normal person's blood didn't spray that far. Usually it was around 1.2 meters, maybe 1.6 at most. And then, Kenichi felt something drive into his abdomen. A stabbing pain bloomed in his stomach. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Amato. Chapter 239, Amato. Kenichi lowered his gaze to his abdomen. 3 needles were already embedded there, and he could clearly see liquid being pushed in. It was colorless, an unknown substance with no smell, no obvious reaction. But even if it were just water, injecting it directly into the body could be lethal. Tap water alone carried countless bacteria. Put that straight into the bloodstream and sepsis wasn't a far-fetched outcome. So the old man hadn't been defenseless after all. Kenichi didn't hesitate. The kunai flashed and cut across the man's throat. And then the body dissolved. Smoke. Dispersing chakra. Nothing left. A shadow clone. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. So everything that men had said earlier had been nonsense from the start, bait meant to make Kenichi commit. Kenichi staggered and dropped to one knee in the snow, looking weak, breath uneven. Stop acting. The old man's voice rang out from within the lingering fog. That isn't your real body. I can detect active lightning release chakra on the surface of your skin. The old man stepped out of the mist, cigarette still between his fingers. Kenichi glanced at him. Great, another one with the same hobby as the third Hokage. He could probably trigger cancer in this guy's body if he felt like it, but he had no idea what kind of countermeasures the man might have. Someone with this many tricks rarely came unprepared. Kenichi also emerged from the fog, posture steady again, his expression guarded. How did you figure it out? He asked. This opponent was troublesome. Worse, Kenichi had noticed it earlier, the way the men seemed able to deflect ninjutsu. Deflecting techniques wasn't impossible, but it was absurdly difficult. Uchiha Madara's gunbai could do something similar, but this man wasn't holding anything like that. Kenichi's thoughts flicked briefly to the gunbai. If he remembered right, after Madara died, that weapon should still be somewhere in the Uchiha's hidden territory. He didn't know why Obito hadn't brought it out yet. Did Obito not know what it could do? Had Madara never told him? Or did Obito think it wasn't time to reveal a weapon that distinctive? Either way, Obito leaving it unused was convenient for Kenichi. The annoying part was that if Kenichi wanted it, he'd have to find Madara's base, take the gunbai, and then study exactly how it deflected ninjutsu. I saw it, the old man said simply. As he spoke, Kenichi noticed something else. Under certain angles, when the light hit just right, the man's eyes carried a faint metallic sheen. A prosthetic? That was Kenichi's first thought. In his previous life, artificial eyes existed, and they were easy to spot because they rarely moved like real ones. But when Kenichi looked again, the man's eyes seemed completely normal. They rotated naturally. His pupils tightened and expanded with the light. No stiffness. No delay. Great fireball jutsu. Kakashi struck from the side, timing at the moment he spotted an opening. Kenichi watched closely. A tuning fork-like tool snapped out from the old man's sleeve. That ear-splitting noise returned, scraping at the nerves. And with a single motion, the man used the fork to deflect Kakashi's great fireball right back at him. Kakashi's eyes widened. He dodged on instinct, landing hard in the snow, staring at the old man with obvious shock and uncertainty. Kenichi's gaze sharpened. A name surfaced in his mind, suddenly fitting too well. Are you Amato? Kenichi asked. The chief scientist wanted by Dodo. The men said to have built countless unbelievable things in the land of snow. The creator of the chakra-absorbing metal. Even if this man hadn't produced that metal in front of them yet, the tool he used to deflect ninjutsu didn't look like something an ordinary person could obtain. Kenichi had never seen combat methods or ninja tools like this before. That alone suggested uniqueness. And uniqueness suggested a creator. Oh. The old man raised an eyebrow, then shrugged casually. You know me. Did that usurping daimyo put a bounty on my head? He admitted it without hesitation. Kenichi's interest rose immediately. Amato clearly wasn't just clever. Between this strange weapon and the chakra-absorbing metal he'd supposedly made, this man's scientific ability was no joke. You're a scientist, Kenichi said, measuring him. Are you really? Amato tilted his head, expression amused. Kenichi waved a hand and dispelled the thick mist around them. Then he pulled out a sealing scroll, unrolled it, and released a table and several chairs directly onto the snow. He gestured politely. An invitation. To Kakashi's disbelief, Amato actually walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down like this was the most natural thing in the world. Then he calmly produced a small heating device and began brewing coffee. Coffee. Kakashi stood off to the side feeling like he'd missed an entire era of shinobi development. A moment ago they were trading killing moves. Now they were having a conversation, like two merchants negotiating price, except one of them had just tried to poison the other. I'm a scientist, Amato said, sounding pleased with himself. His eyes held interest as they rested on Kenichi. It sounds like you are too. Yes. Kenichi nodded. I'm Kenichi. A shinobi, and also someone walking the path of pursuing truth. He truly hadn't expected this outcome. Coming out with Kakashi, he hadn't just run into Princess Koyuki. He'd met Amato as well, and this scientist's strength was even more troublesome than Kenichi had assumed. So Kenichi began talking with Amato. And within a few exchanges, the conversation flew straight past Kakashi's comprehension. Amato poured a cup and handed it toward Kakashi mid-discussion. Have some coffee. Kakashi accepted it blankly. It was hot. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 240, Is it still the same person if memories differ? Chapter 240, Is it still the same person if memories differ? Mr. Amamiya, Amato asked suddenly, if a person's memories are different, but the body is the same, is it still the same person? Kenichi froze for a beat. It was a genuinely interesting question. Beside them, Kakashi was quietly drinking coffee as well. He'd noticed Kenichi drinking it first. If Kenichi could swallow it without dropping dead, then it was probably safe. Still, hearing that question, Kakashi couldn't help glancing at Amato with curiosity. Why did it sound so heavy? I think that's hard to answer, Kenichi said after a moment. He shrugged and took another sip. If the body is the same but the memories are completely different, then at a certain point, even they wouldn't think they're the same person anymore. The coffee really was good. That question reminds me of a condition called dissociative identity disorder, Kenichi continued with a faint smile. People with it develop 2 or more personalities. In his previous life, people often mixed that up with schizophrenia. But the core idea many understood was this: one natural person could end up with multiple personas for various reasons. Their personalities and behavioral patterns could be completely different. And once you went deeper, the problem stopped being theoretical. It became an issue tangled in ethics, law, and medicine. Some mentally ill offenders couldn't be held fully criminally responsible. In extreme cases, even murder might not result in a death sentence, only confinement in a mental institution under strict supervision. But setting criminal cases aside, there was still a more uncomfortable question. If those separate personalities were truly distinct, could they be treated as separate people with the full rights of ordinary individuals? Just debating it could take days. Kenichi set the cup down lightly, then looked at Amato with interest. But you didn't ask that for no reason. Did something happen, Mr. Amato? Amato hesitated, gaze lowered to the coffee for a moment. Then he spoke, voice quieter than before. A friend of mine, he said slowly, someone I was very close to, lost his memory due to an illness. Now his personality is completely different from before. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's your friend and not you? He didn't say it out loud, but he understood the shape of the problem immediately. Amato's friend was still physically the same person, but their temperament had flipped into something almost unrecognizable. Amato couldn't accept that change, so he'd been searching for a way to understand it, or fix it. And that gave Kenichi an opening. From their earlier fight and the conversation afterward, Kenichi could tell Amato was strong. More importantly, he was a dangerous scientist, the kind that didn't just study ideas but built tools that could change the rules of combat. Kenichi still hadn't forgotten the tuning fork that could reflect ninjutsu. Even if Kenichi couldn't drag Amato into his lab permanently, he couldn't let someone like this simply walk away. Mr. Amato, Kenichi said, leaning back slightly, I have some personal insights when it comes to memory and the soul. Is that so? Amato lifted his eyebrows, took a sip, and didn't say anything else. Kenichi understood what that meant. Talk was cheap. Amato wanted proof. So Kenichi shifted the angle. Is your friend dead? He asked. There had been something off in Amato's concern. It felt too deep, too personal. Amato went silent for a long time. Then he nodded once. He's dead. Then do you have any body tissue? Kenichi asked calmly. If you give it to me, I can temporarily revive your friend for a short period. He said it plainly, like offering a medical consultation. He wasn't joking. He intended to use the method behind Edo Tensei to pull Amato closer. And frankly, Edo Tensei was useful in its own right. Revive him. Amato's eyes widened. For a short period. He understood ninjutsu well enough to know how absurd that sounded. As far as he knew, there was no technique that could bring someone back. Yes, Kenichi said. For a short period, though it's not necessarily that short. It can usually last several days, as long as your friend is willing to. Edo Tensei had a problem. Those brought back often clung to the Pure Land as if it were their true home. Many preferred staying there rather than returning to the living world, even temporarily. Amato didn't answer right away. He stared into his cup, thinking. Kenichi didn't rush him. He sat with his arms folded and drank the coffee Amato had brewed. It had to be said, this old gentleman didn't just know science. He knew coffee. After a while, Amato finally spoke again. Must it be from the deceased's body? He asked. Would other clones work? Kenichi blinked, genuinely surprised. So this man had researched cloning. The implication was obvious. A cloned body didn't carry the personality Amato wanted. Or rather, even if the body matched, it still wasn't the same person. It has to be from the deceased, Kenichi said. Otherwise, if you give me a different clone, then it's possible that clone is what gets revived instead. If anything, Kenichi's interest only grew. Kakashi, off to the side, watched his friend with a complicated expression. Was it really fine to discuss this in front of him? Logically, this belonged in a mission report, handed straight to the Hokage. Kakashi's jaw tightened. He looked torn for a moment. Then, instead of listening anymore, he simply got up and went off to do some physical activity. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, The Rise and Fall of Prices Can Also Indicate the Coming of War. Chapter 241, The Rise and Fall of Prices Can Also Indicate the Coming of War. Can it succeed? Amato asked, clearly nervous. Beside him, Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head, then glanced at the men in front of him. To be honest, Kenichi hadn't expected Amato to carry his daughter's hair on him. Perhaps because he knew Kenichi would immediately learn the resurrected person's identity, and there would be no way to hide it, Amato simply laid everything on the table. The one he wanted to bring back was his own daughter. His daughter had died of illness. Amato had been researching ways to revive her for a long time, but so far, there had been no meaningful progress. A clone daughter was not the same as the daughter he had lost. The clone had an extreme personality and a terrible temper, something Amato could not accept. That was why he had been searching for a better method. After learning that this technique required a living sacrifice, Amato, who had just helped Koyuki, grabbed a snow ninja who had been cleaning the port streets and threw him in front of Kenichi. Don't worry, Kenichi said, waving a hand. This technique will succeed. The only real question is whether your daughter can accept it after she's brought back. Kenichi wasn't worried about failure. Since Edo Tensei, this forbidden technique, had been developed, there were no recorded failures. Kenichi didn't believe he would be the first, especially not when resurrecting a little girl, Amato's daughter, rather than some terrifying figure. If it were Madara, or a genius like the first or second Hokage, then Kenichi would be cautious. But failing to resurrect Amato's daughter? The odds were practically zero. Kenichi completed the ritual steps. Then, with a clap of his hands, a coffin rose from beneath the ground. The lid opened. A girl stepped out. Akabe. Amato's eyes reddened as he stared at her. Kenichi's mouth twitched. That name made it hard to know what to say. Akabe. It didn't really sound like a girl's name. Still, looking at the girl now standing before them, Kenichi had to admit she was pretty. Her features were delicate, and there was a distinct charm to her. Only the cracks across her face, the unmistakable marks of Edo Tensei, gave her an eerie edge. Father. Akabe opened her eyes. She looked around blankly, then spotted Amato as he stumbled toward her on unsteady legs. Kenichi watched the reunion without a word. He moved to the side, sat down, and poured himself tea. He deliberately left space for the father and daughter. That was also a way to win Amato over. After all, who would want an audience while they were letting their emotions out? Besides, Kenichi had made a few modifications to the Edo Tensei procedure himself, specifically to prevent Amato from copying it. From Amato's demeanor, it didn't seem like he would try, but caution never hurt. Are you planning to recruit him? Kakashi sat across from Kenichi. He had seen the coffin rise, but he didn't know what technique it was, only that it had to be forbidden. More or less. Kenichi nodded. Amato had said the device he developed was called a ninjutsu reversal device. It could reflect most ninjutsu. Exactly how many it could reflect was still being tested. But Amato hadn't explained the principle behind it. Kenichi understood. No one handed out core technology for free. Even so, the value of that device was absurd. If they made a larger version, or used the principle to create something else, and then applied that reflection to bases and airships, wouldn't that become a completely different kind of protective barrier? An upgraded one, at that. Instead of simply blocking attacks, it would reflect incoming ninjutsu back at the attacker. That would guarantee the safety of an airship. And if they could extend the same technology further, perhaps they could build a shield that also resisted physical impact. The moment Kenichi saw that ninjutsu reversal device, all kinds of ideas sprouted in his head. But every one of those ideas required the same starting condition. Recruit Amato. Kenichi could force Amato to work for him if he wanted to, but he understood something very clearly. For scientists of this level, willing cooperation often produced better results than a knife at the throat. Kakashi watched Kenichi drink tea, his eyes complicated. His old friend was still the same. He looked a bit more mature, but his personality hadn't really changed. Kakashi, Kenichi said, glancing toward Amato. Amato was still with his daughter, and it looked like the reunion would take a while. How's Guy been lately? He was taking advantage of the moment to learn a few things from Kakashi. Of course, he couldn't be too obvious. Start with small talk, then casually probe Konoha's current situation. Kakashi didn't mind chatting about that kind of thing. But the moment Kenichi's questions drifted toward the village's recent state, Kakashi fell silent. Kenichi didn't press immediately. Instead, he sighed and shifted the topic as if it were nothing. I remember back when I ran missions, a full set of ninja tools only cost a little over 3,000 ryo, Kenichi said. I didn't expect them to go for 4 or 5,000 outside. It's not cheap in the village anymore either, Kakashi said before he could stop himself. A set of ninja tools costs 4,300 ryo now. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Prices in the village had risen, and fast. Sometimes, price movement was intelligence on its own. But the Hokage's office didn't really think like that, so Kakashi hadn't treated it as something sensitive. Kenichi's gaze sharpened slightly as he thought it through. Ninja tools were basically a standardized package, something every shinobi bought before missions. Kunai, shuriken, soldier pills, and other essentials were bundled together. Most of the time, prices stayed stable. A sudden jump meant one thing. Someone had been buying in bulk, in a short time. And that usually happened when people were preparing for conflict. Kenichi lowered his cup. Could it be, the Uchiha clan was running out of patience? p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 242, Kara. Chapter 242, Kara. If the Uchiha couldn't hold back and decided to stir up trouble, would that accelerate the Akatsuki organization's plan? Kenichi hadn't seriously considered that before. But judging from Konoha's current situation, it was obvious this mess wouldn't be solved overnight. It would take time. In the original story, it was never clearly stated why the Akatsuki only began carrying out their plan after Naruto had grown up and become stronger. From Kenichi's perspective, the simplest explanation was that the organization still hadn't gathered enough information, or recruited enough manpower. And now, with Hayden and Itachi not joining, the timing of Akatsuki's plan became even more uncertain. Come to think of it. I've changed so many things without even realizing it. Kenichi shook his head. Still, he couldn't be bothered to worry about Konoha's internal affairs. With the third Hokage and Danzo around, he estimated nothing truly catastrophic would happen. His attention shifted to Amato, who was still talking with his daughter. It was obvious that after being separated for so long, the two of them had endless things to say. But if Kenichi let them continue, there was no telling when they would finally stop. So Kenichi walked over. The moment he approached, Amato understood what he wanted. I'll cooperate with you, Amato said bluntly, but I also want some of your research data on that technique. Kenichi wasn't surprised. During his conversation with Akabe, Amato had confirmed something critical. The girl in front of him was truly his daughter, not one of those fake clones. Her personality, her memories, even her little habits, everything matched perfectly. So Amato had already made his decision to cooperate with Kenichi. Not to mention, this was also a mission from the organization. A wise choice, Kenichi said with a shrug. But you should know there's no such thing as a free lunch. Sharing Edo Tensei research data wasn't an issue, but it would absolutely require something in return. I have a set of cloning data, Amato offered without hesitation. We can use that as the exchange. Amato knew Kenichi had also been researching cloning. This condition would be attractive. And it was. Kenichi admitted he was interested, because this was cloning, and he had already seen some of Amato's results. Amato had a cloned corpse of his daughter. Its appearance was identical to the daughter Kenichi had brought back with Edo Tensei. According to Amato, the problem with these clones was that they had no prior memories, their personalities were unstable, and their growth rate was shocking. They could grow into adults within 3 months, but their aging cycle was also extremely short. After 1 year, they basically couldn't maintain combat effectiveness. This was the exact kind of wall Kenichi had been hitting with cloning research. Hearing that, Kenichi decided he had to get his hands on Amato's data. Amato's research had clearly surpassed both Kenichi's and his teachers. With that knowledge, Kenichi could attempt other directions as well. Anything else? Kenichi still chose to haggle. Amato was clearly very interested in Edo Tensei. If Kenichi pushed a bit, he might be able to squeeze out more, such as the design concept and structural diagrams for the ninjutsu reflection device. The ninjutsu reflection device, Amato said calmly. But you only get it after my daughter is fully revived. Amato knew exactly what bait he held. Kenichi didn't argue. That was enough for an exchange. Anything else could be extracted slowly later. He wasn't in a hurry. He was only curious what his teacher would think, but Kenichi felt that as long as his teacher saw Amato's results, he wouldn't object. Still, to avoid any small issue damaging their master and disciple relationship, Kenichi decided to bring Amato to meet his teacher. And he also needed to find Koyuki. As for Kakashi, he chose not to travel with Kenichi. Kenichi didn't force him. He knew Kakashi's personality. Once he decided to leave, he would not stay. So Kenichi could only say goodbye. I hope the next time we meet, we won't be enemies, Kakashi said, smiling helplessly at his old friend. Kakashi had briefly considered whether he should bring Kenichi back. But he quickly realized he probably couldn't. He didn't seem to be a match for his friend anymore, so he abandoned that idea. Instead, he planned to return with intelligence about the land of snow. As for Kenichi and Orochimaru, Kakashi would pretend he didn't know. Otherwise, he would have to explain too much, and that would be troublesome. And since Konoha had no spies in the land of snow, Kakashi didn't have to worry about his choice being exposed. Kenichi watched Kakashi go, then turned and started walking with Amato. Amato's eyes were hard to read. He had previously joined a mysterious organization called Kara. Inside Kara, he had received new missions. Infiltrate different countries and different hidden villages, obtain their latest scientific research results, and bring the data back to the organization. Amato was one of the people assigned to do exactly that. This time, he had been ordered to enter the land of snow and help its scientists complete the research and synthesis of chakra-absorbing metal. His next objective was to seek out other high-tech talent. And at the top of that list were the former Konoha Sannin, now traitors, Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's disciple, Kenichi. So after learning Kenichi's identity, Amato decided to find a way to join him, then obtain the latest research results from Kenichi and his teacher. What Amato hadn't expected was this. Compared to Kara, which was still stuck at the stage of, we can help you revive your daughter after you complete the goal, Kenichi had produced a solution far earlier. The moment Amato saw Akabe again, he nearly broke down. After losing his daughter for so long, it was the first time he could speak with her in peace and watch her smile. So if Kenichi could offer him a dream that was actually within reach, then Kara's importance immediately dropped. Let's see first, Amato thought, quickening his steps to follow Kenichi. If they can't fully revive her, then I'll. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, Koyuki's Burning Desire for Revenge. Chapter 243, Koyuki's Burning Desire for Revenge. So this person has an even better cloning system. When Amamiya Kenichi found his teacher was toying with a bright silver metal block. Hearing Kenichi's words, his teacher's eyes flashed with interest. Yes, teacher. Although his cloning also has some issues. Kenichi explained Amato's situation. To be honest, he felt that Amato's cloning technology was, in some ways, more suitable for producing clone armies. The growth cycle was fast, allowing them to reach full combat readiness quickly. Even if they could only be maintained for about a year, it was still impressive. The only unknown was whether these clones could learn ninjutsu. If they couldn't, then their practicality would drop sharply. But Kenichi felt that with his teacher and Amato working together, it wouldn't be difficult to improve this cloning technology. This problem is quite interesting, but I haven't encountered anything like it before. His teacher stood up immediately. Just as Kenichi expected, Orochimaru was indeed fascinated by the topic, and even showed clear interest in Amato himself. Watching his teacher and Amato speak back and forth, Kenichi rested his cheeks in his hands and observed in silence. For some reason, he felt strange inside. He couldn't quite describe the mood, only that it was awkward, like reconnecting with an old friend and suddenly realizing the distance between them had changed without warning. He touched his nose, then glanced at his teacher again. To be honest, when Kenichi used to spend time with his teacher, it was mostly vigilance and caution. Later, after being around him longer, that vigilance eased into a guarded trust. His teacher really was capable, and that strength earned respect. But ever since his teacher changed bodies, Kenichi realized he'd been watching him more often than before. It wasn't admiration, and it definitely wasn't anything sentimental. It was the opposite. A nagging sense of unease, like his instincts kept telling him there was something he hadn't fully understood yet. Orochimaru's presence felt different now, and Kenichi couldn't tell whether the difference was a disguise, a new habit, or a new danger. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Once the research on the Sharingan is complete, maybe it's time to start researching the soul. He forced himself to look away. So, Koyuki, can you tell me about your ki? Kenichi turned to the little girl beside him and asked. Koyuki had been found by chance when Kenichi passed by the port. This time, Amato had no objections, only watching quietly from the side. Compared to his own daughter, a strange little girl couldn't stir any pity in him. I really don't know what this ki is for. Koyuki lowered her head, not daring to meet Kenichi's gaze. She clutched the corner of her clothes, tense and nervous. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Why did he look like some kind of perverted kidnapper? He used to read pure romance manga, not the kind that got you put on a list. Just give it to me. As compensation, I'll help you get revenge. Kenichi rubbed the little brat's head with a wry smile. From the moment he saw her, he hadn't intended to be harsh. She was simply too young. Moreover, compared to Dodo, who could kill his own brother over a rumor, Kenichi felt Koyuki was more suitable to rule the land of snow. Of course, she was young now, but that didn't matter. Her age made her easy to guide from behind. Of course, Kenichi had no interest in governing the land of snow. His only interest was the thawed land and the strange plants hidden in this country, such as the yellow Springflower. This stuff was useful. After obtaining relevant data from the hidden snow village, Kenichi confirmed it could be used as an anesthetic. As long as it wasn't overdosed, it would be safe. An overdose could induce rhabdomyolysis and sudden cardiac arrest, but the treatment method was also very simple. The chakra scalpel would suffice. The solution being simple didn't mean the yellow Springflower lacked value. On the battlefield, even a 1-second mistake could decide victory or defeat. So it could be used as a small advantage to secure a win, or it could be incorporated into a hidden miss technique to develop a large-scale anesthetic ninjutsu, taking the enemy commander's head before they even realized they'd fallen. Revenge. Really? Koyuki sprang up at once. She grabbed Kenichi's hand, her big eyes brimming with desperate hope as she asked again, as if afraid he would take it back. Kenichi fell silent. He suddenly realized something. To him, Dodo was just a pawn, a disposable piece to trade for what he needed. But to the girl in front of him, he was the man standing on the side that had taken her father. It was like the 3 great wars the shinobi world had already endured. Each war swallowed countless lives. The Kage calculated gains and losses, discussed victory and defeat, and the dead became numbers in a report. But behind every number, hatred quietly fermented. Kenichi understood why people like Ihiko and Nagato could be born from an era like this. Hatred brewed into a rich, poisonous wine. Yes. Kenichi nodded, his voice steady. I'll help you kill Dodo, and everyone involved in the rebellion. Koyuki burst into tears. Her shoulders shook as she cried, but her hands moved quickly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Trembling, eyes red, she offered up the hexagonal crystal she had guarded like her last lifeline. Is this it? My father only gave me this. Koyuki asked through her sobs, holding the crystal out to him. Kenichi looked at it and nodded. It was indeed the thing. It was the key to open the door, but it wasn't shaped like a key at all. It was a special crystal, unmistakable. Good. Kenichi accepted it, then rubbed her head again with a soft chuckle. I'll keep my promise, and I'll help you get revenge. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 244, Sage Art. Lightning Release. Roar of Thunder. Chapter 244, Sage Art. Lightning Release. Roar of Thunder. Amamiya. Kenichi knew he was a contradictory person. On one hand, for the sake of experiments, he could tie an ordinary person to his operating table without hesitation. On the other, facing Koyuki's tears, he did not mind helping her take revenge. Dodo would probably be willing to spend money to save his own life, but Kenichi found the idea of cooperating with that kind of person revolting. Trying to kill your own brother over a rumor, without even knowing what the rumor actually was. Kenichi felt that calling such a person human was an insult to humanity. Even he could not do something like that. If you were blood brothers, couldn't you just sit down and talk? Unless there was truly no affection left between them. But according to Koyuki, her father had treated her uncle very well back then, and he had been a competent, responsible older brother. More importantly, cooperating with Koyuki could bring Kenichi greater benefits. He had no interest in becoming a daimyo, but having a whole country as a testing ground was not a bad option. Not to mention. Current research subject, chakra parasite. Research progress, 99.93%. The research was nearing completion. Kenichi needed a place to run experiments and see what these so-called ancient parasites were really capable of. To be honest, he had not paid close attention to this project for a long time, so he had not expected it to be entering its final stage now. To avoid attracting attention for the time being, he needed a relatively secluded location to test the chakra parasite's effects on both ordinary people and shinobi, then decide how to use it. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru, who was still talking with Amato. Orochimaru was clearly engrossed, as if he had finally met a scientist on the same level, which explained his unusually animated mood. No need to bother teacher with this. Kenichi stood up, stretched, then turned to Koyuki and held out his hand. All right. Koyuki, let's go. Koyuki grabbed his hand tightly. Where are we going? She had a rough guess, but when the moment actually came, it still felt unreal. Could she really avenge her father so quickly? Kenichi looked down at her. Her hand was trembling in his grip. Even so, she stared at him without blinking, as if begging him to say the words she needed to hear. To send Dodo on his way, Kenichi said with a soft chuckle. He was nothing more than the useless daimyo of the land of snow. Even if he died, it would not cause a ripple among the 5 great villages. Even if everyone in the land of snow died, the 5 great villages would not care. Tears flashed in Koyuki's eyes. She sniffled hard, widened her eyes, and forced the tears back before they could spill. Holding her small hand, Kenichi walked out. Orochimaru naturally noticed. He had even heard the conversation between his disciple and Koyuki, but he truly did not care. It was only Doto. If he died, then he died. Nearby, Amato watched Kenichi and Koyuki's retreating figures. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He did not particularly care about the land of snow's politics, but Kenichi's choice still earned a bit more of his approval. No one disliked making friends with decent people. With them, you did not have to constantly worry about getting stabbed in the back. Bad people could still get results, but you cooperated with them out of necessity, not trust. Mr. Amato, Orochimaru asked, studying him, regarding genetics, what are your thoughts on genetic programming? He and Amato had just been discussing genetic issues. Kenichi had been stuck in this area for a long time, and as his teacher, Orochimaru felt it was necessary to help his not-so-promising disciple. Amato's eyes sharpened immediately. The biggest problem with genetic programming is how to prevent genetic collapse after gene insertion, he said without hesitation. That issue has troubled me for a very long time. The Snow Shadow Building, a luxurious 3-story structure, stood under heavy guard. Shinobi surrounded it, posted at every entrance. Their outfits almost made Kenichi laugh. Their appearance copied Konoha's ANBU style so closely it was shameless. Even their masks were nearly identical, making Kenichi shake his head. Sometimes, Konoha looked like it had its flaws, but its influence was undeniable. Even a distant country like the Land of Snow was imitating Konoha's style. It was hard to describe. Let's go, Kenichi said calmly. We'll just walk straight in. He had already confirmed the strength of the Land of Snow's shinobi. The strongest were likely the 3 who had attacked Kakashi earlier. Together, they were around Jounin level. But individually, they were not enough. And even Jounin would not be enough to stop Kenichi, unless a Kage-level powerhouse appeared in the Land of Snow. In a small country like this, that was naturally impossible. Is this okay? Koyuki asked nervously. Isn't it too dangerous to just walk in like that? Of course it's fine, Kenichi replied unhurriedly. Still holding her hand, he walked up to the Snow Shadow Building's entrance. The moment they approached, 2 gate guards stepped forward and blocked the way. Who are you? One demanded. What is your purpose here? The other guard's eyes fell on Koyuki. He froze for a split second, then ecstasy flashed across his face. He reached out to grab her. Kenichi watched the scene with exasperation. Did these idiots from the hidden snow village have no concept of danger? trying to snatch someone right beside him, without even waiting for him to speak. Kenichi released Koyuki's hand. Then he clenched his right fist and drew a blade of crackling lightning released straight from his left palm. A booming roar of thunder echoed across the capital of the land of snow. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, How high is the possibility of forming a giant thousand-handed bodhisattva with lightning release? Chapter 245, How high is the possibility of forming a giant thousand-handed bodhisattva with lightning release? Did it thunder? But it's not raining. Several villagers in the capital of the land of snow looked up at the sky in confusion. They had clearly heard the thunder. It had rolled across the entire city like a warning bell, yet there were no dark clouds overhead, and no rain in the air. Maybe it's dry lightning, someone muttered, uncertain. Inside the Snow Kage building, the two shinobi who had blocked the entrance were already lying on the floor, lifeless. Kenichi held Koyuki's hand as he stepped over their bodies and continued forward. Koyuki could not help glancing down. The two men who had tried to grab her were now charred black, their bodies still giving off a faint burnt smell. A chill ran through her. She tightened her grip on Kenichi's hand, clinging to him as if that was the only solid thing left. Who are you? A group of hidden snow shinobi rushed out, shouting with forced anger. This is the Snow Kage building. But the moment Kenichi walked past them, lightning roaring in one hand while he calmly held Koyuki with the other, every last one of them turned tail and fled. What a joke. They had just watched him kill people. His strength was terrifying. None of them wanted to be next. Besides, Dodo had only recently taken power. Expecting him to have a swarm of loyal followers willing to die for him was asking too much. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? With such a commotion, it would be ridiculous to claim Dodo knew nothing. By the time Kenichi reached the second floor, Dodo was already waiting, along with the three shinobi Kenichi had encountered earlier. Dodo stared at Kenichi with a gloomy expression. Naturally, he also noticed his little niece, Koyuki, being led by the hand. When Dodo's gaze landed on her, greed flickered in his eyes for an instant. Then he looked back at Kenichi, wary and cautious. This man was dangerous. Lord Dodo, Kenichi said calmly, I'm only here to help this little girl reclaim what belongs to her. He was not wearing a mask, and he was not dressed in Akatsuki clothing. Dodo had no way to recognize him. Kenichi was dealing with the employer directly this time. If his identity got out, it could cause unnecessary trouble later. So he had dressed plainly, making sure no one could tie him to anything else. What belongs to her? Dodo's face twisted. This world belongs to the strong. I'm only taking what should be mine. What do you want? Money? Or the great secret treasure? He looked disgusted, as if Kenichi were nothing more than another meddler trying to extort him. Kenichi curled his lips. He did not understand people like this. He had already come to their doorstep, killed his way in, and stood right in front of them. Did they seriously think he was here to bargain for money? They talked too much. If they wanted to fight, then fight. Why waste breath? Still, Dodo and the three behind him were interesting opponents. Their combat style suggested an ice release bloodline limit. The three shinobi directly used ice release techniques without hesitation. If possible, Kenichi wanted to collect blood samples after the battle to build a gene bank. Better yet, leaving one alive for experiments would be ideal. Lightning patterns crawled across Kenichi's eyes as he focused. Dealing with them was not hard. But if he wanted to end this cleanly, without any accidents, he needed to be serious. If he made a mistake in front of Koyuki, it would be embarrassing. Great horned whale. Icebird dance. Before Kenichi even moved, they attacked first. A massive whale formed from ice burst through the structure of the Snow Kage building and lunged toward him. For a moment, Kenichi could not help admiring it. Ignoring everything else, the scene was genuinely beautiful. A giant whale of pure ice was breathtaking. In his previous life, something like this could have won awards for spectacle alone. Kenichi drew a deep breath. Flames exploded from his mouth in a surging torrent, instantly swallowing the ice whale. The same wave of fire pushed forward, hammering toward Dodo and Roga Nadar as well. Damn it. Dodo cursed through clenched teeth. What kind of fire release is this? His mind spun with fury and disbelief. How could his useless niece be this lucky? To find someone this strong, someone willing to stand up for her. And those two shinobi he hired were not even here. Otherwise. Before he could finish dealing with the overwhelming fire release, thick fog spread across the corridor. Dodo had no time to process what was happening. A glowing ball of lightning flew in, then vanished the instant it entered the mist. Wait. Kenichi stood outside the fog, listening to the screams inside, his expression turning thoughtful. If the first Hokage could construct a giant thousand hands bodhisattva with wood release, then can I also form something massive with lightning release? The idea latched onto his mind and would not let go. Kenichi created a shadow clone and had it stay with Koyuki, telling her to wait nearby. Then he turned away and began trying to shape lightning release into the form he wanted. The fog slowly thinned, lightning scattering in short, snapping bursts. When the mist finally cleared, Dodo and Roga Nadar lay weakly on the floor, barely able to move. Despair filled Dodo's eyes. What was wrong with that monster outside? This kind of strength was beyond reason. And why would someone like that help his useless niece? Was it truly for the great secret treasure? Then Dodo's pupils shrank. A giant sword made of lightning had taken shape in front of him, suspended directly above their heads like a divine executioner's blade. It's a bit ugly, Kenichi sighed, looking up at his own creation, but there's nothing to be done. Lightning release is hard to stabilize into complex shapes. He had wanted to create a lightning giant, but condensing that kind of structure was too difficult. In the end, he could only make a sword. And a crude one at that, the kind that would make even a dog shake its head in disgust. Dodo and Roga lay there trembling, their eyes squeezed shut as they waited for death. Kenichi could not help smiling. Then, as if remembering something amusing, he walked over to Dodo and looked down at him. Dodo glared back with stubborn, unwilling eyes. Actually, Kenichi said softly, the great secret treasure you want so badly is just a heater. It only exists to make some of this country's frozen land livable. Dodo's face turned ashen. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Torture Device in the Name of Love. Chapter 246, Torture Device in the Name of Love. Useless trash. What did you think the great treasure was? Kenichi sneered, ice cold. How does it feel to kill your own brother for a heater? He enjoyed crushing people like this. Once he understood what someone had chased their whole life, the perfect blade was already in his hand. Dodo was undoubtedly ambitious. He had brazenly attacked his own brother to seize the so-called great treasure, dreaming of becoming one of the world's top figures. Kenichi had no idea where that confidence came from, but one thing was certain. Dodo had obsessed over that treasure for years. You're lying to me, right? Dodo stared at him wildly, eyes bulging, almost crazed. You must be lying. Why would I need to lie? Kenichi smiled. I already found Amato. This is what he told me. The so-called great treasure is just a heater, something that lets the land of snow have a little land suitable for living and cultivation. You're lying to me. Kenichi shook his head. Dodo did not truly disbelieve him. He simply refused to believe. Because the moment he accepted it, he would also have to accept that he threw away his brother's life, and his own, for a piece of trash. Kenichi grabbed Ruga and turned to leave. Above them, the giant sword of lightning fell. Dodo and the other two shinobi went silent at once. The Snow Kage building was ruined. Nearby, terrified civilians trembled in place, and several shinobi wearing hidden snow headbands stood frozen, too scared to move. Kenichi tossed the dog-like Ruga onto the ground. Then he had a shadow clone bring Koyuki over. The usurper was dead, but that did not mean the matter was finished. He still had to help Koyuki take the throne. She was too young, which meant a young lord in a suspicious country. But with Kenichi standing here, and with the former Snow Kage building in ruins as proof of what happened to those who resisted, it was unlikely anyone would dare make a move. Besides, Dodo had not usurped power for long. There were probably still people loyal to Koyuki's father. Now it's up to you, Kenichi said, rubbing Koyuki's head. The land of snow cannot be without a daimyo, and it cannot be without a Snow Kage. Koyuki bit her lower lip. She glanced at Dodo's corpse, then drew a shaky breath. But I don't know how, she whispered, lowering her head. She was still a child. Expecting her to understand how to govern a country was absurd. Kenichi was briefly speechless. In the end, he could only help her speak a few simple lines, enough to steady the room and give everyone a direction. And without any suspense, by virtue of her surname, Koyuki became the new daimyo of the land of snow, and also the new Snow Kage. Kenichi did not publicly declare any official position, but the tragic fate of the previous Snow Kage building was more than enough to silence most ambitions. As Koyuki nervously handled problem after problem, Kenichi stood to the side with his arms crossed. Ruga lay at his feet, already bound tightly. You're no better, you ambitious bastard. Ruga sneered, then spat, trying to hit Kenichi's foot. He fell short. And that little brat, Ruga continued, eyes vicious, she's your puppet, isn't she? Kenichi glanced at him and said nothing. Ruga had been close to the two shinobi who just died. He was likely trying to provoke Kenichi into killing him, so he could follow them. Why aren't you talking? Ruga's grin turned feral. Did I hit a nerve? Kenichi sighed. This man was truly annoying. If Kenichi did not want to confirm whether Ruga truly possessed ice release, he would have sent him to reunite with his brothers long ago. Bark. Keep barking, Kenichi said flatly. He casually stepped on Ruga's head, pressing it into the floor. You'll learn soon enough what it means to beg for death. Once Ruga fell into his teacher's hands, he would not be able to live or die. Kenichi still did not even know what state Haiden was in now. That man should still be trapped in the laboratory, soaking in nutrient solution day after day. Bloodline limit samples were priceless. If they could fully map the genes of people like this, maybe they could infer the bloodline web. Kenichi suspected the so-called bloodline web was something only pure-blood Akatsuki possessed. Like Kagaya. Like the Sage of Six Paths. No one else had it. At most, there was only the third Tsuchikage's dust release. Still, listening to Ruga bark non-stop was exhausting. Kenichi thought for a moment, then slapped Ruga's stomach. A faint current drilled inward. Ruga's abdomen and intestines spasmed violently, and he screamed in pain, body jerking against the bindings. Kenichi watched with a small smile. You know, he said lightly, someone once called this kind of thing a loving device. They said it lets men experience the pain of childbirth, so husbands can understand their wives. His eyes narrowed with quiet contempt. But it was never the same thing. It was just torture with a nice name. In his previous life, Kenichi had always respected every mother. But those so-called childbirth experience machines were nothing but top-tier scams. Men and women had different physiology. There was no real way to replicate that pain. Most of those machines simply used electric stimulation to force abdominal muscles and internal tissues into spasms, creating intense pain. It was dangerous, too. Muscle and organ spasms could lead to necrosis, even life-threatening complications. There had even been news about a man dragged by his girlfriend to try it. A portion of his intestines necrosed and had to be removed. The marriage fell apart, and legal responsibility followed. So yes, it was a torture device disguised as love. People held it up, shouting, "Don't you love her?" while they hurt someone like it was entertainment. Kenichi had no problem using it on a captive. Even if Ruga's body developed issues, Kenichi could simply use the mystical palm technique to force recovery. There was no need to worry about necrosis. If you have the guts. Ruga gasped, face twisted in sweat, "Just kill me." Kenichi shook his head. He activated his Sharingan. Ruga finally went quiet. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Prestige. Chapter 247, Prestige. You want to set up a laboratory in this country? When Kenichi found his teacher, Orochimaru was calmly drinking tea. Amato sat beside him, also with a cup in hand. The capital of the Land of Snow was quiet now. Most civilians had no strong opinion about the change of daimyo and kage. To them, as long as their daily lives were not affected, it hardly mattered who sat on the throne. That was how most ordinary people were. Unless the new ruler did something truly unbearable, they would not care much about a shift in power. It made things far easier for Kenichi. He only needed to intimidate the shinobi who had participated in the rebellion. And since Koyuki was the daughter of the former daimyo, she still held the advantage of legitimacy. More importantly, some of the hidden snow shinobi were still loyal to the previous ruler. Kenichi judged that stabilizing the Land of Snow would not take too long. His eyes flicked toward Amato. While Kenichi had been handling matters outside, Amato had clearly reached some kind of cooperation with Orochimaru. Otherwise, his teacher would still be locked in an endless discussion of scientific theory. "No, teacher. This place is too remote," Kenichi said, shaking his head. Coming here every time would waste too much time. He had invented hot air balloons and airships. Travel by air was already far faster than before. But the reality remained that the Land of Snow was simply far from the land of rice fields. Once or twice was fine. But doing it repeatedly would become unbearable. It reminded him of commuting in his previous life. When the travel time was too long, going to and from work every day felt like torture. Even with an airship, it still took 2 full days to travel from the land of rice fields to the Land of Snow. There was no way around it. Kenichi wanted to go faster, but the Land of Snow was too far, and the conditions were harsh. The flight path was brutal. He did not even dare use wind release to accelerate, afraid the airship would be torn apart by the strain. Falling would not kill him, but rebuilding an airship would be a headache. And the Land of Snow was isolated across the sea. Setting up a laboratory here for long-term use had some appeal, but the center of the shinobi world was not here. Building a full research base in the Land of Snow would also take a long time. In the end, the land of rice fields was still the better choice. Consumables, materials, and new scientific tools could all be replenished smoothly there. In the Land of Snow, everything would have to be shipped in by his own transport or by sea routes. Either way, it was a grind. In Kenichi's eyes, the land of snow was positioned a bit like Big Mao in his previous world. A vast region with a harsh environment. Sparse population, and naturally fewer organizations or hidden villages targeting it. Kenichi even suspected that even Black Zetsu would not feel motivated to come all the way out here. Orochimaru took a sip of tea. He was not forcing the idea, only offering it. Isn't a deserted place safer for certain experiments? I also investigated. This country rarely suffers major geological disasters. If you set up a laboratory here, safety is easier to guarantee. There was another benefit he did not say aloud. This place was quiet. Undisturbed. Unlike the land of rice fields, where Jiraiya was always searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts across the world like a stubborn hound. Kenichi nodded. He understood his teacher's meaning. If he ignored the logistical headaches, the land of snow really was suitable for building walls high and growing power slowly. It was too far, and it drew little attention. Mr. Amato, Kenichi said, taking out the hexagonal crystal and handing it over, you know how to use this heater, right? Koyuki was still a child. Her father had not explained how to use the item when he gave it to her. Kenichi had watched the movie before, but he honestly could not remember the exact location this key opened. It was too minor a detail. Unless it was a film people rewatched again and again, most remembered only the broad strokes, not the small mechanics. Yes. I know, Amato replied. After it was built, it was kept in a specific place in the capital of the land of snow. Once you open it with this, the machine can be activated. Amato frowned as he took another sip. The tea was bitter, and it did not sit well with him. Caffeine also kept his brain sharp, so he usually preferred coffee. Still, this was his first time formally working with them. Drinking what they served was not a big deal. Kenichi glanced at him. He remembered this project had some connection to Amato. Amato had mentioned he had participated in this area of research. Mr. Amato, Kenichi asked, you helped design this heater, didn't you? Is it actually feasible? He had kept thinking about it. He had watched the first Naruto movie, but he truly could not remember whether the heating succeeded in the end. He only remembered one thing clearly. Koyuki became the queen of the land of snow. That heater. Amato answered without hesitation. It has a chance. It uses magma from a volcano as a heat source. But it could also explode. So he really had been involved. His initial reason for coming to the land of snow had not been that heater, but the daimyo had extremely high expectations. When he had nothing else pressing, he helped refine the project. Kenichi did not reply immediately. Instead, he took Koyuki and several clan heads from the hidden snow village. Following Amato's instructions, they found the location of the vault, opened it, and successfully activated the heater. Kenichi watched as the snow around them began to melt, slow at first, then more visibly. The clan heads stared in shock, their expressions tightening with disbelief. He nodded in quiet satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. He needed to build prestige for Koyuki. He could not remain in this country forever. In the end, she would have to rely on herself to resolve what came next. Of course, there were other methods as well. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Parasite. Chapter 248, Parasite. Current research subject, chakra parasite. Research progress, 99.99%. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. To be honest, ever since he began researching that fossilized parasite, he had barely paid attention to his cheat panel. It never chimed, never issued tasks, and most of the time it might as well not exist. But now the progress had finally reached the last sliver. That alone was enough to make his heart beat faster. At the same time, he could not help feeling wary. What if this last bit got stuck for days, like those download programs from his previous life that loved freezing at 99%? Fortunately, it did not take long. That night, in the dead silence of 3:30 a.m., Kenichi sat with his eyes open, watching the bar like a hawk. Then, at last, the progress ticked forward. 100%. As the research bar completed, Kenichi grew even more alert. He patted his chest, touched his scalp, and checked himself carefully. Nothing felt strange. No abnormal sensation. No crawling feeling inside his body. This time, he did not find any parasite within himself. Instead, something wriggled out of his pocket. It crawled into his palm, curled up obediently, and let out a faint chirping sound. It was about the size of a leech, pitch black, with thin red patterns etched along its body. Its head had a pair of enlarged mouthparts like a centipede's, unsettling to look at. Long tentacle-like filaments squirmed around its sides, twitching gently. In his previous life, plenty of people would have started shaking on the spot. It reminded him of that black striped ash moth that made even brave men pretend they suddenly had somewhere else to be. Is that it? Kenichi scratched his head. No extra information at all. The good news was obvious. The ancient chakra parasite had truly been brought back. The bad news was just as obvious. The research seemed to have given him a living parasite, and nothing else. No additional data. No explanation. Not even a helpful line of text. He stared at it, then exhaled slowly. At this size, you're probably a queen, aren't you? Luckily, he was not completely ignorant. He had done research in the past, and the books his teacher collected had saved him more times than he liked to admit. These ancient chakra parasites were strange creatures. According to what he had read, they operated with a strict matriarchal hierarchy. A parasite queen sat at the top, with layers of lesser parasites beneath her. Kenichi flipped through his books, searching for anything useful. Unfortunately, there was not much. Instead, page after page praised the Sage of Six Paths and his heroic achievements. The tone was practically worshipful, which irritated Kenichi more the longer he read. He was not here for a shrine. He needed parasite information. While he skimmed, the parasite in his palm stirred again. Kenichi felt a faint, odd sensation, and his gaze sharpened. The little thing seemed to be gnawing at the chakra that leaked unconsciously from the surface of his body. It can eat chakra. Kenichi's interest rose immediately. His first impulse was to dissect it. Then reason slammed that impulse back into its cage. There was only one of these. A true national treasure. If it died, it was gone. Still, the fact that it could feed directly on chakra gave him ideas. If it can grow just by feeding like this, he muttered, watching it chirp softly after eating its fill, then things get more convenient. Maybe parasitism isn't even necessary. His mouth twitched as he stared at it. Unless he personally turned into a parasite himself, he had no intention of letting a bug crawl inside his body. But if this creature truly had the ability to control other parasites, or if it could grant a host some unusual combat ability, then testing it was not impossible. He just could not hand something like this to someone else and let them control it. Kenichi paused. Then he realized he had fallen into a rigid way of thinking. Yes, this was a queen parasite. But he could tell it was strangely close to him, almost as if it regarded him as its parent. That should not have been possible. Most insects did not have concepts like affection or dependence. They moved by instinct. Some female mantises even ate their mates after breeding, simply to replenish energy. Expecting human morality from an insect was pointless. Yet this parasite was different. Because of the research process, it seemed bound to him. Dependent on him. Loyal in a way that felt almost unnatural. If that was true, then in a sense, wasn't he the one above the queen? Wouldn't that make him the one who could command it absolutely? Do a somersault, Kenichi said, testing the idea. The parasite did nothing. Kenichi clicked his tongue. So you don't understand spoken language? He tried again, but this time he focused inward. And in that moment, he sensed it. A thread of thought, faint but real. The parasite could not speak, but it sent out simple intent, longing and reverence so strong it was almost pure. Kenichi formed the command directly, pushing the meaning into that thought thread. Somersault. The parasite immediately flipped over in his palm. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. So it really works. He tested the limit. Suicide. The instant the command formed, the parasite twisted violently, trying to tear itself apart with its mouthparts. Kenichi reacted at once and stopped it. As he expected. He was the one above it. And the brutal hierarchy of insects meant that once the command was received, it would be carried out without hesitation. Since that was the case, Kenichi's mind drifted to a single person. Someone who had just become the queen and snow shadow of this country. And right now, there was no one more suitable than her. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, The Zerg Queen. Chapter 249, The Zerg Queen. All of this feels like a dream. Koyuki lay on the soft bed, staring into the dark as she replayed the day over and over. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it felt. Not long ago, she had been a fugitive, running for her life. Now she was the queen of the land of snow, and the snow kage of Yukigekure. Her uncle, the man who killed her father and seized the daimyo's throne, was dead too. His body had been burned black, then hung at the entrance to the capital as a warning to anyone with dangerous thoughts. Koyuki did not object. The girl who used to cradle small animals with trembling care had been forced to grow up, even if only a little. Major changes in life were often the quickest way to reshape a person, even when the person never wanted those changes in the first place. Mom. Dad. Koyuki's voice broke into a whisper as tears spilled down her cheeks. She hugged her pillow tightly, as if it could hold her together. I miss you so much. If you were here, maybe I wouldn't be so tired. She was still just a child. Asking a girl her age to understand everything, to carry everything, was cruel. She cried for a long time before the wave of grief finally loosened its grip. With shaking fingers, she wiped her eyes. Then she turned on the lamp beside her bed, picked up the photo frame on the nightstand, and stared at it blankly. A family portrait. A man and woman smiling gently, and a little girl between them. The moment she looked at it, her eyes reddened again. The urge to sob rose up like a storm, but she forced it down. She took several deep breaths, one after another, until the tightness in her chest eased enough to breathe. Without making a sound, she hugged the photo to her chest, lay back down, turned off the light, and drifted into sleep. When Kenichi found her, she was still sleeping. It was already very late, close to 3 or 4 in the morning. Kenichi had no intention of waiting for daylight. In the land of snow, if he did not want to be found, no one was going to find him. Moonlight spilled through the window, cutting the room into pale silver and deep shadow. It washed over Kenichi's face and the small figure on the bed alike. Koyuki slept soundly, still holding the photo frame. Kenichi paused. He hesitated, just for a moment. He did not know what changes the parasite would cause after implantation. He could not act recklessly. If the parasitism succeeded and the host could not be changed afterward, it would become a serious problem. That was why he did not intend to use random people as test subjects. But the person in front of him was Koyuki. Kenichi stood in the moonlight, expression uncertain, the shadow behind him stretching long across the floor. Koyuki, he finally said, deciding to wake her and ask for her opinion. The mother worm's loyalty to him was absolute, but Koyuki's will still mattered. She was the one who would live with the result. If she refused, forcing her would not produce the effect Kenichi wanted. He did not plan to force her. If she was unwilling, he would simply find someone else. 3-legged toads were rare these days, but 2-legged people were everywhere. In the shinobi world, there was no shortage of people desperate for revenge or desperate to climb out of their station. Many would pay any price for power. Compared to that, being parasitized by a mere bug would barely register, especially if it made them stronger. Some would even accept body modification without blinking. Yet the moment Koyuki woke and heard what Kenichi wanted, she nodded immediately. So fast that Kenichi froze. "That's a parasite," he said, looking at her as if she had just volunteered to jump off a cliff. "I don't know what the consequences will be." "Are you sure?" Koyuki looked straight at him. Her face was still pale from crying, her eyes still swollen, but her voice was steady. If it weren't for Lord Amamiya, Kazuhana Koyuki would have already died at Dodo's hands. She understood the situation clearly. She knew she did not have the leverage to bargain. And beyond that, Kenichi had helped her avenge her father. For that alone, she felt she could repay him with her life. When her parents died, her world narrowed to a single thought. Escape. Survive. Then find a chance to kill that bastard. Even if she did not kill him with her own hands, she had personally hung Dodo's corpse at the gate. No one helped her. She had used a pulley system and done it herself. Kenichi nodded slowly. At least she was not foolish. Leaving someone like her in the land of snow might not make the country flourish overnight, but it could keep stability. A long-term ruler also made it easier to carry policies through without being replaced every few years by another set of hands and another set of ambitions. As for the future, once Koyuki grew older, she would probably handle politics and the endless small problems with more skill. More importantly, the parasite could help her. Right now, Koyuki had no real strength. Kenichi had already tested her. Her physique was decent, but becoming a shinobi still required training and cultivation. His deterrence could hold the land of snow steady in the short term, but what about after he left? Human hearts were unpredictable. With something like this parasite, she would at least be able to protect herself. She would have combat power instead of being defenseless. She would not become a weak queen waiting to be swallowed. "Then we'll do it," Kenichi said at last. "With this parasite, I'll stay here for a while and observe what the mother worm can really do." He reached out with his mind, connecting to the mother worm through thought waves. At his command, the mother worm leapt onto Koyuki. Koyuki's entire body trembled. No matter how determined she was, the creature was still terrifying up close. Kenichi watched closely, recording every detail of the parasitism process. It was simple. The mother worm opened a small cut in the skin on Koyuki's shoulder. Then it twisted and burrowed inside. The wound sealed almost immediately, healing fast enough to make Kenichi lift an eyebrow. "So it has a healing effect too," he murmured. "Interesting." "Ah." Koyuki clenched the bedsheet, her knuckles turning white as pain surged through her shoulder. Kenichi glanced at her. It seemed parasitism was not painless after all. p@treon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 250, Rich Girl Falls for Poor Boy. Wake up, there's no such plot in reality. Chapter 250, Rich Girl Falls for Poor Boy. Wake up, there's no such plot in reality. Just as Kenichi was starting to worry that Koyuki might not be able to endure it, she suddenly calmed down. She lay quietly on the bed, completely still. If Kenichi could not see her chest rising and falling, he might have suspected something had happened. Normal temperature. Breathing, heartbeat, all normal. No obvious abnormalities for now. Kenichi frowned in thought. The Sharingan is convenient, but it's annoying that it can't see inside the body. His gaze sharpened. That limitation made him consider another eye. The Byakugan. It could see through the body and observe the chakra pathways directly. If it could see meridians, then it might also be able to see parasites. The only problem was obtaining one, and Kenichi was well aware of the situation surrounding the Hyuga and their eyes. As one of Konoha's two great dojutsu clans, standing alongside the Uchiha, the Hyuga held an inherently privileged position in the village. Compared to the Uchiha, who were increasingly ostracized by Konoha's higher-ups, the Hyuga were more stable and, in some ways, even stronger. That stability came from the clan's wisdom, but it also reflected the Byakugan's ceiling. It simply could not be compared to the Sharingan's upper limit. Kenichi knew the potential hidden inside the Byakugan. The problem was that most people did not. So the Hyuga's development of their eyes was, frankly, average. Most of them probably capped out around Hayashi's level. A rare few could reach Hinata's level, but even that was uncommon. Hinata's eyes were exceptionally pure, to the point that even that pervert on the moon coveted them. That fact alone said enough about how valuable Hinata's eyes were. In Kenichi's view, Hinata's bloodline was likely closer to an atavistic return, an unusually pure throwback. The Byakugan was powerful in several areas, and its ultimate form, the Tensigan, was even more terrifying. Before, Kenichi had found it difficult to move inside the village. Now it did not matter. He decided he would obtain one. As for the method, it was straightforward. First, he would ask his teacher whether Konoha had any intentions regarding the Hyuga. If Konoha did, that was perfect, and Konoha could take the blame. If Konoha did not, then he would do it himself. As for the target, the answer was obvious. The main family, preferably Hinata. That said, Kenichi actually liked Hinata. He did not intend to forcibly take her eyes. For him, obtaining tissue information would be enough. Besides, his current main research project was vacant. Who knew? If he researched Hinata's Byakugan, perhaps he could unlock something. Of course, Kenichi knew that was unrealistic. Hinata's bloodline was excellent, or she would not have been targeted by the men on the moon, who even planned to abduct her and make her his wife. It was ridiculous. Young Naruto did not even know he had gained a love rival, and a crude one at that. Still, it had not reached the point of producing the Tensigan directly. Naruto's really lucky, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. The girl who likes him held on for that long. As for other people, tisk. Naruto and Hinata's relationship was complicated. At the beginning, Naruto had no romantic feelings for Hinata at all. He liked Sakura instead. And for Hinata, as the young lady of the Hyuga main family, to like Naruto for so long was not easy. It was like a rich girl falling for someone who was ostracized and bullied, then loving him for years without wavering. Absurd, in a way. Of course, it was later proven that this poor boy was exactly the type you should not underestimate. But that was manga. This was reality. Kenichi had no intention of interfering in Naruto's romantic problems. He would let Naruto decide for himself. At that moment, Koyuki's eyelids fluttered open. Kenichi immediately leaned in. "You're awake. How do you feel?" This was the world's only chakra parasitic mother worm. If it was gone, it was truly gone. Koyuki was important, but the mother worm was far more valuable. Koyuki blinked in confusion, then looked around in shock. Even though it was night, the room was as clear to her as if it were daytime. I feel strange," she whispered. Her thoughts felt faster. Sharper. As if her mind had been pushed into overdrive. And then she swallowed hard. Her stomach growled loudly. Kenichi smiled at the sound. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a few soldier pills, then handed them to her. Koyuki ate them. Her stomach kept rumbling. Kenichi's expression shifted slightly. That was not right. Those pills could sustain him for an entire day, yet Koyuki had eaten several and still was not satisfied. "So your appetite increased after parasitism," he said. "Does the parasite need nutrients too?" That seemed likely. Parasites grew. Growth required fuel. And from what he had seen so far, the parasite had two sources of energy. One was chakra. The mother worm had gnawed on his chakra before. The second was ordinary food, converted into energy through the body. I think so. Koyuki answered uncertainly. She could feel something inside her. Nothing painful, nothing wrong, but undeniably present. It was strange, like an unfamiliar weight in her body that did not belong. A faint voice echoed in her mind. Hunger. Starving. Eat. It was unsettling, but it did not override her own thoughts. Wait a moment, Kenichi said. He placed his hand on Koyuki's head. Then a thin stream of yang-released chakra flowed into her. He controlled it carefully, keeping the amount small so it would not harm her body. Soon, he found it. His parasite. It was in Koyuki's brain. The instant it sensed his chakra, the mother worm reacted with obvious excitement. It fed greedily, swallowing his chakra as if it were the most perfect meal. Only when it was full did Kenichi withdraw his chakra. As he expected, for a chakra parasite, chakra itself was the best food. It reached full quickly on chakra, unlike soldier pills, which would require a large amount. Kenichi smiled. It looks like you'll need to find a way to become a shinobi quickly, he said. Now that parasitism has succeeded, next comes studying what this thing can really do. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Koyuki affected by parasites. Chapter 251, Koyuki affected by parasites. The queen parasite also needed time to grow. That was something Kenichi had not expected. To be honest, he had been thinking that once the implantation succeeded, he could immediately have Koyuki produce a batch of small parasites for experiments. So you're saying you can already hold a simple conversation with her? Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Overnight, the queen parasite had already developed to that stage. It grew incredibly fast and seemed to possess decent intelligence. Kenichi could not tell whether that was because it had parasitized Koyuki or due to some other factor, but either way, he was satisfied. Compared to a subordinate with no brain who only followed orders, a subordinate capable of independent thought was far better. At the very least, it reduced the chance of a mission failing due to some unforeseen situation. And with an intelligent queen parasite, managing the smaller parasites would likely become much easier as well. The only issue was its loyalty. Its loyalty to him was too high, so high that even Kenichi felt uncomfortable. Worse, Koyuki's gaze toward him had started to feel strange. Yes, Lord Amamiya. Koyuki spoke respectfully, her eyes burning with earnest intensity as she looked at Kenichi. Sayu told me she still needs some time to grow before she can start producing other companions. Kenichi's mouth twitched. So it was true. In the early hours of the morning, he had finished implanting the parasite into Koyuki. Since she was young and clearly needed rest, he had let her sleep while he returned to his own room. This morning, he had come back to check on her condition and ask about the parasite's state. He never expected that in the few hours he slept, the parasite would not only grow but even give itself a name. Sayu. Just hearing it made it obvious the name was related to him. It was a blatant display of how devoted and deferential the queen parasite was. But that was not the main issue. The main issue was Koyuki herself. Her attitude toward him had shifted. Before, it had been gratitude toward the men who saved her. Now, Kenichi could not shake the feeling that she looked at him like a child looking at a guardian, mixed with an unsettling sense of dependence. If the parasitism lasted longer, would Koyuki be increasingly assimilated by the queen parasite? Still, from another angle, that was not necessarily bad. At the very least, Kenichi would not have to worry about loyalty. If both the queen parasite and Koyuki were completely loyal to him, then one day, even the entire land of snow could fall under his influence. What pleased him most, however, was that Koyuki did not seem to realize anything was off. She still retained a high degree of autonomy. It was not like that remastered game Kenichi had played before transmigrating, where being parasitized meant losing most of your self-control. That difference mattered. If the queen parasite had to issue commands for everything, it would be discovered quickly. And if something like that spread, it could easily trigger another shinobi world war. Kenichi scratched his head. Then there's no rush. Just live normally for now. He had originally intended to begin research today, but from the current situation, it seemed parasite research would have to wait. When it was time, he could return to the land of snow and start his plan properly. He did not want to interfere with the queen parasite's growth either. Forcing growth was not an option. For now, Kenichi planned to leave the land of snow first. After that, he would discuss matters with his teacher and see whether Konoha had any unusual intentions regarding the Hyuga. If Konoha did, all the better. He could obtain something ready-made. Kenichi fell into thought. He had originally planned to obtain a Byakugan through the hands of the third Hokage in Danzo, but after considering it further, he remembered that the Hyuga's Byakugan also varied in quality. In the end, he decided he would acquire a Byakugan personally. His target was direct and clear, Hinata, the Hyuga girl with the purest bloodline. Kenichi had no intention of gouging out Hinata's eyes. He did not need to go that far. A tiny tissue sample would be enough. He could even obtain a single cell from Hinata's eye and extract the information he needed. If he wanted a complete genetic profile, collecting blood would not be difficult either. So, in that case, I have to go back to Konoha. Kenichi made up his mind. Hinata's Byakugan was the one that mattered. Others had proven its quality already. The eyes of most Hyuga were simply not on her level. In a sense, Hinata could be considered a genius. It was just that her personality caused her to miss the best training period, which later widened the gap between her and Naruto. Once he decided, Kenichi returned to his teacher's residence. The mission in the Land of Snow was settled. The special medal from the Land of Snow had also been obtained. It was time to leave. Orochimaru, Kenichi heard his teacher's voice. His teacher was sitting beside the bed, sipping tea while looking out the window. Kenichi. Amato. Orochimaru's eyes remained calm. How do you plan to arrange him? Kenichi's nose twitched. He always felt there was a strange smell lingering in the air. Still, he understood what Orochimaru meant. He was asking whether Amato should be sent to the Akatsuki. Kenichi pondered for a moment before answering. Teacher, I think Mr. Amato can stay with us first, he said quietly. As for Akatsuki, there's no need for him to join. Akatsuki was useful, but in the end, it was only a pawn. And based on what Kenichi planned to do in the future, Akatsuki was too small. Nagato's ideals also conflicted with his own. Unless Kenichi could persuade Nagato and have him and Conan work for him instead. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, There are always those who try to obtain a status they don't deserve. Chapter 252, There are always those who try to obtain a status they don't deserve. Oh. Orochimaru looked at Kenichi with a half-smile. I thought you'd want Amato to join Akatsuki. Kenichi could not help feeling a little exasperated. When had he ever given his teacher such a strange impression? To Kenichi, Akatsuki was nothing more than a place to obtain research materials and funding. He still had not gained much from them yet, but at least Nagato's attitude had softened. That meant it would not be impossible to profit from Akatsuki in the future. Teacher, Akatsuki does have some very valuable research subjects, Kenichi said with a helpless shrug. But if Mr. Amato joined, it could cause unnecessary trouble. A scientist like Amato would be wasted inside Akatsuki. Just looking at the ninjutsu deflection device he had developed made it clear where he belonged. He belonged in laboratories, not working as a mercenary. It was like sending a top scientist into a war zone to become a hired blade. Absurd. Orochimaru nodded. He agreed. Someone like Amato should not join Akatsuki. He should serve under them instead. If such a talent were allowed to slip away, even Orochimaru would feel reluctant, especially when Amato's knowledge was outstanding. During their conversation yesterday, Orochimaru had already confirmed it. Amato's research ability was excellent, and he had mastered many advanced techniques beyond cloning. He was one of the few people who made Orochimaru want to talk all night. The previous one was Kenichi. Teacher, can I stay here a while longer? Kenichi chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. The Land of Snow still isn't stable. I want to stabilize the situation first. Koyuki's age was the key issue. If Kenichi left now, there was no telling whether certain people would try to stir trouble. Koyuki herself was fine, but she now carried Kenichi's mother worm. The mother worm could not die. So Kenichi planned to remain for a while and see whether any idiots dared to move. If they did, he would kill them. If they did not, it would not be too late to leave afterward. Oh. Orochimaru's lips curved slightly, amused. All right. Then I'll take Amato back by boat first. Your airship isn't suitable to expose right now. Of course, he could guess what his disciple was worried about. Orochimaru had witnessed what happened yesterday. And that giant sword formed from lightning also reminded him of the phrase in Konoha's report about the attack, a beast extending its claws from the dark clouds. Kenichi's current strength was becoming more and more difficult to measure. Without realizing it, Orochimaru even felt that he had little left to teach this disciple. In that case, he would prepare a graduation gift. In his view, a gene programming ninjutsu with a greatly improved success rate would be an excellent choice. All right, teacher. I understand. Kenichi turned and hurried out. He planned to stay for a month. That should be enough. But before that, he had to make it look like he had already left the Land of Snow. So Kenichi and Orochimaru put on a show together. Kenichi departed the Land of Snow in full view of everyone, leaving by boat, while Koyuki cried on the shore. To keep it secret, Kenichi did not even tell Koyuki. Only after the ship had been at sea for 3 days did Kenichi, who was aboard the boat, dispel his shadow clone? Couldn't a shadow clone have handled that? Amato asked, puzzled. Why did the real body go through it when a clone could have done it? My student always has strange ideas, Orochimaru said. He was used to it. Kenichi had done many odd things. Back when Orochimaru was still in Konoha, he once saw Kenichi staring blankly at the Hokage rock. For a moment, Orochimaru thought Kenichi wanted to become Hokage. After all, only past Hokage were carved into the rock. Later, Orochimaru learned the truth. Kenichi had simply been curious whether the Hokage rock statues were formed with ninjutsu or carved by hand. And if they were carved by hand, how much it would cost to carve them. Orochimaru had been so amused he nearly laughed out loud. He immediately sent Kenichi to carve stones himself. Fortunately, Kenichi quickly realized his mistake and returned to research with proper diligence. Your student is truly outstanding, Amato said. He remembered Kenichi's performance in their previous fight and looked at Orochimaru with clear envy. Still, Amato could not help feeling something else was off. Why did Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, seem somewhat feminine? Amato had heard the rumor circulating through the shinobi world that Orochimaru was actually a woman. People spoke of it with such certainty that there were even books dedicated to the claim. But no matter how Amato looked, Orochimaru in front of him was a man, simply the type with exceptionally good luck. After all, taking in a disciple of Kenichi's caliber was impressive. Amato had taken students as well, whether sincerely or for missions, but none of them came close to Kenichi. This man was not only powerful in battle, he was also talented in research. A perfect disciple. Orochimaru stared at the spot where Kenichi had vanished, his gaze lingering. Even he felt pressure when facing a disciple like that. These fools. In the land of snow, Kenichi wore a cold smile as he watched several elders of Yukigekure begin to test the waters. He truly had not expected them to dare make a move. They probed step by step, carefully and shamelessly. Yet Koyuki performed far better than Kenichi had anticipated. She held her ground. With a deliberate air of mystery and by borrowing prestige, she even managed to stabilize the situation for the time being. But Kenichi also understood something clearly. As long as he did not act, those people would not be able to keep up their act forever. I have to wait until the very end, Kenichi thought, already sentencing them to death. Then I'll move with speed and decisiveness and wipe them out. Otherwise, they'll never be convinced. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Konoha Riot. Chapter 253, Konoha Riot. There are always some idiots who try to grab things they were never worthy of. Kenichi narrowed his eyes at the men in front of him, then calmly wiped his hands. He had waited in the land of snow for a full month and a half. Only after that long did these idiots finally believe he was truly gone, that he had already left the land of snow. Only then did they dare begin their foolish plan. Forcing an abdication. Kenichi watched from the side as they even acted out an ancient farce, parroting lines like, "The Lord is young, the country is uncertain. This is a calamity that will destroy the nation, and, heaven's numbers have shifted, the divine artifacts have changed. This is the natural order." Kenichi stared at them, genuinely stunned for a moment, wondering if he had transmigrated into an entirely different story. Then he kicked them without hesitation. "I have never seen people this shameless," he said, unable to hold it in. The self-proclaimed abdication enforcers collapsed on the spot, trembling so hard their knees looked ready to snap. It was boring. Kenichi had thought that men bold enough to scheme for the daimyo's position might at least argue back. He had even been ready to unleash the verbal skills he had sharpened by watching endless cringe videos in his previous life. Instead, the moment they saw him, they went limp. Cowards to the bone. Lord Amamiya. Koyuki looked at Kenichi with open reverence. The worship and attachment in her eyes had become more and more obvious. Kenichi's head ached. This girl was genuinely troublesome. He did not know what she would become in the future, but a loyal subordinate was still a good thing. At the very least, he would not have to worry about his backyard catching fire. That said, the mother worm's reproduction was also a problem. Kenichi still did not understand how the mother worm produced new parasites, or how long its lifespan was. If its life cycle was limited, he would have to continuously cultivate the next generation of mother worms. And if things went well, he might even be able to keep raising their intelligence with each generation. How's the growth? Kenichi glanced at the rebels sprawled on the ground, then yawned and asked casually. The mother worm's growth probably would not be that fast, but with this creature, who could say? The chakra parasite was already extinct in this world. Besides the Sage of Six Paths, there was probably no one alive who truly understood its state. If it matured smoothly, that was best. When the time came, he could use these idiots for experiments and see what abilities the mother worm's offspring actually possessed. It still needs more time, Lord Amamiya, Koyuki answered quickly. Kenichi was not disappointed. He had expected that answer. And since the parasites were not ready yet, there was only one thing left for these people. They would die. Presumably, they should have prepared themselves for that outcome. Kenichi looked down at them. They had not. Several had already wet themselves. Kenichi could not help shaking his head. For most people, death was the greatest fear in the world, especially for those with power and money. Once they died, everything vanished. For a moment, Kenichi even considered developing some kind of anti-aging injection. If he had that, he could squeeze those rich people dry, just like the medical conglomerates in his previous life. But it would take too long. It would be faster to walk up to those important idiots and collect protection fees directly. So he discarded the idea. In the end, Kenichi still chose to kill the men in front of him. He briefly considered a different use for them, locking them up and saving them for experiments once the mother were matured. But the complications of imprisonment were not worth it. More importantly, he had already waited here for a month and a half. There was no chance he would keep waiting. So Kenichi took their lives without ceremony, gave Koyuki a few instructions, and then left the land of snow under her reluctant gaze. From the airship, Kenichi quickly put the cold land of snow behind him. As it flew south, sunlight spilled over him. He stretched in satisfaction, then yawned again. So next, I go to Konoha and find Hinata, Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. But do I really want to research her eyes? His research slot had been vacant for a while. Once he committed to a project, he could not swap it out casually. These plans took time, and the moment he started, he would be bound to it for a long stretch. That was why he always thought carefully before choosing what to research. Hinata's Byakugan was a tempting target. But Kenichi did not know what completing that research would actually give him, or whether it would conflict with his current 3 tomoe Sharingan. Researching tissue meant that once the research finished, the result would be granted directly to him. In other words, he would acquire those traits. But what would a mix of Byakugan and Sharingan become? Kenichi had no idea. High-purity Byakugan and Sharingan are both atavistic bloodlines, Kenichi said, gazing at the white clouds beyond the window and sinking into thought. If I could obtain Akatsuki Kagaya's genes, or the Sage of Six Paths genes, then Byakugan would become meaningless anyway. He had considered researching Hinata's high-purity Byakugan before. But Hinata had not awakened the Tensigan, so whether her eyes could even lead to it was uncertain. And whether it was Tensigan or Rinnegan, everything came back to one thing. Akatsuki genes. Without the Akatsuki clan's blood, those heights were unreachable. It was also why the bloodline angle in Naruto's later era drew so much criticism. Effort and talent mattered, but bloodline mattered too. To many people, it felt ridiculous. Kagaya is out of the question, Kenichi murmured, stroking his chin. She's still sealed, and if she's released, I can't beat her. Kagaya was the best choice on paper, but she was far too strong. The Sage of Six Paths had left no corpse behind, so in the current shinobi world, there was only one practical option left. Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu was an emergency product, and Kenichi was not particularly eager to use him. To put it bluntly, Black Zetsu was a contingency Kagaya created right before she was sealed. He could not even maintain a stable human form and needed to cling to others. Kenichi was not fully convinced Black Zetsu carried complete Akatsuki genes. Still, Kenichi had no better choice on hand. I also remember a mysterious organization called Kara, Kenichi said, looking down at the sea far below, bored by the long flight. He recalled something he had heard while watching videos on his phone before. They're connected to the Akatsuki. Kara was an organization that appeared in Naruto Next Generations. It was hard to explain why Naruto Shippuden never mentioned them, but Kenichi did not care. Boruto was released later, after all. Compared to Akatsuki, which he understood well, he knew almost nothing about Kara. Back when he first heard the news that the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, had died, Kenichi had lost interest in Boruto entirely. When the airship finally reached the Land of Fire, Kenichi made his decision. He would research fusion technology between thermobaric bombs and chakra. As for the Byakugan, he would handle that himself. Researching the Byakugan might hand him the Byakugan, or it might hand him something else. But if he did it personally, he could try extracting Hinata's genes and refining his derivation of Akatsuki traits. That could push his evolution on a life level. And I can see little Naruto along the way, Kenichi said. He looked at the lush forest below, yawned, found a place to hide the airship, then left it behind and headed on foot into the Land of Fire. Even in winter, the Land of Fire was not that cold. A shinobi like Kenichi could walk around in a single layer without worrying about getting sick. He did not plan to waste time, so he moved quickly and soon reached the nearest settlement to Konoha, the same town Jiraiya and Naruto had once passed through when they went to find Tsunade. But the moment Kenichi entered, he sensed something was wrong. A town that should have been bustling and prosperous was now strangely deserted. The people on the streets hurried along with fear written on their faces. What happened? Kenichi frowned. He did not remember any wars that should have reached this far. After Konoha's conflicts with the Hidden Cloud Village and Iwagakure ended, the shinobi world entered a relatively stable period. Naruto's lonely childhood had unfolded in that calmer era, and he eventually grew into a shinobi who chased the dream of becoming Hokage. Yet this town looked like a wartime rear area, the kind of atmosphere that only appeared when the front was going badly. And this place was close to Konoha. If the situation was not extremely unfavorable, it would be almost impossible for fear to spread like this here. Kenichi's mind turned. Maybe it was not an external war at all. Maybe it was Konoha itself. He touched his face. This time he was using a transformation jutsu, because he had not encountered any lucky people along the way. That was odd too. Konoha shinobi should have been moving through these routes constantly. But right now, he had not seen a single one. Combined with the town's mood, Kenichi felt there was a strong chance of an internal conflict in Konoha. And the most likely source was the Uchiha clan. If that's true, then the shinobi world's plot is really. Kenichi's eyes narrowed, and he stopped himself. No, the plot already changed drastically the moment I interfered. He thought of Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke, all in the land of rice fields. With Shisui alive, Itachi could not become the executor of a clan massacre. Sasuke did not have to shoulder that pain. The future had already been thrown into chaos. Kenichi left the disturbed town and hurried toward Konoha. But when he got closer, he slowed. More vigilant shinobi were stationed along the routes, and the air was heavy with alarm. Kenichi crouched in the canopy of a tall tree and stared at Konoha in the distance. The village that should have been prosperous and lively was burning. Flames licked upward, and thick smoke stained the sky. So it really is happening, Kenichi murmured, surprised despite himself. Is Fugaku really that aggressive? How did I not know? There were not many unstable factors in Konoha. If this was an internal upheaval, the Uchiha were the prime suspect. And from what Shisui had said before, Fugaku was not simple. He seemed to possess the same kind of power Shisui had. That meant Fugaku very likely had the Mangekyo Sharingan too. The only question was what ability Fugaku's Mangekyo held. Even with the increased vigilance, slipping in was not difficult for Kenichi. He approached Konoha's outskirts and then scratched his head when he saw what stood in front of him. A massive defensive barrier. It was obvious that because of Kenichi's actions, Konoha had poured an enormous amount of resources into strengthening its defenses, to a degree that was almost unimaginable. Still, this was within Kenichi's expectations. It looks like I need to research barrier penetration, Kenichi sighed. Otherwise, I'll be forced to brute force my way in every time. He could have charged in like Nagato, but his research into bypassing defensive barriers was not extensive. And Konoha had reinforced theirs, making it even more troublesome. Kenichi placed his palm against the barrier. Chakra condensed. Then he forced a breach and slipped through, appearing on the roof of an izakaya inside Konoha. Given the village's current state, Kenichi figured that even if the third Hokage noticed, he probably would not be able to spare many shinobi to deal with him. Then a loud boom shook the air. Kenichi turned sharply. In the direction of the Hokage building, a pale purple giant rose into view. It was only a half-body, but Kenichi recognized it instantly. Susanoo. Fugaku had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but what ability it granted him had always been unclear. Chapter 254, When Patience Wears Thin. Chapter 254, When Patience Wears Thin. Uchiha Fugaku. The moment he was chosen to lead the Uchiha clan, he swore to protect them and carry their fate on his shoulders. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke. The proud Uchiha, the same Uchiha who had helped build Konoha, were now being ostracized, hated, and pushed aside by the very village they belonged to. When Fugaku finally gained the highest authority within the clan, he discovered a truth that left him cold. The Uchiha were walking on thin ice. The village's wariness, and the Hokage's wariness, were not subtle. Fugaku saw it all. He watched the clan assigned a new station, a compound that looked larger on paper but was in truth far from Konoha's center. He wanted to curse. But when he looked behind him and saw the clan members following him, and the children who had done nothing wrong, he swallowed the words. He said nothing and secured what he could. The Konoha military police force. From the outside, it looked like status. Like trust. Like a bright stage. In reality, it was a bottomless pit. The military police force became a symbol that made countless people dislike them. That bewildered Fugaku at first. Was this what the second Hokage had intended? Had Senju Tobirama created the military police force specifically to place a leash on the Uchiha? Yet the previous clan head had once said that Tobirama's suspicion was not unique to the Uchiha. He had been equally wary of any clan in Konoha that might threaten the village. Fugaku barely had time to settle his thoughts before everything began to shift. Wars, rebellion, and internal unrest forced him to swallow every protest he had ever wanted to voice. The clan itself began tearing apart. Doves. Hawks. Neutrals. Every meeting turned into endless arguing. Endless accusations. Endless confrontation. Fugaku was worn down in body and mind, but what distressed him even more was the absence of truly outstanding talent within the clan. Someone like him. Someone who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. There had been a time when the Mangekyo was not so rare among the Uchiha. Now the clan had deteriorated to the point where few could awaken it at all, and the younger generation treated it as a legend. A clan facing a generational gap. A village that feared and excluded them. Clan members split into 3 factions, constantly clashing. Fugaku was exhausted, yet he still forced himself to maintain balance, because if he did not, the clan would collapse from within before the village ever lifted a finger. I've done so much. I've paid so much. Fugaku clenched his fists as he stared at the mission report on his desk. But what about the village? Another team of Uchiha shinobi had gone out on a mission. All killed in action. No survivors. This was already the 3rd group lost outside the village. Not one had returned, and each report carried the same common thread. They were all Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan. Fugaku lowered his head. Ever since Shisui had defected from Konoha with his son and some members of the clan, the Uchiha situation in the village had become even worse. Around the clock, ANBU and root shinobi lingered outside the Uchiha district. The village called it protection. Fugaku knew what it really was. Surveillance. At the same time, internal conflict only intensified. More and more clan members demanded to reclaim the Uchiha's glory by force. Defectors from the Dove faction and even the neutral faction began to increase. Because more and more Uchiha felt the village's butcher knife was already pressed against their throats. As clan head, Fugaku knew he had to do something. So he stepped forward and went to negotiate with the 3rd Hokage. Again. And again. And again. Each time, he received the same evasions. The Elder Council still needs to organize research. This matter needs consideration. They died in battle. Are you questioning the village? Day after day. Week after week. Patience was shaved away by endless avoidance, and anger grew under constant prevarication. When those forces finally met, change became inevitable. Fugaku, didn't I tell you? The 3rd Hokage glanced at him while holding his pipe, his voice heavy with weary restraint. The matter you mentioned still needs to wait until the Elder Council meeting at the end of the month before it can. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not finish his sentence. How many days had it been already? Fugaku was like chewing gum stuck to the sole of his foot, clinging and refusing to come off, endlessly irritating. Lord Sarutobi, Fugaku said, his gaze locked on the Hokage's face, the Uchiha clan loves Konoha deeply. But has Konoha ever loved us? It was the same answer every time. This month became next month became the one after that. So was Hiruzen planning to push this problem into the next era? Was he going to dump it on the 5th Hokage and let the next generation solve it? The way the village was acting now made Fugaku feel like the Uchiha might not even have a next generation left to see. The hand holding the pipe paused. Hiruzen looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the anger in Fugaku's expression. It was no longer hidden, no longer restrained, and the sight made him frown. Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Hiruzen tapped his pipe lightly. It was a signal, a warning to the ANBU guards outside. Konoha belongs to everyone. Don't say things that are detrimental to Lord Sarutobi. I only want an explanation. Fugaku's breathing deepened. He stepped forward and slammed his hand down on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. He set his pipe aside. He could tell Fugaku was serious. Can our Uchiha clan still live safely in this village? Fugaku forced each word out, his voice low, rough, and shaking with restrained fury. Hiruzen's gaze flicked to Fugaku's hand. The pressure was so heavy that cracks had spread across the desk surface. Are you questioning the village's investigation? Hiruzen asked coldly. He could not admit the truth. Not casually, not openly. He could not admit that the missing Uchiha were killed by him and Danzo, and then sent to Kenichi and Orochimaru for research. He could know such things, but he could not allow others to know. At the very least, there could not be clear evidence tying it back to him. As for Fugaku's accusations, Hiruzen had a familiar answer already prepared. Naturally, it was the evil Uchiha stirring internal conflict within Konoha's clans. Hiruzen Sarutobi was skilled at that sort of framing. Fugaku stared at the 3rd Hokage, who still refused to admit anything, who still refused to give even a shred of sincerity. Disappointment flooded Fugaku's chest like bitter smoke. Was this Konoha? The Konoha his ancestors had built side by side with the Senju. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, The Hyuga Clan Amidst the Chaos. Chapter 255, The Hyuga Clan Amidst the Chaos. Are you rebelling against the village, Fugaku? As Kenichi closed in, Hiruzen's shocked, furious voice carried clearly through the smoke and chaos. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So it really was Fugaku. Shisui had hinted before that Fugaku might possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, but that had still been speculation. Now, with a pale purple Susanoo towering near the Hokage building, the answer was carved into the sky. So he really has the Mangekyo, Kenichi muttered, clicking his tongue as he studied the half-formed giant. Is it a clan inheritance, then? It was a rare sight. Kenichi knew Fugaku by reputation. Even his teacher had once described him as capable but relatively soft. Kenichi had never expected someone with that temperament to flip the table right next to the Hokage building. What had the Uchiha been put through during this time? In the original story, even when his own son came to carry out the clan's execution, Fugaku never revealed any hidden trump card. He accepted death calmly, and people criticized him for it. Yet here, Susanoo had already answered with violence. I only wish to leave with my clan. The Susanoo brought its blade down in a single crushing slash. But Hiruzen was still Hokage. In the instant the strike fell, he reacted and blocked it, preventing the attack from cleaving straight through the center of power. At the same time, all of Konoha erupted. The village roared like it had been struck by a sudden siege. This is actually pretty interesting, Kenichi said with a faint smile. He had already caught sight of Danzo moving in as well. This was the Hokage building. The heart of Konoha. If Fugaku smashed it to pieces, the aftermath would be unbearable even for the village's higher-ups. Kenichi shook his head and turned away without hesitation. Whatever vicious brawl Konoha wanted to have with itself had nothing to do with him. And now that Fugaku had finally torn off years of restraint and exposed the Mangekyo, this would not end in a neat resolution within minutes. Better to handle his own business first. However, when Kenichi reached the Hyuga compound, he found it was already on full alert. The Hyuga were part of Konoha. There was no world where they stayed uninvolved while the village burned. The outer guards had their Byakugan active to the limit, veins bulging around their eyes as they scanned every angle. Under so many Byakugan at once, hiding was genuinely difficult. Someone had even already pinned down Kenichi's position. The Byakugan scouting is ridiculous, Kenichi muttered. Especially when you stack that many pairs. Still, Black Zetsu's Mayfly technique should be able to resist Byakugan detection, at least to a degree. Before Kenichi could test the thought, a Hyuga guard snapped his head toward him and shouted, "Who's there?" He had been watching the compound. From their perspective, that was suspicious no matter how you framed it. I'm just here to find someone, Kenichi said lightly, raising a hand as if the village were not currently tearing itself apart. He could not help but sigh. This riot really had the worst timing. If it were not for Susanoo appearing in the open, Kenichi would have suspected the whole thing was a trap by Hiruzen and the Uchiha head to lure him in. Find someone. The Hyuga member hesitated for a beat, then waved impatiently, signaling that it was not convenient right now. The Hyuga were not as isolated and disliked as the Uchiha. Shinobi from other clans coming to visit was not unusual. Kenichi scratched his head. He could leave and come back after things settled, but that would waste too much time. He did not come all this way to turn around. So he let out a quiet sigh and looked up at the Hyuga member again. To the guard, all that existed was the spinning 3 tomoe in Kenichi's eyes. Before the men could react, Kenichi had already slipped him into a genjutsu. But a second guard behind him caught the shift and immediately raised the alarm. How troublesome, Kenichi muttered, rubbing his forehead. Can't you just cooperate? He was not here to slaughter the Hyuga. He only needed a single drop of Hinata's blood, and while he was at it, a tiny scrape of eye tissue. Now that he had been exposed, though, forcing his way in was the only option. The weather's nice today, Kenichi said, glancing up. The sky was clear and cloudless. It did not matter. Sage mode surged through him. Lightning-like markings spread across his eyes, and then a dense fog poured outward, rolling forward in a heavy wave. With Kenichi's massive chakra feeding it, the mist swallowed the entire Hyuga compound almost instantly. At the same time, a sphere of lightning hovered above Kenichi's right palm. As he pressed the lightning ball into the fog, the mist itself lit up with branching patterns, turning into a crackling field that crawled through the air. Hinata should be fine, Kenichi said, stroking his chin as he watched the fog churn. The center area has been thinned out a bit. The lightning release he used this time was not gentle. Almost every Hyuga member was a shinobi, and even the ones who were not had physiques far stronger than ordinary civilians. If he used something weaker, it would be hard to paralyze most of them. Even so, the Hyuga reacted fast. The thick fog began to disperse at an impressive speed, far faster than what Kenichi had seen from Hoshigakure. And in that exact moment, Kenichi sensed something coming for him from a distance. It had no physical form, but it carried a sharp chakra intent, striking directly toward his chakra points. Kenichi dodged on instinct. At the same time, a man with a gloomy expression stepped forward, leading a squad of elite Hyuga shinobi out of the dispersing fog. The earlier attack had been his. Kenichi's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. "You're not dead yet." The man's brow furrowed. "You know me?" Kenichi did, of course. "Hyuga Hisashi." Hisashi stared at the stranger in front of him. The intruder's appearance was clearly masked by some kind of disguise technique, and the chakra flow around his body felt strange, almost wrong. But what shocked Hisashi the most was not the disguise. It was the sheer amount of chakra. Is that even possible for a human? It felt like he was staring at a tailed beast shaped into a man. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, The Unchanged World. Chapter 256, The Unchanged World. How could Kenichi not recognize him? Kenichi stared at Hisashi, his expression turning a shade more complicated. In his memory, Hisashi's death had been one of the more unforgettable moments in Konoha's recent history. It drew a clean, ugly line between the main house and the branch house, and it laid down foreshadowing that never truly went away. Kenichi had once assumed Naruto would eventually solve that problem. Later, he realized Naruto could not. At best, Naruto could ensure that his wife, Hinata, would never be branded as branch house. But even after the Fourth Great Ninja War, the structure of the ninja world still had not fundamentally changed. Naruto only suppressed his era with overwhelming strength. Unless Naruto died, or some new variable emerged, like the Akatsuki clan, the entire world would remain stable on the surface, at least for a time. And after that, no one could say what the ninja world would become once a powerhouse who dominated an era disappeared. Strictly speaking, even a protagonist like Naruto never truly cured the rot that ran through the system. That was not surprising. In his previous life, problems like these were not things you could casually fix, and Kishimoto could not transcend that either. Kenichi's gaze returned to Hisashi. "Of course I know you," Kenichi said with a soft chuckle. "A branch house member. A slave for life." He understood Hisashi's situation, but he had no interest in discussing it with him. If Hisashi was still alive, it likely meant Kenichi's presence had changed certain outcomes. Maybe the envoy team from Kumogakure had been forced to behave more formally. Maybe they never tried to steal a Byakugan. If the kidnapping attempt on Hinata never happened, then Hisashi would not have needed to take the blame, and his death would not have been necessary. Hearing Kenichi's words, Hisashi's face darkened. The Hyuga behind him erupted, anger flashing across their features. That reaction was exactly what Kenichi wanted. "No." Hisashi frowned sharply, studying the masked intruder. "You're a shadow clone." He sensed something off, but he could not fully confirm it. He had never seen a shadow clone carrying this much chakra. Most clones were thin, fragile things. But the clone in front of him held more chakra than an average jonin. If this was truly a shadow clone, wouldn't you find out if we fought? Kenichi replied. At the same time, his left hand reached for something, and a surge of flame burst from his mouth, blasting straight toward the Hyuga line. As their attention snapped to the fire, Kenichi pulled out something he had prepared back in the land of snow and tossed it high over the compound. It detonated in the air. Countless sparks rained down like a cruel, glittering storm. "What kind of fire is this?" "It hurts," a Hyuga shinobi shouted as a few burning flecks caught his arm. In an instant, the flames flared violently across his skin. He tried water release. It did nothing. The fire ate into his flesh with terrifying speed. Muscle burned away, and white bone bared itself beneath. Worse still, even when only bone remained, the eerie flames continued to cling and burn, as if they would not stop until everything was reduced to ash. Hisashi saw it. His eyes widened, then he snapped into command, barking at his clansmen to use earth release, to block the falling embers from above. If it could not be extinguished with water release, then they would have to deny it contact altogether. What kind of technique was this? "This isn't ninjutsu," Kenichi said lazily, yawning as he picked up a shuriken and toyed with it. He watched the Hyuga scramble, dodging as awkwardly as they could through the white phosphorus rain. "This is science." Beyond the compound, all of Konoha was still burning. Shouts echoed through the night. Shinobi clashed in the streets. Fires kept rising into the sky, and Kenichi could even make out panicked cries of, "The Uchiha clan is rebelling." By comparison, the Hyuga compound sat in a relatively quiet part of the village. To show respect and win them over, the third Hokage had given the Hyuga a peaceful plot of land away from the most crowded areas, with no other major clans nearby. That distance gave Kenichi room to move. And room to focus on Hisashi, if only briefly. "So," Kenichi murmured, eyes narrowing as he weighed the shuriken in his hand. Should I test that railgun idea the main body mentioned? Can lightning release mimic the effect? A bolt of lightning slid from his palm into the metal. The shuriken trembled violently, vibrating as if it might snap free and launch. Hisashi had been right. What stood here was only a shadow clone. Hinata, where are you? Kenichi asked under his breath, already searching through the compound. After the earlier strike, the Hyuga grounds were chaos. Injured shinobi lay scattered. Medics moved urgently between them. Kenichi jumped past the scene, threading through the disorder while carefully avoiding clusters of active Byakugan. Right after combining hidden mist with lightning release, he had left behind a clone to draw attention, then slipped inside himself. He had not forgotten his real objective. He had not come to Konoha to get involved in the Uchiha problem. He only needed a drop of Hinata's blood, and a small piece of eye tissue, to complete the research he wanted. Only an idiot would fight loudly at the entrance, draw Konoha's forces, and then struggle to leave. Someone like Kenichi would infiltrate, take what he needed, and vanish. But when Kenichi finally found Hinata, he regretted it immediately. Hayashi was there. Not alone, either. 3 full teams stood with him, their presence disciplined and heavy. The chakra pressure was sharp, controlled. These were not chunin fillers. They were likely all jonin. 3 teams of jonin, plus Hayashi. Kenichi's lips twitched. He almost wanted to applaud. That lineup was luxurious. As expected of the Hyuga, one of Konoha's top clans. Hayashi's Byakugan locked onto Kenichi without wavering. His tone remained calm, almost formal, as if the village were not currently tearing itself apart. Esteemed guest, Hayashi said evenly, what brings you to the Hyuga clan? He had clearly begun arranging this response the moment the fog covered the compound. As a clan head, Hayashi was competent. That was also a product of how he had been raised. He was not some spoiled heir who squandered a name and hid behind privilege. Hayashi's strength and composure were real. Kenichi stared back at him for a moment. Then, with no hesitation, he stated his purpose plainly. I want a drop of Hinata's blood, and some Byakugan fragments. Eye tissue will do. Kenichi's gaze stayed steady. True peace really did feel impossible to achieve. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 257, one sentence, making Hyuga Hayashi obediently comply. Chapter 257, one sentence, making Hyuga Hayashi obediently comply. This was exactly what Kenichi had planned to do anyway. Even if he kept his mouth shut now, would Hayashi not understand the moment Kenichi acted later? So it was better to say it plainly. Hayashi froze for a beat. To be honest, he had only asked out of routine. With that kind of forceful entrance, whatever the intruder wanted could not be something trivial. But the answer he got was, a drop of his daughter's blood, and a few fragments of her eye tissue. Hayashi's confusion deepened. He had been ready for something far worse. The Hyuga's main house Byakugan had always drawn greedy eyes, both outside Konoha and even within it. Yet because of the Hyuga clan standing in the village and the clan's own strength, very few had ever succeeded. So far, the only Byakugan lost to the outside world was the one that ended up in Kirigakure. And now this masked man burst in, injured people, caused chaos, and then asked for something that sounded almost ordinary. It was like someone kicking down your doors, smashing your furniture, and then calmly saying they only wanted a sip of water. If you hand it over yourself, Kenichi added, watching Hayashi's stunned face, then I won't have to fight all of you. He meant it. In truth, he had no desire to clash head-on with Hayashi. In this short amount of time, Kenichi could already sense more people converging outside. He had 4 shadow clones stationed beyond the compound. One was keeping Hisashi busy. The other 3 were monitoring Konoha's movements. A moment ago, one of those clones dispersed and sent its memories back. Even though the village was in chaos, Konoha had not ignored the Hyuga clan. Several teams were already rushing here, and the one leading them was Shikamaru's father, Shikaku. That alone said enough. Konoha still valued the Hyuga highly. The Nara clan, as part of Ino, Shika, Cho, carried real influence and strength. Of course, whether they were coming out of concern, or out of suspicion that the Hyuga might follow the Uchiha and attempt to defect, was another matter. Kenichi judged it unlikely. Compared to the Uchiha, the Hyuga were practically model citizens, and they were always careful about the bigger picture. Case in point, at the 3rd Hokage's request, they had allowed Hisashi, the clan head's own brother, to die. That alone meant Hayashi was not incompetent. At minimum, he understood that openly opposing Konoha would end in disaster. Nara. Kenichi muttered, already feeling a headache coming on. That old man was troublesome. Sharp, calculating, the type who could turn a battlefield into a net without lifting a blade. If Shikaku latched onto him, it would get irritating fast. And Kenichi had no idea how long the Uchiha could keep this riot from collapsing in on itself. If he could get what he wanted without fighting, that was obviously the best outcome. Hayashi inhaled slowly. To be frank, if Kenichi had come alone and spoken quietly, Hayashi might have considered it. A drop of blood and a few fragments of eye tissue were not much. The Hyuga had blood drawn during physical examinations before. But the problem was the way this man had come. He had already forced his way in and injured many of the clan's people. If Hayashi simply handed over what he wanted now, the clan members would choke on that humiliation. The Hyuga would remember it, and not in a way that maintained stability. Hayashi's thoughts churned, weighing the costs. Then his expression stiffened. He lifted his head sharply and looked straight at Kenichi. Kenichi just smiled back, saying nothing. If people do not fear death, Hayashi murmured softly, voice low enough that only the nearest could hear, why threaten them with it? The next second, Hayashi moved. He led the Hyuga shinobi forward, and the battle erupted. Under the combined pressure of Hayashi and 3 full teams, the intruder was quickly overwhelmed. He could not stand alone against that kind of siege. Still, absurdly, he escaped. He got away with his life. The Hyuga compound filled with cheers, relief spilling out of the clan members as they watched the masked man vanish. Hayashi stood among them, but his back seemed to bend a little more than before. His eyes drifted to the daughter he had protected, and something complex flickered there. Even so, he raised a hand and called her to his side. Hina, are you scared? Hayashi asked gently, a trace of tenderness showing as he smiled at her. I. Hinata's eyes trembled, weakness flashing through them. Hayashi sighed. His daughter's personality was truly too soft. For an ordinary girl, that kind of gentleness could be a blessing. For the heir of the Hyuga main house, it was a flaw. Still, Hayashi lifted her into his arms and patted her back, comforting her like any father would. At the same time, his fingers moved with practiced silence. A needle pricked. A single drop of blood. No one noticed. Hayashi's gaze slid toward the chaos outside the compound. Flames painted the sky. The village sounded like it was breaking apart. Shikaku arrived in haste, eyes sharp, expression grave. Something dark and unreadable passed through Hayashi's eyes. Then it disappeared, and his face returned to calm. After Shikaku left, Hayashi gave orders. He sent his younger brother to lead the Hyuga elite out to suppress the rebellion. Meanwhile, he slipped away to the forest behind the Hyuga compound. There, on a tree branch, Kenichi sat waiting. Kenichi had already lowered his mask, revealing his true face. Did you bring what I wanted? Kenichi asked, voice relaxed. I brought it, Hayashi answered, giving him a long, hard look. His expression was ugly, but his hand was steady as he passed over what Kenichi had demanded. But remember your words. Kenichi took it with a smile. Of course I'll remember. He tucked the sample away as if it were nothing. From now on, the Hyuga clan's eyes will never be transplantable onto anyone else. He had what he came for. There was no reason to stay. Kenichi chuckled, offered a casual farewell, and left without looking back. He planned to find Naruto next, to leave an impression early. That would make certain future plans easier. Hayashi remained where he was, watching the direction Kenichi had gone. Lost in thought. Originally, Hayashi had not intended to let this end so cleanly. If someone kicked in your door, and you did not strike back, your prestige bled away. But Kenichi's words had forced him into silence. They had made him choose. So he staged a fight, let the clan see bloodless victory, and then personally delivered what Kenichi wanted. The Uchiha reached this point because of those eyes, Hayashi muttered, voice heavy with a long, bitter understanding. Then he added Kenichi's name to the list of dangerous individuals. That man had not even joined the rebellion directly. Yet somehow, without truly participating, he had still become one of the forces that pushed it into existence. p@treein.com/fanficlord03